There's no antidote. We used that poison to expel poisonous insects. No one will die. However, she will definitely suffer, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. She really won't die. Xianyuan Yi was a little suspicious. His troublesome cousin, Xiang Ning, had been unconscious all this time. After all, they were relatives. Of course, he didn't want Xiang Ning to die here. I guarantee on my honor that she won't die, Leng Ruoxue said confidently, nearly swearing. That's good. Xianyuan Yi was relieved when he heard Leng Ruoxue's words. Well, as long as Xiang Ning didn't die, it didn't matter. But he didn't think so for the next few days, because while it was true that his cousin wasn't dead, she might as well be. Xianyuan Yi sat by the fire, but he kept hearing Xiang Ning's screams. This sound had been going on for several days. What's more, Xiang Ning actually showed signs of wanting to pounce on men when she saw them. Sigh. What should he do? Every time he encountered such a situation, he could only knock Xiang Ning unconscious to prevent her from embarrassing the Xianyuan family. How long is she going to be like this, my lady? Lu Tao asked quietly, listening to a nearby scream. I don't know, Leng Ruoxue said irresponsibly. This medicine was newly refined by her. She still didn't know how effective it was. Well, it was currently being experimented on. Just like that, Leng Ruoxue and the others left early and returned late every day. No matter how far they walked, they would eventually return to the camp because they still had experiments here. Because of Xiang Ning's poison, Xianyuan Yi and the others had never left this place. That cousin Xiang Ning still suffered from poison every day. In the first few days, Xiang Ning still had the strength to scream. However, after a few days, her throat was hoarse and she finally couldn't scream. Only then did everyone's ears finally calm down. A month later. The effects of the drug were fading from Xiang Ning's body, but her beauty was gone forever. Moreover, her skin had turned dark and rough, and it was covered with potholes. She had scratched herself when the drug had taken effect and she couldn't stand the itch. When she saw how she looked now, Xiang Ning couldn't take it. She cried out, wow. Unfortunately, no one sympathized with her. Alas. She had evil intentions and wanted to go to someone's tent for no reason. Now, she had done it. She had harmed herself instead. This was called asking for it. Woo. Xiang Ning cried, but there was no one around to coax her. Don't cry. It's good enough that you're still alive, Xianyuan Yi said impatiently. His cousin always liked to cause trouble. Now, she had gotten her retribution. Let's see if she still dared to be dishonest in the future. Cousin, how can I face anyone in this state? Xiang Ning sobbed. Boo-hoo. Don't cry. When we return to the Royal Dragon Continent, Uncle will treat you, Xianyuan Yi reminded. Yes. Xiang Ning immediately stopped crying after hearing Xianyuan Yi's words. That's right. Father will try his best to rule by the law. After all, my beauty is still very useful. Father will definitely not be willing to see me like this. Humph. It's all because of those people. Thinking of this, Xiang Ning immediately ran to Leng Ruoxue and the others and started throwing a tantrum again. It's all your fault. I won't let you off. When we return to the Royal Dragon Continent, my father will avenge me. Xiang Ning threatened, her eyes burning with anger. Okay. We'll wait, but don't blame me for not reminding you. You'll still be alive this time. If I use you as an insect to drive you away again, I can't guarantee that you'll still be alive. Leng Ruoxue chuckled, and the beautiful smile on her face pierced Xiang Ning's face. However, when she saw Lu Tao glaring at her, she shrank back. Then, she ran back to Xianyuan Yi and the others. After this incident, she knew that the people around her would not stand up for her. Therefore, she could only endure it. Boo-hoo. Let's pack up and leave this place. Leng Ruoxue instructed. Well. Since the experiment had been completed, it was time for them to change to another camping spot. After all, if they went too far now, it would be a waste of time to come back. There was nothing to wander around within a kilometer here. Yes. Everyone nodded. Then, they started to pack up. Hee. They had watched a lot of fun in the past month. It was indeed time to leave. After packing up, Leng Ruoxue and the others left without looking back. Young master, should we? After Leng Ruoxue and the others left, a person beside Xianyuan Yi made a throat-slitting gesture and asked softly with a fierce gaze. Can you defeat them? Xianyuan Yi said indifferently. Their numbers and strength were above theirs, yet they still wanted to kill them. They were really brainless. That person was a little embarrassed and did not dare to say anything else. In the past month, they had found many excuses to fight with Fengde and the others. They were indeed not their match, but they were really aggrieved. This place is filled with danger, but we didn't encounter any danger here for a month. Perhaps we were lucky, or perhaps it's because there are more people in the two teams, so it's better not to make enemies here easily, in case we're alone and helpless, Xianyuan Yi said very calmly. In fact, he really didn't blame Leng Ruoxue and the others because everything was caused by that restless Xiang Ning. He knew this very well. Pack your things. Let's leave too. Xianyuan Yi instructed again. Yes, his subordinates replied in unison. After packing up, Xianyuan Yi and the others also left. After Leng Ruoxue and the others left, they searched for nearly 5 days in the dark night seas before finding a suitable place to set up camp. This place was almost equivalent to the center of the Dark Night Seas, so other than them, 3 other teams also chose this place as their camp. There's a lot of people here, Miss, Lu Tao whispered, looking at the other teams. Yes, the terrain here is not bad. It's normal for them to choose this place. Moreover, according to the little snake, there's almost no place suitable for a camp ahead, Leng Ruoxue replied softly. She looked carefully. Including them, there were a total of 4 teams setting up camp here. However, the other 3 teams were not as strong as them, so she was really not afraid that those teams had any ulterior motives, as long as they did not take the initiative to provoke her. Even though there were many teams who had chosen this place as their camp, it was big enough. Therefore, the teams had tacitly chosen their respective areas. Naturally, there was no need to snatch other people's territory. Besides, it was not easy to see so many teams in the same place. This could be considered fate. Therefore, on the surface, most of the people were very friendly. As usual, after setting up the tent, Feng De and the others started to make a fire and cook. However, this time, they only took out meat and some raw rice. After all, there were outsiders here, so they could only make it simple. Leng Ruoxue and the freak were each holding a piece of meat to roast on the fire. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over from not far away. After coming in front of them, he smiled and said, "You guys are so fast." "You guys aren't bad either." Leng Ruoxue replied very politely. They were almost the same as the middle-aged man's team. Moreover, the 2 teams' camps were very close, so they could be considered neighbors. It's far inferior to your subordinates, the middle-aged man said enviously. Then, he sat down beside the 2 of them. "My name is Ma Ming. I'm from the Ma family of the Cloud-Wind continent. Are you from the Ren family?" The middle-aged man who called himself Ma Ming asked tentatively. "No," Leng Ruoxue said lightly. "Oh." Ma Ming nodded, then stole another glance at Ren Xian, but didn't continue the conversation. "I wonder what your name is, my lady," Ma Ming continued. "Leng Ruoxue, he's my husband, Yi Chen," Leng Ruoxue introduced. "Hee, greetings," Ma Ming said happily. Then, he lowered his voice and whispered to Leng Ruoxue and the freak, "How about we become allies for the time being?" "Why?" Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. In such a place, there were benefits for the 2 teams to join forces, but the benefits to her were not great. "I'm afraid that those 2 teams will harm us. If our 2 teams join forces, it will be much safer," Ma Ming explained. This time, as the leader, he brought his disciples to the Dark Night Seas to train. Naturally, he didn't want anything to happen to them. In his opinion, the safest way was to find a team to join forces with. After observing, he felt that even though Leng Ruoxue and the others weren't strong, there were many of them. This way, the 2 teams would definitely treat them as the core. Therefore, he took the initiative to approach Leng Ruoxue. "Sir Ma Ming, you're thinking too much. We don't have any grudges. How can they harm us?" Leng Ruoxue seemed to say very innocently, but she couldn't help but mutter in her heart. This Ma Ming clearly wanted to use them as cannon fodder, but he actually said it in such a dignified manner. However, it was better to avoid trouble, so she didn't plan to expose his thoughts. "Miss Leng, you're too naive. In such a place, there are many cases of people killing others for treasures. The strength of our 2 teams can't compare to the other party at all. If we're really targeted by them, we'll die." Ma Ming refused to give up. Moreover, he deliberately scared Leng Ruoxue. "But Brother Xian said that he will protect me. Moreover, Brother Xian also said that although those 2 teams are strong, it's not so easy to attack us. Sir Ma Ming, don't scare yourself. You have to be confident in yourself. You can definitely do it," Leng Ruoxue said extremely innocently and even encouraged Ma Ming. Leng Ruoxue's words made Ma Ming cry bitterly in his heart and regret it. Sigh. Why did he find this innocent little girl who didn't know anything? How good would it be if he could just talk to Ren Xian about this? However, he was afraid that Ren Xian wouldn't be easy to fool, and this little girl seemed to be very gullible, so he directly found Leng Ruoxue. However, he regretted it now. Leng Ruoxue's words also made Ren Xian break out in a cold sweat. He was terrified. Boo-hoo. When did he say that? This girl actually made him take the blame. However, he sympathized with Ma Ming more. With his cultivation, he could not defeat that cunning little fox. Well. Then again, Leng Ruoxue did seem to be quite gullible. However, if anyone really thought that, they would definitely suffer a huge loss. This was the conclusion he came to after spending more than a month with Leng Ruoxue and the others. "Miss Leng, the other party has many experts. If the 2 of them join forces, I'm afraid young Master Ren alone." Ma Ming had no choice but to continue persuading her. However, this time, he stopped halfway because he believed that even if Leng Ruoxue didn't understand, the others would understand what he meant. Unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, no one interrupted. Even Leng Ruoxue fell silent. "Miss Leng." Ma Ming called softly. "Sir Ma Ming, has the other party already joined forces?" Leng Ruoxue asked with a face full of question marks. I'm not too sure about that, but just in case, we need to plan ahead. Otherwise, it'll be too late," Ma Ming reminded him. "Sir Ma Ming, aren't you worrying too much?" Leng Ruoxue said very implicitly. Actually, what she wanted to say more was whether he had a murder fantasy. Why didn't she see that the 2 teams had plans to join forces? On the contrary, she felt that the 2 teams seemed to have a grudge. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Miss Leng, you're still too young. Sigh. Ma Ming sighed heavily, his face still filled with disappointment. Miss Leng, consider my proposal carefully. If you agree, come to me anytime, Ma Ming said again, then returned to his team dejectedly. You framed me. Ren Xian complained as soon as Ma Ming left. So what? Do you want to betray me? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. How would I dare? I'm just complaining. Ren Xian immediately tried to curry favor with her. Boo-hoo. He did not dare to provoke this little demon. If she poisoned him, he would not be able to stand it. As long as you're obedient, I guarantee that you can leave here safely, Leng Ruoxue said very seriously. Little Shuer, you just told Ma Ming that Brother Xian will protect you, Ren Xian reminded her. Oh. Then how do you want to protect it? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows and asked calmly. Yes. How do you want to protect it? The freak raised his eyebrows and asked, his expression extremely unfriendly. Hee. Of course it's not my turn to protect you. Yi Chen is here. I'm nothing. Ren Xian hurriedly said. Boo-hoo, he was so afraid. Who would protect him? Good to know. Freak said. Yes, I know. Ren Xian kept nodding. As the three of them made small talk, a commotion broke out nearby, drawing everyone's attention. Something happened over there. I'll go take a look. Ren Xian found an excuse and quickly slipped away. Boo-hoo. If he stayed here, he would be so big. Miss, the two teams are fighting. After Lu Tao understood what had happened, she came to Leng Ruoxue's side and gossiped. Because of what? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Because of a rabbit. The people on both sides said they saw it first, Lu Tao said speechlessly. Sigh. There was no shortage of rabbits in the dark night seas, so she did not expect anyone to fight over rabbits. Actually, that rabbit is just an excuse, Leng Ruoxue said knowingly. She had long seen that the two teams couldn't get along peacefully, so as long as they found an excuse, they would fight. Could it be that they already have a grudge? Lu Tao was puzzled. I think so. Judging from their clothes, they probably came from the same continent, Leng Ruoxue analyzed. Shuer, it seems that Ma Ming's worries were unnecessary, the freak said with a chuckle. Humph. That guy just wants us to be cannon fodder for him. At the same time, he wants to use us as labor, Leng Ruoxue said disdainfully. Miss has gone too far, my lady. Shall I go and fix him? Lu Tao suggested. Lu Tao, you're a girl. Don't be so violent. Leng Ruoxue disagreed. Ugh. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Lu Tao's forehead. She thought to herself, no matter how violent I am, I can't be as violent as you, miss. You can eat now. Leng Ruoxue suddenly chuckled. She could already smell the fragrance of rice. Is the food ready? At this moment, Ren Xian, who smelled the fragrance of the food, ran back eagerly. Yes, we can eat now, Leng Ruoxue said. The meat she and the freak roasted was almost ready. That's great. Ren Xian smiled happily. He was so happy to be able to eat fragrant rice here every day. Glutton. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. It's all because of you. Ren Xian felt very aggrieved. It was already very impressive for everyone to be able to eat hot roasted meat when they came out to train. However, not only did these people eat fish and meat every day, they could even eat rice. Boo-hoo. This was too much. One had to know that during the few days he was alone in the dark night seas, he had been eating hard rations. Boo-hoo. Why was the difference between people so huge? It's our fault. Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless. Well, who asked you to eat so well? You've spoiled my appetite. Boo-hoo. Ren Xian pretended to be aggrieved. Oh. Why don't we do the same as usual? As for you. Just eat your dry food, lest you blame us in the future. Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment and said. No. You can't abuse me. Ren Xian said aggrievedly with tears in his eyes. I told you to eat dry food, but you refused. You're blaming us for raising your appetite. You're really difficult to serve. Leng Ruoxue wiped the sweat on her forehead and pretended to be unhappy. Little Shuer, I was just joking. Don't let me eat my own dry food. Ren Xian begged. Boo-hoo. He knew that he could not defeat this little fox. Then you won't blame us in the future, right? Leng Ruoxue said worriedly. No. Ren Xian quickly said. Boo-hoo. At most, he would bring a few more storage rings when he went out in the future to improve his quality of life. Let's eat. Leng Ruoxue said. Miss, the meat is cut. I also stir-fried a few dishes that you like. Feng De brought over a small dining table and placed it in front of Leng Ruoxue and the freak. There were too many people here today, so it was really not convenient for everyone to eat at the same table. Therefore, he took out a smaller table for 8 people. It was perfect for the few of them. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Then, Ren Xian sat down at the dining table. Delicious, so fragrant. Ren Xian's mouth was already dripping with oil before Leng Ruoxue could speak. You've been hungry for a few days. Those who don't know might think that I'm abusing you. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. Did this guy have to be so exaggerated? He. Swear, let him eat more if he likes it. When we leave the dark night seas in a few days, he won't have the chance to eat even if he wants to. Leng Qingtian, who was also sitting at the table, begged. He. This kid has good taste. The food they eat is all good stuff. Ordinary people really can't eat it. Grandpa Leng, you still dote on me. Ren Xian's eyes flickered with tears as he said coquettishly. Boo-hoo. After being together for so long, he really did not want to be separated from them. However, they were not from the same continent, so separation was inevitable. However, he had already decided that after he returned to the Cloud-Wind continent he would work hard to cultivate and strive to reunite with them as soon as possible. Previous chapter. Be good and eat. Leng Qingtian coaxed. Yes. Ren Xian nodded and started eating. While they were having a good time eating, the other three teams were feeling a little upset. Sigh. Look at what they were eating. Why was there such a huge difference between them? Leng Ruoxue and the freak finished eating and went straight into the tent. After Fengde and the others finished eating, two of them stayed behind to keep watch while the others went into the tent to rest. The next day. As soon as Leng Ruoxue and the freak left the tent, Cheng Wu immediately approached them and whispered, Miss, the other two teams looked for me yesterday. Why? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. He wants to join forces with us, Cheng Wu said calmly. Oh. What did you say? Leng Ruoxue asked calmly. It seemed that the other two teams also treated them as pushovers. He. Interesting. I said that I can't make the decision. I have to listen to Mississippi. Cheng Wu said. Yes, that's fine. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Let's go somewhere else to take a look after dinner, Leng Ruoxue said. Okay. Cheng Wu nodded. After breakfast, Leng Ruoxue and the others left the camp with the team, but Ma Ming also followed behind them with the team. Miss, why is he following us? Lu Tao asked in confusion. At the same time, she was a little angry. The dark night seas was so big and there were so many roads. Why did he have to follow them? We'll know in a while. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. With the golden snake leading the way, Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived at a valley. Although it was a valley, it was actually made up of a few small hills. However, there were many herbs here, and there were also many precious species. Everyone, finish picking the herbs here first. Then, we'll go forward, Leng Ruoxue instructed. Yes. Everyone nodded, then bent down to pick the medicine. Ma Ming and the others, who had been following them, also came to this valley. After seeing the mountain full of herbs, their eyes lit up and they also picked the herbs. Miss, these people are really too careless. How can they do this? Lu Tao could not help but say angrily when she saw that they were actually snatching the medicinal herbs from them. Calm down, Leng Ruoxue comforted. Tisk, did you plant the herbs here? Why can't others pick them? After hearing Lu Tao's words, a Ma family disciple roared unhappily. Don't you know what first come, first served means? We found this place first. Even if you want to pick it, you have to say hello. Peach said angrily. In fact, she was even angrier that these people had followed them here and were still so self-righteous, as if they had accidentally discovered this place. Haven't you heard that those who are fated obtain natural treasures? Since we're here, it means that we're fated with these herbs. Therefore, we naturally have the right to pick them, the Ma family disciple said matter-of-factly. Is that so? According to your logic, you can only blame the other party for being weak. Leng Ruoxue said with a faint smile. Of course. The Ma family disciple nodded. In that case, hand over your valuables. I want to rob you. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Ugh. Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Fengde and the others were stunned for a moment. Fengde and the others looked at Leng Ruoxue, puzzled. Why did Miss suddenly want to rob these people? They didn't seem to be rich. If they didn't have money, wouldn't it be a waste of time? As for the Ma family, they seemed to have heard something funny. After being stunned for a moment, they all laughed wildly because this was originally their plan, but they didn't expect Leng Ruoxue to beat them to it. You said you were going to rob us? Ma Ming asked, suppressing a smile. He. Had he heard right? Yes, I want to rob you. Leng Ruoxue repeated when she saw that their memory was not good. Huh. This is the funniest thing I've ever heard. You think you can rob us? A man in his 30s said disapprovingly. Disapprovingly. Miss Leng, I meant to join forces with you, but you refused. Alas. Ma Ming sighed regretfully. So, you changed to robbing us? Leng Ruoxue asked with a faint smile. Miss Leng, it's your fault for refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. I had no choice. Ma Ming said helplessly. He originally wanted to recruit Leng Ruoxue and the others to be cannon fodder and do odd jobs for them, but they refused. This greatly embarrassed him. In addition, Leng Ruoxue and the others ate so well, so the anger and jealousy of the Ma family surged in his heart. Therefore, after secretly discussing for a night, they decided to deal with Leng Ruoxue's team and rob them. Brother Xian, Shuer is so scared. Leng Ruoxue looked at Ren Xian with tears in her eyes. Ma Ming, how dare you? Aren't you afraid of the Ren family's revenge? Ren Xian sighed to himself and pretended to be angry as he roared. Sigh. Poor Ma Ming. He sympathized with him. How could that guy be a match for Leng Ruoxue, who liked to pretend to be weak? Young Master Ren Xian, although you're the direct descendant of the Ren family, it's a pity that you're going to die here today. Hee hee. If you die in the dark night seas, who will know that it was my family who did it? Ma Ming said with a treacherous expression. Since he had decided to take care of Leng Ruoxue's team, he naturally could not let go of Ren Xian, the time bomb. Otherwise, if the Ren family found out, they would definitely not let the Ma family off. Therefore, Ren Xian could only die. Are you sure you can kill me? Ren Xian's face was full of mockery, and his eyes could not help but reveal a trace of sympathy. Sigh. What's more pathetic than not knowing the strength of your opponent? Of course, you're all dead, Ma Ming said confidently. Then hurry up and do it. Leng Ruoxue urged. Previous chapter. Hee hee. There are actually people who can't wait to die. However, little beauty, I can't bear to kill you now. The man in his 30s from the Ma family smiled wretchedly, his eyes emitting a lecherous light. I'm willing to kill you now. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes released a chill. Then, a stream of water attribute mystic energy flew out from her fingertips. The man fell to the ground with a thud. There was an obvious wound on his neck, but no blood flowed out. On closer inspection, however, one could see that a thin layer of ice had formed around the wound. Ah! Once this man from the Ma family died, the Ma family was in chaos. Many weaker disciples looked at Leng Ruoxue in horror. Leng Ruoxue, how could you kill him? Ma Ming's face was filled with disbelief. No. He absolutely did not believe that Leng Ruoxue had killed him, but he was very sure that he had not seen anyone else attack. This was really unbelievable. This sudden situation had even messed up his heart. What's impossible? Leng Ruoxue said lightly. He's mystic sovereign. You're just a great mystic. Even though Ma Ming hadn't finished speaking, he was dumbfounded when he saw Leng Ruoxue's true strength. After a while, Ma Ming came back to his senses and muttered, Mystic supremacy. You're actually a mystic supremacy. How could you lie to me? Leng Ruoxue, you actually lied to me. Ma Ming regretted it. How could he have made the wrong decision again? Boo-hoo. He had always thought that he was smart and scheming, but he had made the wrong decisions one after another. Moreover, the opponent who had caused his mistake was actually the same person. How could he bear it? When did I lie to you? Leng Ruoxue was speechless. Why was this person so unreasonable? Could it be that she had to tell others that she was a mystic supremacy when she saw them? Then why was she still hiding her strength? You're clearly a mystic sovereign, so why are you pretending to be a great mystic? Ma Ming gritted his teeth and questioned, the anger in his eyes burning. Because I want to, can't I? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but roll her eyes and say angrily. You. Ma Ming pointed at Leng Ruoxue, too angry to speak. Ma Ming. There's no rule in this world that states that you can't hide your strength. You want to bully the weak, but you actually blame others when you don't succeed. Sigh. There's really no justice. Ren Xian said with a smile. Ma Ming wanted to defend himself, but he had nothing to say. He knew that Ren Xian was right. They wanted to bully the weak. Unfortunately, the other party was pretending to be weak. In the end, they were naturally doomed. Don't waste your breath on him. Let's end this quickly. Leng Ruoxue ordered. She would never let go of people who had bad intentions towards them. After all, if they were weak, they would be the ones to die. Yes. Fengde and the others nodded. Then, they attacked together. All kinds of mystic energy danced in the night sky. In an instant, the Ma family did not even have the chance to resist before they disappeared from this world. They're indeed fast. Looking at the speed at which Fengde and the others attacked, Ren Xian was speechless. He originally wanted to show off a little, but unfortunately, he didn't have the chance. Boo-hoo. It was too much of a blow to these people. Just as Ren Xian was feeling regretful, the ground suddenly shook and the small valley collapsed. Leng Ruoxue and the others quickly summoned their beasts and flew into the air. Sigh. It's a pity that we haven't finished picking those herbs. Lu Tao's face was filled with pity, and she secretly hated the Ma family. Humph. If they didn't have ill intentions, how could this place have collapsed? Stop complaining. Let's go down and take a look, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Although the valley had collapsed, she sensed that there seemed to be something else below the valley. Yes. Lu Tao and the others nodded, then followed Leng Ruoxue down into the valley. Leng Ruoxue and the others looked down from the collapse and were surprised to find a faint light inside. Miss, I'll go down and take a look, Cheng Wu volunteered. Be careful, Leng Ruoxue warned. Okay. Cheng Wu nodded, then jumped down. Soon, Cheng Wu's voice came from the cave-in. Miss, there seems to be a palace below. Cheng Wu said. Oh, wait for us there. We'll go down too, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. With that, everyone went down in an orderly manner. Inside, Leng Ruoxue and the others realized that it was indeed as Cheng Wu had said. It was a very tall and magnificent palace. Moreover, the further they walked, the brighter the light became, and the more luxurious the decorations of the palace were. Finally, they arrived at the main hall. Leng Ruoxue raised her beautiful eyes and sized up the main hall. The main color of the main hall was mainly dark gold and black. There were 4 thick pillars at the 4 corners of the palace with complicated totems carved on them. It looked very beautiful. Although the entire palace was very spacious, there were no decorations in the palace. Well, to be precise, this was an empty hall. Moreover, it seemed that no one had been here for a long time. Miss, why is there a palace here? Fengde asked curiously after walking around. I don't know. Leng Ruoxue turned to Ren Xian. I don't know either. Ren Xian felt Leng Ruoxue's gaze and quickly said. Even though his family knew some things about the Dark Night Seas, they never knew that there was a palace here. Miss, let's search carefully. Carefully. What if there are treasures in this palace? Hee hee. We'll be rich then, Cui Zhu said with a greedy expression. Her clear eyes emitted a wolf-like light. You little money grubber, this is a hall that has been empty for a long time. How can there be treasures here? Lu Tao Cui Zhu's head and said with some amusement. There was nothing suspicious here that could place treasures. How could there be any treasures? But. Cui Zhu wanted to defend herself, but Leng Ruoxue interrupted her. Everyone, look around. If there's really a treasure like Cui Zhu said, we'll be rich, Leng Ruoxue said half jokingly and half seriously. Then, she really pulled the freak around. Miss, let's look outside. After saying that, Fengde led a group of people outside the hall. Leng Ruoxue and the freak wandered around the main hall. Suddenly, they heard Cui Zhu scream. Ah. The quality of this wall is too poor. How can it be broken with a light touch? Boo-hoo. I didn't mean to do it, Lu Tao wailed. The owner of this place would not let her pay. If there was a master here. What's wrong? Leng Ruoxue and the freak walked to Cui Zhu's side and asked curiously. Miss, I don't know what happened. I just accidentally hit the wall and broke it. Well. I promise, I really just bumped it gently, Cui Zhu promised. Hee hee. Don't be nervous. No one will blame you. Leng Ruoxue looked at Cui Zhu's nervous expression and comforted her with a smile. Hee hee. That's good. Cui Zhu patted her chest and was relieved. Leng Ruoxue shook her head helplessly and turned her gaze to the wall. A crack had already appeared on the wall in front of her. Leng Ruoxue stretched out her index finger and gently knocked on the wall. She heard a crisp sound from inside the wall. This wall is empty. Cui Zhu, go and call Fengde and the others back. Leng Ruoxue immediately instructed after discovering that the wall was suspicious. Yes, Cui Zhu replied. Then she turned and left. Soon, Fengde and the others followed her and walked over. Did you find anything, miss? Sung Wu asked curiously. Yes, Cui Zhu discovered it. This wall is empty. Let's open it and take a look, Leng Ruoxue said. Okay, Cheng Wu replied. Then, he took out a sledgehammer from his storage ring and smashed it against the wall. With a bang, the wall shattered, revealing what was inside. Why is there an array formation here? Leng Ruoxue looked at the array formation that emitted a 7-colored light in front of them after the wall shattered. She was extremely surprised. The spiritual energy on this array formation circulated, and she knew at a glance that it was not an ordinary array formation. This array formation is so beautiful. Cui Zhu couldn't help but say as she looked at the colorful and dazzling array formation. Little girl, you know that it's beautiful. This array formation is clearly extraordinary. The little old man chuckled. Shuer, can you undo this array formation? Empty observed the array formation and asked curiously. I've never seen this array formation before, so I have to determine what kind of array formation it is first, Leng Ruoxue said thoughtfully. Even though she had some research on array formations, her master had left behind many array formations, so she hadn't learned all of them. And this array formation in front of her just happened to be one she didn't know. Yes, yes. Everyone nodded and looked at Leng Ruoxue expectantly. I'll go look for information on this array formation. Wait for me here and be careful. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. With that, she brought the freak into the bracelet. After entering the bracelet, Leng Ruoxue went straight to the purple bamboo hut's cultivation room and started searching in the array formation left behind by her master. However, Leng Ruoxue searched all the elementary, intermediate, and advanced array formations but could not find any array formation that was even a little similar to the one just now. This made her a little depressed. What is it? Freak asked with concern, sensing Shuer's mood. There's nothing in the beginner, intermediate, and advanced array formations, Leng Ruoxue said gloomily. What about the top-level array? The freak asked calmly. I haven't found one yet. Leng Ruoxue replied. However, she was a little puzzled. Would there be a top-notch array formation on the boundless heaven continent? After all, she knew very well the difficulty of setting up an array formation. No one on the boundless heaven continent should be able to set up a top-notch array formation. Then look for it. The freak suggested. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. If the top-notch array formation didn't exist, she could only think of a way to break it herself. After a long time. Found it. It's indeed a top-notch array formation. Leng Ruoxue suddenly shouted, then became even more depressed. Hee hee. It's good that you found it, the freak said with a smile. Not good. Leng Ruoxue sighed softly. Why not? The freak was puzzled. In his opinion, since he knew what the array was, it should be much easier to break it. It was better than being blind. This array is called the God-binding array. It's formed by 81 large arrays, and each large array contains 81 small arrays. Not only that, but there are also array cores in each array. Therefore, in the process of undoing the array, you can't make a single mistake. Otherwise, all your previous efforts will be wasted, Leng Ruoxue explained. Sigh. It would be fine if all your previous efforts were not damaged, but if there was a mistake in this array, the person who undid the array would also be injured. Of course, she did not intend to say this out loud, lest the freak worry. Previous chapter. Next. The god binding array? Hee. Swear, is it a god that's trapped in that array? The freak asked curiously. It's fine if it's really a god, but I'm afraid it's not. Leng Ruoxue said with some difficulty. In fact, she wanted to try to solve that array, but she was afraid that she would release something she shouldn't and hurt her family and subordinates. That wouldn't be worth it, so she was a little uncertain. Elder sister, the god binding array can be undone. Don't worry. Suddenly, Qingju appeared in front of Leng Ruoxue and the freak and said. Are you sure? Leng Ruoxue asked. Yes, the god binding array is different from other array formations. The person who breaks the array will naturally become the master of the god binding array and form a contract with the trapped thing. Therefore, no matter what is trapped inside, they won't dare to hurt you, nor can they hurt you, Qingju explained with a wicked smile. This array formation is really magical, but why didn't Master explain it in the array formation? Leng Ruoxue said in confusion. In the array formation that Master had left for her, basically every wave of the array formation would indicate the pros and cons, the method to crack the array formation, and the things to take note of. However, only the basic method to crack the array formation was written in the annotation of this god binding array. There were no other instructions. Sister, it's very difficult to meet the requirements for setting up a binding array. Besides, the person who unlocks the array will obtain the greatest benefits. Therefore, the old master didn't say anything. He just wanted to test the courage of the person who unlocks the array. After all, there is no free lunch in the world. If you want to obtain a big opportunity, it's impossible not to take a risk. Qingju chuckled. Yes, that makes sense, but Qingju, you told me. Leng Ruoxue reminded with a smile. Sister, even if I don't say it, you'll still undo the array. Besides, although there's a way to undo the array, it's hard to say if you can undo it. The god binding array is most famous for its myriad changes, so those array cores will run around by themselves, Qingju said knowingly and reminded Leng Ruoxue. Yes, that's right. Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. She had hesitated previously because she was afraid that she would release something she shouldn't have and hurt her family and subordinates. Since she no longer had this worry, she could naturally release the god binding array without worry. After all, it wasn't easy to encounter a top-notch array formation. Hee. Then congratulations on unlocking the god binding array. I'm looking forward to what's trapped in the array. Qingju also urged curiously. Okay, I'll go out first. Leng Ruoxue left the bracelet with the freak. After returning to the main hall, Leng Ruoxue briefly explained the array formation to everyone. Then, she asked them what arrangements they had. After all, she didn't know how long she would have to resolve this array. Miss, can I stay here and protect you? Sung Wu asked. He wanted to see her break the formation, but he was afraid of disturbing her. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. When Fengde and the others heard this, they immediately expressed that they wanted to stay in the hall to protect Mississippi. There's no need for so many people. Just leave 5 people here every day. The rest can go to the Dark Night Seas to train. Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment and arranged. It was very boring to solve the array. Moreover, this array probably wouldn't be solved in a short time. If everyone stayed here to accompany them, they would be bored to death. Okay. Everyone nodded and lined up. Then, they left 5 people to protect Leng Ruoxue and the others left the hall. Time passed. 3 days passed quickly. For the past 3 days, Leng Ruoxue had been carefully observing the direction of the array formation, and the freak and the others did not dare to disturb her at all because they knew very well that what they needed the most when undoing the array formation was silence, calmness, and concentration. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes stared intently at the array formation. Even though the array formation seemed to be in a mess, if one looked carefully, they would discover that be it the speed of the array formation or the direction of the flow of spiritual energy, it was all in order. Moreover, after a period of time, the direction of the array formation would change. This also increased the difficulty of understanding the array formation. After observing for a long time, Leng Ruoxue gradually grasped the pattern of the array formation's operation and carefully began to undo it. As she began to undo the array, someone was watching her from the other end. Leng Ruoxue's figure appeared on one of the screens, and dozens of men in black stood in front of the screen. Patriarch, can this human girl undo the god-binding array? A man in black, who was covered from head to toe, asked the mysterious man in the middle of the crowd. I don't know. If she can undo the god-binding formation, then our Night Clan can see the light of day again. And this little girl will be our master in the future. The mysterious man sighed. Even though the pride of their Night Clan disdained to acknowledge others as their master, it was not up to them now. As long as we can leave this place, so what if we acknowledge this little girl as our master? However, if someone finds out that he has done someone else a favor, I wonder if he will be angered to death. The man who spoke first said happily. Don't be too happy yet. We've only unlocked 2 large arrays so far, the mysterious man called the Patriarch reminded. At the same time, he looked at the array that had stopped operating in the upper left corner. Better to have some hope than none at all, another man said. We've been stuck here for so long, we've finally had a chance to get out. Even if we go out now, we can't take revenge immediately. Sigh. This human girl is too weak. The mysterious man sighed softly. However, revenge won't make a difference. After all, we've been waiting for so many years, the mysterious man added. Yes. Everyone with him nodded in agreement. Then, their gazes focused on Leng Ruoxue. A week later. Leng Ruoxue only unlocked 15 arrays before stopping. When Fengde and the others saw her stop, even though they were puzzled, no one dared to disturb her. They could only communicate telepathically. Why did you stop, miss? Lu Tao asked everyone telepathically. I don't know. She probably encountered another problem. Cheng Wu guessed. However, he was right. Leng Ruoxue did encounter a problem. So what do we do? Lu Tao was worried. Don't worry, we have to have confidence in Mississippi. There's nothing in this world that Miss can't do, Fengde said calmly. In his heart, Leng Ruoxue was absolutely omnipotent. Leng Ruoxue naturally didn't know about the secret communication between Fengde and the others. At this moment, her attention was focused on the god-binding array. The reason why she stopped was because she realized that after undoing the 15 arrays, the speed and location of the array were disrupted again. This situation was not explained in her master's method of undoing the array, so she could only search carefully again. That was because of her first experience. She quickly found the direction of the array formation, grasped the flow rate of the array formation, and continued to dismantle it. However, when she deciphered the 30th formation, the same situation happened again. She was mentally prepared for this, so after observing for a while and finding the flow rate and direction of the formation again, she deciphered it again. Then, when she solved the 45th, 60th, and 75th formations, the patterns of the formations continued to be disrupted. However, with her previous experience, she quickly resolved the problem. There were many array formations in the god-binding array, which was also known as the array within the array. Therefore, it was abnormally complicated to crack. Moreover, one had to be careful when cracking the array. Otherwise, one wrong step would lead to many mistakes. It had already taken Leng Ruoxue a month to solve the 75th array. When she began to solve the 76th array, she realized that the difficulty of the array had increased. Her master had never mentioned these unexpected situations, which made her want to cry. However, she had already solved so many arrays, so she naturally didn't want to waste all her previous efforts. Therefore, she could only accept her fate and continue to solve it. At the other end of the formation, everyone from the Night Clan gathered in front of the light screen and stared intently at Leng Ruoxue. From time to time, they would look at the god-binding array that was still operating. At this moment, most of the array formations on the god-binding array had stopped operating, but the most important ones continued to work. The remaining few were also the most important and complicated ones in the god-binding array. Can the lass handle it, Chief? One of the Night Clan couldn't help but ask. His face was expressionless, but he was nervous. After being trapped for so long, it was up to the lass to get him out. I think so. The leader of the Night Clan was not very confident. The fact that she could undo 75 formations was enough to show that her attainments in array formations were not low. However, the last 6 were extremely important, so he could not be sure. Alas! He did not dare to let his clansmen have too much hope. After all, the higher their expectations, the greater the disappointment in the end. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue, who was focused on solving the array formation, naturally didn't know what the Night Clan was thinking. However, her interest in the god-binding array was growing. In the solution left behind by her master, there was only the basic solution to the array. However, there was no mention of the possible accidents during the solution process and the solution to the last 6 array formations. These situations were also discovered and resolved by her during the solution process. Therefore, at this moment, she was very confident and motivated. 75 formations had been taken care of. She didn't believe she couldn't handle the last 6. In any case, she was fighting this god-binding formation. Besides, she had to break it. Otherwise, she would be injured. This array is so difficult. Fengde sent a voice transmission to Cheng Wu and the others. It had been more than a month, but the god-binding array had yet to be unlocked. That's right. Cheng Wu nodded. Under the lead of the Golden Snake, they had already finished circling the Dark Night Seas. However, the young lady's array formation had yet to be resolved. Calm down, there's only 6 left. Lu Tao comforted her. Didn't you notice that the speed at which Miss deconstructs the last few array formations has slowed down? This means that the last few are very difficult, Cheng Wu reminded. Sigh. Everyone could not help but sigh. This god-binding array was too torturous. If they had not solved it after so long, they would have gone crazy long ago. After another half a month, Leng Ruoxue finally settled the 3 large arrays and found some patterns to deconstruct them. After finding the pattern, it was much easier to solve the next few array formations. However, after she solved the 80th array formation, she was stuck on the last array formation. The last array formation was located in the center of the entire god-binding array. In other words, the 81st array formation was the array formation, and it was also the largest eye of the god-binding array. Therefore, the difficulty of this array formation instantly increased by several levels. Oh! Compared to the previous array formation, this was a small god-binding array. In the center of the god-binding array, a ball of light surrounded it. It was covered in strange symbols and emitted a dazzling light. Leng Ruoxue looked at this thing that was both an array and the eye of the array and had a headache because she really didn't know where to start. Leng Ruoxue closed her eyes and pondered quietly. The process of removing the array appeared in her mind. After a while, when she opened her beautiful eyes again, her eyes flickered and her eyes lit up. A bold idea formed in her mind. After calming down, Leng Ruoxue resolved the last array according to her thoughts. Time passed minute by minute. Leng Ruoxue kept casting various dazzling spells with both hands, while Fengde and the others could not help but hold their breaths, not even daring to breathe loudly. The Dark Knight clan members were equally nervous. After an unknown period of time, when the last light on the God-binding array had dimmed and disappeared, the entire God-binding array had finally been successfully unlocked. After Leng Ruoxue undid the God-binding array, she finally relaxed, but she fainted from exhaustion. Miss Schwer! Everyone exclaimed. The freak nervously hugged Schwer and fed her a pill. Previous chapter. Long after, Leng Ruoxue slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Freak, I'm hungry. After Leng Ruoxue opened her eyes, the first thing she said was that she was hungry. This made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. However, they also knew that Miss was indeed hungry. After all, in the past 2 months, Miss had not eaten a single grain of rice. Well, she had only eaten pills. Miss, I'll roast meat for you, Cheng Wu quickly said. Then, he started a fire in the hall to roast the meat. As the fragrance of the roasted meat reached Leng Ruoxue's nose, she suddenly realized that the feeling of not eating for more than 2 months was really uncomfortable. Boo-hoo. This taste was so nostalgic. A moment later, Cheng Wu handed the roasted meat to Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue took the roasted meat without hesitation and started eating. Cough. Suddenly, a light cough sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone followed the source of the voice and saw a group of men in black, covered from head to toe, standing not far from them. Instantly, they became alert and looked warily at the group. Who are you? Cheng Wu pretended to be calm and asked. He was already a mystic supremacy, but he still could not see the strength of these people, so he was very nervous. Are you people trapped in the array? Leng Ruoxue asked as she ate the roasted meat. Yes, the leader of the Night Clan, Yu, has led 530 members of the Night Clan to meet Master. The leader of the black-clothed people bowed slightly. I'm Leng Ruoxue. You can call me Mississippi. You don't have to call me Master, Leng Ruoxue said calmly, not nervous at all because of their appearance. Okay. Yu felt much better after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. He also had a better impression of Leng Ruoxue, who had saved them. Even though they had no choice but to become this little girl's servants because of the God-binding array, they were not very willing after all. Leng Ruoxue's words gave them a way out. Yu, why are you trapped in the God-binding array? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Miss, I'll explain later. What we need to do now is to leave this place as soon as possible, Yu reminded her. Once the God-binding array was unlocked, the person who set up the array would immediately know. Therefore, it would be very dangerous for them to stay here any longer. Alright, let's go. Leng Ruoxue nodded. She knew Yu's concerns, so she naturally had no reason to object. With that, Leng Ruoxue left the hall with everyone. After leaving the main hall, Leng Ruoxue and the others returned to their temporary camp. At this moment, only their team was stationed in the camp. Other than Ma Ming's team that they had destroyed, the other 2 teams had already left. Not only that, when she was untying the divine formation, Ren Xian, Leng Qingtian, and the others bade farewell and left the Dark Night Sea to return to the Cloud Wind continent. Leng Ruoxue and the others simply packed their things and were about to leave when Yu suddenly said nervously, Miss, it's too late. Quickly find a place to hide. After hearing Yu's words, Leng Ruoxue put everyone into the bracelet without hesitation. Where are we? Yu asked, puzzled by the sudden change in scenery. Even though they belonged to the Night Clan, they didn't entirely like the dark. And the fact that the Dark Night Seas didn't see the sun all year round was also someone's doing. This is my space. You can rest assured now. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Yes. Yu nodded, surprised. He hadn't expected his cheap master to have his own space. It was incredible, but they were indeed much safer here. After all, they had been trapped in the God-binding array for many years, and their cultivation levels were not as high as before. If they were to clash head-on with the person who had come, they would probably both be injured. After the surprise, Yu and the others curiously toured the space, while Leng Ruoxue observed every move outside through Qingju. Not long after they entered the bracelet, a group of unidentified men in black arrived at the Dark Night Seas. They were dressed exactly the same as Yu and the others, but their auras seemed to be stronger. Leng Ruoxue looked back at Yu, who was standing not far away from her and also staring outside with an inexplicable expression. She said knowingly, are they also from the Night Clan? Yes. The dark eyes darkened, and he nodded. They are traitors to the Night Clan, one of the Night Clan said suddenly, his eyes filled with hatred. Oh. Leng Ruoxue replied faintly and stopped talking. She turned around and continued to observe the situation outside. At this moment, the Dark Night Seas was being searched by the group of men in black. Wherever they went, it caused chaos. Countless beasts who had conflicts with them were killed or injured. However, they searched the entire Dark Night Seas and could not find the person they were looking for. This made them furious. Chief, we didn't find Yu and the others, a man in black reported to the leader. They can't have left so quickly. Where did they hide? The leader of the black-clothed people was full of doubts. He really didn't expect that there was someone else in the world who could undo the god-binding formation. Sigh. If he couldn't find you and the person who could undo the god-binding formation, he was afraid that his master would. Chief, we've searched everywhere. There's no sign of them, someone else reported. I don't believe they can run that fast. Blow up this dark night seas. I don't believe we can't kill them, the leader of the black-clothed men said fiercely. Yes, the men in black replied. Then, as a group, they retreated. However, before they left behind enough special explosives to destroy the entire dark night seas. In the bracelet. Leng Ruoxue was shocked when she heard the words of the group of people in black outside. Those people were really too crazy. Even though she didn't know if there were still people training in the dark night seas, there were still many beasts here. However, before she could think about it, there was a loud bang, and then the screen in front of her was filled with flying sand and stones. She couldn't see anything. Previous, boo-hoo. My home is gone. After hearing the explosion, the golden snake that Leng Ruoxue brought into the bracelet immediately burst into tears. Don't cry. You can treat this as home in the future. Leng Ruoxue quickly comforted. Sigh. She couldn't stand seeing beasts cry the most. And you and the others were also very upset when they saw the explosion outside. After all, this was their home. Fengda and the others did not know what to say. Sigh. Even though there was no daylight here, they had been here for more than 3 months. How could they not have any feelings for each other? However, they were actually blown up by a single sentence. Then, there was silence. After a moment, and you said, those people are coming for us. I'm afraid there's still me. Leng Ruoxue said knowingly. She had unlocked the array formation that trapped in you and the others. She was afraid that those people had already classified her as an enemy. However, she didn't care. Anyway, she didn't have to worry about debts. Miss, we've caused you trouble, and you said guiltily. When Leng Ruoxue undid the array, he only thought that his people could escape and they would have a chance to take revenge, but he ignored the trouble it would bring to Mississippi. How can I blame you? I wanted to break the array myself. You can't stop me, Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. She had never been afraid of anyone in her life. Besides, no matter how powerful the enemy was, she wouldn't be afraid. If she couldn't deal with them now, she could just deal with them when she could. However, you have to tell me what's going on. I don't want to be confused and not even know who the enemy is, Leng Ruoxue said. We have more than one enemy, my lady, and you explained simply. Among them are those you have just met. They were once our people, but they betrayed the night people. However, we have been trapped for tens of thousands of years, and we are not as strong as we once were, so it will not be easy to deal with them now. She was too weak now, so he did not want her to know too much, and he did not want to pressure her. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Besides, you've endured for so many years. So, when we're strong enough, we'll think about revenge. In the future, let's seize the time to cultivate well. Leng Ruoxue saw that and you didn't want to say too much and didn't force him. Anyway, she would find out one day. And you thought for a moment and said, yes, Mississippi. If we can cultivate here, our strength should be restored within 5 years. Oh. Then cultivate well here. I'll go out and see the situation outside, Leng Ruoxue said. Miss, I'd better go out. And you said worriedly. Don't worry, those people have already left. I'm just going out to find a way out of here, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. She didn't know how badly the dark night seas had been destroyed by those men in black. Sigh. Actually, she quite liked this place. Moreover, she didn't feel that it was as dangerous as others said. With that, Leng Ruoxue left the bracelet with the freak. After leaving the bracelet, Leng Ruoxue looked at the mess in front of her and was furious. Even though this was not her home, anyone would be angry when they saw that the place was destroyed beyond recognition. Swear, based on the current situation, it won't be easy to find the way back to the boundless heaven continent. The freak said with a headache. Qing Ju said that the boundless heaven continent should be in the east. Let's go east. Leng Ruoxue communicated with Qing Ju and said to the freak. Okay. The freak nodded, then pulled Leng Ruoxue towards the east of the ruins. After walking for nearly half a day, Leng Ruoxue and the freak finally found the path they came from and left the dark night seas. Standing on the vast plain, Leng Ruoxue looked at the entrance to the dark night seas with some reluctance. She was extremely depressed. Even though she had been in the dark night seas for more than 3 months, she had been undoing the god-binding array for the next 2 months. Therefore, it could be said that her trip to the dark night sea was in vain. Actually, it was not in vain. After all, she had unlocked the god-binding array and obtained the Night Clan. However, she still felt quite regretful that she could not explore the entire dark night seas. What she didn't know was that herbs, ores, and beasts weren't the best in the dark night seas. The most valuable thing there was the Night Clan trapped in the god-binding array. However, not everyone could discover the Night Clan, let alone undo the god-binding array. The reason why the Night Clan was trapped there was because the person who set up the array was too confident in his god-binding array. Therefore, he didn't expect the Night Clan to be rescued by Leng Ruoxue by chance. Schwer, stop looking, the freak said with some amusement. From the looks of it, Schwer seemed to want to stare a hole in the path that led to the dark night seas. However, even if she kept staring, she would never have the chance to go to the dark night seas again. Yes, freak, let's go. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Okay, Schwer, where are we going? The freak asked with a faint smile. Let's go back to Myriad Mountain City to take a look. Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment and then summoned the little peacock and moved Fengda and the others out of the bracelet. Yes. The freak nodded. Except for Myriad Mountain City, they didn't seem to have a permanent residence on the mainland. But they wouldn't be there long, so it didn't matter where they went. Everyone sat on the back of the little peacock and flew towards Myriad Mountain City. 10 days later, everyone arrived at Myriad Mountain City. As it was already late at night, Leng Ruoxue didn't alarm anyone, so she instructed the little peacock to land directly in the backyard where they had once lived. I'm going to bed. Do whatever you want. Leng Ruoxue said to everyone and pulled the freak back to her room irresponsibly. After entering the room, Leng Ruoxue found that the furnishings in the room were as usual. Moreover, the room was spotless. The butler probably sent someone to clean it every day. The next morning. Before Leng Ruoxue and the freak left the room, they heard a piercing scream in the courtyard and left the room. What happened? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Miss, it's none of my business. She cried out when she saw me. Cheng Wu pointed at a middle-aged woman around 40 years old and spoke with slight grievance. Miss, you're back. The middle-aged woman rubbed her eyes in disbelief. However, she immediately shouted, someone. When Leng Ruoxue and the others heard this cry, they couldn't help but be speechless. They thought to themselves, this auntie is really energetic. Before the middle-aged woman could finish her sentence, a few figures quickly appeared in the courtyard. What happened? The head butler asked anxiously before he could stabilize himself. However, when he saw Leng Ruoxue, his eyes immediately widened in surprise. Miss, you're finally back. Woo. The butler was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes and his words were slurred. Yes, everything's fine. Leng Ruoxue asked with a light smile. Myriad Mountain City is fine. We miss you very much, the head butler said sheepishly. I miss you guys too, Leng Ruoxue replied. Hee hee. The head butler was even more embarrassed after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. However, when his gaze accidentally swept past Cheng Wu and the others, it immediately bloomed with hatred and he waved his fists at them. Damn it, how dare you heartless people come back. The head butler chased after Cheng Wu and the others relentlessly. Apart from hiding, Cheng Wu and the others did not retaliate at all. This was mainly because they felt guilty. This was because they had used some shady methods to successfully leave the Myriad Mountain City. Therefore, the honest butler was left behind to guard the house again. Sigh. It's good to be young. The disheveled old man looked at Cheng Wu and the others who were chasing and playing. Are you very old? Leng Qingtian looked at the disheveled old man and said with a faint smile. Not old. I'm young, too, the disheveled old man quickly corrected himself. Otherwise, he knew, these old men would never let him go. Humph. At least you know your place. Leng Qingtian and the other old men glared at him and growled. Hee hee. The disheveled old man scratched his head speechlessly, his expression aggrieved. Boo-hoo. He didn't think he had said anything. Why did these old fellows care more and more about their age? How baffling. Leng Ruoxue looked at Cheng Wu and the others who were chasing after her, then looked at the old men and smiled helplessly. Then, she said, stop fighting. Cheng Wu, go and prepare. Let's get together tonight. Yes, Mississippi. Let's have breakfast first. Cheng Wu suggested. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. After everyone finished breakfast, Cheng Wu and the others began to prepare the food for the dinner. As evening approached, all the preparations were completed, so everyone started eating happily at the back of the mountain. During the meal, Cheng Wu told the butler and the others, who had been guarding Myriad Mountain City, about what they had experienced in the boundless heaven continent these days. When they heard it, their blood boiled and they were extremely excited. However, after the butler heard it, he burst into tears. Why are you crying? Cheng Wu was a little speechless. This guy was getting more and more childish. Sigh. He really couldn't stand it. You still have the cheek to say that. If you hadn't set me up, I could have participated in these things myself. Boo-hoo. The butler sobbed. Someone has to stay behind to guard the house. It wasn't easy for us to occupy Myriad Mountain City, Cheng Wu said without much confidence, feeling a little guilty. Humph. You still have the cheek to say that. The butler glared angrily and roared. Cheng Wu tactfully stopped talking. He really regretted telling them these things for no reason. Hee hee. Head butler, Myriad Mountain City is doing well under your management. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little awkward, Song Di quickly changed the topic. After all, they were all involved in what happened back then, so it was better not to mention it. We must. This is our home, the head butler said proudly. Here's to you, head butler, said Song Di quickly. He wouldn't hit a smiling face. Even though the head butler was still a little angry, he picked up his glass and drank with Song Di. Hee hee. Schwer, these guys are really energetic. Empty looked at Cheng Wu and the others and chuckled. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. She quite liked the atmosphere between her subordinates. Sometimes, fighting could improve their relationship. Do you have any plans for the future, Schwer? Asked Empty. I want to continue cultivating. Empty, how long will it take to break through to mystic supremacy? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. That's hard to say. It varies from person to person. Some people might only need a few years, while others might never break through, Empty said after thinking. You'll all break through, swear, Empty added. Yes, I'm very confident about this, Leng Ruoxue said confidently. Can't you be modest? Empty said with a laugh. Being overly humble is hypocritical. Besides, this is the truth. Why do you have to be humble? Humble? Leng Ruoxue said with a faint smile. That makes sense, swear. I realize that these subordinates of yours are becoming more and more like you, Empty said. Of course, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. It wasn't that easy to nurture them. She had nurtured these subordinates for a long time. Little swear, after we leave the boundless heaven continent, you have to protect me. Empty joked. Yes, don't worry. As long as you're obedient, I'll protect you, Leng Ruoxue promised seriously. The two of them chatted casually, but the demon beside them was a little unhappy. He took Schwer's hand and said, Schwer, I'm tired. Let's go back to our room. After saying that, his bright eyes kept blinking. It's still early. Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. She thought to herself, this guy is acting cute again. It's really too late. But I'm sleepy, the freak said, and yawned to prove his point. All right then. Leng Ruoxue replied helplessly. Then, she greeted Cheng Wu and the others before returning to her room with the freak. After the two of them entered the bracelet together, the freak was no longer sleepy. He even shouted that he wanted to roast fish for Schwer. You said you were tired just now, and now you want to roast fish? Leng Ruoxue asked calmly, thinking, what a man's heart. I have to fill my stomach before I sleep. I didn't eat much outside, the freak said aggrievely, tears still flickering in his eyes. All right then. Leng Ruoxue couldn't do anything to him. She could only go to the fish pond and catch a few silver snow fish to roast in the space. However, there were still many beasts in the space, so it was not appropriate for the two of them to eat alone. Fortunately, many beasts could help. Just like that, Feng De and the others were eating enthusiastically outside, and Leng Ruoxue, the freak, and the beasts were also eating heartily in the bracelet. After Leng Ruoxue and the freak finished eating the grilled fish, they returned to the purple bamboo hut to rest. However, when they left, the beasts were still eating. The next morning, when Leng Ruoxue and the freak came out of the purple bamboo hut, they saw that the little beasts were all lying on their stomachs with their legs facing up. Their stomachs were also full. They couldn't help but laugh. How many things had these little fellows destroyed? However, seeing them sleeping on the ground, she couldn't help but think of something and sent them back to their residence. Then, the two of them left the bracelet together. In the courtyard, Cheng Wu and the others were also lying on the ground. Leng Ruoxue searched around and did not see her grandfather and the others. She was relieved. Oh. Fortunately, her grandfather and the others were more rational. Sigh. She had to let these guys drink less in the future. After that, Leng Ruoxue arranged for someone to send them back to their rooms. Then, she sat in the courtyard with the freak and basked in the sun. Freak, let's start seclusion in a few days. Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment as she leaned in the monster's arms. Yes. As a filial fiancé, he naturally had to fully support Schwer's words. Schwer. Suddenly, Leng Ruohan's voice reached their ears. Brother, you're awake. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Yes, I accidentally drank too much yesterday and woke up late, Leng Ruohan said in embarrassment. Brother woke up very early. The others haven't woken up yet. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Still not awake? Leng Ruohan was a little surprised. It was almost noon, but he was still asleep. Yes, by the way, brother, the freak and I are planning to enter seclusion in a few days. What are your plans? Leng Ruoxue asked. I'm also in seclusion, Leng Ruohan said. He did not want to be too far behind his sister and drag Schwer down. Alright. Then we'll enter seclusion first and break through to mystic supremacy. Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. Girl, we're also in seclusion. Leng Qingtian and the others, who had just walked out of the room and heard their conversation, hurriedly said. Alright, let's go into seclusion together, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. She was very happy that everyone's mood for cultivation was high. The reason why she didn't decide to go into seclusion immediately was that she was afraid something would happen. And just as she thought, the Luo father and son came to the door the day after they decided to go into seclusion. In the living room, Leng Ruoxue looked at the uneasy Luo Xian and his son and couldn't help but ask curiously, did the Luo family encounter any difficulties? No. It's just that a few days ago, the Leng family sent someone to the Luo family and said that they wanted to form an alliance with us. The Shadow League also came to find me. Luo Xian quickly explained, feeling even more nervous. Alas. He naturally knew why those two families had come to find him. Moreover, the Leng family and the Shadow League were not the only ones who had come to find him. Earlier, the Mystic Masters Guild and the Alchemist Guild had also sent people to the Luo family and even told him to ask for anything. This situation could not help but make the young and old of the Luo family feel flattered. However, those two guilds did not mention the alliance, so he accepted their favor. However, these two guilds were different. He did not dare to make decisions on his own, so he had to come to find his master. Oh. Leng Ruoxue replied faintly and fell into deep thought. After a while, Leng Ruoxue looked up at her grandfather and said, "Grandpa, what do you think? Right now, the Luo family is not strong enough to form an alliance with the other party. If it's really an alliance, I'm afraid it will be controlled by others." Leng Qingtian thought for a while. If the two sides of the alliance were evenly matched in strength, wealth, and power, the alliance would have a better effect. If there was a huge gap between the two sides in all aspects, then the alliance would not be a good thing. In the beginning, this situation might not be too serious, but as time passed, the disadvantages would be revealed. "What do you think?" Leng Ruoxue turned her gaze to the others present. "Old Leng has a point. Now is indeed not a good time to form an alliance," the little old man said. "Miss, the Leng family and the Shadow League want to form an alliance with the Luo family because of your power. However, we can't stay in the boundless heaven continent for long. If we leave and the Leng family falls out with the Shadow League, no one will be able to protect the Luo family." Cheng Wu analyzed. "That's right. Be it the Leng family or the Shadow League, they're both very cunning. It's better not to ally with them," Feng De said. "Actually, it doesn't matter if we form an alliance. After all, forming an alliance requires a contract. Therefore, even if we leave, they probably won't dare to go back on their word. However, I still hope that the Luo family can obtain their recognition with their own strength. Luo Xian, do you understand what I mean?" Leng Ruoxue only spoke her thoughts after listening to everyone. "I understand. I know what to do," Luo Xian said quickly. "Yes, you can decide on this kind of thing yourself in the future. We'll be going into seclusion in a few days. This is for you. If there's anything in the future, you can come to Myriad Mountain City to find the butler for help." Leng Ruoxue handed Luo Xian a ring. "Thank you, Mississippi. I will definitely work hard to develop the Luo family. I won't disappoint you," Luo Xian promised. He knew that everything the miss gave him was good, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. "Okay, I'm looking forward to it," Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Then, she chatted with Luo Xian and his son for a while before sending them off. After sending off the Luo father and son, Leng Ruoxue instructed the butler. 3 days later, everyone went into seclusion. Immediately, Leng Ruoxue's beasts also chose to enter seclusion. For a moment, the originally lively space became quiet. Even though Leng Ruoxue was in seclusion, with Qing Ju around, Empty could still enter and leave the space at any time. Therefore, when he had nothing to do during the day, he would bring Icy around Myriad Mountain City and return to the space to rest at night. Meanwhile, the Luo family was also developing rapidly. Luo Xian, who had left Myriad Mountain City and returned to the Luo family, rejected the Leng family's request to form an alliance with the Shadow League. The reason was that the Luo family was too weak now and did not dare to approach them. However, the Leng family and the Shadow League did not completely give up and made many conditions that were beneficial to the Luo family. In the end, Luo Xian could not refuse their kindness, and the three families still formed an alliance. At the same time, the relationship between Myriad Mountain City and the Luo family was even closer. After all, both families were related to Leng Ruoxue, so they naturally had to support each other. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed since Leng Ruoxue and the others went into seclusion, and this was definitely the longest they had been in seclusion. In the yard behind the mountain, 2 extremely handsome men were sitting in the courtyard, staring at each other. "Is little Schwer still not out of seclusion?" Leng Xiaoyu asked for the umpteenth time, her handsome face filled with gloom. "No, they won't come out of seclusion until they break through, so you really don't have to run so often." Wu Qing sighed and said helplessly. This man came once every 3 months in the beginning, but in the past 6 months, he had come every month. Moreover, every time he came, he looked like he had been abandoned. It was really unbearable. "It's been 2 years. Leng Xiaoyu reminded him. "I know, but I can't find them if they don't come out of seclusion." Empty rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. Actually, he had been very depressed for the past 2 years. Sigh. Leng Xiaoyu sighed. If he didn't know that breaking through to mystic supremacy was not easy, he would definitely be petty and think that little Schwer deliberately didn't want to see him. "What are you sighing for? Did someone die in the Leng family again?" Empty said with a smile. Hee. The Leng family's death records in recent years were actually all made by Schwer. Just thinking about it made him feel satisfied. In the boundless heaven continent, only Schwer dared to not take the Leng family seriously. "I'm sorry to disappoint you. The Leng family has been very peaceful for the past 2 years." Leng Xiaoyu suppressed her anger. "That's quite disappointing. However, the Leng family has been peaceful for the past 2 years because Schwer is in seclusion." Hee. When Schwer comes out of seclusion, the Leng family might be in trouble again. All of them provoked. "Damn it, are you courting death?" Leng Xiaoyu glared at him and said fiercely. "Tisk, I've already died once, so you can't threaten me." Empty smiled indifferently, completely disregarding Leng Xiaoyu's anger. "Humph. I can't be bothered with you. I'll go back first. Remember to send someone to inform me when Schwer comes out of seclusion." Leng Xiaoyu glared at her for a while. He knew that there was nothing he could do, so he patted his butt and left. "I'll tell you." As if. Empty muttered to himself as he watched Leng Xiaoyu leave. "Empty, did you quarrel again?" The major domo appeared out of nowhere, grinning, his face full of gossip. "What do we have to argue about?" asked Empty. Hee. It's nothing, it's nothing." The head butler shook his head repeatedly, but he couldn't help but feel uneasy in his heart. Everyone knew that the Leng family's ancestor always came to look for Wu. Therefore, everyone was very curious about their relationship. Fortunately, everyone knew how to read minds and could not know what the butler was thinking. Otherwise, they would definitely vomit blood from anger. Anything new on the mainland lately? Empty asked, sounding bored. Hee. The Luo family is developing well. Other than Luo Xian and his son, everyone else is working hard to cultivate and improve their strength. The butler thought for a while and said. In the past 2 years, he had been very close to the Luo family, so he knew a little about the recent situation of the Luo family. Oh. Not bad. I didn't waste Schwer's efforts. Empty nodded in satisfaction. Empty, when will Miss and the others come out of seclusion? The butler asked curiously. Boo-hoo. Actually, if Miss hadn't asked him to manage the affairs of the Myriad Mountain City, he would have wanted to enter seclusion too. I don't know. After they come out of seclusion, you should go into seclusion too. Empty said with understanding. In the past 2 years, he had spent more time with the head butler and was considered familiar with him. The head butler had also advanced to Xianzun a year ago. However, Myriad Mountain City could not leave him now, so he could not go into seclusion to cultivate like Schwer and the others. Yes. The majordomo nodded. The current Myriad Mountain City placed great importance on nurturing talents, and he had long since chosen a successor for himself. It was just that he was not too mature yet, so he could not completely let go. However, he should be able to enter seclusion after Cheng Wu and the others came out of seclusion. A year later. Leng Ruoxue and the others finally came out of seclusion. Schwer, you're finally out. In the courtyard, Empty looked at Leng Ruoxue and the others aggrievedly. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but frown. She thought to herself, what kind of expression is that? Is it that serious? Miss, I missed you so much. The head butler cried again, making Leng Ruoxue and the others even more speechless. Alright, the two of you, don't be so exaggerated, okay? Leng Ruoxue couldn't stand it anymore. She felt that the hair on her body was about to stand up. Hee. Schwer, you can all break through now, right? Empty asked expectantly. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Before they came out of the bracelet, they had already communicated that everyone could advance. However, they didn't plan to advance immediately. After all, there were still some things that needed to be dealt with in the Boundless Heaven continent, and she had given the Luo family 10 years back then, so they couldn't just leave now. I am going into seclusion, my lady, the head butler said quickly. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. What about your seclusion in Myriad Mountain City? Cheng Wu couldn't help but ask when he heard that the butler was going into seclusion. He could already tell that the butler was mystic supremacy. Don't we have you guys? Don't tell me you want to be hands-off managers too? The head butler glared, but his expression was extremely aggrieved. Boo-hoo. These people had all learned bad things from Mississippi. None of them wanted to be in charge anymore. They were really too much. We don't know when we'll leave the Boundless Heaven continent, Cheng Wu reminded him. He hasn't left yet, has he? I've found a successor. Just keep an eye on him for me, said the head butler. Cheng Wu, you guys can manage Myriad Mountain City for now. Leng Ruoxue suppressed her smile. She knew that if she didn't appear, Cheng Wu wouldn't agree so easily, and she couldn't bear to see the butler's pitiful expression. All right, then. Cheng Wu said reluctantly. Boo-hoo, now that the miss had come forward, he had to listen. Hee. Then I'll leave the Myriad Mountain City to you. I'll go into seclusion. After saying that, the butler ran away. Well. He was afraid that a long delay would cause trouble. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but laugh when she saw the butler running faster than a rabbit. After that, she was bored for a while. Then, she used nearly a month to set up a defensive array for the Myriad Mountain City before leaving with the freak, Fengde, and the others. The main reason she left the Myriad Mountain City this time was to take a good look around the continent and visit her old friends. However, she only took Fengde and the others with her. Cheng Wu and the others were left behind in the Myriad Mountain City. However, when she thought of Cheng Wu and the others' resentful expressions before they left, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but want to laugh. Sigh. It wasn't like she didn't want to go back, let alone abandon them. Did they have to pretend to be abandoned? After Leng Ruoxue and the others left Myriad Mountain City, they first went to the Luo family. Walking on the streets of Luoyang City, Leng Ruoxue looked at the pedestrians on the streets and the dazzling array of shops on the streets. She couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that the Luo family had really put in a lot of effort in the past few years. Everyone arrived at the Luo family's main residence unknowingly. After the guard reported, they heard urgent footsteps coming from the Luo family's main residence. Immediately after, the old and young of the Luo family ran to the door to welcome Leng Ruoxue and the others. Master, you're out. Luo Xian said happily when he saw Leng Ruoxue and the others. He was so happy that he got carried away because he never dreamed that his master would come to the Luo family personally. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded and was escorted into the Luo family's main residence by Luo Xian and the others. After arranging accommodations for Leng Ruoxue and the others, Luo Xian waited on them respectfully. He served tea and snacks eagerly. Luo Xian, leave. Leng Ruoxue instructed in the room. Yes, master. If you need anything, you can send someone to inform me at any time. Luo Xian left Leng Ruoxue's residence after saying that. Miss, it seems that the Luo family has been developing well these few years, Fengde said as he looked at the exquisite furnishings in the house. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded, then left the room and walked into the garden. Looking at the flowers blooming in the garden, Leng Ruoxue's mood became happy. She came to the Luo family this time to see the current situation and to set up a defensive array formation for the Luo family. After staying in the Luo family for a few days, Leng Ruoxue told Luo Xian her thoughts. Luo Xian was very happy to hear this because he also knew that it wouldn't be long before his master left the boundless heaven continent. If there was a defensive array, the Luo family's safety would be guaranteed. However, he still did not know that the defensive formation that Leng Ruoxue mentioned was not only protecting the Luo family's main residence. That defensive formation was protecting the safety of the entire Luoyang city. When Luo Xian found out about this, he was overjoyed. At the same time, Leng Ruoxue also expressed her request to Luo Xian to strictly restrain the descendants of the family. When Luo Xian heard this, he nodded repeatedly and promised that he would not let the descendants of the Luo family do anything that would bully the good and fear the evil. After explaining everything that needed to be explained, Leng Ruoxue began to set up a defensive array formation for Luoyang city. After the array formation was completed, Leng Ruoxue left behind the method to use it, and they quietly left without saying goodbye. After leaving Luoyang city, Lu Tao could not help but ask curiously, "Miss, where are we going next?" "Let's go to Carefree City." "I don't know if I'll have a chance to go there in the future," Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. The reason why she chose to go to Carefree City was because of Empty, Grandpa Du, and Zheng En. "Girl, you're so thoughtful," the little old man said happily after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. Hee. "Grandpa Du, why are you so polite?" Leng Ruoxue chuckled. It took nearly 10 days to fly from Luoyang City to Xiaoyao City. After arriving at the entrance of Carefree City, Leng Ruoxue and the others jumped off the little peacock's back and prepared to walk into the city. However, as he was about to enter the city, he was stopped by the guards at the city gate. Leng Ruoxue raised her beautiful eyes and looked at the guard who stopped them in confusion without saying anything. I just want to tell you about the things to take note of in Carefree City." The guard blushed under Leng Ruoxue's gaze and quickly explained. "Cautions?" Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was full of question marks. She asked in confusion, "Since when are there precautions in Carefree City?" Leng Ruoxue knew that there were many rules in Carefree City, but what were these precautions? "It was there years ago," the guard said. "Oh. Then tell me. Tell me what the punishment will be if I accidentally violate the precautions," Leng Ruoxue said patiently. "I want to ask you first, are there bears?" "Ugh. I mean, do you have any bear-type beasts?" the guard asked with a cautious expression. "What's the difference?" Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. "Yes. What will happen if I do?" The disheveled old man was very concerned about this, because he had bears, even though those two hares had been staying in the girl's space. "It wouldn't matter if there weren't any bears, but if there are, you'll have to watch yourselves. Don't ever let the bears out, and don't talk about them in public, or you'll be arrested for sure," the guard explained. "Ah. How did this happen? Did bear provoke you?" The disheveled old man was a little speechless. Even though he often went into seclusion, he had been to a few large main cities, but he had never seen such a rule in any city. Did the president of the Mystic Cultivator Association headquarters decide this? Leng Ruoxue said in understanding, but she was already laughing in her heart. She thought it was something to take note of. So it was related to bears. Since it was related to bears, it must be something Yulin did. Yes. They're afraid of bears, and their expressions change when they talk about bears. Therefore, it's forbidden to bring bears and talk about bears in Carefree City now. The guard suppressed his laughter. "We understand. Thank you." Leng Ruoxue led everyone into Carefree City. "Girl, what's going on?" The disheveled old man couldn't help but ask when he saw the strange expressions on Zheng En and the others' faces. Hee. Zheng En laughed evilly and vividly explained the reason to the old man and the others on the street. Zheng En had no choice but to stop when he reached Carefree Building. "Miss, are we still staying at Carefree Building?" Zheng En asked. "Okay." Leng Ruoxue nodded and walked in with the freak. The shopkeeper of the Carefree Building recognized Leng Ruoxue and the others from afar and quickly went forward to greet them. He enthusiastically arranged accommodation for them and then sent someone to the Mystic Cultivator Association headquarters. It was precisely because of the information from the shopkeeper that not long after Leng Ruoxue and the others entered the room, Yulin came with Lan Ming. Yulin and his disciple sat on the chairs in the living room. The two of them looked bitterly at Leng Ruoxue, who was sitting on the same chair. Unfortunately, she only lowered her head and drank her tea, ignoring them. "Schwer. Little Schwer. Little Schwer." Yulin called her several times in a row. "Just say it." Leng Ruoxue raised her beautiful eyes and couldn't stand it anymore. Sigh. "Why is this guy still so? Schwer. Don't leave this time. Prepare to take over the Mystic Cultivator Association headquarters." Yulin mustered his courage and said, his heart filled with anticipation. "Don't you have little Lan Lan?" Leng Ruoxue rolled her eyes. Her beautiful face said, "Don't have any ideas about me. Ming'er is going into seclusion. So am I. So, we can only rely on you now," Yulin said pitifully. He was just wondering how to trick this girl into coming to Carefree City. He didn't expect her to come to him. How nice. But I'm leaving the boundless heaven continent. This time, I'm here to bid you farewell. Leng Ruoxue's words stunned the expectant masters. Leave, leave? What do you mean? Yulin's eyes widened in disbelief. It's what you think, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. She really didn't mean to scare him. Yulin was completely depressed after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. Boo-hoo. Where did this pervert come from? He was actually leaving Hao Tian. They were both humans, but why was the difference so huge? When Lan Ming heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he was even more depressed. He had been trying his best to catch up to Leng Ruoxue and the others, but he was still left far behind by them. Boo-hoo. He had just broken through to the Mystic Sovereign Realm 2 years ago and was now planning to enter seclusion to break through to the Mystic Sovereign Realm. Who knew that they would actually leave Hao Tian? Little Lan Lan, your aptitude is very good. I believe it won't be long before you can leave the boundless heaven continent. Leng Ruoxue comforted Lan Ming. Yes, I will work on my cultivation, Lan Ming said with a wry smile. After that, they chatted with Leng Ruoxue and the others for a while before getting up and bidding farewell. At the same time, they gave up on letting Leng Ruoxue inherit the Mystic Association headquarters. Then, Leng Ruoxue and the others stayed in Carefree City for nearly half a month. During this half a month, apart from catching up with Yulin and his disciple, they also went to the Alchemist Association headquarters. However, the little old man and Zhengyan went to the Alchemist Association headquarters relatively more often. After all, the little old man was a godlike idol in the hearts of the alchemists, and he was about to leave the boundless heaven continent. Therefore, they took this opportunity to guide the alchemists of the Carefree City. After leaving Carefree City, Leng Ruoxue and the others went to the Leng family. This time, however, they went quietly without alerting the rest of the Leng family. They chatted casually with Leng Shuang for a while, but before they left, they were pestered by 2 more resentful men. Then, under Leng Shuang's reluctant gaze, they left the Leng family. At the same time, 2 more people were with them. After leaving Proud Cold City, Leng Ruoxue and the others began to travel the boundless heaven continent. This time, unlike their previous experiences, they traveled to places they hadn't been to yet. They traveled for a year. Miss, a year has passed so quickly. Sitting on the back of the little peacock, Lu Tao could not help but say. They were on the way back to Myriad Mountain City. That's right. Leng Ruoxue didn't expect them to play for so long. However, this was also a form of training for them. At least, she felt that her mental realm had improved a lot. Moreover, if it weren't for Cheng Wu and the others crying and begging them to go home, they would probably be happy. Be careful. Suddenly, Leng Xiaoyu, who sensed danger, warned. Leng Xiaoyu, you're still so vigilant. At this moment, a laughing man appeared in front of them. Sun Tao. Leng Ruoxue looked at the man in front of her and said lightly. This guy actually appeared again. How annoying. Beauty, so you still remember me. I'm so happy, Sun Tao said proudly. Are you here to die? Leng Ruoxue didn't like to see Sun Tao's smug look and mocked faintly. Brother is here to take you away, Sun Tao said with a chuckle. In your dreams. The freak was furious when he heard Sun Tao's words. Damn it, if he wanted to take his woman away, he had to ask if he agreed. I think you're dreaming too, Leng Xiaoyu said disdainfully. Sun Tao couldn't defeat him even with a high-level divine artifact, yet he still wanted to take little Shuer away. Wasn't he daydreaming? Hee. You'll know later if I'm dreaming or not, Sun Tao said indifferently. Then, he turned his gaze to Leng Ruoxue and said, Beauty, why don't you take the initiative to leave with me? Do you think that's possible? Leng Ruoxue asked instead of answering. If you don't want them to die, go with your brother obediently. Sun Tao reminded him. I don't want them to die, but I won't go with you either. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes emitted a terrifying cold light as she said coldly. Since the beauty doesn't know what's good for her, don't blame me, Sun Tao said helplessly. Even though he wanted to be protective of the fairer sex, the beauty refused to give him a chance. Sigh. He was really sad. Sun Tao, you instigated Leng Hua, right? Leng Ruoxue suddenly asked. After Qing Ju read Leng Hua's heart, she already knew part of the truth. Hee. Beauty is really smart. Yes, I ordered it. That fool still thinks he's smart. He doesn't even know that he was used by me. Sun Tao's face was filled with mockery. Why would Leng Hua listen to you? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. Of course it's because of jealousy. That fellow is actually jealous of Leng Qinya's status in the Leng family. Therefore, when he heard that I could deal him a blow, he immediately agreed. He's really easy to fool. He's already a mystic supremacy, but he doesn't know how to cultivate properly and only thinks about fighting for fame and fortune. It would be strange if such a person would break through. Sun Tao said disdainfully. Sun Tao, what right do you have to criticize others? Aren't you the same? Leng Ruoxue said disdainfully. I'm not like that stupid pig. I'm already a god. He has no right to be compared to me. Sun Tao said proudly. God? Are all gods like you? That's too insulting. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes were filled with contempt. Little Shuer, stop talking nonsense with him. Let's attack together and beat him to death. Leng Qinya said angrily. Ever since he heard that Leng Hua was causing trouble for little Shuer because he was jealous of him, the anger in his heart had risen. However, he was even angrier that this matter was actually Sun Tao's doing. It seemed that the Leng family's security should be strengthened. What a shameless kid. So many people are bullying my disciple. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly entered Leng Ruoxue and the others' ears. Leng Ruoxue and the others were shocked. They immediately felt a powerful pressure coming at them, suffocating them. Then, a tall and handsome man in his 30s appeared in front of them. Who are you? Leng Ruoxue asked warily. Her cheapskate ancestor had just sent her a voice transmission saying that this man's strength was unfathomable and that he was not his match. He had also told her to slip away when she found an opportunity, and she had indeed felt the strength of this man in front of her. I'm Sun Tao's master. My disciple has taken a fancy to you. Go with him. The man was very domineering. After saying that, he extended his huge palm to grab Leng Ruoxue. The little peacock carried Leng Ruoxue and the others and wanted to escape from the man's aura, but it clearly felt a powerful suction pulling it. No matter how hard it tried, it could not fly. This made it a little anxious. In an instant, the man raised his hand and hit the little peacock. The little peacock spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. At the same time, a net of light enveloped Leng Ruoxue and pulled her up. Leng Ruoxue wanted to break free from the net of light, but she couldn't. And when she tried to send the freak and the others into the bracelet, she realized that she couldn't move them at all. Damn it, what was this thing that controlled even her thoughts? In the blink of an eye, she was under someone else's control. She had never felt so aggrieved in her life. This time, she also felt the gap between her and that man. However, Leng Ruoxue knew that she could not be afraid, much less give up. Otherwise, the demons' lives would be in danger. Thinking of this, she hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Qingju, but Qingju did not give her any response. This made her feel that something was wrong. Shuer. The freak who was falling along with the little peacock could not help but roar angrily when he saw Shuer being pulled away from him. His eyes even released a cold light. Run quickly, don't worry about me. Staying alive is more important. Leng Ruoxue shouted at the freak and the others. This man was too powerful and was not someone they could deal with. Listen to Shuer, Leng Xiaoyu said calmly as she grabbed the freak's arm. She summoned her beast and caught the falling peacock. At this moment, Qingju, who had broken off contact with Leng Ruoxue, was also anxious. Damn it, it was all because its strength was too low. Otherwise, how could that thing stop it? Let's go. The man looked at the freak and the others in disdain. At the same time, he grabbed Leng Ruoxue and said to Sun Tao. Yes, master. Sun Tao was very respectful. He knew he couldn't disobey his master. The man raised his hand and a gap appeared in the void in front of him. Then, the master and disciple walked in with Leng Ruoxue. Shuer. The freak watched as the two of them took Shuer away. Hatred surged in his heart, and crystal tears flickered in his starry eyes. Finally, they flowed down the corners of his eyes. Who said that men did not cry easily? That was just because he was not sad enough. However, seeing Shuer being abducted in front of his eyes while he was helpless and could not fight back, the freak was filled with hatred and his anger was stuck in his chest. Shuer. Shuer. Miss. Leng Qingtian and the others could not help but shout, but they could not get Leng Ruoxue to respond. Leng Xiaoyu commanded his beast to land on the ground. Then, he took out a pill and fed it to the dying little peacock. He felt mixed emotions. He didn't expect Sun Tao to have such a powerful master. In front of that person, they were all vulnerable. If that person hadn't been too lazy to kill them, they probably wouldn't have survived. Suddenly, the freak spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and fainted. Yechen. Yechen. Slash. Commander Yi. When everyone saw that the freak had fainted, they were originally worried about Leng Ruoxue. They became anxious again and busied themselves. After Leng Ruohan fed him a pill, they waited for a long time, but no one woke up. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but sigh heavily. Sigh. What should we do now? Looking at the still unconscious Yi Chen, everyone could not help but feel at a loss. Leng Ruoxue had always been their backbone. In their hearts, Leng Ruoxue was also omnipotent. They lost her suddenly. For a moment, their hearts were in a mess. Let's go back to Myriad Mountain City first. Empty said. Shuer's kidnapping had become a fact, and her opponent was too powerful. They had to plan it carefully. Therefore, he could only save this freak first. Sigh. Last time, he almost died, but it did not make him feel so powerless. However, this time, the sense of powerlessness that was suppressed in his chest did not disappear for a long time. Yes. Everyone nodded. Then, they rode Leng Xiaoyu's flying beast back to Myriad Mountain City. As soon as the beasts landed at the back of the mountain, Cheng Wu, who had been staying in the backyard, discovered them. Cheng Wu ran forward excitedly and shouted happily, "You're finally back." However, after saying that, he felt that something was wrong. What was wrong with them? Why didn't he see Miss Commander Yi? Filled with questions, he watched as Fengde carried Ye Chen down from the beast and sent him to the room. The others ignored him. Then, he followed them into the room and saw that Fengde had placed Yi Chen on the bed and left one of them to take care of him while the others retreated from the room. In the courtyard, Cheng Wu could not help but feel anxious when he saw that Leng Ruohan and the others were silent. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that something had happened. However, no one said anything. Sigh. He was really anxious. What happened? Say something. Cheng Wu couldn't help but shout. What's wrong? Song Di and the others, who had just arrived in the backyard, were puzzled by Cheng Wu's words. They had heard from someone that the young lady and the others had returned, so they had rushed over. What did Cheng Wu mean? Miss didn't come back. Commander Yi is unconscious, Cheng Wu explained simply. How is that possible? Miss is so powerful. No one in the boundless heaven continent can defeat her. Song Di and the others did not believe Cheng Wu's words at all. After all, they knew Miss's strength very well. Besides, Miss had so many helpers. It's true. Shuer was indeed kidnapped. Yi Chen fainted because he was too sad. Leng Qingtian sighed softly and finally spoke. That's impossible. No one in the boundless heaven continent has the ability to do such a thing. Song Di was very sure that with Miss's strength, how could such a thing happen? It wasn't someone from this world who kidnapped Shuer. It was Sun Tao's master, a very powerful god. Even though Leng Qingtian was very unwilling to admit it, this was the truth. Sigh. He was useless and couldn't protect his granddaughter. Ever since his granddaughter was kidnapped, he had been blaming himself. A deep sense of defeat that he had never felt before tightly wrapped around him. Damn it, how dare you kidnap our miss? I'll bring my men to the upper realm to save her. I'll go now. Song Di roared angrily. Then, he planned to bring his brothers to save her, but he was stopped by Leng Qingtian. Stop right there. Leng Qingtian said anxiously. Shuer's whereabouts were unknown now. If anything happened to these people, how would he explain it to Shuer? Sigh. I'm going to save Miss, Song Di said, determined. No one is allowed to go now. If you go rashly like this, it's no different from courting death. Leng Qingtian shouted at the top of his voice. He also wanted to save Shuer, but they didn't have the strength to do so now. Moreover, Yi Chen was still unconscious. Therefore, he had to watch these people closely and not let anything happen to them. But we can't leave her alone. What if she's in danger if we're late? Song Di said worriedly. Who said that we can't ignore Shuer? We're not a match for the enemy, so we have to think of a good solution. We can't force it. Leng Qingtian took a deep breath and said calmly. How could he not be worried about his precious granddaughter? However, at the same time, they had to protect their safety. Otherwise, how would they answer to Shuer? Qingtian is right. Little Shuer won't want you to be so impulsive. Besides, I believe that with little Shuer's intelligence, she will definitely protect herself. Now, the most important thing is to think of a good solution. Impulse alone won't solve the problem, Leng Xiaoyu said. That's right. When Miss was captured, she told us that our lives were more important. Therefore, while saving Miss, we have to protect our own safety. As long as there's life, there's hope. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. This is what Miss always says. We have to remember it. Feng De said. So what do we do now? Song Di asked, not sure what to do. After spending so much time with the young lady, of course he knew what she was thinking. But there was nothing he could do now that he knew something had happened to her. It made him feel uneasy. Yi Chen is still unconscious. Let's wait for him to wake up. Otherwise, if anything happens to him, we won't be able to answer to Shuer, Leng Ruohan reminded him. Yes. Hearing Leng Ruohan's words, everyone nodded in agreement. That's right. Nothing must happen to Commander Yi. Otherwise, Miss would be heartbroken if she found out. Sigh. Miss, you must protect yourself. Wait for us. We will come and save you, everyone thought in unison. Everyone has to keep the matter of Shuer being captured a secret. Don't spread it. Otherwise, I'm afraid someone will use it to cause trouble, Empty said calmly. Okay. Feng De and the others nodded. Time passed. Half a month passed quickly, but Yi Chen still did not wake up. Even though the others visited him in his room every day, he showed no signs of waking up. They could not help but feel their hearts hanging in the air. In the courtyard, everyone was listless, and there was no trace of a smile on their faces. It had been half a month since Yi Chen had woken up, and at the same time, they were worried about their mistress's safety. As a result, they were all extremely depressed. The air seemed to sense their hearts, and it was unusually dull. Empty sighed. He had sighed his entire life's worth of sighs over the past 2 weeks, but they still didn't solve the problem. Sigh. Leng Ruohan, who was sitting across from Empty, sighed as if he were infected. He was worried about Yi Chen, but he missed Shuer even more. He couldn't feel happy without Shuer around. Can all of you not put on such a dead look? Sigh. Leng Qianye couldn't help but blame them. However, for some reason, he also sighed. Leng Xiaoyu hasn't returned yet. I wonder if he has found out where Shuer is, Empty said faintly. He should be back soon. Leng Qianye said with uncertainty. Now that Sun Tao had a backer, he was very worried about his grandfather's safety. If Sun Tao discovered his grandfather's traces, he would probably not let him off. He's awake. He's awake. Suddenly, Cui Zhu's voice entered everyone's ears. When everyone heard that he was awake, they couldn't help but raise their heads and look at her expectantly. He's really awake, Cui Zhu repeated, wincing as she felt everyone's fiery gazes on her. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone in the courtyard disappeared in front of her like the wind. Cui Zhu glanced at the empty courtyard and followed him back to his room. In the room, Yi Chen was sitting on the bed with his head lowered thoughtfully. When he saw everyone, he forced a smile and said, "Grandpa, I'm sorry to have worried you." "It's okay. It's good that you've woken up," Leng Qingtian quickly said. Well. Patients who had just woken up should not be agitated, so they did not dare to mention Shuer in front of Yichen. "Well, I'm all right now," Yichen said flatly, but his face was expressionless. "Good," they all coaxed. When Yichen woke up, everyone was finally half relieved. Still, they couldn't quite put their minds at ease looking at Yichen. In the few days after he woke up, Yichen would spend most of his time alone in the garden. His figure was lonely, making Leng Qingtian and the others feel very sad. "Shuer, are you all right? You'll protect yourself, I'm sure. Shuer, wait for me. I've almost found you. I'll save you, Shuer. Shuer, I love you. It's so hard to live without you. Shuer, did you miss me? I missed you so much." Yichen stood alone in the night, staring up at the moon hanging high in the sky, his heart filled with endless longing. Suddenly, a black dot of light flew in front of him. After circling him affectionately a few times, it landed in his palm. The black dot was tiny, about the size of an adult's fingernail, but if you looked closely, you would see that it wasn't a black dot at all. Besides, it was a miniature black phoenix. The little black phoenix communicated with Yichen in a strange language, then disappeared into his body. Then Yichen turned and went back to his room. The next day, Yichen was waiting in the courtyard early. When he saw Fengde and the others, he said bluntly, "I'm going to the God realm." "Grandpa isn't back yet." Leng Qianye couldn't help but say. For some reason, ever since Yichen woke up, he had become strange and rarely paid attention to them. This made them very uncomfortable. "I know. There will be no conflict between him coming back and me going or not," Yichen said flatly, his will oddly strong. "He must go to the God realm. The God realm is very big. If we go there rashly, not only will we not be able to find little Shuer, but we will also be in danger," Leng Qianye said very implicitly. Sigh. Those who had never been to the God realm would never imagine what the God realm was like. It was not a place for humans at all. "I already know Shuer's whereabouts, so I have to go." Yichen's words were like a bomb, blowing everyone's brains out. How do you know where little Shuer is?" Leng Qianye was very curious. His grandfather had been in the God realm for almost a month, but there had been no news from him. It was unbelievable that someone who had never left the boundless heaven continent would have news of little Shuer. "I have my sources, of course," Yichen said with a chuckle. He felt better now that he knew Shuer's whereabouts. "Humph. How dare they try to take his woman, they would have to pay for it." Where's Shuer now?" Leng Qianye probed. "The Wen family's divine realm," Yichen said. One of the 8 God realms, the Wen family's divine realm?" Leng Qianye said in disbelief. Previous chapter. Next. The divine realm. What kind of concept was that? The divine realm was vast and had many families, but only 8 families could be recognized as the divine realm. These 8 families had a long history in the divine realm, and their forces in the divine realm were deeply rooted. Almost no one could shake them. Therefore, after hearing the word divine realm, Leng Qianye's heart could not help but sink. "That's right. Are you afraid?" Yichen smiled faintly and didn't say much. To him, as long as he could save Shuer, not even the divine masters could stop him. "It's not that we're afraid, but, with our current strength, it's almost impossible for us to go to the Wen family's divine realm to save them," Leng Qianye said worriedly. Not to mention them, even his grandfather was not a match for the Wen family. "This divine realm is not the other divine realm. Neither Shuer nor Sun Tao can go there now," Yichen explained. Are you talking about the Wen family's divine realm on the divine continent?" Leng Qianye hurriedly said. Just now, he was frightened by the word divine realm and immediately thought of that place. He. What do you think?" Yichen rolled his eyes at Leng Qianye. "I accidentally thought wrong. You can't blame me. In the God realm, as long as you mention the divine realm, you will think of it," Leng Qianye explained. "There, none of us can go there now," Yichen said quietly. "I say, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? What Wen family's divine realm and 8 great divine realms?" Fengda's face was full of question marks as he asked the question in everyone's hearts. "In our upper realm, which is the God realm, there are 8 strongest and most powerful families among the human forces. Their families are called the God realm and the God realm and are also called the 8 great God realms," Leng Qianye explained. "Oh. Then what is the divine continent? Didn't you just say that the upper realm is the divine realm?" Fengde asked shamelessly. He was confused by the conversation between Commander Yi and Leng Qianye just now. Sigh. "I'll teach you the basic knowledge of the divine realm. You're all mystic supremacies now, right? If you break through to mystic supremacies, you won't be able to stay in the boundless heaven continent anymore, and the upper realm you're going to is the divine realm that cultivators yearn for. However, even though you can go to the God realm, you can't be considered gods. When you reach the God realm, you can only be called gods. Only when your bodies are completely transformed into energy bodies can you truly become gods. And the divine continent is where we, the ascended gods, and the natives of the God realm below the level of the gods live. Even though the gods can also go there, the gods cannot harm us there. Otherwise, they will be punished by the rules of heaven and earth. However, even so, we were not completely without danger there. Those of us who went from the lower realm to the god realm were called ascendants, and the native inhabitants of the god realm despised us. In their eyes, we were all inferior. As a result, we were often bullied and suppressed by them. Therefore, after you go to the god realm, you have to be careful in everything. Don't easily expose the news that you are an ascender. Otherwise, it won't be good if you are targeted. Leng Ruoxue explained very implicitly. In fact, there were many things that he didn't say. He was mainly afraid of scaring them because the situation in the god realm was even more serious than he said. Then won't we be restrained when we go to the god realm? Fengde couldn't help but ask. Most of his yearning for the god realm had disappeared. Not necessarily. As long as you have enough strength, even the natives of the god realm can't do anything to you. Besides, the god realm has the territory of an ascender. They say that if you join them, your life will be guaranteed, Empty said. The god realm also depends on strength. As for the ascender forces, I advise you not to have too much hope. That place is not as beautiful as you think, Leng Ruoxue said with slight disdain. Why? Fengde asked curiously. Joining the ascender requires one to be at least a high-level god. If not, you have to know how to refine pills, refine weapons, tame beasts, and so on. In short, unless you have outstanding skills, don't even think about it, Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. Yes, and the status of the new members won't be high. You'll have to work for them. If you provoke the powerful natives, they might not have anyone to stand up for you, Empty said with a smile. The mockery in his eyes flashed. Then why did you mention it to us? Fengde was a little puzzled. Wasn't it too boring? I'm just trying to warn you guys. Empty whined. Actually, my grandfather and I joined there before, but I was just a companion. They took a fancy to my grandfather. After staying for a while, we left. Therefore, based on my experience, I really don't want you to join any faction. You have to know that it's better to rely on yourself than others. Leng Ruoxue said earnestly. The god realm was not a good place. Aren't you thinking too much? We didn't intend to join any faction. We're all following Mississippi. We'll go wherever Miss goes. Chengwu said firmly. That's right. We only follow the lady. Chengwu's words were echoed by everyone. Commander Yi, we want to go with you to save Mississippi. Chengwu looked at everyone. Well, the two of them are right. The god realm is indeed not peaceful. You have to be more careful when you go there and improvise, Yechen advised. Don't worry, Commander Yi. Without Miss around, you're our leader. We'll listen to you, Chengwu said on behalf of everyone. Alright, let's go advance now. Yechen said. Yes. Everyone nodded. Then, Leng Ruoxue summoned his old dragon and instructed it to bring them to the valley below the back mountain to advance. After Long Yu came out, he transformed into his largest form. Then, when everyone sat on his back, a golden light flashed and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the bottom of the valley. Previous chapter. Little Master. We're here. Long Yu reminded the stunned crowd. Oh. After Leng Ruoxue and the others reacted, they hurriedly jumped off Long Yu's back and each found a place to advance. After everyone sat down cross-legged, they summoned their beasts. Not long after, the heaven-earth laws descended upon the entire valley. In an instant, a dazzling light descended from the sky and enveloped everyone. It rose and fell, one after another, for a long time. When the heaven-earth laws slowly disappeared, another wave of beast tide descended. After a long while, the entire valley was bathed in light. After an unknown period of time, the heaven-earth laws finally slowly disappeared, and the advancement of everyone and the beasts officially came to an end. Leng Ruoxue, who was watching from the side, did not know what to say when he saw this spectacular and grand scene. However, after being with them for a long time, he seemed to have adapted to their unexpectedness. As for Long Yu and the other level 9 dragons and phoenixes who could not advance on the boundless heaven continent, even though they were extremely envious of the beasts that advanced, they also knew that as long as they left the boundless heaven continent, they could continue to advance. Moreover, even though they could not advance, the benefits brought by their master's advancement could not be ignored. After Yi Chen and the others advanced, a message from the rules of heaven and earth appeared in their minds. Leave the boundless heaven continent in 7 days. When everyone received this message, they knew that they were really going to leave this time. After returning to the courtyard at the back of the mountain, Leng Ruoxue saw that everyone was a little silent, so he said, you don't have to be too sad. There's still a chance for you to return to the boundless heaven continent in the future. Any conditions for returning? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. As long as you pay 1,000,000 superior grade crystals, you can come back, Leng Ruoxue said. Everyone did not understand. How much was 1,000,000 superior grade crystals? By the way, you won't be able to use purple gold coins in the god realm. The currency in the god realm is crystals. The most valuable ones are supreme grade crystals, followed by superior grade, medium grade, and low grade crystals. In addition to being used as loan money, crystals can also assist in cultivation, Leng Ruoxue explained. Then, he took out a pile of blue crystals from his ring and placed them on the table. Are these crystals all water type? Fengde looked at the blue crystals and curiously picked one up to observe. Yes, they're all water attribute. Grandpa, Big Grandpa, and I are all fire attribute and wind attribute, so water attribute crystals are not very useful to us. Therefore, we use these crystals to trade. However, during the transaction, some people will specially ask for the attributes of the crystals. If they don't have them, there's no way to complete the transaction. However, there are also shops that specially exchange crystals of the same attribute for themselves. As for the details, you will know when you reach the God realm. These are for you to use. You should have enough money to save, Leng Ruoxue explained. I'll just leave this money in your hands. If we use it, we'll borrow it from you, Feng De said. He did not dare to put these crystals in his hands. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would accidentally use them to cultivate because he had the water attribute. Bring some each. After we bring them to the God realm, you might not be together, Leng Ruoxue said. Ah. How did this happen? Cui Zhu was so anxious that she was about to cry. What happens if we split up? Feng De couldn't help asking. You might encounter danger. However, the first thing you must remember after entering the God realm is to go to the Guild of Gods in your city to accept the energy conversion. At the same time, don't expose yourself as an ascender. As long as you don't say it yourself, it will be difficult for the natives to tell. You must remember not to meddle in other people's business, Leng Ruoxue reminded them. Yes. Everyone nodded. I've prepared a map of the divine continent for you. If we really split up, we'll meet up in the Wen family's divine realm, Yi Chen said. Okay, they all agreed. You're quite well prepared, Leng said thoughtfully, looking at Yi Chen. He didn't even have a complete map of the divine continent in his possession. He didn't expect this monstrous man to have one. Not only that, but since Yi Chen had woken up, he'd seemed like a different person. He'd even learned of Schwer's whereabouts, which made him wonder about Yi Chen's identity. I didn't prepare the money, Yi Chen said flatly. He had no concept of money in his heart, so his thoughts were not as comprehensive as Leng's. These are all my assets. Most of them are low-grade crystals and a small number of medium-grade crystals. Therefore, before saving little Schwer, you should use them sparingly. Leng Ruoxue said with some shame. Sigh. It was not easy to earn money in the God realm. Yes. Everyone understood. However, in order not to discourage him, they did not tell him that Miss had top-grade fire attribute crystals. Chenggu, send someone to Green Dragon Mountain later. Yi Chen said after some thought. They had planned to go to Green Dragon Mountain to see the seven brothers before leaving, but now their plans had been disrupted. Okay. Chengwu nodded and personally went to Azure Dragon Mountain. 7 days later. Once Yi Chen and the others had arranged everything in the lands of Himelian, they waited in silence for the moment of departure. In fact, they held each other's hands tightly so that they wouldn't be separated. They didn't know if it would work, but they didn't want to miss the slightest opportunity. With the arrival of the guiding divine light, Yi Chen and the others, who were enveloped in the divine light, disappeared into the courtyard at the back of the mountain a moment later. After Leng Ruoxue saw Yi Chen and the others leave, he also cast a few spells into the void. Not long after, a teleportation array appeared in front of him. Empty and Yi Chen exchanged looks and walked in together. The God Realm was an infinitely vast and ethereal space. Legend had it that the God Realm had no borders. Everything was white. In the God Realm, there were cultivators born and bred in the God Realm, beasts, and cultivators who had ascended from the lower realm. Cultivators who had ascended to the God Realm were called ascenders by the people in the God Realm, while ascenders called those born in the God Realm natives. There was also a long history of conflict between natives and ascendants. In the God Realm, the human race and the beast race were not harmonious. However, as long as the other party did not take the initiative to provoke them, the two forces could be considered to have minded their own business. Not counting the forces on the Divine Master's side, there were 8 most powerful and powerful families in the human race. They were collectively called the 8 Great Divine Realms by the people of the God Realm. The God Realm was divided into 2 regions. Among them, the place where cultivators below the Divine Realm lived was called the Divine Continent. Whether it was the 8 great clans that belonged to the 8 divine realms or the middle and small forces of the God Realm, they would establish their own family branches in the Divine Continent. Divine Continent. The Wen family's divine realm, one of the 8 great divine realms. The Wen family was one of the 8 great families of the God Realm. They were ranked 5th among the 8 great families. The disciples of the Wen family had a bad temper and had always acted recklessly in the God Realm. Therefore, the Wen family's reputation in the God Realm was not good. However, with the ancient inheritance and powerful strength of the Wen family, these were nothing, and no one dared to talk about the Wen family's mistakes in front of them. At this moment, in an inconspicuous room in the Wen family's courtyard, a beautiful woman was sitting by the window with a depressed expression. Her thoughts had long flown somewhere. Elder sister, don't worry. We'll definitely find a way to escape, Qing Ju comforted her through voice transmission. Yes, I know, Leng Ruoxue replied, but there was still no smile on her face. It had been a few days since she was captured and brought here. After the master and disciple threw her here, they never appeared again. However, this was exactly what she wanted because she did not want to see Sun Tao now, let alone guarantee that she would not beat him up after seeing him. Besides, after the mysterious, powerful man had taken the net of light away from her, she'd been able to contact Qing Ju. That was probably the best thing that had happened to her since she'd been captured. Beauty, your brother is here to see you. Did you miss me? A nasty voice sounded outside the door. Speak of the devil. Leng Ruoxue stood up impatiently and looked at Sun Tao standing outside the door. She said angrily, no, I don't want to see you for the rest of my life. Beauty. Beauty, you're too heartless. Master has already promised me that as long as I cultivate to the high-level god realm, he will let us dual cultivate, Sun Tao said happily, his face filled with pride. Oh. Then what's your cultivation level now? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously, but she couldn't help but grumble in her heart. Go find a Sao to dual cultivate. Elder brother is now a low-level high-level god, Sun Tao said proudly, his tail almost sticking up. It's still early. Why are you so happy? Leng Ruoxue was a little amused. Her cheap ancestor was only an intermediate high-level god. It was said that he had cultivated for a long time. With Sun Tao's aptitude, he would have to cultivate for thousands of years. Who said that? Master said that with his secret technique, I can cultivate to the high-level deity realm in less than 50 years. So, beauty, wait for me. Sun Tao winked at Leng Ruoxue. Countless black lines slid down Leng Ruoxue's forehead. She thought to herself that this guy really dared to talk. She would become an old lady in 50 years. However, this was good. At least this guy wouldn't harass her for 50 years. Thinking of this, her mood immediately improved. Sun Tao, I've been here for a few days and have been locked up. No one has spoken to me. Sigh. Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment and said. Beauty, I'm here to accompany you, Sun Tao said quickly. Then can you come every day? Leng Ruoxue blinked her beautiful eyes and asked Sun Tao as if she was looking forward to him coming. Of course not. Master is very strict. I sneaked out. Sun Tao said awkwardly. He didn't expect the beauty to miss him so much. He was so happy. Sigh. I'm almost bored to death. Leng Ruoxue sighed heavily and muttered in her heart, I knew you couldn't come, So what do you want? Sun Tao ventured. Let me out, even if it's for some fresh air in the courtyard. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Her smile was like a spring breeze blowing into Sun Tao's heart. I can't help it. Master locked you here. No one can open the barrier unless he comes personally, Sun Tao said innocently. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded lightly. This was within her expectations, so she didn't have much hope. Then bring me some books. By the way, what is this place? Leng Ruoxue suddenly asked. This is the divine domain of the Wen family in the God Realm's God continent, so don't even think about escaping. Stay here obediently. There are many bad people outside, Sun Tao reminded him. Then, he said, I'll go find some books for you. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded obediently. Escape? She had to escape. However, when she heard Sun Tao say that there were many bad people outside, she almost laughed. That guy was not a good person himself, but he actually said that there were many bad people outside. It was really ridiculous. Sister, so we're in the Wen family's divine realm. Sigh. It seems like we can't escape for the time being. Seeing that Sun Tao had left, Qingju couldn't help but send a voice transmission. His sister was afraid that Sun Tao's master would discover her, so she didn't dare to casually enter the bracelet now. They could only communicate via voice transmission. Is the Wen family's divine realm very powerful? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. She knew nothing about the divine realm and didn't want to come so early, but she was captured now. Sister, there are humans and beasts in the God realm. Among the humans, the most powerful are the 8 divine realms. Of course, no matter how powerful they are still under the jurisdiction of the divine master, Qingju said softly. In that case, Sun Tao is hugging a big thigh. Leng Ruoxue frowned in frustration. Yes, in the Wen family's divine realm, our chances of escaping are very small. Unless sister has the strength of that man, we will definitely be discovered, Qingju reminded. Oh, in that case, we can only take things as they come, Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. In fact, other than being unable to move freely, the food here was quite good. She couldn't help but comfort herself. Leng Ruoxue looked at the translucent film blocking the door with boredom and poked it with a finger curiously. Well. It was quite elastic and couldn't be poked. When Sun Tao returned, he saw Leng Ruoxue poking at the membrane at the door happily. He couldn't help but laugh. Looks like beauty has found another joy. Yes. Leng Ruoxue said lightly, obviously distracted. Beauty, I've brought you a book. Sun Tao threw a storage ring into the door. Yes, you can leave now. Leng Ruoxue picked up the ring and glanced at it before saying to Sun Tao. Beauty, how can you be so realistic? Sun Tao pretended to be sad. Get lost. Leng Ruoxue roared. Humph. He actually thought she was realistic after capturing her. Did she have to give him any face? Beauty, I was just teasing you. Don't be angry. I'll leave. After saying that, Sun Tao immediately disappeared. The annoying person finally left, Leng Ruoxue muttered to herself and took out the book in her ring. She sat on the chair and flipped through it. Leng Ruoxue sat quietly by the window and read, while Fengzhan and the other old phoenixes in the bracelet kept walking around. Don't go. You're making me dizzy, Green Jaw said, unable to stand it. Sigh. I was thinking of a way. Fengzhan frowned. None of us are a match for that man unless you and the others can come out of seclusion, Qingju said knowingly. Isn't that the same as not saying anything? If those guys could come out of seclusion, we wouldn't be trapped here. Fengzhan said gloomily. Sigh. His strength. He didn't know when he could recover to his peak. The Phoenix clan was different from Yu and the others. Even though Yu and the others were sealed, their strength was still there, so they naturally recovered quickly. When they were exiled to the lower realm, their cultivation was almost completely lost. Therefore, even if they cultivated again, if they did not leave the boundless heaven continent, they could not continue to advance. Even if they left, they had to cultivate slowly. Then there's no other way now. We can only wait, Qingju said gloomily. Sigh. Other than the time his old master died, he hadn't felt so aggrieved in a long time. Ah. Feng Zhan sighed heavily again. Outside the bracelet, Leng Ruoxue was still focused on reading. After some time, Leng Ruoxue finally finished reading a book. However, after reading the book and gaining a general understanding of the God realm, her mood became even heavier. Energy conversion. After mystic supremacy was mystic God. After advancing to the mystic God, he could go to the mystic God association in the God realm to undergo energy conversion. Even though the first energy conversion could at most transform 10% of the human body into an energy body, with this 10%, one could use divine power and mystic energy were definitely not on the same level. However, now that she was locked here, not only was she unable to advance, but she was also unable to undergo energy conversion. Sigh. The sense of powerlessness she felt after being captured deepened. The little girl seems to be in a heavy mood again. Suddenly, a teasing voice entered Leng Ruoxue's ears, but she didn't see anyone. Leng Ruoxue didn't even look up when she heard this voice. To put it bluntly, she couldn't be bothered. Little girl, if you want to advance, I can arrange an energy conversion for you. The man chuckled as if he liked to see Leng Ruoxue depressed. No need, Leng Ruoxue said angrily. She already knew that her every move here couldn't be hidden from that man, so she didn't dare to risk entering the bracelet. Now it seemed that her foresight was right. I meant well, the man said again. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. She would rather not advance now than let this man know that she actually had so many beasts. Sigh. Beasts couldn't be exposed. The little girl doesn't seem to have a good impression of me. The man's bitter voice sounded again. You're right. No one will have a good impression of their kidnapper, Leng Ruoxue said honestly. Hee hee. You're really honest. If I don't capture you, that disciple of mine won't be able to focus on cultivating, so I can only trouble you, the man said helplessly, but there was no apology in his tone. Leng Ruoxue really wanted to curse when she heard the man's words. Damn it, what does your disciple not cultivating properly have to do with me? If he doesn't cultivate properly, you can just teach him a lesson. Why did you capture me? Could it be that with her around, Sun Tao will cultivate diligently? Why did you take Sun Tao as your disciple? That guy's aptitude isn't the best. Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. According to Qingju, this man should be an ultimate god, He was one of the strongest people in the god realm besides the divine master. However, he actually took Sun Tao, that trash, as his disciple. Therefore, she couldn't understand why this master-disciple pair liked each other. Sun Tao and I are fated to be masters, so I accepted it. The man's tone was light, as if he was saying, have you eaten today? Ape feces? Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless. She just didn't know which of the two was an ape and which was feces. Call it fate. Little girl, I have something to do. I'll talk to you another day. The man's voice disappeared. Previous chapter. Chat. I don't want to chat with you, Leng Ruoxue thought to herself, then went back to reading. At this moment, in a desolate place in the god realm, several figures appeared after a dazzling light flashed. Where is this? Fengda looked around and then looked at the map, but he could not see anything. There's no need to look. This place isn't on the map, Yichen said helplessly. It had never occurred to her that they would be led to a barren, godforsaken place. Then what should we do? Fengda and the others were dumbfounded. It doesn't matter where. We'll find the way eventually. Do you want to see everyone first? Yichen instructed. Yes. Fengda looked quickly, but was powerless to see that there were indeed fewer of them. Commander Yi, Cheng Wu, and the others are not here, Fengda said again. At least 30 people were missing from their team. Yes, let's leave this place. Yichen nodded. Alas. They had indeed separated. However, he was already very satisfied to have so many people gathered together. At least his grandfather and the others were all here, and he was at ease with Cheng Wu and the others. Sit in my beast. Leng Qingtian said and summoned Lei Shao. It was better not to be too ostentatious when they first came to the god realm. However, he couldn't understand why the places they were led to were so desolate. Yes, Yichen agreed, nodding. After everyone sat on Thunder Knight's back, Thunder Knight flapped his huge wings and left. After nearly 2 days of flying, they finally arrived at a city. This city was called Faraway City, and it belonged to the Qi family's divine realm of the 8 great divine realms. It could only be considered a medium-sized city in the city that the Qi family belonged to. After entering the city, Yichen and the others first found a guest shop before heading straight to the Mystic God Association in Faraway City to undergo energy conversion. The Mystic God Association of Faraway City was located in the center of Faraway City. It was a dark golden 3-story building. After Yichen and the others pushed open the door of the association and walked in, someone immediately welcomed them. Hee hee, everyone, you're here to undergo energy conversion, right? The association waiter asked with a smile. Seeing so many people, he only had one thought in his mind, which was that he could get more crystals this month. Yes, Yi-Chen agreed. 10 middle-grade crystals for each person, the waiter said with a smile. He was so happy that his mouth could not close. What? You're robbing money. Why is it so expensive? Feng De couldn't help but roar. His roar immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Hee. It's not expensive. This is the public price. You'll know when the time comes, the waiter explained very patiently. He was not dissatisfied with Feng Da's doubts. It could be seen that his quality was extraordinary. How is that not expensive? Feng De muttered softly. One had to know that the exchange ratio of supreme grade, superior grade, medium grade, and low grade crystals was 1 to 100. In other words, 1 medium grade crystal was equivalent to 100 low grade crystals, and this energy conversion was equivalent to 1000 low grade crystals. According to Leng Qianya, crystals were difficult to earn, and they didn't have much money on hand now, so he naturally felt the pinch. It's not expensive. Pay up. Yi-Chen generously took out 10 medium grade crystals and handed them to the waiter. Seeing this, the others also took out money and handed it to the waiter. You're not together. The waiter looked at the crystals in his arms and said tearfully. Some of these people had given him medium-grade crystals, and some had given him 1000 low-grade crystals. Therefore, he almost couldn't take them. We only came together. In fact, we weren't very close, Yi-Chen explained. Hee. That's right. We met on the way. Feng De smiled evilly. After deliberately giving the waiter 1000 low-grade crystals, he was much happier. Got it. The waiter walked into the counter and put the crystals away. Then he handed each of them a silver card. This is your identification card in the God realm. Just drip your blood on it so that it would recognize you as its master, the waiter explained. He gestured for everyone to follow him upstairs after Yi-Chen and the others were done with that. After walking to the 3rd floor, the waiter arranged a room for each of them and reminded them that the longer they stayed inside, the better. Actually, even if the waiter did not explain anything about the conversion, they knew because Leng Qianya had already told them. The waiter left the 3rd floor after making the arrangements. Yi-Chen and the others looked at each other and walked into their rooms. In the room, there was a huge pool. The pool was filled with milky white thick liquid. This liquid contained a huge amount of spiritual energy. This was the legendary spirit converting liquid. The energy conversion required one to enter the pool and absorb this liquid. As for how much one could absorb, it depended on one's aptitude. Moreover, this spiritual liquid had a certain cleansing effect. Yi-Chen looked at the spiritual liquid and walked straight into the pool. Then, he slowly sat down and began to absorb it. Well. After absorbing this spiritual liquid, he should be able to advance a few levels. Schwer, wait for me. I'm coming for you. 3 days later. The waiter from the Mystic God Association in faraway city stared at the staircase and was extremely envious. It seemed that those people's qualifications were not bad. It had been 3 days and they still had not come out. Well. Should he report this matter to the headquarters? However, the president was not around now, so he could not make the decision. Sigh. Forget it, he shouldn't be so nosy. The president was so petty. If he knew that he had passed him and directly reported the situation to the headquarters, he would definitely make things difficult for him, not to mention that it had only been 3 days. Normally, the longer one stayed in the conversion pool, the better one's aptitude would be. However, most cultivators could only stay for 1 to 2 days. Those who could stay for 3 days could already be considered geniuses. However, it was not that there were no geniuses who stayed longer in the God realm. As for the geniuses of the big families, they would not change in the Mystic God Association. Therefore, if they stayed for 3 days and reported to the headquarters, someone would definitely think that he was making a mountain out of a molehill. After thinking it through, the waiter stopped being nosy. No one emerged after 5 days. There were slight cracks on the waiter's face. 10 days later, Yi-Chen and the others still hadn't come out of the conversion pool. He couldn't stay calm anymore. This was too abnormal. If it was just one person, it wouldn't be a big deal. But now, not a single person had come out. My God. Were they even humans? The waiter's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. However, he was more curious about how long these people could stay inside. Therefore, he completely forgot to report this matter and just stared at the staircase and waited foolishly. Another 5 days passed. At this time, it had been half a month since Yi-Chen and the others entered the conversion pool. The attendant stared at the staircase as usual. Suddenly, he felt the laws of heaven and earth descend. And there was more than one. They descended one after another. He was dumbfounded again. As the rules of heaven and earth descended on the Mystic God Association, the entire faraway city was shocked. Instantly, the people living in Mystic God Association were attracted and gathered at the entrance of the association. Even though people were curious, none of them dared to barge into the association. The dazzling laws of heaven and earth lasted for a long time before slowly disappearing into the sky. Not long after, Feng De and the others walked down the stairs in high spirits. At this moment, the waiter, who had already regained his senses, hurriedly walked up to them and said enviously, "Congratulations on advancing on your first transformation." There were not many people who could advance to the junior god level during their first transformation, but it was not unheard of in the history of the god realm. However, this was the first time so many people advanced at the same time. And this first time had happened under his witness. Therefore, at this moment, the waiter was definitely proud. He was even happier than when he had advanced. Hee. I was just lucky, Fengde said humbly. Hee. Luck is also a part of strength. The waiter said with a smile, and his attitude towards Fengde and the others became even better. There's still someone who hasn't come out? The waiter couldn't help but ask when he realized that he didn't see the most monstrous man. He shouldn't be done yet. We'll take our leave first. After Fengde finished speaking, he immediately left with everyone. Before they came, they had already discussed who would go to the guest shop to wait after the conversion. Fengde and the others were slightly stunned and they saw the people gathered at the door. However, they quickly walked past the people at the door calmly. Brother, you guys just came out. Do you know who was advancing just now? Suddenly, a man grabbed Fengde's arm and asked with a gossipy expression. I don't know. The person who advanced hasn't come out yet. Fengde said without blushing or panting. Then, he swaggered out of the Mystic God Association. The man who was pulling Fengde looked at the backs of Fengde and the others in disappointment. Sigh. He thought that they were the ones who had advanced just now, but it turned out that they weren't. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze back and stared at the entrance of the association. After Fengde and the others returned to the room behind the inn, they nervously wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. They all had lingering fears. Did they go a little too far this time? It was not so easy to be an idol. I wonder when Commander Yi will be able to come out. With such a huge commotion now, will we be in trouble staying here? Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask. What are you afraid of? If someone asks us, we can just deny it, Fengde said disapprovingly. He believed that the waiter would not casually reveal their information to others. That will have to do, Hayashi agreed. After that, they stayed in the guest room and waited for Yichen. 5 days later. Another law of heaven and earth descended on the Mystic God Association in the faraway city. However, there was only one law of heaven and earth this time, so it didn't cause much of a stir. As the law of heaven and earth disappeared, Yichen walked out of the room. When he reached the hall downstairs, Yichen glanced at the waiter who was in a daze and left the Mystic God Association. After Yichen left, the waiter suddenly reacted and hurriedly ran to the room on the 3rd floor. After entering, his eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my god. Was this real? An entire pool of spirit transformation fluid was actually gone. Previously, he was already very surprised to see that there was less than a fifth of the spirit transformation fluid in Fengde's room. However, that monstrous man had actually absorbed all the spirit transformation fluid. This was definitely not human. Seeing this, he suddenly realized that Yichen had just left the guild. No, he couldn't let such a monster leave just like that. He had to report to headquarters. Unfortunately, his reaction was too slow. By the time he sent people to the various guest shops in the Fengde to find Yichen and the others, Yichen was already on the way to the One Family's divine realm with Fengde and the others. In a courtyard in the One Family's divine realm. Leng Ruoxue sat in a chair and looked at the books that were piled up like a small mountain in front of her, but she couldn't read anymore because those books were sent by that man. She didn't want to read books now. She wanted freedom. Just as Leng Ruoxue was feeling depressed, a black light spot suddenly flew in from the window. After circling around her a few times, it landed in her palm. Leng Ruoxue raised her hand and looked at the black light spot in her hand, but she was surprised to find that there was actually a small black phoenix in the light spot. Moreover, even though the phoenix had all its small facial features, its pitch black and bright little eyes were looking at her. Not only that, there seemed to be a hint of bitterness in the little phoenix's bright eyes. How could this be? Leng Ruoxue was puzzled. Then she curiously stretched out a finger and gently touched the feathers on the little phoenix's body, only to find that the feathers were abnormally soft and felt very good. Ugh! How could there be such a small phoenix in the world? Leng Ruoxue couldn't figure it out, but she was quite envious of this little phoenix's freedom, unlike herself, who was a bird in a cage and couldn't fly out even if she wanted to. That detestable man had not only set up a barrier outside the door, but also around the window. Even though the barrier here at the window was netted, unless she could become as small as this little phoenix, she would not be able to escape even if she had wings. As if sensing Leng Ruoxue's mood, the little black phoenix gently rubbed its head against her palm as if it was comforting her. Hee. Are you comforting me? Leng Ruoxue muttered to herself, her beautiful face revealing a happy expression. The little phoenix raised his head and stared at her with eyes as dark as the night sky. He looked at her deeply, as if he had 1,000 words to say. Your expression is really similar to that freak. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but whisper when she saw the little phoenix's expression. Slash. When the little phoenix heard this, it jumped excitedly in Leng Ruoxue's palm and even spun around. Little phoenix, where are you from? You're so small. Leng Ruoxue felt the little phoenix's happiness and asked curiously. The little phoenix looked sad when it heard Leng Ruoxue's words and called out softly, but Leng Ruoxue didn't understand what it meant. I don't understand you, Leng Ruoxue said gloomily. The little phoenix also lowered its head, its eyes revealing a sad expression. Hee, it's okay, don't be sad, Leng Ruoxue quickly comforted. Little phoenix, if you have nowhere to go, stay here with me. Leng Ruoxue said again. The little phoenix raised its head and chirped again, as if to say, I'm here to keep you company. Hee. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. With the little phoenix's company, she felt much better. Sister, you seem to be very happy. At this moment, Qingju, who also felt Leng Ruoxue's mood, suddenly sent a voice transmission. Yes, I have company. Leng Ruoxue replied. What company? Qingju was curious. That's it. Leng Ruoxue gestured for Qingju to look at her palm. Where did this come from? Qingju's face was filled with question marks. It flew in by itself. Leng Ruoxue pointed at the window. Oh. Hee hee. I'm relieved that sister is in a good mood. Qingju seemed to heave a sigh of relief. However, this little phoenix looked a little familiar. However, he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. Silly, don't worry about me. I'm fine. Leng Ruoxue was a little touched. Even though she didn't enter the bracelet, she knew how anxious Qingju and Feng Zhan were. Sister, if that man is transmitting his voice next time, think of a way to make him let you leave the room. Qingju reminded. He knew that his sister had been bored to death after being locked in the room for a while. Well, actually, it's quite good to be locked up here. At least it's quiet. Sun Tao can't enter even if he wants to. Leng Ruoxue mocked herself. She felt like she was tied in front of a donkey and could see the carrot that couldn't be eaten, and that donkey was naturally Sun Tao. Sister, endure for a few more days. When you and the others come out of seclusion, they can save us and leave this place, Qingju comforted. Yes, I can wait, as long as Sun Tao doesn't bother me, Leng Ruoxue said. However, while wishes were beautiful, the truth was cruel. As soon as Leng Ruoxue finished thinking, Sun Tao came again. Beauty, did you miss your brother? The annoying voice sounded again. Leng Ruoxue didn't even look at Sun Tao. Bang! She closed the door and windows, then covered her head with the blanket and lay on the bed. Sun Tao saw that he had been rejected, but he was neither angry nor angry because in his heart, Leng Ruoxue was already his, and women should be pampered. Beauty, it seems like you're not in a good mood today. I'll take my leave first. I'll visit you another day, Sun Tao muttered to himself before leaving Leng Ruoxue's room dejectedly. After Sun Tao left, Leng Ruoxue stood up from the bed and opened the door and windows again to let in some fresh air. This little girl has quite a personality. Suddenly, another annoying voice sounded in her ears. If you have something to say it, Leng Ruoxue said impatiently. You're a girl. Don't be so rude, the man said. What does it have to do with you? Leng Ruoxue rolled her eyes and said angrily. This man was too controlling. It was fine if he locked her here, but he actually cared if she was rough or not. How ridiculous. Little girl, do you want to leave the room? The man was in a good mood and didn't argue with Leng Ruoxue. Instead, he suggested a big bait. What are the conditions? Leng Ruoxue asked calmly. She didn't expect this man to take the initiative to mention it. However, she didn't believe that this man would suddenly be kind and be willing to let her out. As long as you don't leave the one family mansion, the man said. Letting this little fox out would take a certain risk, so he naturally had to negotiate the conditions first. Is it that simple? Leng Ruoxue said in disbelief. I still have to temporarily seal your mystic energy, so you have to behave yourself, the man reminded. If you seal my mystic energy, what if someone from the one family bullies me? Leng Ruoxue said unhappily. She couldn't agree to this. If she sealed her mystic energy, she would be no different from an ordinary person. Previous chapter. I thought you were very smart, the man said mockingly. What do you mean? Leng Ruoxue was a little puzzled. What did this have to do with whether she was smart or not? Don't you have any beasts? You can summon them to help, the man reminded. My beasts are all in seclusion, Leng Ruoxue said innocently. Those who weren't in seclusion couldn't come out to meet others. Who asked them to be in someone else's territory? That's a coincidence, the man said in disbelief. What a coincidence. My beast has been in seclusion for several years and hasn't come out, Leng Ruoxue explained. I have to seal your mystic energy. However, since your beast can't help you, I'll help you. The man thought for a moment and said. Would you be so kind? Leng Ruoxue didn't believe it either. Of course, I'm very kind. After all, you're my disciple's future woman. I don't want anything to happen to you either, so I'll place a restriction on you. If your life is in danger, it will automatically activate to protect you. That should be fine, right? The man asked. What if my life isn't in danger and I'm just being bullied? Leng Ruoxue felt that this man's words were too much, and there was no guarantee at all. Then it's none of my business, the man said irresponsibly. As far as he was concerned, he was already very generous to let the little girl out for a breather. How could he be her nanny? Oh. Since you don't care that I'm being bullied, I sincerely hope that you won't interfere when I bully others. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly. Well. This was her condition. Even without her mystic energy, she wouldn't let herself suffer. Alright, I naturally won't interfere in the fights between you juniors. The man agreed without thinking because he didn't think that a little girl with her mystic energy sealed could cause any big waves. However, it didn't take long for him to regret his decision. Then when can I leave the room? Leng Ruoxue nodded in satisfaction and asked. She had already decided. Since she couldn't escape now, she naturally wouldn't let the one family have it easy. As the saying goes, if I can't beat you, I have to kill you. Therefore, unless he locked himself in the room forever, the Wen family would definitely be the unlucky ones as long as she went out. Her mystic energy was sealed. It didn't matter. She was poisonous. She couldn't use mystic techniques. It didn't matter. She still had sword techniques. Can't beat you? It doesn't matter. She can use words to attack you and anger you to death. Now is fine. After the man finished speaking, a white light hit Leng Ruoxue. In an instant, Leng Ruoxue felt the circulation of the mystic energy in her body being stopped. As for the restriction that the man mentioned, she didn't feel it. Well, perhaps the restriction would only be triggered when her life was in danger. Did you put down the restriction? Leng Ruoxue asked worriedly. She felt that this man's words were unreliable. It's already done. Don't worry, with my status, I won't bully a junior, the man said calmly. But you will catch a junior, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. I did it for my apprentice, the man said defensively. So what if you have a master as your backer? Leng Ruoxue rolled her eyes and mocked. Little girl, don't tell me you're jealous. Why don't you become my disciple too? The man laughed. No, I have a master. Leng Ruoxue refused. Is your master as powerful as me? The man was very dissatisfied. With his status, he wanted to take in a disciple, but he was actually rejected so directly. This had never happened before. This couldn't help but make him feel a little uncomfortable. I don't know, Leng Ruoxue said without thinking. With that, she headed for the door. It was still shielded by a thin film, but this time she could walk right through it. After leaving the room, Leng Ruoxue went straight to the courtyard. Breathing in the fresh air, Leng Ruoxue was in an exceptionally good mood. She could finally see the light of day again. It was really not easy. Little girl, take care. The man's voice came again, and then it really disappeared. Ugh. He was really gone this time. Leng Ruoxue didn't hear the man's voice for a long time and thought that he had already left. However, she was not interested in why the man was silent. In the courtyard, Leng Ruoxue summoned Xiaohua from the bracelet. As soon as Xiaohua came out, it rubbed against Leng Ruoxue's wrist affectionately and then put on the bracelet again. Looking at the crystal clear fiery red fake bracelet, Leng Ruoxue had to admit that it was really beautiful. No wonder people always liked Little Flame. Leng Ruoxue left the courtyard with Xiaohua and toured the Wen family mansion. The Wen family was indeed worthy of being one of the 8 great families of the God realm. A branch house on the divine continent was actually so big. After walking for nearly an hour, she actually didn't see a single person. Where did the people of the Wen family go? Woman, there seems to be someone there, Little Flame said with his eyes. Leng Ruoxue looked in the direction of Little Flame's eyes. There was a courtyard there, but it didn't look like a place where anyone lived. Leng Ruoxue slowly approached the courtyard. Before she entered, she heard fighting sounds coming from inside. Oh. What was going on? Who is it? Get out here. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the courtyard. Then, a young man instantly appeared in front of Leng Ruoxue. Who are you? The man was stunned and said with a stunned expression. I was just passing by, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Then, the two of them stared at each other. This young man looked to be in his 20s. He was tall and handsome, but his temperament gave people a dangerous feeling. Moreover, his eyes contained a rather fierce light. Leng Ruoxue glanced at the man in front of her and realized that she couldn't see his cultivation level, so she wasn't interested in observing him anymore. Boo-hoo. Could it be that everyone here had a higher cultivation level than her? She was depressed. Which side family are you from? The young man narrowed his eyes and asked suspiciously. He was very sure that he had never seen this beautiful woman before. However, if she wasn't from the Wen family, why was she here? The third side family. Leng Ruoxue said casually. Which side family? How would she know which side family she was from? Third side family? Then why haven't I seen you before? The young man was a little puzzled. If she was from the third side family, she should be very close to his bloodline, so he should have seen her before. Have you seen everyone in this residence? Leng Ruoxue asked. Of course. I can't say that I've seen them all, but I've seen at least 99% of them, the young man said confidently. I'm sorry, I belong to the 1% you haven't seen before, Leng Ruoxue said sympathetically. It seemed that she had met another rich scion with abnormal mental health. Maybe. The young man thought about it very seriously and felt that it was possible, so he believed Leng Ruoxue's words. I'm Wen Chenghao. What's your name? The young man asked again. Moreover, his attitude was extremely good, in stark contrast to the arrogant voice from before. Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue deliberately didn't say her surname. This name is very nice. Little sister Ruoxue, I'll protect you from now on. If anyone dares to bully you in the Wen family, you can just give them my name, Wen Chenghao said very enthusiastically. Moreover, his relationship with Leng Ruoxue had suddenly changed from a stranger to an older brother and younger sister. Okay. Leng Ruoxue smirked and said speechlessly. Another person calling himself her elder brother. Could this be a common hobby of men in the God realm? Well. She had to restrain the freak to prevent younger sisters from appearing for no reason. Hee. Little sister Ruoxue, why are you here? Wen Chenghao smiled happily and asked in confusion. This was the most remote place in the Wen family. Few people would come here. I live nearby and left the courtyard for the first time today, but I didn't see anyone, so I came to take a look when I heard voices here, Leng Ruoxue said honestly. Oh. You live nearby? Wen Chenghao frowned. When did people live nearby? Yes. It's just a few courtyards away from here. Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment and said. Oh. Little sister, I still have something to do here. Go and play by yourself first. When I have time, I'll visit you, Wen Chenghao said. Then, he wanted to send Leng Ruoxue away. Okay. Leng Ruoxue acted very obediently and then turned to leave. After leaving the courtyard for a distance, Leng Ruoxue sent a voice transmission to Qingju. Qingju, what's the situation inside? Sister, someone was beaten up. That Wen Chenghao just now was their leader. That guy is the direct grandson of the head of the Wen family in the Divine Land, the little tyrant of the Wen family, Qingju explained simply. Oh. Leng Ruoxue understood and continued to walk towards the place where there might be people. Well. Her goal today was to figure out the terrain of the Wen family. It was best if she could know a few people from the Wen family. Leng Ruoxue looked around leisurely as she walked and memorized the places she walked past. Suddenly, a delicate shout entered her ears. Stop. Who are you? This is not a place for you. Leng Ruoxue didn't think that he was talking to her, so she continued to do what she was doing. This completely angered the owner of the voice. A group of young women blocked her path, and the beautiful woman in the lead, who was dressed in fiery red clothes, glared at her fiercely. The lackeys behind her also looked like they were united against a common enemy. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but find it funny when she saw this scene. She knew that she didn't have much luck with women, but she didn't seem to have offended this woman. Therefore, she really didn't understand why this woman acted like she was the enemy who killed her father. I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? The woman in red roared, glaring. When did you talk to me? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was filled with innocence. Alas. What a pity. She was a beauty, but her words ruined this beautiful picture. Didn't you hear me when I asked you to stop just now? The woman in red continued to roar at the top of her lungs. She was so angry that her full chest kept heaving up and down. Unfortunately, no one admired her. You made me stop. Oh. Let me give you a suggestion, Leng Ruoxue suddenly said seriously. What suggestion? The woman in red was stunned by Leng Ruoxue and asked foolishly. Speak less in the future, Leng Ruoxue said seriously. Why? The woman in red asked shamelessly. You're even more beautiful when you don't speak. Leng Ruoxue walked past the stunned woman in red and left coolly. Damn it, where's that woman? After a while, the woman in red regained her senses and was furious. He left, a woman behind the woman in red whispered. Damn it, why didn't you stop her? The woman in red was very angry. She was so angry that she was about to vomit blood. If he said that she was more beautiful when she didn't speak, wouldn't that mean that she wasn't beautiful when she spoke? Did he want her to be mute? Third miss, we didn't dare to stop her without your permission. Another woman whispered. You're all trash. Are you fools? Can't you tell that she's humiliating me? I don't care. Find that woman before dawn tomorrow. Otherwise, don't even think about eating for a month. The woman in red ordered domineeringly. Yes. The women hurriedly replied. Then, they went to the Wen family's residence to look for someone. They were not allowed to eat for a month. Third miss would do such a thing. They were not gods yet, and they had to eat every day. Otherwise, they would be hungry. Therefore, they did not dare to neglect. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue felt that she had walked around enough today, so she directly returned to the courtyard where she was temporarily staying. As for the woman in red's act of looking for someone, she didn't care at all. Moreover, before returning to the courtyard, she even did a little good deed. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Leng Ruoxue returned to the courtyard and went straight into the room. Not long after, someone brought her dinner. That person stared at her as usual after she finished eating before leaving. Leng Ruoxue closed the door and windows and lay on the bed to tease the little black phoenix lying on her palm, while Qingju reported the Wen family situation to her from time to time. Sister, something has already started to happen. Qingju sent a voice transmission gloatingly. He. Ever since his sister was trapped here, he had been quite depressed. Today, he would treat it as collecting interest. Oh, Qingju, we can rest now. Someone might come looking for trouble tomorrow, Leng Ruoxue said knowingly. Then, she closed her eyes, and the little phoenix lay on her chest. The next morning. Leng Ruoxue was waiting for someone to deliver breakfast as usual. However, instead of breakfast, a few uninvited guests from the Wen family came. Head butler, it's her. We saw her in the main courtyard yesterday. She's very suspicious. A young woman pointed at Leng Ruoxue and said to the middle-aged man. Do you have anything else to say? The middle-aged man asked indifferently. At the same time, he was a little surprised. As the butler of the Wen family in the land of God, he actually didn't know that there was a devastatingly beautiful woman living in this courtyard. This could definitely be considered his dereliction of duty. I don't know what I should say because I don't know what you mean at all, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. How dare you? Let me ask you, why are you living in this courtyard? Who exactly are you? The Wen family's butler questioned. Even though no one had lived in this courtyard for a long time, he couldn't let anyone live casually. Moreover, no one had greeted him before, so this seriously affected his authority. He definitely couldn't tolerate it. She humiliated third miss yesterday, head butler. The young woman added. You still dare to humiliate third miss, which is even more of a crime. Men, bring her to see the patriarch. Wait for the patriarch's punishment. Under the order of the Wen family's butler, 2 guards stepped forward to capture her. Leng Ruoxue dodged the 2 guards' outstretched wolf claws and said with a faint smile, I don't need you to catch me. I'll walk myself. Humph. At least you know your place. The Wen family's butler was very satisfied with Leng Ruoxue's cooperation. The woman heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that she had found Leng Ruoxue. Well. She was the one who found this woman. Third miss should reward her. However, she was also a little worried. Now that third miss couldn't get out of bed because of diarrhea, she didn't know if she could still receive a reward. Leng Ruoxue walked slowly behind head butler 1, and the head butler turned around from time to time to urge her, walk faster, did you not eat? I really didn't eat. Is this how the Wen family treat their guests? No one brought me breakfast. This is too much. I want to complain. Leng Ruoxue complained. I haven't eaten yet. What are you shouting about? Butler 1 said angrily. The Wen family had been tortured since last night. They would now react reflexively when they saw food. You're just a servant of the Wen family. It doesn't matter if you eat or not. I'm a guest. How can you let a guest starve? Leng Ruoxue said angrily. Servant? When the Wen family's butler heard this word, he was immediately furious. He was the head butler of the Wen family. When did he become a servant? Damn woman. The head butler was about to teach Leng Ruoxue a lesson when he suddenly felt an uncomfortable stomach, so he quickly abandoned Leng Ruoxue and ran towards the toilet. Why did you run away by yourself as the head butler? Leng Ruoxue asked, knowing full well what was happening. This is none of your business. The woman who came with the butler shouted. Then, she also felt that her stomach was a little bad, so she ran away without looking back. Leng Ruoxue saw that 2 people had already run away, so she turned to look at the guards watching her from behind. However, before she could speak, those guards all ran away with flushed faces. These people were really too irresponsible. Didn't they say that they wanted to bring her for interrogation? They actually left her in the courtyard and all of them ran away. Then in this situation, should she still listen to the patriarch of the Wen family? Leng Ruoxue was very conflicted. After thinking for a while, she finally decided to listen to the patriarch of a certain family. Well. She had always been a good child who abided by the law. Besides, she knew the main courtyard. She would go inside today to take a look. Otherwise, she might not have the chance to enter usually. Leng Ruoxue arrived at the main courtyard leisurely and walked in without any obstruction. After entering the main hall, she did not see anyone. Leng Ruoxue raised her beautiful eyes and openly sized up the furnishings in the main hall. Hee. As expected of one of the 8 great families, the Wen family. This main hall was really luxurious. The walls were inlaid with night pearls that were bigger than an adult's fist, and the 4 corners of the pillars were filled with various crystals. Oh, so much money. At this moment, although there was no one in the hall, she couldn't come for nothing. She should wait here. Thinking of this, Leng Ruoxue casually found a seat and sat down. Then, she picked up the snacks on the table and started eating. Previous chapter. As soon as the head of the Wen family walked into the main hall, he saw a beautiful woman sitting on the main seat and eating snacks. She was so comfortable. He was stunned for a moment before reacting. Who are you? Why are you here? The head of the Wen family asked in surprise, his handsome face full of question marks. The Wen family elders who followed behind him into the main hall were also confused. Who are you? Leng Ruoxue asked instead of answering, looking like she was taking the initiative. I'm the patriarch of the Wen family, the head of the Wen family replied somewhat uneasily. His chest was still heaving up and down. It was unknown if he was angry. I'm a guest of the Wen family, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Her beautiful face was calm, and she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her current position. At the same time, she ignored the glare from the head of the Wen family. What kind of guest doesn't know the rules, an elder said. Same to you. Leng Ruoxue smiled faintly. What do you mean? The elder was stunned by Leng Ruoxue's words. You don't know how to treat guests. Leng Ruoxue chuckled and poured herself another cup of tea. Whose guest are you? The patriarch of the Wen family asked foolishly. However, as soon as he asked this question, he felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach. Then, he ran out without looking back. See. Leng Ruoxue shrugged and looked at the remaining old man in the hall helplessly. The elders still wanted to say something, but they didn't say anything. They also ran out of the hall with red faces. Leng Ruoxue was extremely happy to see them coming and going. It was said that there was an ancient well in the Wen family's mansion. There was no way to determine its age. However, the water in the well was said to be extremely sweet, so the Wen family could not drink it without the ancient well. After seeing that well yesterday, Little Flame, who had never liked water, actually went into the water to swim happily. Hee. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly and ate while waiting. After a long time, the exhausted patriarch and elders of the Wen family returned to the main hall with pale faces. After the head of the Wen family returned, he couldn't be bothered to scold Leng Ruoxue for snatching his seat anymore. He sat down beside her, and the elders of the Wen family who followed closely behind also found their seats. "Little girl, do you know you're sitting in my seat?" After calming down for a moment, the head of the Wen family asked weakly, his pale face still filled with dissatisfaction. I'm sorry, I just found a random place to sit." Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was filled with innocence, and her words made the already exhausted head of the Wen family almost vomit blood. "There are so many places. Why are you sitting here?" The patriarch of the Wen family pointed at his seat and asked angrily. When he was relieving himself just now, he had been thinking about who this woman was. However, he came to the conclusion that he didn't know this woman, so whose guest was she? "The view here is good and spacious enough," Leng Ruoxue said calmly. The patriarch of the Wen family was depressed. He kept looking at Leng Ruoxue as if to say, "That's my seat." Unfortunately, Leng Ruoxue ignored the Wen family's patriarch's expression. "Patriarch, bad news. I caught the suspect and ran away." Suddenly, the Wen family's head butler ran into the main hall in a panic and shouted loudly. "What suspect? Why are you making such a fuss?" The patriarch of the Wen family roared angrily, venting all the anger in his heart on the head butler. "Patriarch, I caught a suspicious person. However, my stomach suddenly felt uncomfortable just now, so I let her escape." You. Why are you here?" Before the head butler could finish speaking, he saw Leng Ruoxue sitting on the main seat from the corner of his eye and almost jumped up in shock. Why? Why was this woman sitting in the position of the patriarch of the family? Could it be that she was really a guest of the Wen family? The Wen family's head butler's mind was filled with thoughts, but he could not make up his mind. "The head butler and the others were irresponsible and left me halfway. I had to come myself," Leng Ruoxue said with a wicked smile. The Wen family's head butler was depressed. This wasn't what he was thinking. However, who exactly was this woman? What should he do? He was very conflicted. "Head butler, do you know this lady?" The patriarch of the Wen family's gaze swept across Leng Ruoxue and the head butler. No one knew what he was thinking. "Patriarch, she's the suspect I was talking about," the Wen family's head butler said softly. "What?" The head butler of the Wen family was stunned for a moment before he roared in disbelief. He thought to himself, this woman is so bold. She's being treated as a suspect by the head butler, but she actually dares to sit on the main seat that belongs to him so casually. Thinking of this, he didn't know what to do. "Patriarch, how should we deal with this woman?" After seeing the patriarch's reaction, the Wen family's head butler became a little uneasy. What did the patriarch mean by this reaction? "Miss, who exactly are you? Why did you appear in my Wen family?" The patriarch of the Wen family asked calmly, but in fact, he was not calm at all. "My name is Leng Ruoxue. As for why I appeared in the Wen family, you have to ask your family." Leng Ruoxue was extremely indifferent. The patriarch of the Wen family was depressed. "Ask the Wen family? Which member of the Wen family?" After a moment of silence, the patriarch of the Wen family decided not to dwell on this woman's identity for the time being and figure out the entire situation. "Head butler, what do you think is going on?" The patriarch of the Wen family looked at the butler and asked. When the Wen family's butler heard the patriarch's question, he hurriedly explained what had happened. In the end, he did not forget to say, "I heard that she even humiliated 3rd Mississippi." After hearing the butler's words, the patriarch of the Wen family was in a dilemma. He did not expect this young lady to have been discovered in the courtyard that had been empty for a long time. Sigh. He already knew who brought her here. This matter was not easy to handle. Even though there was no substantial evidence, this young lady was a suspect after all. If he didn't say or do anything, how could he convince the public in the future? However, she was brought back by that old ancestor, so he really didn't dare to deal with Leng Ruoxue casually. Alas. What should he do? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. How did he humiliate 3rd Miss? Just as the patriarch of the Wen family was thinking and feeling extremely conflicted, an elder of the Wen family asked the head butler curiously. This. The Wen family's head butler was stunned. He didn't know either. He had heard it from others. "I'm just saying that 3rd Miss will be even more beautiful if she doesn't speak." Leng Ruoxue saw that the head butler couldn't answer, so she replied kindly on his behalf. Pfft. Leng Ruoxue's words actually made some of the Wen family elders laugh. Only this? At this moment, the patriarch of the Wen family came back to his senses and could not help but ask. "Of course, I'm just making a suggestion. I don't know if 3rd Miss is willing to listen," Leng Ruoxue said innocently. "Patriarch Wen, is this considered humiliation?" Leng Ruoxue turned around and asked very innocently. "Not really." The patriarch of the Wen family sighed and said helplessly. Patriarch Wen is so sensible." As expected of the patriarch of the family, Leng Ruoxue said casually. "Miss Leng, this matter doesn't count as you humiliating my granddaughter. What about the poisoning?" The patriarch of the Wen family took a deep breath and said as calmly as possible. "Poison what?" Leng Ruoxue pretended to be stupid. "She didn't poison him. She just met a well and let Fiery swim in it." Since last night, our Wen family has collectively suffered from diarrhea. After our investigation, we found that someone poisoned the water, the Wen family's patriarch said bluntly. Ah. There's such a thing? You're really pitiful. However, are you sure it's poison and not diarrhea medicine? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Of course. Moreover, this is a poison that we've never seen before, the patriarch of the Wen family said with certainty. There happened to be someone in the family who was proficient in poison, but that person was helpless against this poison. Oh. Leng Ruoxue replied faintly and didn't continue. Miss Leng, what do you say about this? The patriarch of the Wen family asked stubbornly, the anger in his heart surging to the top of his head. What does the patriarch of the Wen family want me to say? Admit that I poisoned him? Leng Ruoxue asked with a light smile. You're the most suspicious. There's no one else in the Wen family except you, the Wen family patriarch said. Then can't it be made by your insider? Don't forget, I ate dinner last night too, Leng Ruoxue reminded. Then why are you fine? The head of the Wen family gritted his teeth and asked. The members of the Wen family were about to collapse from diarrhea, but the woman in front of him was feeling refreshed. How could he not be suspicious? How do you know I'm fine? Leng Ruoxue asked. The patriarch of the Wen family was stunned and did not know what to say. You didn't send anyone to watch me. How do you know I'm fine? Besides, even if I have diarrhea, I won't broadcast it everywhere. Leng Ruoxue asked patiently. Even though he still doubted the authenticity of Leng Ruoxue's words, the head of the Wen family had to admit that her words made sense. Hence, he fell silent again. Miss Leng, this might be a misunderstanding. You can go back now. The patriarch of the Wen family was silent for a long time, but he could not think of a reason. Alright, I'll go back first. By the way, Patriarch Wen, I'm already full from breakfast here. You don't have to send me anything. Just send me lunch, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Then, she stood up and swaggered out of the main hall. As soon as Leng Ruoxue left, the Wen family's butler couldn't help but ask, Patriarch, are we going to let her leave just like that? What else? The patriarch of the Wen family asked. Leng Ruoxue was brought back by the old ancestor. Would he dare to touch her? But she's really the biggest suspect. The Wen family's head butler refused to give up. Don't say any more. She was brought back by the old ancestor. Unless there's evidence, we can't touch her. The Wen family's master thought for a moment and said this fact. Oh. This matter was still considered a secret in the Wen family. The old ancestor had only told him about this matter, and he had not told anyone about it. However, the old ancestor had only told him that he had brought someone back and arranged for her to stay in the courtyard. This was the first time he had seen this person today, and he had only found out that the other party was a woman. Sigh. He wondered what that old ancestor wanted to do by bringing back such a peerless beauty. Ah. What? The patriarch of the Wen family's words were like a bomb, causing the butler and elders to be dizzy. Patriarch, are you sure? The Wen family's butler said fearfully. The old ancestor had brought him back. Oh my. Had he caused big trouble? Boo-hoo. The old ancestor wouldn't blame him, right? Yes, a while ago, the old ancestor personally told me that he brought someone back and placed him in the courtyard. Because the person was brought back by the old ancestor, I didn't tell you guys, the Wen family's patriarch explained. In fact, he had heard from the maidservant who delivered food to Leng Ruoxue that there was a barrier outside that person's room, so he didn't tell others about this because he thought that the old ancestor didn't want others to know of her existence. However, when he saw that Leng Ruoxue could actually come out of the room today, he guessed that the old ancestor had allowed her to come out. Therefore, he told these elders Leng Ruoxue's identity as a reminder. Patriarch, since the person was brought back by the old ancestor, what should we do? An elder asked awkwardly. I don't know. The old ancestor didn't say anything, so we should try not to provoke her. The Wen family's master thought for a while and said. Sigh. Perhaps he should go see the old ancestor and test him. Patriarch, should we send someone to monitor her? The Wen family's butler asked again. Why are you monitoring her? I said that unless there's evidence, we can't touch her. Patriarch Wen repeated. Alas. Today, he realized that the usually capable butler had actually become stupid. But I still feel that she's the most suspicious, the head butler said softly. Sigh. Forget it, then send a few smarter ones to monitor her. However, don't alert her and let her discover you. The Wen family's head sighed. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Yes, master. I'll arrange it right away, the head butler said quickly, then turned and left the main hall. I'll go see the old ancestor. All of you can go back to your rooms to rest. The patriarch of the Wen family stood up and said. After Leng Ruoxue left the Wen family's main hall, she leisurely returned to her residence. In the courtyard. Leng Ruoxue lay on the recliner and basked in the sun, communicating with Qing Ju from time to time. Sister, why were you so easy to talk to just now? Qing Ju asked curiously. That old man asked his sister to come back just now, but she actually came back obediently. What else can we do? We're living under someone else's roof now. How can we dare to disobey our master? Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Hee hee. Woman, you're so bad. Little Flame, who was disguised as a bracelet, chuckled and whispered. Actually, it was because the woman knew that its poison was not as simple as making people have diarrhea, so she could not be bothered to waste her breath on them. After all, the show was still coming. Little flame, how am I bad? I'm the kindest. I won't attack unless I'm attacked. Leng Ruoxue said aggrievedly. Seeing Leng Ruoxue's expression, the little black phoenix that had been staying on her quickly rubbed against her as if to comfort her. Its dark and bright eyes looked at her deeply as if trying to please her. Slash. You're the best. Leng Ruoxue stretched out a jade-like finger and gently touched the soft feathers on the little phoenix's body. At the same time, she couldn't help but mutter in her heart, this gaze is really too similar to a freak. Sigh. I wonder how they are now. At this moment, the freak and the others had already arrived at the Wen family's divine realm after flying for a few days. Commander Yi, the Wen family's divine realm is formed by several cities. I wonder which city Miss is in now. As soon as he arrived at the territory of the Wen family's divine realm, Fengde could not help but ask. This is only a subsidiary city of the Wen family's divine realm. We'll stay here for the night and go to the main city of the Wen family's divine realm tomorrow morning, Yi Chen replied. Since Xuer had been brought to the Wen family's divine realm by that person, and that person's status in the Wen family was extremely high, he must be in the main city. However, it was already late, and Thunder Knight was a little shameless. Therefore, he decided to rest here for the night and continue on the journey tomorrow. Okay. They nodded. Yi Chen and the others casually found a guest shop to rest for the night. The next morning, they flew straight to the main city of the Wen family's divine realm. After 2 days of non-stop flying, they finally arrived at the center of the Wen family's divine realm 2 days later in the evening. It was also the main city where the Wen family was located on the divine continent. After entering the main city of the Wen family's divine realm, they rented a courtyard and temporarily stayed there. During the day, Fengde and the others went to the city to gather information. At night, everyone shared the situation and discussed countermeasures. Yi Chen. After Leng Ruoxue came out of the room, he saw Yi Chen standing alone in the courtyard. He couldn't help but sigh. Sigh. Looking at him, he was thinking about his sister again. Big brother, why aren't you asleep yet? Yi Chen turned his head and asked Leng Ruoxue. I can't sleep either. I wonder how Xuer is doing, Leng Ruoxue said worriedly. Even though Xuer was very smart, she was still his most beloved sister. It was impossible for him not to be worried at all. Xuer will protect herself. Yi Chen chuckled. He missed Xuer so much. I know. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Yi Chen, what are your plans? Leng Ruoxue asked after a few seconds of silence. I want to find a chance to sneak into the Wen family, Yi Chen said after a moment. Whether or not he could save Xuer now, he wanted to be by her side. But it's not that easy to enter the Wen family. Moreover, hasn't there been a rumor in the city recently that something happened to the Wen family? The current Wen family is probably so heavily guarded that even a fly can't fly in. Leng Ruoxue gloated. Moreover, according to his guess, if this matter was true, it was most likely caused by Xuer. I'll think of a way eventually, Yi Chen said confidently. Sigh. If only Yao was by his side. That way, he could sneak into the Wen family in stealth. Unfortunately, Yao was still in seclusion. He couldn't even help Xuer, let alone him. Yi Chen, we can't rush the matter of saving her. Besides, there's a difference in strength between us and the other party, and Xuer won't want you to take the risk, Leng Ruoxue reminded him. I know, Yi Chen said. Rest early. Leng Ruoxue said as he patted Yi Chen's shoulder. He didn't want this guy to think too much. Yes, Nightshade said, and obediently returned to her room. When he returned to his room, Yi Chen lay on the bed, his heart warm because he felt Xuer again. 3 days later, Leng Qianya and Empty followed the secret code they had agreed on and found their residence. Everyone exchanged pleasantries for a while. Then, Leng Qianya unintentionally looked at Fengde and the others' cultivation levels and widened his eyes in disbelief. You bunch of freaks. Freaks, you're all junior gods now. Looking at the cultivation of Fengde and the others, Leng Qianya was extremely depressed. How long had it been? These people were simply asking for death. You'll get used to it. Compared to Leng Qianya's surprise, Empty was quite calm. After all, he had been with them for a long time, so he was already used to their abnormality. Why did you guys arrive later than us? Yi Chen asked in confusion. These two should have arrived before them. We went to look for Grandpa, but we didn't find him. He didn't reply to our voice transmission either, Leng Qianya said worriedly. Sigh. Grandpa would never be so irresponsible, so he was really afraid that something would happen to Grandpa. Fortunately, Grandpa's soul jade token was still intact, so he was slightly relieved. You didn't find him? Yi Chen frowned. Sigh. It was best if he couldn't contact her. Otherwise, if something really happened to Leng Xiaoyu, Xuer would probably blame herself. Oh, right. Have you confirmed little Xuer's location? What's the Wen family doing now? Leng Qianya asked. Xuer is currently locked up in the Wen family's mansion. As for the Wen family, they have been suffering recently, Yi Chen explained simply. He already knew where Xuer was locked up, but he had yet to think of a good way to sneak into the Wen family. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comment. Leng Qianya's face was filled with question marks. Yi Chen had no choice but to elaborate. Didn't the Wen family recruit an alchemist? Leng Qianya asked in confusion after hearing Yi Chen's words. Logically speaking, if the Wen family was really poisoned, shouldn't they first find an alchemist to refine an antidote pill? However, from Yi Chen's words, it seemed that the Wen family had never made any big moves. Well, could it be that others knew? No, Yi Chen said. He had thought of using the name of an alchemist to sneak in, but if they offered themselves up, they might arouse the Wen family's suspicion, so they had been waiting for an opportunity. This Wen family is quite tolerant. If this poison is really related to little Shuer, I'm afraid no alchemist other than Shuer can cure it. Leng Qianya said in admiration. Little Shuer was really too capable. She could even poison the Wen family under the nose of that powerful man. Hee hee. What an idol. Yes, but the Wen family hasn't made any moves. They must be counting on the alchemists provided by their family. Yi Chen guessed. Looks like we can only wait now. Leng Qianya nodded. In the main hall of the Wen family mansion. The head of the Wen family paced back and forth in the main hall like a cat on hot bricks. The elders who were watching felt dizzy, but none of them dared to say anything because they knew that the head of the family had been in a bad mood recently. Sigh. After wandering around for an unknown period of time, the head of the Wen family let out a long sigh. He was extremely depressed. It had been almost half a month. In the beginning, his family members had diarrhea, but now, their bodies were itchy and aching. From time to time, their bodies would heat up. He did not know what to say. The only ones who were fine in the entire family were the old ancestor and Leng Ruoxue. The old ancestor was spared because his cultivation level was high and he had long stopped eating. However, Leng Ruoxue was only a mystic supremacy. Why was she fine? These days, the guard in charge of monitoring Leng Ruoxue also reported that there was nothing suspicious about that woman. She only ate and slept every day and did nothing else. How had that happened? He did not understand. Patriarch, something bad has happened. Just as the Wen family's patriarch was feeling extremely frustrated, the Wen family's butler shouted again and ran into the main hall. What are you shouting for? The head of the Wen family glared at the butler and said angrily. Master, Excellency Ming has also been poisoned, the head butler said carefully. They had invited this alchemy master from the main family, but now he had also been poisoned. Sigh. How were they going to explain this to the main family? What? How did Excellency Ming get poisoned? The head of the Wen family was shocked when he heard this. This was not a small matter. It had to be known that the main family had spent a lot of money to provide for these alchemists. Even though this Excellency Ming was not the top alchemist in the family, he was definitely one of the best. More importantly, the food that Excellency Ming ate was bought from outside. The possibility of being poisoned was extremely small. I don't know. I just received a report from my maidservant, the head butler said tearfully. Elders, do you have any good ideas? The head of the Wen family asked helplessly. Sigh. Excellency Ming's poisoning had left him at a loss. Patriarch, if it really doesn't work, ask the main family for help again. An elder said very cautiously. You still want to borrow it? Do you want the main family to think that we're useless? The patriarch of the Wen family said with a headache. Sigh. He also wanted to borrow it. However, the thought of the reaction from the main family made him want to cry. Why don't we hire an alchemist ourselves? Another elder suggested. The cost of hiring an alchemist was not small. Therefore, any family with strength would provide for the alchemist themselves. They would only go to the Alchemist Association if they had no choice. How much would it cost to treat yourself? No, it's not worth it. An elder immediately objected. If we don't invite them ourselves, are we going to trouble the main family? We have to pay for borrowing people from the main family. Not only that, but it might also give the people who are eyeing the fat piece of meat and looking for trouble a chance to take advantage of it. Therefore, we really can't borrow people from the main family anymore, the elder who suggested to hire an alchemist said. Patriarch, I think sixth elder makes sense. Let's invite them ourselves. An elder echoed. Yes, head butler, take my note and go to the Alchemist Association. The patriarch of the Wen family said helplessly. Yes, the head butler replied and turned to leave. Oh. Fortunately, this poison was a sequential attack, so before his poison acted up, he had to invite the alchemist back. After the butler left, the patriarch of the Wen family sat down on a chair and ignored everyone else, sulking alone. Depressed. He was really depressed. It wasn't easy for him to borrow an alchemist from the main family, but he was actually poisoned. Sigh. Then wouldn't his money be wasted? Thinking of this, his heart ached. Even though it was cheaper to borrow someone from the main family than to go to the Alchemist Association, the Alchemist Association could be responsible until the end. And could he ask the main family to be responsible until the end? Of course not. Therefore, he felt that it was a huge mistake to borrow someone from the main family back then. Patriarch, the world has already come to this. There's nothing else we can do. An elder tried to persuade him. In fact, he wanted to say that the patriarch should take it easy. However, when he thought about it, it was a little inappropriate. After all, no one in the Wen family had died yet. Sigh. Who was so wicked as to do such a thing to them? Could it be the Fan family? Among the 8 great families, only the Fan family liked to cause trouble for the Wen family. The elder thought for a moment and said, Master, could the Fan family have sent someone to do this? I don't think so. This is our Wen family's territory. The Fan family shouldn't have the guts. An elder guessed. Who could it be then? The elders thought hard. However, even if they racked their brains, they probably wouldn't be able to figure out who the culprit behind their torture was. Everyone, don't think about it anymore. Hurry up and return to your rooms. The poison will flare up again in a while. The head of the Wen family sighed and reminded them. Sigh. Fortunately, this poison only flared up once in a while. Otherwise, they would be depressed to death. That's right. The elders hurriedly ran back to their rooms as soon as the patriarch reminded them. In the courtyard, Leng Ruoxue lay comfortably on the recliner with food and drink beside her. Her days were extremely carefree. Little girl, did you do this? Suddenly, a familiar voice entered Leng Ruoxue's ears. What is it? Leng Ruoxue frowned slightly, her beautiful face filled with confusion. Little girl, don't play dumb. You know that I'm referring to the Wen family's collective poisoning. The man was faintly angry, and his voice clearly revealed his displeasure. What does that have to do with me? Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Humph. Something happened the day I let you out. How dare you say that it's none of your business? The man was a little angry. Even though he had no evidence that this matter was related to Leng Ruoxue, he didn't believe that such a coincidence existed in the world. However, he regretted it more. Sigh. He really shouldn't have let this little fox out of the room. Oh. Can I say it's purely a coincidence? Leng Ruoxue probed. I can't. There aren't that many coincidences, growled the man. In that case, why are you asking me? Leng Ruoxue rolled her eyes and said angrily. This man was too bored. Since he had already determined that she did it, why did he come to ask her? It was a voice transmission. Little girl, I can spare you if you hand over the antidote. The man said bluntly. I don't have the antidote. If you really think I did it, just kill me. Anyway, in the eyes of a powerhouse like you, I'm just an ant. You can kill me with one finger. So, stop talking nonsense. I don't have the antidote, but I have my life. Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. Damn little girl, are you sure I won't kill you? The man said angrily. In fact, even though he suspected that Leng Ruoxue was behind this, he really didn't have any evidence. Therefore, he originally wanted to trick her, but he didn't expect this little girl to be so unyielding. This made him feel a little embarrassed. The man, caught between a rock and a hard place, released his ultimate god-level pressure and attacked Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue gritted her teeth and endured the intimidation and pressure of the pressure. Her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at the void. Even though she didn't know the exact location of this man, she believed that he would feel her tenacious resistance. Ever since she was young, she had never been someone who would admit defeat easily. She would rather die than admit defeat. She would not admit defeat no matter how powerful the other party was unless she died. Thinking of this, Leng Ruoxue secretly activated the defense of the Heaven and Earth bracelet, hoping to resist it. However, because this man was an ultimate god, it was very difficult for her to resist. Not long after, Leng Ruoxue's face was covered in sweat, and the two of them were in a stalemate. Seeing that Leng Ruoxue was so unwilling to give in, the man became even angrier. To be honest, in all his life, he had never seen such a woman. Thinking of this, he strengthened his pressure. Humph. He wanted to see how long this little girl could last. Damn it, Leng Ruoxue gritted her teeth and endured the immense pressure. A sense of powerlessness surged in her heart. Gradually, she could no longer resist. Bright red blood oozed from her pores. After some time, Leng Ruoxue spat out a mouthful of blood. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She still had no intention of begging for mercy. She had persisted for so long. If she admitted defeat and begged for mercy, wouldn't she be fulfilling this man's wish? This little girl was really arrogant. The man was helpless and was about to retract his pressure. After all, he didn't really plan to kill Leng Ruoxue. However, before he could remove the pressure, Leng Ruoxue fainted because she could not withstand this powerful pressure. Sigh. The man sighed softly and appeared in the void. Then, he bent down and picked up the unconscious Leng Ruoxue, sending her back to the room. When Leng Ruoxue woke up, it was already dark. Ugh. How had she gotten back into the room? She remembered fighting the man. Sister, I was so worried. Boo-hoo. Qing Ju's voice sounded in Leng Ruoxue's heart. Qing Ju, I remember. Leng Ruoxue was interrupted by Qing Ju before she could finish. Sister, you couldn't withstand that man's might and fainted. Boo-hoo. It's all because Qing Ju is too useless. Qing Ju blamed itself. Its elder sister wouldn't have been injured if it was strong enough. It wasn't the only one who blamed itself. Feng Zhan and the other beasts were the same. The collision between Leng Ruoxue and the man was only a few seconds. Therefore, even if Feng Zhan and the other beasts wanted to bear the man's pressure for their master, they would not have been able to do it in time because it was only a moment in time. Qing Ju, little fool, how can I blame you? I'm the one that is too weak, Leng Ruoxue comforted. At the same time, she lowered her head and realized that her injuries had already healed. Elder sister, he gave you a pill. Qing Ju knew what Leng Ruoxue was thinking and quickly said. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded. She guessed that the man probably wouldn't kill her, so she was just taking a gamble at that time. She couldn't admit that she was the one who caused the recent events in the Wen family after all. Otherwise, wouldn't everything she did be in vain? Suddenly, Leng Ruoxue felt the abnormality in the bracelet. With a thought, she moved the little black phoenix out. The little phoenix looked at her with tears in its eyes. After confirming that Leng Ruoxue was fine, it pounced on her neck and kept rubbing against it. Leng Ruoxue felt that her neck was a little wet and couldn't help but place the little phoenix in her palm helplessly. She comforted, "Don't cry. Aren't I all right?" However, the little phoenix was abnormally agitated, as if it was saying, it would have been too late if something went wrong and that you did not treasure yourself. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Leng Ruoxue apologized to the little phoenix helplessly. She knew that she had made this little thing worry, but in the situation at that time, if she gave in, that man would probably really kill her. Moreover, when the man sent a voice transmission, she secretly sent little phoenix and little fire into the bracelet. This was probably one of the reasons why it was angry. The little phoenix bounced a few more times excitedly, as if to say, "Don't do this again." "Yes." Leng Ruoxue, who understood what the little phoenix meant, quickly nodded, but she couldn't help but chuckle in her heart. What a little housekeeper. In the next few days, Leng Ruoxue stayed in her room to recuperate because she was injured. Meanwhile, the Wen family was in a gloomy mood. In the main hall of the Wen family mansion, the head of the Wen family lowered his head and sat on the main seat listlessly. The elders of the Wen family were also trembling in fear and did not dare to make a sound. Sigh. How could this be? They had paid an extremely high price to invite the alchemists of the Alchemist Association, but who knew that they were also poisoned? Moreover, after the Alchemist Association changed a few alchemists for them, none of those alchemists were spared. This was really too strange. They couldn't figure it out, and now the Alchemist Association refused to take on their business at all. Sigh. They were so worried. After a moment of silence, an elder couldn't help but say, "Patriarch, we have to think of a way. If this continues, we will die of pain. If anyone has a solution, just say it. Why are you still hesitating at this time?" The Wen family's patriarch said a little gloomily. Things had really not been going well recently. He didn't know which enemy they had provoked. Sigh. "Patriarch, we can't borrow alchemists from the main family. Now that the Alchemist Association won't accept our business, we can only rely on the Mission Association," the elder suggested. Last time, he was the one who suggested hiring people from the Alchemist Association. However, who knew that those alchemists were so useless? It was fine if they couldn't refine the antidote pills they needed, but they actually poisoned themselves. Mission Association? No. Wouldn't that mean that others would know that something has happened to our Wen family? An elder immediately objected after hearing this suggestion. This matter was quite embarrassing. How could it be released as a mission? Humph. Do you think no one knows now? Almost everyone in the Wen family's divine realm has already spread the news. It's just that they don't know if it's true or not. Moreover, if we don't issue the mission to seek virtue, are we going to endure torture and wait for death every day? Who knows if this poison will worsen in the future? At that time, will you still be able to sit here? That elder analyzed angrily. Sigh. The Wen family always had some short-sighted people who liked to think that they were infallible. The more they hid the matter, the worse it would become. Stop arguing. Just follow the sixth elder's instructions and issue a mission to the Mission Association. However, don't do it in the name of the Wen family. The Wen family's master thought for a moment and said. This matter shouldn't be blown up too much. Otherwise, how could the Wen family survive in the God realm in the future? Moreover, once this matter was exposed, their sworn enemy, the Fan family, would probably hide in a corner and be secretly happy. Head butler, send someone no one knows to the Mission Association. The Wen family's head instructed again. Yes, I'll send someone over now, the Wen family's butler hurriedly said. After the mission was issued, the Wen family had been looking forward to it. Unfortunately, it had been 5 days, but no alchemist was willing to accept their mission. This could not help but make the Wen family very disappointed and depressed. Damn it, can't we find an alchemist in the God realm who can cure this poison? An elder in the main hall stomped his feet in anger. Third elder, calm down. Otherwise, the poison will act up again. Someone immediately reminded him. Recently, the poison seemed to have been affected by their emotions. If they didn't calm down, it would also stimulate the poison to act up. Thank you for the reminder, the third elder of the Wen family hurriedly said. Then, he carefully sat on the chair, not daring to make any big movements. Patriarch, elders, there's good news. Suddenly, the Wen family's head butler ran in from outside. What are you shouting for? The patriarch of the Wen family roared angrily. Recently, he felt that this head butler was getting more and more incompetent. Patriarch, there's good news. Someone has accepted the mission we issued, the Wen family's butler said happily. Head butler, don't be happy too early. Calm down, an elder said. Patriarch, should we invite the person who accepted the mission back? The Wen family's butler said awkwardly. He knew that the patriarch had been very displeased with him recently, but he couldn't be blamed for what had happened in the Wen family recently. He wasn't the one who caused it. Please come back. The patriarch of the Wen family sighed. Sigh. He might as well make a Hail Mary effort. Now, he basically did not dare to have too much hope in those alchemists. Yes, I'll go invite them now, the Wen family's head butler said. Then, he disappeared. After a long time, the Wen family's head butler finally invited the alchemist who had accepted the mission back to the Wen family. When the patriarch of the Wen family and the elders saw the alchemist and his attendant, they all fell silent. Ugh. Because these two people were really too unique. The word ugly was not enough to describe their ugliness. However, he was here to refine pills for them, so they naturally couldn't mock him, let alone judge him by his appearance. Soon, the patriarch of the Wen family forced himself to calm down and said, "May I know your good name?" "Good name? I don't have a good name." Zheng En, who had come to the Wen family as an alchemist, said foolishly. In fact, he was also an alchemist. However, he was afraid that the man who had taken the young miss away would recognize him, so he and his servant had both taken the disguise pill. As for his servant, it was naturally Yi Chen. I meant to ask for your name." Beads of sweat dripped from the patriarch of the Wen family's forehead as he said speechlessly. "Oh. Hee. I'm sorry. We came from a small place, so don't mess with us. You don't understand." Zheng En deliberately looked for trouble. It's my fault for not thinking it through. I'm sorry." The patriarch of the Wen family held his breath and said helplessly. Alas. He really doubted that these two people could refine the pills they needed. However, no one dared to accept his family's mission other than them. Therefore, he could only treat them politely and let them try. "It's okay, I forgive you. Master often said that adults don't hold grudges, so I won't hold it against you," Zheng En said generously, and his words almost made the Wen family head vomit blood. Damn. It had only been a short while, but he had already become a villain. The patriarch of the Wen family was depressed. However, he had already made up his mind. If this person couldn't cure them, he would definitely not let these two ugly fellows off. Hee, thank you for your magnanimity. May I know your name? The patriarch of the Wen family refused to give up. He had to ask this person's name. "My name is Zheng Ersha, 1. Ersha means second fool. He's my servant, called Dasha, 2. Dasha means big fool." Zheng En had no intention of telling the patriarch of the Wen family his name. However, seeing that he was asking so persistently, he didn't want to embarrass him too much. Therefore, he thought of these two names. As for why he gave foolish to Yi Chen, well. Wasn't it because Commander Yi was his Mrs. Fiancé? Hee. After hearing these two names, Yi Chen and the patriarch of the Wen family's faces darkened. Yi Chen was depressed because he didn't expect Zheng En to spout such nonsense. Alas. This name didn't match his appearance. On the other hand, the head of the Wen family was clearly angry. Could this be considered a name? He seriously suspected that this Zheng Ersha was playing with him. Moreover, since he was a servant, why was he called foolish? He couldn't figure it out. Isn't that Excellency Zheng Ersha your attendant? Why is he called foolish instead? Even though the patriarch of the Wen family didn't ask, an elder asked the question in his heart. "I don't know. This is the name my master gave me." Zheng En blamed his master. "Where is your excellency now?" When the patriarch of the Wen family heard this, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked. To be honest, he really did not have much confidence in this Zheng Ersha. Therefore, when he heard that this person had a master, he was extremely happy. "I lost my master," Zheng Ersha said with some grievance. It's okay. Tell me what your master's name is. I'll send someone to find him." The patriarch of the Wen family ignored the word lost and hurriedly said. "My master is called Sansha, 1. Sansha means third fool." "Sorry to trouble you," Zheng En said gratefully. When the patriarch of the Wen family heard this name, his expression turned even uglier. He could not help but feel uneasy in his heart. So this was a family of fools. The servant was called Big Fool, the disciple was called Second Fool, and the master was actually Third Fool. Alas. What was going on? Thinking of this, his eyes flew towards the butler as if he was silently saying, "Who are these people you brought back?" When the elders of the Wen family heard Zheng En's words, they were all speechless, and their hearts turned cold. Alas. They had high hopes for the person on the mission. However, looking at this person now, they could place all their hopes on him. The elders were very uncertain. When Yi Chen, who was standing beside Zheng En, heard Zheng En's words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. At the same time, he was a little glad that he was the biggest fool. Patriarch 1, I have something to report to you. Zheng En hesitated. What is it? The patriarch of the Wen family's heart skipped a beat as a bad premonition surged in his heart. Even though I'm an alchemist, I'm unlicensed. So, if you're not afraid of death, I'll give it a try, Zheng En said with a wicked smile, his expression as innocent as possible. What do you mean? The patriarch of the Wen family asked foolishly. That's what I meant. I'm an unlicensed alchemist who isn't recognized by the Alchemist Association, so, if you're not afraid, I have nothing to be afraid of. Zheng En deliberately paused before continuing. Do you dare to try? Zheng En asked again. His eyes were filled with endless anticipation, and his face was even redder. Be my laboratory rat. The patriarch of the Wen family and the elders were completely depressed now. After all this time, the alchemist they had been waiting for so long was actually. What should they do now? The patriarch of the Wen family and the elders looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Could it be that they really wanted to let this unlicensed alchemist do whatever he wanted? Excellency Ursha, this news is a little sudden for us. Can you give us some time to think about it? The head of the Wen family pretended to be calm. In fact, he was so angry that he was about to explode. Yes, sure. It doesn't matter how long you want to consider it, Zheng Yan said indifferently. He. Anyway, he wasn't the one suffering. Head, bring Excellency Ursha and his attendant to rest. Arrange for them to stay in the spring warmth pavilion, the Wen family's head instructed. Even though he did not think highly of this Zheng Ursha, he still had to serve him well because the more friends you have the more options you have in life. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Patriarch 1, there's no need to stand on ceremony. It's better to arrange a place with fewer people for us. We like silence and don't want to be disturbed. Seeing that he was going to arrange accommodation, Zheng Yan hurriedly suggested. The places with fewer people are relatively remote, and no one has lived there for a long time. I'm afraid we'll neglect Excellency Ursha, the patriarch of the Wen family said with some difficulty. In fact, he really couldn't bear to let these two fools stay in the spring warmth pavilion. After all, that place was prepared for VIPs by the Wen family. It's okay. It's better to be remote. This way, I won't have any pressure to let the servants test the medicine, Zheng Yan said with a smile. Patriarch 1, not only is he my servant, but he also has to test the effects of anything strange that I refine. If the medicinal effect is too painful, I'm afraid it will scare the Wen family, Zheng Yan continued. Oh. In that case, butler, arrange a remote and sparsely populated place for Excellency Ursha. They are our Wen family's esteemed guests. Tell those servants and maidservants that no one is allowed to neglect them, the Wen family's patriarch said. Yes, the head butler replied. Then, he said to Zheng Yan and Yi Chen, Excellency Ursha, this way please. Seeing that Zheng Yan and Yi Chen had already left the main hall with the head butler, the patriarch of the Wen family couldn't help but sigh and say, Elders, do you have any objections? Patriarch, if he can really refine an antidote pill, there's no harm in letting him try, an elder said. I don't want to be a test subject anymore. Patriarch, let's wait. What if someone else accepts the mission? An elder in black who didn't look easy to get along with said. The sixth elder thought for a moment and said very cautiously, before the alchemist refined the antidote, didn't he also think that we were testing the medicine? Since it's all testing, what's the harm in letting him try? Even though the alchemists who were invited back previously had refined some medicinal pills, they did not have any effect after taking them. Instead, they showed a more serious trend. Later, for some reason, those alchemists actually poisoned themselves. Sigh. Thinking about it now, it was quite funny. Patriarch, I think the sixth elder is right. In any case, since so many alchemists can't do anything about our poison, it doesn't matter to let that Ursha try too, an elder echoed. But you heard it too. That Ursha didn't receive the recognition of the Alchemist Association. The Wen family's patriarch reminded. Patriarch, I don't think he has ever gone to the Alchemist Association to be certified. He said that he came from a small place, the sixth elder guessed. He knew that anyone with some ability was very low-key. His intuition also told him that Zheng Ursha was that kind of person. Therefore, compared to those alchemists who were extremely famous, he believed in the simple, honest Zheng Ursha more. Then should we let him go to the Alchemist Association to verify it first? An elder asked. Don't. People with true ability have strange tempers. If we let him go for verification, I'm afraid it will leave a bad impression on him. Patriarch, don't doubt the person you use and don't use the person you doubt. Let's give it a try, the sixth elder suggested. Alright, then let's follow sixth elder's instructions and let Zheng Ursha try. Seeing that no one raised any objections, the Wen family made the final decision. At this moment, Zheng Yan and Yi Chen had already been brought to a courtyard by the Wen family's butler. I'm sorry, the two of you. No one has lived here for a long time, so. The Wen family's head butler said, a little abashed. Even though he didn't know Zheng Er's ability, he didn't dare to offend an alchemist. It's okay. I like such a place. It's intimate. Zheng Yan said indifferently. Then, he turned to the head butler and said, Head butler, you've worked hard. You can go back and report. Okay, well. I'll send someone to clean up the place later, the head butler said. No, I don't like crowds, so don't let anyone disturb me, Zheng Yan refused. They weren't here on vacation, so he really didn't care much about where he lived. Alright then. Since the other party was unwilling, the head butler could not force him. After saying that, he turned around and left the courtyard. After the head butler left, Zheng Yan carefully sized up the courtyard. This head butler is really honest. I said to be more remote, and he really brought us to a courtyard that has been abandoned for God knows how long, Zheng Yan said speechlessly after looking around the courtyard. That's because they don't believe you can cure their poison. Otherwise, they would have offered you a much better place, Yi Chen said knowingly. It doesn't matter. By the way, when are we going to take action? Zheng Yan whispered. There's no need. Shuer is already here, Yi Chen said confidently. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report. Really? Zheng Yan was a little skeptical, his face full of question marks. Yi Chen nodded with a faint smile on his face. Yes. Shuer, I'm about to see you. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue was originally resting in the room, but the little phoenix that had been lying on her suddenly became restless. Moreover, it left her side and flew out the door. Leng Ruoxue did not understand and was a little worried, so she could only follow the little black phoenix out of the room. Where are you going? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but ask in surprise when she saw the little phoenix flying out of the courtyard. The little phoenix stopped and looked at Leng Ruoxue with his dark and bright eyes, as if to say, come with me. After a few seconds' pause, the little phoenix flew on. Leng Ruoxue was helpless and could only follow it. She followed the little phoenix to a courtyard. When she saw the two people standing in the courtyard, she was stunned. Then she whispered in surprise, freak. Leng Ruoxue did not expect to see the person she had been thinking about day and night here. However, she also knew that this was the Wen family, and her every move was being monitored, so she did not dare to show her joy too obviously. Yi Chen's lips twitched in a faint smile at the endearing address. Even though he looked calm, the joy in his starry eyes could not be concealed. How wonderful. He had finally met Shuer. Even though the two of them had to pretend not to know each other before they can save Shuer, he was excited to see her standing in front of him. Miss, you're so beautiful. Let elder brother Dasha hug you. Yi Chen pretended to be a lecher and stretched his wolf claws onto Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face. He finally touched Shuer. It felt so good. Sha. Leng Ruoxue was stunned and looked at the two people in front of her in confusion. However, when she saw the mischief in the freak's eyes, she couldn't help but secretly laugh. My tofu isn't that delicious. Yes. I'm Dasha. He's Ursha. I'm his squire, Yi Chen said with a faint smile. Hearing the freak's introduction, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. She thought to herself, these two names are really unique. Beauty, what's your name? Yi Chen asked deliberately, his hand still stroking Shuer's beautiful face. Sigh. What a pity. He could only touch her small face and hands. Leng Ruoxue, oh. Is elder brother Dasha a member of the Wen family? Leng Ruoxue asked with a light smile. No. We came because we accepted the mission issued by the Wen family. However, before we came, we didn't expect that the mission was actually issued by the Wen family. We came for that high bounty, Yi Chen explained, then added in his heart, we came for you, Shuer. What mission did the Wen family issue? Leng Ruoxue asked knowingly, her beautiful face full of question marks. The detoxification mission, of course. Because someone in the Wen family was poisoned, Yi Chen said with a smile. Oh. It's been so long. Is the Wen family's poison still not cured? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be curious. She had to put on a show, so she could only pretend not to know anything. Of course they didn't. Otherwise, they wouldn't have issued missions at the Mission Association, Yi Chen said happily. Oh. Elder brother Dasha, the Wen family is very rich, so if you detoxify the Wen family, don't forget to ask for more money, Leng Ruoxue reminded with a naughty smile. Yes. Don't worry, little sister Shuer. We will definitely demand an exorbitant price and slaughter the Wen family. Yi Chen promised very seriously. Elder brother Dasha, I'd like wish you success first. Oh. It's getting late, I have to go back, Leng Ruoxue said reluctantly. Then, she turned around and left. Boo-hoo. She'd better endure it first. Even though she really wanted to hug the freak. Okay. Yi Chen nodded. Then, he watched Leng Ruoxue leave, his eyes filled with gentleness and reluctance. Don't be like this. There's still a lot of time, Zheng Yan could not help but say. Just now, he was so nervous that his heart was in his throat. He was afraid that if one of them lost control, all their efforts would be in vain. However, he did not expect the two of them to be so calm. They actually held back from losing their composure. Just mind your own business. Shuer and I know what we're doing. Yi Chen sighed. How he had wanted to hug Shuer, whom he had not seen in a long time. But now was not the time. Alas. I'm just reminding you. Zheng Yan scratched his head and said in embarrassment. Yeah, we'll keep our eyes open, Yi Chen promised. That's good. Zheng Yan was relieved. After Leng Ruoxue left the courtyard where Yi Chen and Zheng Yan lived, she went straight to her room. Then, she lay on the recliner and pondered quietly, but her heart was beating excitedly. Freak, I've finally met you, Leng Ruoxue thought. It seemed that her previous efforts had not been in vain. Freak had indeed found a way to sneak in. How good. The residence of the freak and Zheng Yan was actually in the courtyard next to hers. Therefore, whenever Leng Ruoxue thought of the freak being so close to her, her mood would become much better. However, she could not interact too much with them, lest she arouse the Wen family's suspicion. Just as Leng Ruoxue had thought, the person who had been monitoring her, reported the matter to the patriarch of the Wen family. In the main hall of the Wen family mansion. The patriarch of the Wen family sat at the head of the table and listened to his subordinate's report. However, his frown deepened, and his expression was extremely solemn. Furthermore, he did not say a word, causing the elders to feel uneasy. Do they look like they know each other? After a while, the head of the Wen family finally asked. The subordinate standing in the middle of the main hall thought for a moment and said, I don't think so. Besides, Miss Leng didn't stay long before leaving. Think about what was mentioned between them carefully, the patriarch of the Wen family said worriedly. He was about to send someone to inform the two fools to refine pills for them, but he didn't expect to receive this news. Therefore, he had no choice but to reconsider. If they really knew each other and Leng Ruoxue was the target of their suspicion, there would be a huge problem. Previous chapter. Next. Patriarch, even though I didn't dare to get too close, I heard it very clearly. They just got to know each other. Then, Miss Leng said that our Wen family is very rich. If they cure us, get them to charge us more, the subordinate said with certainty. Because of the angle and Leng Ruoxue's back was facing him at that time, he didn't see Leng Ruoxue being taken advantage of. Charge them more? The corner of the Wen family patriarch's mouth twitched and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. Did Leng Ruoxue have a grudge against the Wen family? She actually encouraged them to collect more money. She was really too evil. What is a little more money if they can really cure our poison? The sixth elder reminded the patriarch, seeing his expression a little strange. The most important thing now was the poison in their bodies. Money was just a worldly possession. If they died because of this unknown poison, who knew who would benefit from the Wen family's money? The words of the sixth elder made sense, therefore the patriarch directly instructed the head butler who had just entered the main hall, "Head butler, go and inform Ursha that we agree to let him try." "Yes, master." The head butler took his orders and turned away again. Yi Chen and Zheng Yan's residence. At the moment, they were in the room, sitting across from each other. "You got what you wanted, Ursha." Yi Chen chuckled. The head butler had come to inform them that the Wen family was willing to let them try. Hee. I'll perform well. Zheng Yan smiled evilly. As long as he thought about how the head butler's expression was as if he had seen a ghost when he saw him take out the list of medicinal herbs he needed, he wanted to laugh. How dare they capture his miss? If he didn't make them bleed, it would be difficult to appease the hatred in his heart. Humph. Who asked them to be unable to defeat the Wen family now? Therefore, he could only use other methods. As the two of them chatted, the Wen family's head butler arrived again. "Excellency Ursha, I've brought all the herbs you need." The Wen family's butler handed over a storage ring with a pained expression. Sigh. This was all money. Even though he suspected there was no need for so many medicinal herbs to refine a pill. However, he did not dare to ask. If he angered the alchemist, it would cost him his life. Moreover, no one in the Divine Continent was willing to accept the detoxification mission issued by the Wen family except for this Zheng Ursha. Hee. Head butler is really efficient. Actually, I don't know if these herbs are enough. I do need some more precious herbs. I hope you can help me find them. After saying that, Zheng Yan took out a piece of paper from his ring and handed it to the head butler. Some more. The head butler reluctantly took the piece of paper from Zheng Yan. He wanted to cry. Boo-hoo, this person didn't really think they were fools. Of course. Because I've never seen this poison before, I need to test many herbs. Head butler, you'd better be mentally prepared. If these herbs aren't enough, I'll have to ask you for more. Oh. You'd better tell your family head to prepare a few more portions of the herbs I asked for in advance. Otherwise, won't you be the ones who suffer? Zheng Yan reminded very kindly, his expression very sincere. Okay. I'll let the head of the family know. With that, the butler left dejectedly with the list of precious herbs. Hee. The Wen family indeed has a lot of good stuff. Zheng Yan glanced at the medicinal herbs in the ring, his ugly face almost blooming with joy. Don't laugh, Ursha. It's creepy, Yi Chen said helplessly. Oh. Zheng Yan quickly nodded. His current appearance was quite scary when he smiled. How do you plan to embezzle these medicinal herbs from the Wen family? Yi Chen asked curiously in a low voice. Zheng Yan had asked the Wen family for so many medicinal herbs. He did not believe that Zheng Yan would use them all. However, if they were all used up, there had to be a good reason. After all, the Wen family was not stupid. You'll know when the time comes. Zheng Yan smiled mysteriously. Then I wish you success first. At that time, someone might ask to watch you refine pills. You have to be mentally prepared, Yi Chen reminded him. Don't worry, I'm already prepared. Zheng Yan was full of confidence, not worried that the Wen family would make such a request. The next day. The Wen family's butler came early. Sir Silly, here are the precious herbs you need. When will you start refining pills? The head butler handed over a storage ring. Even though his heart was bleeding, he still asked with a smile. Since I've prepared all the herbs I need, I can start refining pills at any time. Zheng Yan said readily. Excellency Ursha, the elders are all very interested in your alchemy. I wonder if we can be present to watch. The butler pretended to be in a difficult position, his face filled with anticipation. Of course. I don't carry people when I refine pills. Zheng Yan replied readily. He had indeed brought it up. Actually, he was really afraid that the Wen family wouldn't ask to see him refine pills. This way, even if he used up all his medicinal herbs, the Wen family probably wouldn't say anything. Thank you, Excellency Ursha. The head butler heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, he knew that many alchemists did not like to be disturbed when refining pills. Therefore, when he came, he did not have much hope for this request of his. Well. He did not expect Excellency Ursha to be quite easy to talk to. This was much better than many arrogant alchemists. Head butler, I can refine pills for your Wen family because of ape feces, so there's no need to be so polite. By the way, I'm going to start refining soon. Get all the elders who want to see it to come. Zheng Yan reminded. All right, I'll let them know, the head butler said quickly, and left. Not long after, the head butler led a group of elders to Zheng Yan's residence. In the room, Zheng Yan looked at the elders in front of him and said enthusiastically, "Everyone, sit anywhere you want. Don't stand on ceremony." "No, no. Don't worry, Excellency Ursha. We won't disturb you while you refine pills," an elder said. He looked polite and terrified, as if they were the guests. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report. "It's alright, don't be too restrained. I'm not that particular about refining pills," Zheng Yan said with a smile. "Alright." All the elders nodded. After Zheng Yan was done being polite, he sat on the meditation cushion that had been prepared long ago. Then, he took out many medicinal herbs from his ring and piled them on the table beside him. After he lit the pill furnace that was half the height of a person in front of him, he placed those medicinal herbs inside together and even covered the pill furnace. The elders looked at Zheng Yan's alchemy technique and were puzzled. Why was this Zheng Er's alchemy method different from other alchemists? They had seen their family's alchemists refine pills, but they had never seen any alchemist put all the herbs into the pill furnace. Moreover, the herbs had yet to be melted into liquid, let alone purified. Why did they cover the lid first? In addition, they had never seen an alchemist use such a large pill furnace. Was this a furnace for alchemy? They were very suspicious. After Zheng Yan thought that he had done what he should do, he picked up the snacks that were prepared on the table and ate them. However, he kept observing the reactions of the elders from the corner of his eye. He. Seeing the confusion on the elders' faces, he felt proud. The elders looked at Zheng Yan, who was eating, with black lines on their faces. Their hearts were filled with doubts, but none of them dared to make a sound. After all, this was alchemy, even though the person who refined the pill was so casual and unruly. Not long after, a burning smell came from the pill furnace. The expressions of the elders changed, and a bad premonition surged in their hearts. Not long after, a burning smell came from the pill furnace. The expressions of the elders changed, and a bad premonition surged in their hearts. After opening the furnace, as expected, he found some black medicinal dregs in the middle of the furnace. When Zheng Yan saw this situation, he didn't even frown. He took out another pile of herbs and threw them into the pill furnace. "Excellency Ursha, this doesn't seem appropriate." An elder couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but say. "You're an alchemist too?" Zheng Yan raised his eyebrows and asked. "I'm not," said the elder quickly. "Then don't interrupt," Zheng Yan growled with slight displeasure. After being shouted at by Zheng Yan, the elder really did not dare to speak anymore. However, he was extremely depressed. Even though he was not an alchemist, but he had seen alchemists refine pills like this before. His heart ached for those herbs. A moment later, the same thing happened. The elders felt their hearts ache because these medicinal herbs belonged to the Wen family. The more Zheng Yan used, the more money the Wen family would spend. "Damn it, I don't believe I can't refine a pill." Zheng Yan roared angrily. Then, he took out more herbs and threw them into the pill furnace. The pill furnace that Zheng Yan used was very big. Even though he had put in a lot of medicinal herbs, it only covered the bottom of the furnace. There were more herbs this time, so it took a little longer. About half an hour later, a faint fragrance finally floated out of the pill furnace. When the elders smelled it, they knew that the pill had finally been refined. However, it was unknown if it would be effective on them. Oh. Fortunately, the medicinal herbs this time were not wasted. Seeing that they had finally succeeded once, the elders smiled. He. How can I not be able to refine a small pill? Zheng Yan said happily. Then, he opened the furnace lid under the expectant gazes of the elders. The elders also craned their necks, afraid that they would miss this exciting moment. What was going on? Where were the pills? The elders had almost missed the pill furnace, but they could not find the whereabouts of the pills. The elders looked at each other in confusion. How could there be no pills? They could clearly smell the fragrance of the pills. So you're hiding here. Zheng Yan rummaged through the medicinal dregs and finally found a pill the size of a soybean. The pill was not round, but square. A square pill. The elders looked at the small pill in Zheng Yan's hand and felt extremely depressed. F***ck. They had never seen a square pill in their lives. Could this pill be eaten? Would someone die from eating it? Looking at the square-shaped pill, some of the elders were already regretting letting Zheng Yan refine the pill. Boo-hoo. He actually refined such an abnormal pill with so many herbs. This was really too much. Who wants to eat it? Zheng Yan looked at the pill in his hand and said with a smile. None of the elders said anything. They lowered their heads in fear and did not dare to look at Zheng Yan. They did not want to be guinea pigs. Why isn't anyone answering me? If you don't take the initiative, I'll call anyone. Zheng Yan sneered and threatened. Excellency Ursha, you should continue refining pills. When you refine more pills, we'll try again. An elder said perfunctorily. They had no intention of testing the pills for Excellency Ursha. They had already planned in their hearts that if Excellency Ursha wanted to find someone to test the pills, they would just call a servant over. We don't even have any herbs left. How do I continue refining pills? Zheng Yan said calmly. No way. How can the herbs be gone after only 3 tries? When the elders heard this, they couldn't help but raise their heads and look at Zheng Yan in disbelief. Didn't you all see it? Do you think I can swallow that medicinal herb for myself? Zheng En said unhappily. Excellency Ursha, that's not what we meant. Don't misunderstand. An elder saw that Zheng En was a little angry and quickly tried to smooth things over. I don't care what you think. In any case, you saw it just now. The first 2 attempts failed, and only the last one succeeded. You should know how many herbs you brought me, right? Did I swallow them? Zheng En glared and asked. The elders were a little speechless. Of course, they knew how many herbs they had taken. However, they did not expect Zheng Ursha's success rate to be so low. Out of so many herbs, only 1 pill was produced, and it was squarish. How could they not be depressed? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Actually, I understand what you're thinking, but the poison in your bodies is too strange. I've never encountered it before, so I came up with this prescription and the method to refine pills myself. I don't know if it'll be useful, and I didn't expect the pill production rate to be so low. Sigh. I have no choice. Zheng En continued as if he was distressed. Now that the pill has been refined, those herbs were not sacrificed in vain. Now, one of you can test the effect of this pill. Zheng En added. The elders only looked at Zheng En. No one spoke. It was obvious that they were unwilling to sacrifice themselves. Hurry up. If you delay too long, this medicine will be useless, Zheng En urged. Excellency Ursha, isn't your attendant here to test the medicine for you? Why don't we let him try it, an elder suggested. He's here to test the medicine for me, not for you. Besides, he's not poisoned like you. He won't be able to test the effect. Well. Since you came up with this idea, you can try this medicine. After Zheng En finished speaking, he pulled the elder out of the crowd and threw the small pill in while he was opening his mouth slightly. It's so bitter. The elder was shocked. He wanted to spit out the pill with no effect, but the pill had already melted in his mouth. Furthermore, a bitter taste surged out of his mouth. Bitterness flooded his mouth. The elder quickly picked up the teacup on the table and drank the tea in one gulp. Slowly, he felt the bitterness gradually dissipate. Why did you drink that water? Zheng En's eyes widened as if he was very helpless. Can't we drink this water? The elder asked in confusion. His heart was beating nervously. Of course not. I forgot to wash my hands after I visited the toilet before refining pills, so I washed them there. Hee. Zheng En said in embarrassment. Ugh. The elder felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Why didn't you say so? The elder was furious. Then he ran out of the room like the wind. You didn't ask. Zheng En looked at the elder's back and felt extremely aggrieved. Elders, the herbs you gave me have all been used up, so you won't be able to continue admiring my alchemy today. Prepare some herbs for me as soon as possible. I'll continue to work hard and strive to cure you as soon as possible, Zheng En promised very sincerely. You want more medicinal herbs? The elders felt their hearts ache. There were so many medicinal herbs but only 1 pill. They really did not know what to say. Of course, the herbs you gave me previously were all used up. Didn't you see it? Well. If you can't bear to give me more herbs, it's fine. Anyway, I'm not the one who was poisoned. Zheng En said angrily. Excellency Ursha, we need to discuss this matter with the patriarch. The 6th elder said reluctantly. Sigh. He did not expect this Ursha to spend so much medicinal herbs. What a headache. Yes. Take your time to discuss. I'm not in a hurry. If you're done discussing, prepare more herbs. As you can see, refining a pill requires a lot of herbs. Zheng En reminded. Alright, the 6th elder replied. With that, he left with the elders. After the Wen family left, Yi Chen stared at Zheng En with his dark eyes. Dasha, don't look at me like that. I'm scared. Zheng En, who was being stared at by Yi Chen, said with a face full of fear. His heart was beating nervously. Really? Yi Chen said, smiling and staring. My lord, stop looking at me, please. Zheng En said meekly. That's better, Yi Chen said with satisfaction. Zheng En sighed, then whispered to Yi Chen. Really? Yi Chen looked surprised. Well, look at this. Zheng pointed to the interior of the furnace. He tapped the wall gently a few times, and the bottom of the furnace parted to reveal the secrets inside. It turned out that his pill furnace had 2 levels. The first level was for refining pills, and the second level was a self-contained space for storing herbs. As the pill furnace recognized its owner, he could control it with his mind. Therefore, if he wanted to tamper with it, no one would be able to discover it. This is a good furnace, Yi Chen said, impressed. Yes, the fewer people who know about this, the better, Yi Chen reminded. He could already tell that this pill furnace was extraordinary. If other alchemists knew that Zheng En had such a pill furnace, they would probably cause endless trouble. I know. Zheng En nodded solemnly. On the other side, after the 6th elder brought the other elders back to the main hall, he reported Zheng En's request to the patriarch of the Wen family. Where's the 11th elder? After hearing that 11th elder had eaten the pill refined by Zheng En, the patriarch of the Wen family couldn't help but look around. However, he couldn't find 11th elder's whereabouts. I don't know. The elders shook their heads. After coming out of Zheng Ursha's courtyard, they did not see 11th elder anymore. Head butler, send someone to look for him, the patriarch instructed. Yes, the head butler said, and left. It wasn't long before the 11th elder arrived at the main hall, but he looked pale and weak. 11th elder, what's wrong? The patriarch of the Wen family was a little puzzled. Well, it shouldn't be time for the poison to take effect yet. Why did this 11th elder look so weak? It was really abnormal. Ugh. It's diarrhea. The 11th elder was a little embarrassed. He had actually been found in the outhouse by the head butler. Sigh. How embarrassing. It's not time for the poison to take effect yet. Why are you having diarrhea? The 6th elder asked in confusion. I don't know either. 11th elder was very depressed. Why was he the lab rat? 11th elder, how are you feeling now? The patriarch was very curious. In fact, he had looked for the 11th elder mainly to find out about the effects of the medicine. I'm fine. I'm just a little weak, 11th elder said after some thought. 11th elder, go back to your room and rest well. If you feel anything wrong, send someone to inform me immediately. The patriarch instructed. Thank you, patriarch. I'll go rest now. The 11th elder left the main hall. Elders, do you have any objections to Zheng Ersha's request? After the 11th elder left, the patriarch continued to ask. Patriarch, only one pill came out of so many medicinal herbs. I don't think his level is very good. Let's not waste our time on him, an elder said. The 6th elder thought for a moment and said, Patriarch, didn't the 11th elder eat the medicinal pill refined by Zheng Ersha? Let's see the effect before making a decision. If that medicine really works, what's the harm in losing some medicinal herbs? Patriarch, I think the 6th elder's words make sense, an elder agreed. However, there were also people who disagreed. Therefore, for a moment, the elders of the Wen family were divided into two factions, and the patriarch did not immediately make any decisions. It was not until 3 days later that the 11th elder appeared in front of them, lively and refreshed. Only then did the patriarch and the elders agree. This was because they were pleasantly surprised to discover that the 11th elder's poison had been cured. Hee. Congratulations, 11th elder. You're the first to escape misery, the 6th elder said with a smile. There was finally some good news. However, he also regretted not eating that pill back then. The patriarch waited for 3 days before finally confirming that the 11th elder's poison had really been cured. Therefore, he immediately ordered for the medicinal herbs Zheng En needed to be sent over. This time, the amount of medicinal herbs sent over was twice as much as the first time. Yi Chen and Zheng's courtyard. In the room. Zheng En looked at the storage ring full of medicinal herbs and was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. However, he still had to pretend to be extremely calm on the surface. He said to the head butler who came to deliver the medicinal herbs to him, Thank you, head butler. I'll immediately refine pills later. If the elders still want to watch, just let them come over immediately. Very well, the head butler replied, and took his leave with great respect. That butler's attitude seems to have improved, Yi Chen said after the butler left. Hee. I'm their savior. Zheng En said matter-of-factly, but he was secretly calculating how many medicinal herbs he should embezzle this time. Yi Chen said with a chuckle, then fell silent. Not long after, the elders led by the 6th elder arrived. The elders came so quickly this time. Zheng En stood up and said. It's really because Excellency Ersha's alchemy skills are too fascinating to us. An elder flattered. Since they already knew that Excellency Ersha could refine a pill that could cure their poison, they naturally had to curry favor with him. No. I was just lucky. Actually, I don't have much confidence in this success rate. Zheng En said humbly and said the ugly words first. In short, what he meant was that he didn't have much hope for me. I still needed a lot of herbs. It's alright. Our patriarch said that as long as we can succeed, you can ask for any medicinal herbs you need. The elder reassured Zheng En. Thank you for thinking highly of me, Patriarch 1. I'm really flattered. Zheng En said. His happiness was definitely genuine because he had been waiting for this sentence. Excellency Ersha, can you start refining pills now? The elder asked again. Sure, Zheng En said very firmly. Then he sat down on the praying mat he had prepared and began to refine the pill according to the previous step. This time, the pill refinement method was the same as last time. A large pile of herbs was thrown into the pill furnace. However, this time, 2 square-shaped pills were produced on the first try. However, after refining a few more times, they all failed. 6th elder, there are only 2 pills. Who wants to eat them? After using up all the herbs, Zheng En looked at the pills in his hand and said awkwardly. I'll take one and give the other to the patriarch, the 6th elder said. This was what they had discussed. Alright. Zheng En handed the 2 medicinal pills to the 6th elder. Then, he said in embarrassment, I've used up all the medicinal herbs again. Excellency Ersha, don't worry. The family head said that as long as we can cure our poison, medicinal herbs are not a problem, the 6th elder hurriedly said. After saying that, he impatiently swallowed a medicinal pill. Oh. It was so bitter. It was 100 times more bitter than what the 11th elder had said. When the elders saw the 6th elder's pained expression, they knew that the medicine did not taste good. However, that medicine could cure their poison, so they had to eat it no matter how bitter it was. Unfortunately, it was not their turn yet. I'll refine pills for you when you send the herbs over, Zheng En said happily. Alright, Excellency Ersha, we'll take our leave first. The 6th elder resisted the urge to drink water. After saying that, he left anxiously with the elders. Oh. He had to go back quickly and give the medicine to the family head. After Elder Wen left, Yichen couldn't help but ask curiously, there are so many people in the Wen family. How long will it take to detoxify everyone with such a refinement method? I don't know, but we're in no hurry, Zheng said irresponsibly. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a black spot of light fly in through the window. Well. He didn't need to guess to know that the young lady had something to say to Commander Yi again, so he tactfully left. What he didn't know was that even if he didn't leave, he wouldn't understand the little phoenix's language. The little phoenix flew around Yichen twice, then squeaked at him again before landing on his shoulder. Hee hee. Tell Shuer I miss her, too, Yichen said. Then, after a few more mushy words in code, the little phoenix flapped its wings and flew away. After coming here, he and Shuer did not dare to meet often, so this little black phoenix became their mouthpiece and often helped them pass on messages. After little phoenix left Yichen, he flew back to Leng Ruoxue's room. Then, after a few words with her, he lay quietly in her arms. Little guy, are you tired? Leng Ruoxue reached out a finger and stroked its soft feathers. Even though she didn't understand the little phoenix's language, she could understand what it was trying to say, so she was grateful to it. The little phoenix chirped softly and lay down again. Leng Ruoxue looked at the little phoenix and thought of the demon not far away. She was very happy. After the sixth elder returned to the main hall with the pills, he briefly explained what had happened and handed the pills to the head of the Wen family. He even urged the head to take the pills quickly. The patriarch looked at the square pill and frowned. However, he still put the pill into his mouth. Oh. Not only was this pill ugly, but it was also extremely bitter. Quick, bring me water, the patriarch said loudly with a bitter expression. The attendant beside him hurriedly handed him a cup of tea. After the patriarch drank it in one go, he felt the bitterness in his mouth fade. Patriarch, I'm afraid you'll have diarrhea after taking this medicine, the sixth elder reminded him. Yes, I'm going to the toilet. Butler, hurry up and gather the herbs. You can send them to Zheng Ersha. The head of the Wen family said with a pained expression. However, now that everyone in the family had been poisoned, even if his heart ached for the money, he could not ignore the lives of his clansmen. Yes, the head butler said. In fact, he also wanted to send the herbs to Zheng Ersha as soon as possible. However, after sending them twice, Zheng Ersha had already used up a third of the Wen family's stock. Moreover, there was a medicinal herb called rootless grass that the Wen family did not have much stock of. Therefore, he was currently purchasing this medicinal herb. Sigh. He did not know when the antidote for so many of them would be completely refined, and he did not know when he would get his hands on the antidote. How worrying. 2 days later, the head butler sent Zheng En another batch of herbs. Previous chapter. Zheng En actually produced 4 pills this time. This result made the elders of the Wen family so excited that tears streamed down their faces. Double. The pills produced this time were actually twice the previous time. They were extremely happy. From this, it could be seen how low their requirements were now. After the 4 elders took the pills, the other elders were a little worried again. This was because the success rate of that Zheng Ersha was really too low, and the number of herbs that their Wen family had accumulated over the years was also decreasing rapidly. Sigh. They were afraid that all these herbs would be used up, and their Wen family's poison would not be cured. And that was indeed the case. After Zheng En used up all the herbs that the Wen family had stored for many years, at least more than half of the Wen family had yet to be detoxified. In the main hall of the Wen family. The head of the Wen family sat on the main seat with a worried expression. The elders sitting below him also had ugly expressions. Even though the poison in the people present had already been cured, none of them could be happy because there were still many people in the Wen family who had yet to be cured. And just to cure their poison, they had used all the herbs that the Wen family had accumulated and even bought a lot of them outside. Buhoyuro, this was all money. Patriarch, you have to think of a way. If this continues, our Wen family will spend all our money. An elder said worriedly. In fact, he was worrying too much. After all, the Wen family had been operating on the divine continent for many years and had accumulated a lot of wealth. How could they spend all their money so easily? However, his heart ached for the money. Think of what? Hurry up and buy the herbs. We have to spend the money we need. Are we not going to care about those who are still suffering after our poison is cured? The sixth elder said angrily. He realized that after these elders' poison was cured, their attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. Humph. Even though he also cared about money, he couldn't ignore the other clansmen, right? Sixth elder, that's not what I meant. The elder who spoke first hurriedly said. He did not dare to provoke this sixth elder who had a bad temper. Ever since the first elder and the others went to the main family, the sixth elder had the most power in the family other than the family head. Therefore, he was afraid. Humph. Patriarch, I think that if we were to refine an antidote, we should give it to ordinary clansmen first. After all, we still have to count on them for the Wen family's chores. Sixth elder suggested. Right now, the poison in the head of the family's sons and grandsons had yet to be cured, so he knew that the herbs would continue to be purchased. However, once the poison in the patriarch and the immediate family of the elders was cured, the poison in the ordinary clansmen would be unprotected. That was why he had suggested this. The ordinary clansmen he was referring to were mainly the servants and guards of the Wen family. Even though those people also had the surname Wen, they were only distant relatives and did not have a high status in the Wen family. How can that do? It's not their turn now. As soon as the sixth elder said this, an elder immediately objected. The family head frowned and did not say anything. Why not? Aren't the chores of the one family done by ordinary clansmen? Now that they're poisoned, their efficiency is much lower. Moreover, only by detoxifying them can they serve the masters of the various houses better. Isn't that good? Sixth elder explained. Patriarch, the sixth elder's words make sense, an elder echoed. It had been a long time since his servant had served him seriously. However, he could not blame the servant for not working hard. Sigh. Patriarch, I agree with sixth elder, another elder said. Then, several elders expressed their support for the sixth elder's suggestion. In that case, let's execute it according to sixth elder's opinion. The patriarch said very respectfully. Ordinary family members were indeed a huge problem that could not be ignored. Many of the one family's jobs could not be done without them. Even though their status in the one family was not high, their importance was reflected after such a matter. Butler, you have to hurry up and buy herbs. Don't worry about money. The head of the one family said to the butler beside him. Yes, patriarch, I've been buying them. I bought another batch yesterday, and they should arrive tomorrow, the majordomo said hurriedly. Even though his poison had been cured, the poison of his subordinates had not. It could be said that he, the head butler, was now almost a lone commander, so he agreed with the sixth elder's suggestion. Otherwise, he would have to do many things himself now. Alas. That's good. Everyone, disperse. The poison has just been cured. Go and rest. The patriarch urged. Then, he stood up and left the main hall. The next day. The herbs that the head butler had been waiting for did not arrive as scheduled. According to the news that his subordinates had sent back, the herbs had been rabadio. In the main hall of the one family. The patriarch glared at the butler angrily, his chest heaving up and down. Damn it, what did you say? The patriarch one family asked angrily. Patriarch, the herbs we purchased were robbed. They must have been made by the Fan family, the head butler said quickly. Is there any evidence? Patriarch roared angrily. The robber dropped this, the head butler said, handing over a sign. The sign was black and only the size of a baby's palm. On the front was the word Fan, and on the back was the totem of the Fan family and a small word Rui. Fan Rui. Damn it, it was actually that little bastard. The patriarch frowned, feeling a headache coming on. Fan Rui was the youngest son that the head of the Fan family doted on the most on the god's mainland. He had nothing to do all day and committed all kinds of crimes. Not long ago, he had come to the Wen family's divine territory and seemed to have had an argument with his grandson, Wen Chenghao. To be precise, his grandson had beaten Fan Rui up. It seemed that Fan Rui held a grudge and knew that the Wen family was in urgent need of medicinal herbs, so he had attacked and robbed them. Damn it. Patriarch, the most important thing now is to go to the Fan family and demand an explanation. The sixth elder reminded him. Didn't the Fan family also come to seek an explanation after Fan Rui was beaten up a while ago? Therefore, they naturally shouldn't let go of this opportunity. Even though the Fan family and the Wen family had never gotten along and there were many disputes between the two families, they would still do certain things to save face. Alright, sixth elder, I'll have to trouble you with this matter. You must find those herbs. If you can get the Fan family to compensate us for our losses, that would be even better. The patriarch said, even though he knew that the Fan family would not make any compensation. Previous chapter. Next chapter. I will do my best. Patriarch, don't worry, the sixth elder promised. Then, he brought a few elders directly to the Fan family's divine realm. Yi Chen and Zheng Yan's residence. At this moment, the two of them were sitting facing each other in the room. How much more herbs do you need to cure the Wen family? Yi Chen asked curiously. A lot more. There are too many people in the Wen family who have been poisoned, Zheng Yan said calmly. Sigh. How pitiful. Yi Chen said with apparent sympathy. That's right. Poor thing. Zheng Yan's face was filled with sympathy, but he was actually overjoyed in his heart. He had secretly taken a lot of the Wen family's herbs. Commander Yi, when are we leaving? If we treat everyone in the Wen family, it will be even harder to save Miss, Zheng Yan whispered again. It won't be easy to bring Shuer out even if we can't cure her. Don't forget that that person is still here. Yi Chen said gloomily. The person he was referring to was naturally the person who had captured Shuer. Alas. With his current strength, he was unable to take her away from that person. Then what should we do? We can't stay in the Wen family forever, right? Zheng Yan was a little worried when he thought of that powerful man. When the time comes, we'll find an opportunity, Yi Chen said. Shuer wasn't far away now, so he could afford to wait. Yes, that's the only way. I wonder how Fengde and the others are doing now. Zheng Yan said worriedly. They're fine, don't worry, Yi Chen said with a chuckle. Those guys were all smart. Yes. Zheng Yan nodded. Suddenly the head butler's voice sounded in their ears. Excellency Ursha, the head butler called, and knocked on the door. Head butler, are you here to deliver herbs to me? Zheng Yan opened the door and said happily. He had been waiting for a few days. Excellency Ursha, I'm really sorry. I still have to wait a few days. The herbs I bought from outside were all robbed by the Fan family, the butler said angrily. Even though the Wen family and the Fan family's juniors often quarreled, it had always been a small conflict. The higher-ups of the two families rarely really fell out. Therefore, even though he was angry, he could not do anything to the Fan family. How did this happen? Zheng Yan looked puzzled. The Fan family has always liked to cause trouble for our Wen family, so the juniors of the two families often argue, and it's the same this time. The head butler explained simply. He naturally couldn't tell outsiders about the Wen family's secret. I understand. Moreover, I'm not in a hurry. However, your Wen family can't afford to delay it. I took a look yesterday. The poison seems to be getting deeper and deeper. If this continues, they won't need to use the antidote anymore. Zheng Yan sighed. Excellency Ursha, what do you mean? The head butler was stunned and very puzzled. Head butler, don't you understand? Zheng Yan said helplessly. Please enlighten me, the head butler said foolishly. He really didn't understand. If we delay too long, those people won't need to be treated anymore because they're already dead, Zheng Yan explained. Can this poison really kill people? The head butler was shocked and said in disbelief. Other than being in pain when the poison acted up, the people who were poisoned usually did not feel much discomfort. How could someone die? He could not believe it. I wouldn't have, but you guys dragged it out too long, Zheng Yan said in fear. How long do they have to live? Live? The head butler asked, his face pale. It's hard to say. In short, the sooner you take the antidote, the better. Therefore, head butler, you have to work hard to buy herbs. Of course, if the Wen family doesn't want to save them, you can tell me in advance and pay me the remuneration so that I can leave immediately, Zheng Yan said. Excellency Ursha, I'll try my best to purchase herbs. Don't worry, I'll take my leave first. After hearing this news, the butler didn't dare to delay for a moment and hurriedly left. After the head butler left, Yi Chen stared at Zheng Yan with his starry eyes, but he didn't say anything. I was just scaring him, Zheng said softly, then lowered his head, not daring to look Yi Chen in the eye. Hee. Yi Chen chuckled. Then he stood up and said, I'll take a walk outside. Okay. Zheng Yan heaved a sigh of relief. However, he did not believe that this cunning Commander Yi would just go out for a walk. He probably went to see his Mississippi. Just as Zheng Yan had guessed, Yi Chen had indeed gone to see Schwer. He and Schwer didn't dare to see each other every day. It was fine to meet occasionally and chat for a while. After all, the two of them were neighbors now. After Yi Chen arrived at the courtyard where Schwer lived, he saw Schwer lying on a recliner and basking in the sun. He sat down on the stone bench beside Schwer. Elder brother Dasha, you're here, Leng Ruoxue said calmly, but her beautiful eyes were like burning flames, releasing a passion that only Yi Chen could understand. Well, little sister Schwer stays in the courtyard every day. Aren't you tired of it? Yi Chen asked deliberately. I can't help it. I'm considered a prisoner of the Wen family, how would I dare to wander around the Wen family casually? The last time I went out, something happened to the Wen family, and they even blamed it on me. Sigh. Leng Ruoxue said bitterly, her beautiful eyes faintly sparkling. Did someone malign little sister Schwer? That person is really too evil. Even if they can't find the culprit, they can't just frame anyone. Yi Chen said angrily. Sigh. There's no choice. He's too strong, so of course he'll do whatever he says. How can a weak group like me dare to argue with others? Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. Little girl, are you blaming me? Their conversation finally attracted a familiar voice. Yi Chen and Leng Ruoxue smiled at each other when they heard this voice. Then, Leng Ruoxue said in an extremely resentful tone, how would I dare? Don't dare? Humph. Aren't you talking bad about me to this ugly freak now? The man said angrily. In fact, he had been observing Leng Ruoxue almost every day for a while recently, so he naturally knew that she had some contact with this ugly freak. After hearing the two of them seem to be talking about him today, he was a little uneasy. He, who had not spoken for many days, finally couldn't take it anymore and spoke. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Novel been read light novel. We didn't. Leng Ruoxue denied. I'm not deaf, the man snapped. I can't beat you. Whatever you say. Leng Ruoxue seemed to have given up arguing. You. The man was a little unaccustomed to Leng Ruoxue's sudden change. Well. He still preferred that little girl who dared to resist him. This seemingly lifeless Leng Ruoxue made him unable to raise his spirits. Alas. How could this be? I want to be alone, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. In other words, she meant that he should leave quickly. In fact, she and the freak deliberately lured this man out today to see if he was still staring at her. It turned out to be true. Then why is this ugly freak here? The man roared unhappily. He won't disturb me, let alone bully me, Leng Ruoxue rolled her eyes at the void and said matter-of-factly. You. The man was furious. This little girl was clearly saying that he had bullied her. Even though he seemed to have bullied her, he was also doing it for his disciple. Thinking of this, for some reason, he actually felt a little guilty. Little girl, have you forgotten your man so quickly? The man sighed and pretended to be calm. That disciple of yours isn't my man, Leng Ruoxue said angrily. I wasn't talking about him, the man said, exasperated. Who is that? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be stupid. Little girl, don't you have a fiancé? Don't think I don't know, the man roared. Yes. Leng Ruoxue was quite calm. Don't tell me you've forgotten him, the man said with mild suspicion. Whether I forgot him or not doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? Leng Ruoxue was very speechless. She thought to herself, could this man be mentally unstable? He was the one who captured her to give her disciple, and now he was concerned about whether she had forgotten the freak. She really didn't know what he was thinking. Little girl, since you have a fiancé, how can you be alone with another man? The man was very unhappy. Well. Very unhappy. However, he didn't know what he was angry about. You still captured me when you know I have a fiancé? Leng Ruoxue asked. Now she was sure that this man was definitely mentally unstable because his words were contradictory. The man was speechless. He paused for half a minute before saying, I have something, and then there was silence. This lunatic. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but curse after the man's voice disappeared. Little sister Shuer, don't take it to heart, Yichen comforted her. However, he began to suspect that man. Could that man? Yes, I won't. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Then, the two of them looked at each other from afar without saying anything. Even though the freak had changed his appearance and looked very ugly now, she still found him pleasing to the eye. Hee. Sister Shuer, I'll be shy if you look at me like that. After a long time, Yichen was defeated. His little heart was beating nervously. Hee. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly, but her beautiful eyes were still fixed on the freak. She prayed in her heart, hurry up and show me your bashfulness. Sister Shuer, I'll take my leave first. I'll come and see you when I have time. Yichen was frightened by Shuer's gaze and hurriedly fled. Boo-hoo. Evil Shuer was really too much of a bully. She knew that he couldn't do anything now, but she still looked at him so intently, making his heart flutter. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but chuckle as she watched the freak escape like his butt was on fire. Her freak was getting cuter and cuter. Yichen fled back to his quarters, ducking straight into his room. Then, gasping for breath. What's wrong with you? Zheng Yan, who was sitting in the room, asked curiously when he saw Yichen's strange expression. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder if Miss had taken advantage of him. However, they were in the one family now, so it didn't seem convenient for Miss to do that. I've decided, Yichen said without preamble, calming down. Decided what? Zheng Yan was a little puzzled. I've decided to speed up my plan and get Shuer out of here quickly, Yichen said. Boo-hoo. He wouldn't be able to take it if this continued, so he had to lure the tiger away as soon as possible. Oh. Zheng Yan nodded in support. Even though he did not know what Commander Ye's plan was, he knew that any plan was to save Mississippi. Zheng Yan, we might leave at any time, so you can go and ask the one family for payment, Yichen reminded. Yes, I'll go now. If they don't give it to me, I'll go on strike, Zheng Yan said as he stood up and left the room. After Zheng Yan left his residence, he went straight to the head of the one family and asked him to pay in advance. In the main hall of the one family. The head of the one family looked at Zheng Yan, who was sitting on the chair, and felt a headache coming on. Sigh. The one family was in a troubled period now, but second fool Zheng actually came to ask him to pay the remuneration at this time. Sigh. What was going on? Could it be that the dignified one family would renege on their debt? Excellency Ursha, the poison in our one family hasn't been completely cured. Don't be anxious. The head of the one family reminded. His meaning was clearly that he would pay you after the poison was cured. I know. But I'm also in a hurry, so I'll ask Patriarch Wen to pay me now, Zheng Yan said without hesitation. Excellency Ursha, I can't give you the money now. The Patriarch had no choice but to be straightforward. You're not giving it to me, are you? If you don't, I'll go on strike, Zheng Yan threatened. You. The head of the one family was so angry that he couldn't speak. After a while, he said helplessly, Excellency Ursha, our one family won't go back on our word. Why are you in a hurry? I'm afraid that you won't have the money to pay me after the poison in your one family is cured. Therefore, I'm worried. I won't work for no reason, Zheng Yan said honestly, and his words also poked the Patriarch's sore spot. Excellency Ursha, I guarantee on my honor that I won't go back on my word. Will that do? The Patriarch's frown deepened and his expression darkened. However, he still had to coax this Ursha nicely. Sigh. Who asked this Ursha to cure the poison in his one family? TSK. How much is it worth? Can it help me cultivate? I want money and crystals. Crystals. Zheng Yan did not compromise. In any case, he was confident. Moreover, he believed that the head of the one family would definitely give him money unless the one family really did not intend to save the other clansmen. Patriarch Wen, you'd better pay me within 3 days. Otherwise, I'll really go on strike, Zheng Yan reminded him very cautiously. After saying that, he patted his butt and left the main hall, leaving the Patriarch Wen sitting alone in the main seat, fuming. After the sixth elder and the others returned from the Fan family's divine realm, they saw the family head sitting on the main seat with a dark expression. They did not understand and were all a little uneasy. They could not help but guess in their hearts. Could it be that the family head was angry because of the Fan family? Patriarch, we're back, the sixth elder said helplessly when he saw the elders winking at him. Yes, the head of the one family replied calmly. Patriarch, the Fan family is famous for being unreasonable. You really don't have to be angry with them, sixth elder comforted. I'm not angry with them. By the way, did you find those herbs when you went to the Fan family? The patriarch pretended to be calm and asked. Patriarch, Fan Rui refused to admit that he had done this, so we didn't find the herbs. The sixth elder said gloomily. Sigh. He really didn't expect that Fan Rui would still dare to renege on the evidence. How outrageous. What did the Fan family say? Patriarch Wen continued to ask. In fact, he had expected this. The Fan family promised to help us gather the same herbs in 3 days. However, we have to pay at least half of the money, said the sixth elder. Although he was angry, he was also helpless about this outcome. Sigh. He couldn't fight with the Fan family over this matter. That's the only thing we can do now. Let's remember this debt for the Fan family. We'll get back at them when we have the chance in the future. The patriarch thought for a moment and said. The most important thing now was to obtain the herbs, so everything else could be postponed. However, there was one thing that was a little troublesome. That idiot Zheng wants us to pay him. Otherwise, he will go on strike. The patriarch sighed and said. What? The sixth elder was also a little surprised when he heard the family head's words. It had to be known that the reward their Wen family had promised to give Zheng Ersha was not a small sum. Furthermore, their Wen family was currently in need of money, so this was really a headache. Could it be that the family head's face was dark because of this matter? Thinking of this, the sixth elder could not help but ask carefully, Patriarch, are you angry because of this? The patriarch scratched his head and said helplessly, that's right. Even though the Wen family has a deep foundation, there aren't many funds that can be transferred. You should know this, right? And recently, we've spent a lot of money buying herbs. Therefore, if we pay Zheng Ersha now, I'm afraid we'll be even more tight on money. Sigh. That's right. Why don't we send someone to have a good talk with him? Our Wen family is big and powerful. We won't go back on our word, the sixth elder probed. It's useless. That fool is very stubborn. He made it very clear that he was afraid that we would have no money to pay him if we bought all the herbs. That's why he asked us to pay first. In addition, he wants us to hand over the money to him in 3 days. The Wen family head's face was filled with worry. Patriarch, why don't we give him the money first? Otherwise, if he really goes on strike, our clansmen will be hopeless. The sixth elder was very worried. Sigh. That's the only way. The patriarch was at his wit's end. He was also afraid that Ersha would really go on strike. On the 3rd day, the Wen family sent the herbs and the payment to Zheng En. Yi Chen and Zheng En's residence. In the room. Zheng Enqing tapped the crystal in the ring and frowned. Then, he said unhappily, Butler, this reward isn't right. Well, since Excellency Ersha's work isn't finished yet, we can only pay you part of the payment. When you've finished all the work, the rest will naturally be paid to you. We won't renege on the payment. Don't worry, the head butler said carefully, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Of course, he had thought of this himself. In fact, he was to be paid in full, but he had been robbed on the way here. Oh, since this is only the remuneration for the initial work, I won't do the rest. Zheng En smiled faintly and said disapprovingly. Humph. The Wen family was really too insincere. In that case, don't blame him for being too ruthless. Excellency Ersha, you can't do this. The head butler panicked when he heard this. If the family head found out about this, he wouldn't let him off. Boo-hoo. What should he do? Humph. You forced me to do this, Zheng En said angrily. Who didn't know how to be unreasonable? Excellency Ersha, we can discuss things. Please don't go on strike, the head butler hurriedly said. It's too late. I'm angry now. I don't want to see you again. After Zheng En finished speaking, he raised his leg and kicked the butler ruthlessly. There was a loud thud as the butler flew out of the room and across the courtyard wall. Yet another loud thud was heard as he fell somewhere. Yi Chen and Zheng En naturally didn't care about the whereabouts of the head butler. After kicking him away, the two of them acted as if nothing had happened and went about their business. In the main hall of the Wen family. The patriarch sat at the head of the table, while the elders sat below him. At this moment, they looked at the wet head butler with very strange gazes. They were even more puzzled. Didn't the head butler go to deliver money in medicinal herbs to Zheng Ersha? Why did he look like this? Could it be that the butler had slacked off and went swimming? Patriarch. The head butler cried out before kneeling on the ground and wailed. Previous chapter. Why are you crying? The patriarch could not stand it anymore. He was very annoyed now. He hated seeing others cry, especially when it was an old man's tears. I. The head butler hesitated, finding it difficult to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. You're stuttering like a woman. The patriarch was losing his patience. I went to deliver money and herbs to Ersha just now, but... The head butler still didn't dare to say anything, so he couldn't continue. Did he bully you? The patriarch frowned, looking a little unhappy. No, I met the matriarch on the way. She took a portion of the payment for Zheng Ersha, so he was very angry and kicked me out. The head butler mustered his courage and said. Damn it, what does this incompetent old woman want? And you're a dead person. You'll give it to her just because she wants it? After scolding his old hag, the patriarch started scolding the butler. Patriarch, she's the matriarch. Do you think I would dare to refuse her? The head butler said aggrievedly. He was very aggrieved, and he couldn't help but feel uneasy. You can't even control your own wife, and you only know how to scold innocent people like us. What kind of ability is that? Butler, tell the matriarch to return the money she took. Otherwise, I'll divorce her. The patriarch said ruthlessly. Patriarch, it's not appropriate for me to convey that. The butler said awkwardly. He really did not want to get involved. Patriarch, it is indeed inappropriate for the head butler to convey that, the sixth elder said helplessly. Then I'll go tell her myself. Sixth elder, go and talk to Leng Ruoxue. The patriarch calmed down a little and took a deep breath. Patriarch, go find the matriarch first. I'll look for Leng Ruoxue after I have the results. The sixth elder said very implicitly. Sigh. He couldn't go empty-handed. Otherwise, he would end up like the head butler. That's the only way, the patriarch said helplessly. Then, he stood up and left the main hall. The next day, the sixth elder specially brought a few elders to look for Zheng Yan. Moreover, they conveyed the patriarch's intentions and asked Zheng Yan to stay for a few days. They would definitely pay the rest of the money. Zheng Yan had also told them very clearly that he would give them a week at most. If they did not see any other remuneration after a week, he would leave the one family. The sixth elder agreed readily and promised to gather the money within a week. After Zheng Yan sent the sixth elder and the others away, he pestered Yi Chen and asked. Are we sure we'll leave within the week? Zheng Yan asked quietly, staring at Yi Chen with shining eyes. Yi Chen was the one who had asked him to give the one family a week to talk. Yes, I've arranged everything. However, in order not to arouse the one family's suspicions, I'll find a way to send Shuer out first. We'll leave a few days later, Yi Chen explained. After all, with their current strength, it was unwise to openly make an enemy of the one, so they would have to outwit them. Yes, but what about that person? It will be difficult to hide from him, right? Zheng Yan said worriedly. Don't worry, Yi Chen said confidently. The man will be out of here in less than 2 days. Hee. That's great, Zheng Yan said happily. It had been a few days since he came to the one family. They did not dare to leave this place to see Fengde and the others, afraid that it would bring them trouble. Now, they could finally leave. As they were talking, the small black phoenix flew through the window again. Seeing this, Zheng Yan tactfully left the room. The little black phoenix circled Yi Chen a few times, then chirped softly and flew away. After the little phoenix left, Yi Chen's lips curled into a smile. Hee. The gods are on my side. The news the little phoenix brought is wonderful for them. That was because the little phoenix had just told him that Yu and Shuer's beasts had all come out of seclusion. With Yu out of seclusion, Shuer's sealed mystic energy could be unsealed, and with Dazzle out of seclusion, there was a higher chance that Shuer would leave. However, he did not expect the man to undo Shuer's sealed mystic energy before he left. This made him secretly vigilant. 2 days later, the man received a message from his patriarch asking him to return quickly. He said that it was important, so he left Divine Continent in a hurry. Late that night, Leng Ruoxue asked Dazzle to cast an invisibility spell on her and the freak. Then, the two of them swaggered out of the one family mansion. After sending Shuer to Fengde and the others, Yi Chen immediately brought Dazzle back to the one family. After all, they still had to stay in the one family for a few days. Leng Ruoxue's disappearance did not cause much of a stir in the one family because they were all focused on detoxifying their clansmen. Leng Ruoxue was dispensable to them to begin with. Moreover, she was brought back by the old ancestor. Now that the old ancestor had left, it was natural for him to take her away, so they were very calm. Leng Ruoxue returned to Fengde and the others. Everyone was very happy, but because they were in the one family's divine realm, they could not show too much excitement. At the temporary residence of Leng Ruoxue and the others, the door was closed. Everyone was gathered in the courtyard, staring at her intently. Have you seen enough? Leng Ruoxue felt everyone's burning gazes with their pupils dilated. Miss, we've decided to cultivate diligently. We must protect you well in the future. Fengde was the first to speak. Miss, we missed you so much. Lu Tao and Shui Zhu pounced to Leng Ruoxue's side and grabbed her arm tightly. Silly girls, aren't I fine? Don't cry. Leng Ruoxue coaxed helplessly. Shuer, I have to cultivate hard too, Leng Ruohan said unhappily. Shuer had been captured, but he could not do anything as her elder brother. Now, he could not help her take revenge. This difference in strength, this sense of powerlessness that he had never felt before, had been gripping his heart since the day Shuer was captured. It made his heart extremely heavy. Even though he knew that Shuer would protect him, but he was her elder brother. It was his responsibility to protect his little sister. Big brother. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She didn't know what to say because she knew that even though she was the one who was captured, the people around her must be even more sad than her. She felt the same helplessness. Grandpa. Leng Ruoxue turned her gaze to her silent grandfather and the others. Shuer, it's good that you're back, Leng Qingtian said after a long while. Even though he felt very aggrieved, his precious granddaughter had finally returned to his side. This was better than anything else. He would never allow his granddaughter encounter something like that again unless it was over his dead body. Girl, you've suffered, old man Zhao said emotionally with tears in his eyes. I'm alright, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Well. Now that she thought about it, other than being injured that time, she really didn't suffer much in the one family. Sun Tao was forced to cultivate, so even if he wanted to harass her, he couldn't. And the Wen family was busy detoxifying their poison, so other than not being able to move freely and not seeing her grandfather, the freak, and the others, she really didn't seem to have anything to nitpick about. Master, we will also cultivate well and protect you. At this moment, Charm, who had been nestled in Leng Ruoxue's arms, couldn't help but say. They didn't expect that their master would be captured while they had been in seclusion for a while. Sigh. Fortunately, their master was fine now. Otherwise, they would blame themselves to death. Yes, yes, lovely master. Darling has to protect you well, Darling agreed. For a moment, all the beasts rushed to express their determination to Leng Ruoxue, and the entire courtyard became lively. In the next few days, Leng Ruoxue stayed in their rented courtyard and waited for the freak to meet her. At the Wen family mansion. Yi Chen and Zheng Yan's residence. At this moment, there were still 2 days before the deadline they had given the Wen family. Hee. We can leave in 2 days. That's great. Zheng Yan's mood improved as the time approached. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to make an enemy of the Wen family, they would have left long ago. Well. He wondered if they should thank the matriarch of the Wen family. If it weren't for the fact that the matriarch had robbed the money that the Wen family and was prepared to pay him, he wouldn't know what excuse to leave. Moreover, there were too many people in the Wen family, so this matter naturally couldn't be hidden. Yes, go and urge the Wen family. Tell them that if we can't pay them within 2 days, we'll leave. Yi Chen thought for a moment. Even though he wanted to meet up with Shuer now, he had to deal with the Wen family first. Why? Zheng Yan was a little puzzled. Actually, he was mainly worried that if he went to tell them and the Wen family gathered all his remuneration, the Wen family would hunt them down all over the Divine Continent if they secretly left. Therefore, it was best not to remind them. Don't worry, the Wen family won't be able to afford it, Yi Chen said confidently. Unless the Wen family sold their fixed assets, it would be impossible for them to gather Zheng Yan's remuneration in a short period of time. However, it was unlikely for the Wen family to sell their assets now. This was because if he wanted to sell the ancestral property, he had to get the approval of the patriarch. Once the patriarch made such a request, he probably wouldn't be able to continue being the patriarch anymore. Therefore, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. I'll remind them since you are so confident. Hee. Zheng Yan still trusted Yi Chen's judgment. With that, he left the room and went straight to look for the head of the Wen family. Zheng Yan went to the main hall first, but it was empty. Then, he walked towards the main courtyard. After arriving at the main courtyard, there were no guards at the door, so Zheng Yan did not stand on ceremony and walked straight in. However, before he approached the main house, he heard the sound of an argument coming from inside. Out of curiosity of a gossip, he pricked up his ears and listened. Then, the smile on his lips deepened. Hee. Commander Yi had guessed correctly. The patriarch and the matriarch were arguing over crystals. However, they were too focused on their argument and there was no one guarding outside, so they did not sense anyone eavesdropping. After listening for a while, Zheng Yan knocked on the door and deliberately said loudly, "Is Patriarch Wen around?" Oh, it's Excellency Ursha. What's the matter? Patriarch Wen opened the door and looked at Zheng Yan outside. He frowned and forced a smile. Patriarch Wen, what happened to your face? Zheng Yan looked at the obvious scratches on Patriarch Wen's face and suppressed his smile. I was accidentally scratched by a cat. The patriarch said awkwardly. He had opened the door too quickly and forgot about the injury on his face. Cat? Patriarch Wen, the scratch on your face is too big. It doesn't look like a cat to me. Instead, it looks like a tiger's scratch. Zheng Yan observed seriously and then said very seriously. I didn't see what it was. That guy slipped away too quickly. I was just guessing. The patriarch blushed and explained helplessly. Oh. Sigh. The Wen family's defense is a little weak now. The tiger can even run away after scratching the patriarch. Patriarch Wen, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you have to strengthen your defense. If this tiger dares to scratch you today, it might scratch others tomorrow. Therefore, you definitely can't let it go, Zheng Yan said sincerely. Then, he sighed and patted the head of the Wen family on the shoulder to express his deep sympathy for him. That's right. Excellency Ursha is right. I'll be more careful in the future. By the way, why are you looking for me? The patriarch had no choice but to change the topic. Otherwise, if he let Excellency Ursha continue, the tigress in the house would probably run out and scratch him. Well, I'm here to tell you that there are still 2 days to the deadline I gave you. If you can't gather the money you owe me in 2 days, then I'm leaving, Zheng Yan said cooperatively. Excellency Ursha, can you give us a few more days? The patriarch negotiated. Even though he did not think that Excellency Ursha would really leave just like that, he still had to give face to the alchemist. I'm sorry. Patriarch Wen, I still have other matters to attend to. I spent too much time in the Wen family and have no choice but to leave, Zheng Yan said with a troubled expression. What about the poison in my Wen family? The head of the Wen family said with a headache. Patriarch Wen, if you can fork out the money you owe me, I'll continue to refine pills for you. However, if you can't, then don't blame me. Zheng Yan said with a smile, his attitude extremely good. Hearing Zheng Yan's words, the patriarch could not catch his breath and almost fainted. F***ck, what was going on? It was clearly a reward, but now it had become money that was owed to him. Was there still justice? Patriarch 1, that's all I have to say. Take care. With that, Zheng Yan turned around and left. Excellency Ursha. The patriarch hurriedly wanted to stop him, but Zheng Yan did not even turn around. Instead, he hurried on. Before he walked out of the main courtyard, he heard a tigress roar from behind, "Let him go. I don't believe that without him, the poison in our one family can't be cured." After that, the patriarch said something else, but Zheng Yan did not listen carefully. After Zheng Yan returned to his residence, he couldn't help but laugh until he leaned on the table. Yi Chen was sitting in a chair in the room. When he saw Zheng Yan's appearance, his face was filled with question marks. He couldn't help but wonder if Zheng Yan had been provoked by something. Why was he laughing like this? "What are you laughing at?" Yi Chen asked calmly when Zheng was almost done laughing. Zheng Yan calmed down and then described what he had seen and heard when he went to the main house to Yi Chen. After saying that, he looked at him with anticipation. Hee. Funny, right? She's a woman after all. She's already cultivated to the level of a god, but she still likes to scratch in fights. What's so funny? The matriarch of the one family is a tigress. Everyone on Divine Continent knows that, Yi Chen said nonchalantly. Why didn't I know? Didn't you come to the Divine Continent with me? How do you know this gossip? Zheng Yan's eyes lit up as he asked curiously. You'll find out in the future, Yi Chen said, keeping him in suspense. Commander Yi, don't be like this. I won't be able to sleep at night with this knowledge. Zheng Yan said with a bitter expression. All the better, you can keep the night watch, Yi Chen said with very little sympathy. Don't be like this. We've known each other for so long. Zheng Yan tried to get close. Previous chapter. When we went to gather information a while ago, didn't you ask the one family about their character? Yi Chen asked with a chuckle. Only by knowing a person's character could one make plans that varied from person to person. Therefore, he basically expected the one family's reaction to the difficult questions they threw out. I did, but I didn't ask about the women, Zheng Yan said sheepishly. He was definitely not as cunning and scheming as Commander Knight. And he had no intention of having any contact with the one women, so he naturally didn't care what they were like. Sometimes an unremarkable person may decide the outcome of a matter, so don't overlook any of your opponents, Yi Chen reminded him with a faint smile. Why do I feel like you know that Matriarch One needs money? Zheng guessed. I do know that. Why else would I ask you to ask for payment at that time? Yi Chen chuckled. You're really amazing, Zheng Yan said with a look of admiration. In the past, he only admired Miss, but now, he admired Commander Yi again. Well. No wonder Miss always called him a freak. Anyone would definitely fall for his schemes unknowingly. Don't worship me too much. I belong to Schwer, Yi Chen said very seriously. I know you belong to Mississippi. You don't have to tell me again. Zheng Yan was speechless. Sigh. It was precisely because of this that they often overlooked Commander Ye's strength. Now, it seemed that this freak was doing it on purpose. Good, Yi Chen said, relieved. He stood up and went to his room. 2 days later. Midnight. Seeing that no one from the one family had sent money over, Zheng Yan and Yi Chen took advantage of the dark and windy night to leave the one family mansion. After Yi Chen and Zheng Yan left the one family's divine realm, they went straight to the place where they had agreed to meet Schwer. They arranged to meet at an unnamed mountain range. This place was closest to the one family's divine realm and was not under their jurisdiction, so it was relatively safer. At the foot of the nameless mountains, Leng Ruoxue and the others were setting up camp here. Schwer, it's so late. Why aren't you asleep? Leng Qianya couldn't help but ask Leng Ruoxue, who was standing alone in the night. I'm waiting for the freak, Leng Ruoxue said softly. They probably won't leave tonight. Leng Qianya guessed. They will. Leng Ruoxue smiled confidently. Leng Qianya didn't understand the freak, unlike her. She knew that guy definitely wouldn't leave during daylight. Hee. You know me well, Schwer. A slightly smug voice sounded in their ears. Then, a black shadow pounced on Leng Ruoxue and hugged her tightly. When Leng Qianya saw the arrogant Yi Chen, he shook his head helplessly and tactfully gave them space. He even dragged Zheng Yan along with him when he left, knowing that he wanted to talk to Leng Ruoxue. Schwer, I miss you so much, Yi Chen said coquettishly when he saw that the light bulb was gone. I miss you too. Leng Ruoxue hugged the freak's body tightly and said with slight relief. Previously, they had been careful in the one family and did not dare to do anything intimate. After she left the one family, the freak was afraid that the one family would be suspicious, so he immediately rushed back. Therefore, it could be said that the two of them had never had the chance to tell each other their feelings. Now that they finally had the chance, the two of them naturally had a lot to talk about. Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment and brought the two of them into the bracelet. Then, they went straight into the purple bamboo house. After entering the purple bamboo house, neither of them spoke much. They just hugged each other. After having enough hugs for the time being, they chatted about what had happened during this period. As they chatted, the freak suddenly said to Leng Ruoxue very seriously and cautiously, Schwer, if you dare to do such a dangerous thing in the future, I won't let you off. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Even though the freak hadn't explained it, she knew what he was referring to. And she had instructed in advance that those who knew about it were not to tell anyone. The only one who hadn't been warned was the little black phoenix, so she wasn't surprised that the freak knew about it. Moreover, she could sense that the little black phoenix seemed to be connected to the freak. However, she wouldn't ask unless the freak took the initiative to tell her. This is for you. Yichen took out a storage ring and handed it to Leng Ruoxue. Where did the herbs come from? Leng Ruoxue looked at the things in the ring through her divine sense and asked in surprise. Hee. We of course robbed from the Wen family, Yichen said with a smirk. So you were the one who got someone to rob the Wen family. You're so bad. However, I like it. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. She would occasionally get Qingju to check on the Wen family's situation, so she naturally knew that the Wen family had been robbed. However, she didn't expect that it was the freak who got someone to do it. Well. This guy was really resourceful. He could actually control the Wen family remotely. By the way, do you have the whereabouts of Cheng Wu and the others? Leng Ruoxue asked after some thought. She knew that the freak had made an appointment with everyone. If they were separated, they would meet up in the Wen family's divine realm. However, Fengde and the others had been in the Wen family's divine realm for a period of time, but Cheng Wu and the others had disappeared like clay oxen plunging into the sea. This made her a little worried. We heard on the way here that someone from the Mystic God Association in the Cheng family's divine realm had advanced collectively. That should be them. However, they should have arrived in the Wen family's divine realm by now. As for why they haven't arrived yet, I'm not sure, Yichen said helplessly. All his attention was on Shuer, so even if something happened to Cheng Wu and the others, he would prioritize Shuer. He could lose everything, but not Shuer. In that case, Cheng Wu and the others might still be in the Cheng family's divine realm. Leng Ruoxue guessed. Perhaps. Yichen wasn't so sure. Finding someone in the god realm was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was huge, after all, and even though the divine continent was only part of the realm, it wasn't small. Previous chapter. Then let's go to the Cheng family's divine realm to take a look. Maybe we can find them, Leng Ruoxue suggested. Yes, but only after you've finished converting your energy. Otherwise, with your current strength, you'll have no choice but to wait for someone to grab you while you walk through the divine continent, Yichen reminded him with a wicked grin. The god realm is not peaceful. Beauty, you need my protection. Yichen added like a lecher. Yes, I'm counting on Big Brother Desha. Leng Ruoxue smiled shyly. Shuer, let's discuss something. Can you not call me that? Yichen said gloomily. Sigh. That name didn't match his image. His reputation had been ruined by Zheng Yan. But I think this name is not bad. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly, her beautiful eyes filled with teasing. Sigh. Shuer, the god realm is really chaotic, Yichen said helplessly. I know, I'll be careful, Leng Ruoxue quickly promised obediently. Shuer, if anyone dares to snatch you away, well. If I can beat them, I'll beat them up. If I can't. Yichen smiled mysteriously and left half of his sentence unfinished. What do you want if you can't win? Leng Ruoxue took the bait. She knew that this freak was waiting for her to ask. They would have to snatch me away too. Otherwise, I won't let him snatch you away, Yichen said shamelessly. Humph. The same thing couldn't happen again. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but break out in cold sweat when she heard the freak's words. She thought to herself, strong. He's really extraordinarily strong. He can't even beat him, will he listen to you? However, she could only think about this in her heart and didn't dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, the freak would definitely cry for her. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded cooperatively. Hee. Shuer, I haven't hugged you to sleep in a long time. I have to hug you to my heart's content today, Yichen said with anticipation. Then, he hugged Shuer tightly and closed his eyes. On the other side. It was already the next day when the head of the Wen family found out that Zheng Yan had already left. When he heard this news, he was angry and regretful because he never dreamed that Zheng Yan and his servant would really leave without even saying goodbye. In the main hall of the Wen family mansion. What are the guards of the Wen family doing? No one noticed that the two of them left. The head of the Wen family was so angry that his face and neck were red. He shouted at the top of his voice. Patriarch, what's the use of saying this now? Hurry up and send someone to find him. The sixth elder said anxiously. Sigh. Zheng Ersha had really left without a word, but what about the members of the Wen family? Butler, why are you still standing there in a daze? Hurry up and send someone to find him. If you can't find him, you don't have to come back. The Wen family's head said angrily. Patriarch, don't be anxious. I've already sent someone to look for him, the head butler said with a long face. Boo-hoo. Was he caught in the crossfire without doing anything? This had nothing to do with him in the first place. It was all because the patriarch's family was not strict. Otherwise, how could Zheng Ersha have left? He could not help but feel his stomach ache. Find someone for me too. The head of the Wen family roared. He didn't want to see the head butler at all now. He was really too useless. He couldn't even handle such a small matter. Humph. If the butler had kept an eye on the money, how could he have given that old woman a chance? The Wen family's head grumbled in his heart. Yes, the head butler replied and hurriedly left the main hall. Patriarch, you have to give the family an explanation for this matter. After the head butler left to find someone, the sixth elder calmed down a lot. He also knew that the patriarch would definitely be unhappy after hearing this, but he had to say what he had to say. What explanation does the sixth elder want me to give? The Wen family's master glared at him as if he was about to fly into a rage at any moment. I don't know either. Patriarch, do as you see fit, the sixth elder said irresponsibly. Then, he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. The head of the Wen family looked at the elders sitting there and felt anger rising in his heart. Damn it, he had asked them to meet Zheng Ersha earlier to get close to him, and these old fellows, including the sixth elder, had all rejected him. Now that he had left, it was all his fault. It was really infuriating. Just like that, the head of the Wen family and the elders stared at each other for a long time, but they could not think of a way to appease their clansmen. The Zheng Ersha they were looking for had long disappeared. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue and the others had already left the foot of the nameless mountain range and were heading to the nearest small city according to the map to undergo energy conversion. Before leaving the nameless mountain range, Leng Ruoxue had already advanced to the mystic god realm here. After she advanced, the beasts also advanced one after another. Now, Baisu, Fengzhan, Mei, and the other beasts like the old phoenix had all broken through the barrier of a level 9 transcendent divine beast and advanced to become a divine beast. Among them, because the old phoenixes had cultivated for a long time, they were still the strongest. They had already reached the level of a level 4 divine beast. Now, their strength was almost equivalent to the high-level gods on the divine continent. Baisu, on the other hand, was a level 3 divine beast. His strength was equivalent to an intermediate god in the divine continent. Fengzhan and Mei were respectively a level 2 divine beast and a level 1 divine beast. Now, their strength was almost at the level of junior gods or profound gods. As for treasures and other beasts, they had all advanced to level 9 super divine beasts and were only a step away from divine beasts. Leng Ruoxue was quite satisfied with this result, but there was still a little accident. This was because Leng Ruoxue had already signed a soul contract with the little peacock, the pythons, and the other beasts before she advanced. However, what she didn't expect was that the little peacock and some of the pythons hadn't advanced to a level 9 transcendent divine beast. The black python with the highest strength also couldn't break through to become a holy beast. This couldn't help but make her feel a little regretful. The little peacock and the other beasts were also very depressed. For this, she even comforted them for a long time. A day later, Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived at the small city closest to the nameless mountain range. Although this city was small, it had a rather grand name, Heaven City. Moreover, it had everything. There was the Mystic God Association, the Alchemist Association, the Artificer Association, and so on. Walking on the streets of Heaven City, Leng Ruoxue looked at the dazzling array of shops in the city and couldn't help but sigh. Such a small city is actually so prosperous. Even if it is small, it can still contain the essentials. The Heaven City isn't big, but this place isn't under the jurisdiction of any of the 8 great clans, so the city lord of this city will naturally do his best to manage it, Yichen explained with a light smile. In the divine continent, small cities like this generally weren't worthy of the 8 great clans' attention. Therefore, even if such small cities were prosperous, the money they earned was limited. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement and wondered if they should build a small city like this in the future. Shuer, we've arrived at the Mystic God Association. Go and do the energy conversion first. Not long after, Yichen pointed at a 3-story staircase. Okay, go find a guest shop and wait for me. You don't have to accompany me, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. She knew that the freak and Fengda took more than half a month to perform the energy conversion, so she expected that it would take a long time. Alright, then take care of yourself. Yichen nodded. Then, after watching Shuer walk into the Guild of Gods, he led Fengda and the others to find a guest shop. After Leng Ruoxue walked into the Mystic God Association, she found that the guild hall was actually empty. She stood alone in the hall for a while and casually looked around the layout of the guild hall. Then, she found a chair and sat down. Not long after, an inconspicuous old man came out of nowhere. The old man was not tall and looked fair and fat. He gave off a shrewd look. His strength was at the mid-level of the high-level deity. When the old man saw Leng Ruoxue sitting in the hall, his eyes actually emitted a wolf-like light. Then, he quickly walked in front of Leng Ruoxue and said very enthusiastically, "Are you here to undergo energy conversion? Welcome. Welcome." The old man was very excited, and the way he looked at Leng Ruoxue became more and more amiable and passionate. However, his gaze as if he was looking at prey made Leng Ruoxue's hair stand on end. She wanted to run out. Ugh. She regretted it. If she had known that the people from the Mystic God Association in the Heaven City were perverts, she would have let the freak and the others accompany her. However, if this old man dared to do anything to her, he could not blame her for being impolite. At that time, she did not care if this person was from the Mystic God Association or not. She did not care if his strength was above hers. In an instant, Leng Ruoxue's thoughts spun. Then, she composed herself and said calmly, "I'm here to undergo energy conversion. Is it convenient now?" "It's convenient. It's convenient. It's convenient whenever you come," the old man said excitedly. Leng Ruoxue didn't know what to say. Could it be that this old man knew her? Even though she had been in the divine continent for a while, she didn't seem to have walked on the continent before. Hee. I'll bring you to undergo energy conversion now. After the old man finished speaking, he reached out to pull Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue dodged the old man's wolf claws and said unhappily, "Just lead the way." Good. Good, hee. I didn't expect the little girl to be so shy. The old man smiled happily. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard this old man's words. She thought to herself, wasn't she just shy? Hee hee. Let's go, I'll bring you to the conversion pool upstairs. The old man was not affected by Leng Ruoxue's attitude. His face was still smiling, but this time, he did not reach out to pull Leng Ruoxue. Don't we have to go through the procedures? We still have to hand over the crystals. Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. The freak had already told her about the previous procedures, so this old man's non-compliance made her secretly vigilant. Hee hee, you can just drip your blood on this card to recognize it as your master. However, you don't have to pay the money. The old man took out a card from his ring and handed it to Leng Ruoxue. No need to pay. Why? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. To be honest, if this old man had gone through normal procedures, she might not have been too wary of him. However, this old man did not take the ordinary path and looked lecherous, so she had to be vigilant. Hee hee. I like you, the old man said happily. His bright eyes kept shooting at Leng Ruoxue like a searchlight. After that, he even nodded his head vigorously as if he was very satisfied. Stinky old man, if you dare to look at me like that again, you'll regret it, Leng Ruoxue warned impatiently. Little girl, don't misunderstand. I'm not a bad person. When the old man heard this, he knew that he had been misunderstood by this little girl, so he hurriedly explained. Boo-hoo. It wasn't easy for a peerless beauty to come to his association, but he didn't expect his excessive excitement to scare this girl. Wasn't this making his emotions worse? Bad people won't admit that they're bad. Leng Ruoxue said lightly, her beautiful face filled with displeasure. Previous chapter. Little girl, I'm really not a bad person. Look at how amiable I am. I don't look like a bad person at all. The old man said with an expression as if he had wronged her. Stop talking nonsense. There are 10 medium-grade crystals here. Quickly bring me to undergo energy conversion. I still have something on. Leng Ruoxue urged. Well. It wasn't that she didn't respect her elders. It was just that this old man was too abnormal. Little girl, I said that you don't have to pay. The old man reminded her aggrievedly. Boo-hoo. Why was such a beautiful little girl's temper so bad? No, you have to pay. Leng Ruoxue glared at the old man with her beautiful eyes and said loudly. She didn't need to pay this old man. Who knew if he had other motives? Therefore, she had to be wary. The old man was depressed. He had been in the Mystic God Association for many years, but he had never seen such a difficult little girl. She actually couldn't be refused without money. Alas. If it were anyone else, they would be overjoyed. However, it was obvious that this girl treated his good intentions as a hot potato. When the old man thought of this, he felt extremely aggrieved. All right. I'll accept this money. The old man sighed helplessly and then accepted the 10 medium-grade crystals Leng Ruoxue handed him. Little girl, come upstairs with me, the old man said again and turned in the direction of the stairs. Leng Ruoxue followed the old man up to the second floor. The old man brought her to a room and reminded her to stay longer before closing the door and going out. Leng Ruoxue raised her beautiful eyes slightly and sized up the arrangements in the room. Then, she came to the side of the spirit transformation fluid and walked into it. She sat cross-legged. She knew that the energy conversion was to absorb the conversion spiritual liquid in the pool, so she didn't delay for too long and closed her eyes to absorb it on her own. 3 days later. The old man stared at the staircase anxiously, wondering why this little girl hadn't finished converting yet. However, he was quite happy because this meant that this little girl's aptitude was not bad. However, after another half a month, the old man was a little uneasy when Leng Ruoxue still didn't come down from upstairs. There were several times when he had the urge to go upstairs to take a look, but he still resisted it. After another week, Leng Ruoxue finally walked down from upstairs. The old man looked at Leng Ruoxue who came down from upstairs as if he had seen a rare animal. His eyes lit up, and the expression on his face was extremely excited. He was so excited that he was speechless. Leng Ruoxue looked at the old man's expression and thought about how to deal with it. However, before she could think clearly, she suddenly saw the freak appear behind the old man. Then, his fist smashed into the old man's head. In the blink of an eye, the old man fainted. Freak, why did you knock him out? Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. She hadn't bought a divine skill yet. Now, the only staff member in the entire association had also fainted. Who would sell her divine skills now? Other than fire and wind divine skills, they didn't have any other divine skills. The reason for this was because the freak and the others left in a hurry after the energy conversion last time, so they did not buy any divine skills. The divine skills of fire and wind were sponsored by Leng Qianye. However, only people with fire and wind attributes could use them. No one else could learn them. Apart from energy conversion, Leng Ruoxue's other mission in the Mystic God Association was to buy divine skills. However, she could only buy ordinary divine skills in the Mystic God Association. The best divine skills could only be bought during auctions. Moreover, there was one good thing about divine skills. Even if one became an ultimate god, they could still use the divine skills they had learned. Do you think you can leave without knocking him out? The freak said helplessly. Then, he pulled Leng Ruoxue's hand and walked out of the guild. When they arrived outside the guild, Fengde and the others were already waiting for them on the beast. After Leng Ruoxue and the freak sat on it, Lei Xiao, who was acting as a flying beast, flapped his huge wings and left Will Heaven City. Miss, you didn't buy any divine skills again, right? Feng De, who was lying on Lei Zhao's back in midair, asked with a smile. That's right. That old man was knocked unconscious by the freak. Leng Ruoxue was very helpless, but she was more depressed. Why was it that Feng De and the others could advance even though it was also an energy conversion? The freak had even advanced to the intermediate level of high-level deity, but she didn't even advance one level? She was bullied so badly. Hee. We escaped quickly last time. Otherwise, we would probably have been pestered too, Feng De said knowingly. Shuer, don't worry. There will be divine skills. When we reach the Qing family's divine realm, we can just buy them from the Mystic God Association, Leng Qinya comforted. Yes, you have to appear when we reach the Qing family's divine realm, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Okay. Leng Qinya chuckled, his handsome face filled with helplessness. After Lei Xiao flew for nearly half a month, Leng Ruoxue and the others finally arrived at the Qing family's divine realm. The Qing family's divine realm was located in the southernmost part of the divine continent. There were a total of 7 cities. The largest city was the main city of the Qing family, and the Qing family's divine realm was ranked 3rd among the 8 divine realms. Among the 8 great clans of the God realm, other than the Ning family's divine realm, which was ranked 1st, the overall strength of the other 7 great clans was extremely different. Therefore, there were basically victories and defeats between them. After Leng Ruoxue and the others entered the territory of the Qing family's divine realm, they did not stay for long and went straight to the Qing family's main city. After entering the Qing family's main city, it was afternoon. Leng Ruoxue and the others first found a guest shop. Then, Leng Qinya went to the Mystic God Association to buy divine skills, while the others went to the streets to inquire about news. There are quite a lot of people in the Qing family's divine realm, Leng Ruoxue said softly as she looked at the pedestrians on the street. Yes, other than the Qing family, there are also many outsiders in this city. The freak frowned. Well. He didn't like the way those people on the street looked at Shuer. Miss, I just heard some news, Feng De whispered to Leng Ruoxue. What news? Leng Ruoxue was a little curious. If it wasn't something important, Feng De shouldn't have specially come to tell her. The beloved daughter of the Qing family's head is getting married in a few days, Feng De said mysteriously. What do you mean again? Leng Ruoxue was a little puzzled. Could it be that the daughter of the city lord had been married many times? I heard that the precious daughter of the Qing family's head already has 3 husbands. This is her 4th marriage, so there are so many people in the main city. Most of them are here to congratulate her, Feng De explained. Then what do they think of Miss Cheng? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help asking. That's right. They all praise Miss Cheng as a heroine and a role model for women. It's said that Miss Cheng is even the idol that many people admire. Feng De said in disbelief. It seems that the customs of the divine continent are different from other places. Leng Ruoxue guessed. Whether it was in Lingfeng or Hao Tian, such a thing was unimaginable. She still remembered that when they first arrived in the Hao Tian continent, the daughter of the city lord of Windless City was also called the Before Evils because she liked handsome men. However, the handsome men of the daughter of Windless City were all snatched. Since this Miss Cheng was called a heroine, she should be different from the Before Evils of Windless City. Yes. I was shocked when I heard the news. Moreover, it seems that such a thing is allowed in the God realm. Feng De looked at Lu Tao and said uneasily. Feng De, you guys continue strolling. Shuer and I will return to the guest shop first, the freak suddenly said. Then, without asking Shuer, he pulled her back to the guest room. In the guest room. Leng Ruoxue looked at the freak who suddenly became depressed and asked in confusion, Freak, what's wrong with you? Shuer, don't even think about it. The freak pulled a long face and said extremely gloomily. Sigh. He really shouldn't have wandered around the streets with Shuer. He was really afraid that some things in the God realm would lead Shuer astray. Don't think about what? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was full of question marks. You can only have me, the freak said domineeringly. Then, he held Shuer tightly in his arms. Hee. You're depressed because of this. Fool, I won't want anyone else except you. Leng Ruoxue quickly comforted and promised. Yes. The freak nodded in satisfaction. Then, he said, in the God realm, there are some women with excellent family backgrounds and aptitude who have such privileges. However, they still have to speak with strength. Oh. In that case, Miss Cheng should be very outstanding? Leng Ruoxue said uncertainly. I think so. Otherwise, the Qing family wouldn't have allowed her to do this. You should know that most of the daughters of the families are basically used for marriages. However, it's obvious that this Miss Cheng isn't, the freak analyzed. Yes, but no matter how outstanding she is, it's none of our business. If Cheng Wu and the others aren't here, we'll leave in a few days, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. She felt that she didn't have much interaction with that Miss Cheng, so she naturally wouldn't pay attention to that heroine. Shuer, the Qing family's divine realm is not good. Let's leave this place as soon as possible, the freak suggested. Demon, Miss Cheng is so outstanding. I'm not worried that she will have designs on you, let alone that you will fall in love with someone else. Why are you in a hurry? Leng Ruoxue teased and couldn't help but worry in her heart. If anyone should be worried, it should be me, right? I'm just afraid you'll learn bad things, the freak muttered softly. As if. Leng Ruoxue patted the freak's head and pretended to be unhappy. This guy clearly didn't trust her. Was she someone who could learn bad things so easily? Hee. Swear, I love you. The freak smiled foolishly and said ingratiatingly. I also. Leng Ruoxue was about to say, I love you too, but she was interrupted after saying 2 words. Miss. Lin Yuan rushed into Leng Ruoxue's room anxiously. Then, he retreated when he saw his miss hugging Commander Yi tightly. Lin Yuan, what's the matter? Leng Ruoxue asked Lin Yuan, who stuck his head in. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded hard and told himself not to look at Commander Yi, who was unsatisfied. Boo-hoo. If looks could kill, he would probably have been killed by Commander Ye's glare. What is it? Come in and talk. Leng Ruoxue comforted the freak and then said to Lin Yuan. Miss, I saw Brother Song on the street. Lin Yuan walked in and said bluntly. Where did you see him? Leng Ruoxue quickly asked. At the entrance of a shop. However, Big Brother Song pretended not to know me, so he didn't say anything. There are many people around him. I asked around and they seem to be from the Cheng family, Lin Yuan explained. The Cheng family? Leng Ruoxue frowned slightly, deep in thought. She couldn't understand why Song Di was with the Cheng family. Miss, I'm going out to ask around. Lin Yuan said. After seeing Song Di just now, he wanted to quickly tell Miss this news, so he didn't ask too clearly. No need. When it gets dark, I'll go to the Cheng family with the freak. Leng Ruoxue thought for a while and said. Since she already knew that Song Di was with the Cheng family, it was better to go to the Cheng family personally to ask Song Di. Lin Yuan, let Feng De and the others come here when they come back later, Leng Ruoxue instructed again. Yes, Mississippi. I'll go out first. Lin Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. Sigh. The pair that Commander Yi had given him was really too big. Not long after Lin Yuan left, Feng De and the others returned to the guest shop. Then, everyone came to Leng Ruoxue's room. After Leng Ruoxue told them the news Lin Yuan had obtained, everyone was very surprised and puzzled. Miss, is this true? Feng De asked in disbelief. Why were Song Di and the others with the Cheng family instead of going to the Wen family's divine realm to meet them? Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Not only that, but Brother Song also acted as if he didn't know me. I guarantee that I didn't misjudge him, Lin Yuan said very seriously. Previous chapter. Next. Swear, it's probably not convenient for Song Di to pretend not to know Lin Yuan. They might have encountered some trouble. Leng Qingtian thought for a while and analyzed. He really didn't believe that Song Di and the others abandoned them because they had found a new backer in the God realm. After all, he trusted Cheng Wu and the others. Yes, I'll go to the Cheng family with the freak after dark to see what the situation is. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Miss, I'll go with you. Feng De hurriedly said. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Stay in the inn and wait for news. Leng Ruoxue looked at the expectant gazes of the others and said helplessly. She knew that the others were also very curious about this matter. After all, after interacting for so long, they all knew Cheng Wu and the others very well. Yeah. They all nodded. After dark, Leng Ruoxue asked Yao to cast an invisibility spell on them, and the 3 of them sneaked into the Cheng family mansion. The Cheng family's mansion was larger than the Wen family's, and Leng Ruoxue and the other 2 didn't have anyone to lead the way, so it could be said that they were blind. Therefore, they could only look in the courtyard one by one. The 3 of them split up and each found a direction. They agreed that if they found anything suspicious, they would contact each other through the voice transmission jade token. Leng Ruoxue chose the north, but after searching 3 courtyards, she didn't find any traces of Cheng Wu and the others. Qing Ju, did you discover anything? Leng Ruoxue sent a voice transmission to Qing Ju. Sister, there are ultimate gods guarding the 8 divine realms on the divine continent, so I don't dare to search too widely. However, I didn't find Cheng Wu and the others anywhere I looked, Qing Ju replied. Sister, it would be great if we could find someone from the Cheng family. That way, I can read minds, Qing Ju added. I want to too. But I can't find it. Leng Ruoxue said gloomily. She finally realized that the 8 great families were extraordinarily confident. She actually didn't see many guards at night, and she didn't know where the guards on night duty were. Sister, don't be anxious. Let's search slowly. We'll find it eventually, Qing Ju comforted. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Then, she planned to continue searching for Cheng Wu and the others. Just as she was about to move, she received a voice transmission from the freak saying that she had found them. After hearing the news from the freak, Leng Ruoxue immediately went to the courtyard that the freak mentioned to meet him. Not long after, Feng De arrived. Monster, are Cheng Wu and the others definitely inside? Leng Ruoxue confirmed. Yes, I've already seen Song Di, but I asked him to go back to his room and wait for us, the freak explained. When he walked into the courtyard, he saw Song Di looking around at the door, as if he was waiting for someone, so he directly went forward to greet him. Then let's go in. Leng Ruoxue urged. Alright, the freak replied. Then, the 3 of them walked into the courtyard. The courtyard where Cheng Wu and the others live now could be considered top-notch from the size of the courtyard and the decorations in the courtyard. Leng Ruoxue sized up the scenery in the courtyard as she walked, and the more she looked, the more puzzled she was. At this moment, in the only room in the courtyard with the lights on, 2 men were walking around like ants on a hot pan. When Leng Ruoxue and the other 2 pushed open the door and walked in, they happened to see such a scene. Hee hee. Looks like the 2 of you are treated well. Leng Ruoxue teased with a light smile. Well. Just by looking at the luxurious furnishings in this room, she knew that they shouldn't have suffered any physical pain. Instead, the treatment the Cheng family gave them was quite high. Miss, don't tease us. Cheng Wu said to the void with a bitter face. Because Miss and the others were invisible, he couldn't determine their exact location and could only speak to the air. I didn't. Your treatment is indeed better than mine. Leng Ruoxue said with slight grievance. After she was captured by the Wen family's ultimate god, the place she lived in couldn't compare to Cheng Wu and the others at all. Miss, there's a reason why this treatment is good. Song Di glanced at Cheng Wu and said with sympathy. We're here to hear the reason. Tell us. Feng De covered his mouth and chuckled. Well. He was not so worried when he saw the place Cheng Wu lived in. This is the Cheng family's divine realm, and your surname is Cheng. Could it be that you have something to do with them? Leng Ruoxue guessed. Miss, I have nothing to do with them. I can swear, Cheng Wu hurriedly promised when he heard Leng Ruoxue's words. Even though the Cheng family had also used such a reason to persuade him to stay, he had rejected them. There's no need to swear. Tell me why you're with the Cheng family. Leng Ruoxue said curiously. Miss, this has to start when we just arrived in the god realm. Cheng Wu sighed softly. Boo-hoo. He didn't even contribute to Miss's matters, and now he had to make Miss worry about his matters. He was really too ashamed. Ever since he heard from Song Di that he had seen Lin Yuan in the afternoon, he had guessed that Miss had been saved. Now that he had heard his Miss's voice with his own ears, he was even more relieved. Sigh. Even though he really wanted to know Miss's situation these days, it was obvious that this was not the time. And Miss might not tell them in detail here. Boo-hoo. Okay, say it. Leng Ruoxue was very calm. Miss, we originally agreed to gather at the Wen family's divine realm if we were separated. The place where we were sent by the teleportation light to be very close to the Cheng family's divine realm, so we directly underwent energy conversion at the Mystic God Association here. However, our energy conversion caused a huge commotion, so we were targeted by the Cheng family. After the head of the Cheng family found out that my surname was also Cheng, he invited me to join the Cheng family in the name of my race, but I rejected him. Cheng Wu paused with a difficult expression. Oh, then did the Cheng family make things difficult for you? Leng Ruo said lightly. After hearing Cheng Wu's words, she understood. The Cheng family must have felt that Cheng Wu and the others' qualifications were too good, so they wanted to take them in. No, the head of the Cheng family is very reasonable. Seeing that we were unwilling and had something urgent to do, he let us leave. However, on the way out of the Cheng family's divine domain, Cheng Wu found it difficult to speak. Sigh. This matter was really too dramatic. On the way out of the Cheng family's divine domain, we had a conflict with someone and indirectly saved the eldest daughter of the Cheng family who was captured by him. That Miss Cheng wanted to express her gratitude to us, so she forced us to stay and even wanted to marry brother Cheng. Song Di saw that Cheng Wu couldn't say it, so he explained for him. So you're the person Miss Cheng is going to marry? Feng De said in surprise. He really didn't expect the groom of the Cheng family to be an acquaintance. Sigh. Don't mention it, Mississippi. We really didn't meddle in other people's business. Boo-hoo. Cheng Wu was depressed. However, he hated the person who had a conflict with them even more. He could have captured anyone, but why did he have to capture Miss Cheng? Now, she insisted on giving herself to him. Sigh. What should he do? Is Miss Cheng beautiful? Leng Ruoxue suddenly asked. It's all right. Cheng Wu replied honestly. No way. I heard that Miss Cheng is a rare beauty. Feng De said with a smile. After knowing that Cheng Wu and the others were in the Cheng family, they specially went to inquire about the situation of the Cheng family, including Miss Cheng. It's not bad. Perhaps Miss Cheng is a beauty in the eyes of others, but it's not like I haven't seen someone more beautiful than her, Cheng Wu said truthfully. The beauty he was referring to was naturally his own Miss. How strong is she? Leng Ruoxue asked again. Her strength is above mine, Cheng Wu said after some thought. In order to leave this place, he had fought Miss Cheng. However, he had lost. How strong is the person who had a conflict with you? Leng Ruoxue continued to ask. That person's strength is inferior to mine. I can beat him up alone, Cheng Wu said with certainty. In that case, how could that person capture Miss Cheng? Moreover, it's to capture someone in the Cheng family's divine realm. Does he want to die? Also, how many people did that person bring? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was filled with suspicion. Miss, that person only brought 5 people with her. However, Miss Cheng seems to have some illness. When she was caught by them, it happened to be when she fell ill. As for the person who captured her, she's from the Yao family. The Yao family is also one of the 8 great families. Their 2 families have never gotten along, Cheng Wu said after thinking for a while. He had heard about these situations from Miss Cheng, and he had also inquired about them himself. Swear, the Yao family is ranked second among the 8 great families, the freak added. Oh. Monster, what do you think the probability of this being a coincidence is? Leng Ruoxue asked. Because she wasn't involved and didn't see anyone from the Cheng family, she couldn't tell if this was a coincidence or if the Cheng family did it on purpose. I don't know either. However, the Cheng family has a good reputation in the god realm. Moreover, the head of the Cheng family is quite prestigious in the god realm. The freak shook his head. Cheng Wu, what do you think? Also, how did the sensible head of the Cheng family react to you becoming the son-in-law of the Cheng family? Leng Ruoxue continued to ask suspicious questions. Miss, we haven't seen the Cheng family's head yet. However, Miss Cheng said that as long as she likes it, her father won't have any objections, Cheng Wu said helplessly. He had wanted to see the Cheng family's head a few times, but he had been stopped. Sigh. That's right, Mississippi. On the surface, this matter seems to have been decided by Miss Cheng alone. However, it's indeed quite strange that the head of the Cheng family hasn't appeared. Song Di thought for a moment and said. Hee, big brother Cheng, I heard that Miss Cheng already has 3 husbands? Feng De asked curiously. Even though everyone in the city said so, he didn't know if it was true. Cheng Wu nodded awkwardly. Brother Cheng, if that's the case, Miss Cheng, you really can't marry him. Feng De said very seriously. Damn it, who said I was going to marry her? Cheng Wu was furious when he heard Feng De's words. Calm down. Feng De didn't dare to tease him anymore and quickly comforted him. Then, he said to Leng Ruoxue, Miss, why don't we take brother Cheng and the others out while it's dark? No. Cheng Wu refused. Didn't you not want to marry Miss Cheng? I can take you out of here now. Leng Ruoxue said in confusion. Miss, we can't go with you now, Cheng Wu said gloomily. Why? Have you changed your mind about marrying Miss Cheng? Feng De's face was also full of question marks. No, Blackie and the others were taken away by them. We searched for them for a long time but couldn't find them, Cheng Wu said guiltily. Sigh. If anything happened to his brother because of him, he would probably have to die to apologize. Miss, if it weren't for this, we would have long thought of a way to leave this place. However, we're trapped here now. Moreover, we've always been monitored by the Cheng family. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so afraid to recognize Lin Yuan when I saw him this afternoon. Song Di also had a distressed expression. Sigh. He kept him by Cheng Wu's side so that he could accompany brother Cheng. I see. Well. Don't be anxious. We'll go back and discuss with the others and think of a good way to save you then, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Then, the few of them chatted for a while before leaving the Cheng family. After returning to the guest shop, Leng Ruoxue and the others discussed for the night and finally decided to take the initiative to attack. Therefore, they went straight to the door the next day. Previous chapter. After Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived at the Cheng family, they directly said that they wanted to look for the eldest daughter of the Cheng family. When the guards saw their extraordinary auras, they did not dare to neglect them. The eldest daughter of the Cheng family, Cheng Lan, who was resting in her room, frowned when she heard the guards' report and seriously thought about who it was because she was very sure that she didn't know Leng Ruoxue. Lanner, don't think about it. You're frowning, a man in the room said with some heartache. This man was tall and strong. Although he was not particularly handsome, he was very masculine. He was one of Cheng Lan's husbands, Lu Xian from the Lu family, who was ranked last among the 8 great families. Do you know if any of my friends are called Leng Ruoxue? Cheng Lan could not help but ask. Hee. Lanner, if you don't remember, how can I recognize you? Lu Xian said speechlessly. Lanner had a wide range of friends and was generous. Therefore, there were often some Tom, Dick, and Harry who would take the opportunity to come and take advantage of her. Therefore, he had never had a good impression of Lanner's bad friends. But I really can't remember who she is, Cheng Lanner said with an aggrieved expression. Don't think about it if you don't want to. It's not a big deal. If you don't want to see him, just ask the guards to return, Lu Xian said indifferently. He didn't think it was difficult to send away a friend he didn't know well, but he was afraid Lanner didn't think so. How can that be? Father often said that if you visit, you're a guest. Whether you like it or not, you shouldn't neglect it. As expected, Cheng Lan objected as soon as she heard Lu Xian's words. How can that be? Father often said that if you visit, you're a guest. Whether you like it or not, you shouldn't neglect it. As expected, Cheng Lan objected as soon as she heard Lu Xian's words. Alright, let her in. I also want to see what she wants from me, Cheng Lan said curiously. After receiving Cheng Lan's order, the guard left Cheng Lan's courtyard and went to the door to invite Leng Ruoxue and the others in. After bringing them to the main hall, the guard left. Leng Ruoxue and the others sat in the main hall for a while. Not long after, a young man and woman walked in from outside. Leng Ruoxue raised her beautiful eyes and sized up the young woman who walked in. Oh. She should be the eldest daughter of the Cheng family. This woman looked very young. Moreover, as the rumor said, she was a rare beauty. Her strength was not bad, and she was an intermediate high-level deity. As for the obviously hostile man beside her, he was probably one of her husbands. Even though the man was not particularly handsome, he had an outstanding temperament and looked otherworldly. He gave off a very clean feeling. Even though his cultivation level was not as high as the woman beside him, the two of them were very compatible when they stood together. However, why did that man look so unhappy with them? Leng Ruoxue's heart was filled with question marks. She had never seen these two people before. Besides, they had imprisoned her subordinates in disguise. She should be the one who was angry. While Leng Ruoxue was sizing up Cheng Lan and Lu Xian, the two of them were also sizing up Leng Ruoxue and the others. Cheng Lan looked at Leng Ruoxue in amazement and was even more surprised in her heart. Oh. This woman was really beautiful. She was even more beautiful than the 2B** cheese from the Ning family and the Yao family. No, to be precise, the 2B** cheese from the Ning family and the Yao family couldn't even compare to a strand of this woman's hair. Hee hee. She was so happy in her heart. Unfortunately, this woman's strength was too low, only at the mystic god level. This was a little flawed. I'm Chenglan. Miss Leng, do we know each other? Chenglan introduced herself and asked bluntly. This, how should I put it? Leng Ruoxue was in a difficult position. The two of them didn't know each other, but Chenglan wanted to force her subordinate to marry her. Sigh. Miss Leng, feel free to tell me if you have any difficulties. I will definitely help if I can, Chenglan said generously. Really? Leng Ruoxue was a little suspicious. She wondered if Miss Cheng would fall out with her if she told Chenglan to let her subordinates go. However, the first impression Chenglan gave her didn't seem like an unreasonable and unruly person. Why would she do something to imprison her subordinates? She couldn't understand. Of course. Chenglan was very loyal. In addition, she liked Leng Ruoxue, so she naturally agreed to everything. In that case, please let my subordinates go, Miss Cheng. Leng Ruoxue went straight to the point, thinking, you asked me to mention this. Your subordinate? I didn't capture your subordinate. Chenglan's face was full of question marks. Then, she turned to ask Lu Xian, do you know who in the Cheng family captured Miss Leng's subordinate? She's asking you for someone. If you don't know, how would I know? Lu Xian rolled his eyes and said helplessly. Sigh. Lanner's personality was sometimes too out of line. She didn't even figure out what was going on before making things clear. She didn't allow anyone to stop her or she would fall out with them. Miss Leng. Chenglan looked at Leng Ruoxue helplessly, her beautiful face still full of innocence. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. Moreover, she could tell that Chenglan was definitely not pretending. She really didn't know. Sigh. How could this be? Chenglan had exceeded her expectations. If Chenglan was an unruly, willful, and unreasonable woman, it would be easier to deal with her. However, it was really not easy for her to deal with someone who did not remember what she had done. More importantly, this was the Cheng family's territory. Sigh. Miss Cheng, I'm talking about Cheng Wu and the others. Leng Ruoxue had no choice but to make herself clear. Brother Cheng and the others are your subordinates? But why is your strength not as high as Brother Cheng and the others? Chenglan did not understand. In her understanding, it was very embarrassing for a subordinate to have a higher cultivation than her. Moreover, this way, it would not be easy to convince her subordinates. Isn't it normal for my cultivation to not be as high as theirs? This way, they can protect me, Leng Ruoxue said lightly, feeling a sense of powerlessness in her heart. Sigh. What kind of logic was this, Miss Cheng? Previous chapter. It shouldn't be like this. If your subordinates are stronger than you, why would they be convinced by you? Chenglan said stubbornly. That depends on your personality. Force can't solve everything. Miss Cheng, I'm not here to discuss this with you. Leng Ruoxue defended herself and then reminded her speechlessly. But Chenglan didn't give up and wanted to ask, but Leng Ruoxue interrupted her. Miss Cheng, please release my subordinates. Leng Ruoxue sighed and said politely. I didn't catch them. They stayed here willingly. Besides, we're getting married in a few days, so, you're welcome to attend the wedding. Chenglan explained. Then, as if she was shy, her voice became softer and softer. Miss Cheng, you locked Cheng Wu's brothers elsewhere. Cheng Wu can't not stay here even if he wants to. Besides, Cheng Wu doesn't want to marry you, Leng Ruoxue said honestly. If possible, she didn't want to fall out with this Miss Cheng. Even though Chenglan's forced marriage was a little shameful, Chenglan's first impression wasn't too bad. She also felt that Chenglan should be different from those unruly daughters of aristocratic families, so she hoped that she could convince this Miss Cheng. I didn't lock them up. I just hope that Brother Cheng can live comfortably. If so many people live together, it will be very inconvenient. That's why I arranged for the others to live elsewhere. Besides, didn't I leave that person called Song Di to accompany him? Chenglan explained. She didn't feel that she had done anything wrong. Instead, she thought that she had thought it through. Leng Ruoxue felt more and more helpless when she heard Chenglan's words because she clearly realized that she was not on the same channel as Chenglan. Leng Ruoxue took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She secretly warned herself to hold it in and not be angry before saying calmly, Miss Cheng, maybe your arrangement is kind, but Cheng Wu doesn't think it's good. Does he think this arrangement isn't good? But he didn't tell me. Chenglan's frown deepened. She really didn't think that there was anything wrong with this arrangement. She even sent someone to take care of Brother Cheng and Song Di. What should I tell you? You won't change even if I tell you. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but grumble. Moreover, she knew that with Chenglan's personality, even if Cheng Wu told her, he probably wouldn't take it seriously. Moreover, Cheng Wu had asked to leave several times, but Chenglan didn't allow it. Later, Chenglan arranged for so many people to serve him, so Cheng Wu and Song Di would naturally feel that they were being watched. In addition, He Zi and the others were in Chenglan's hands, so they could only commit the crime. Miss Cheng, will you let them go if Cheng Wu asks you to? Seeing that his lady was too depressed to speak, Fengde spoke up on her behalf. He's my future husband. Of course he can't leave me. Cheng Lan thought for a moment and said seriously. Cheng Lan's words made Fengde speechless. Sigh. He knew that this would be the outcome. This Miss Cheng was extraordinarily stubborn. Moreover, he realized that as long as Miss Cheng was determined, it seemed that it was useless for others to say anything. Miss Cheng, our brother Cheng doesn't want to marry you at all. Lin Yuan couldn't stand it anymore and said directly. Why? In what way am I not good enough for him? Hearing this, Cheng Lan was sad. She thought that she had done her best for brother Cheng, but why didn't brother Cheng want to marry her? How do you know that Cheng Wu doesn't want to marry Lan'er? Did he tell you himself? At this moment, Lu Xian, who had not said a word, suddenly asked and stared at them suspiciously. Tisk, isn't it obvious? Which man is willing to share his woman with others? This is definitely a humiliation to men. Of course, it's the same for women. Love is originally a monogamy. If there's someone else in the relationship, this relationship won't be so precious, Lin Yuan said very seriously. Tisk, isn't it obvious? Which man is willing to share his woman with others? This is definitely a humiliation to men. Of course, it's the same for women. Love is originally one-sided. If there's someone else in the relationship, this relationship won't be so precious, Lin Yuan said very seriously. Miss Cheng, everyone has different standards for relationships. Perhaps some people like to have a harem, but most people like monogamy. Therefore, Cheng Wu won't accept you, and you can't possibly abandon your 3 husbands for him, right? Leng Ruoxue analyzed. It was hard to say about relationships, and others could not make any decisions for her. Therefore, she really hoped that Cheng Lan could figure it out herself. Otherwise, unless she could kill Cheng Lan and destroy the Cheng family now, this big trouble would keep pestering them. I really like brother Cheng, Cheng Lan whispered with a hurt expression. You can lead a horse to water but you can't make him drink. Love can only last if both sides are willing and are happy, Leng Ruoxue said. I never wanted to force him. I just like him too much, really. Cheng Lan felt wronged and tears welled up in her eyes. Miss Cheng, sometimes people can't be too self-centered. Perhaps you think it's good for him, but it depends on whether others can accept it. But Cheng Wu has no choice but to accept it now. Leng Ruoxue sighed softly, her beautiful face filled with speechlessness. Is it wrong to like someone? Cheng Lan said sadly. She had never liked to be unreasonable and bully others, but she was so stubborn on certain matters that even her parents could not do anything about it. It's not wrong to like someone, but if you want to be together, both sides have to be willing. Leng Ruoxue said implicitly. Looking at Cheng Lan, she couldn't say it too harshly. Otherwise, others would think that she had bullied the eldest daughter of the Cheng family. Feelings can be nurtured slowly. I believe that brother Cheng will be moved by me one day. Cheng Lan's stubbornness rose again. It could be said that she did not want to give up. Miss Cheng, if that day really comes, I won't stop you, but not now. I won't watch my subordinates be forced, so please let Cheng Wu and the others leave, Leng Ruoxue said seriously. Previous chapter. Not unless you can beat me, Cheng Lan said. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. If this was Cheng Lan's condition, then she was willing to accept this challenge. You actually agreed? Cheng Lan was a little surprised. In fact, she was certain that Leng Ruoxue would not agree to such a condition. This way, Cheng Wu could stay by her side openly. If this is your condition for letting him go, I accept it, Leng Ruoxue said very cautiously. She didn't want such trouble to keep pestering them, so it would be best if she could fulfill the other party's conditions herself. But you can't let others help you, including your own beasts, Cheng Lan added. Okay. Leng Ruoxue still agreed. It was her plan to be polite before resorting to force. Are you crazy? Cheng Lan said crazily. She swore that she just wanted Leng Ruoxue to retreat and not really want to fight with her. I'm very normal, Miss Cheng. You came up with this condition yourself. If I can defeat you, I hope you can keep your promise and stop forcing Cheng Wu. Of course, if Cheng Wu is moved by you and is willing to be with you, I won't stop it. Leng Ruoxue didn't say it too confidently. Otherwise, if she really angered Cheng Lan, it would definitely be a huge problem for them. Alright then. Cheng Lan was a little unwilling. However, she had no choice but to accept this fact. There's no time like the present. Miss Cheng, find a suitable place and let's spar. Leng Ruoxue urged. Ever since the energy conversion was completed, although she had sparred with Fengde and the others were only junior gods, so it wasn't satisfying for her to fight at all. As for Leng Qianya and the freak, they didn't fight her at all. Now that she had Cheng Lan as her opponent, she naturally couldn't let them off. Follow me. Cheng Lan said gloomily. Then, she left the main hall with Leng Ruoxue and the others and headed to the training ground. However, Cheng Lan was unhappy all the way. She could not understand why a mere mystic god was looking forward to the battle more than her. After arriving at the training ground, Cheng Lan chose an empty place and brought Leng Ruoxue and the others in. There were a total of 5 training grounds in the Cheng family, and each of them was large enough to accommodate nearly 100 people. Therefore, even after so many people entered, the entire training ground still seemed empty. Is this place okay? Cheng Lan asked gloomily. Of course. Leng Ruoxue nodded in satisfaction. Then let's start now. I'll let you come out with 3 moves first, Chenglan said generously after the two of them walked into the arena. Don't regret it. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Since the other party was willing to give in, she naturally wouldn't be coy and say no. Hee. It would be a waste not to. After all, this concerned the freedom of Cheng Wu and the others. And this was her first time fighting a god above the intermediate level, so she took this battle very seriously. I won't regret it, Chenglan said. However, she really regretted it after saying that because Leng Ruoxue had already made her move. Looking at the fire dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws with a terrifying aura, pouncing at her with a majestic aura, she actually felt a moment of fear. Even though it was only for a moment, this was unacceptable to her, who had always been proud. Be careful of my fire dragon dance. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Even though the name of the fire dragon dance was very impressive, it could only be considered an ordinary divine skill. Moreover, in the eyes of others, this divine skill was not very powerful, but it was hard to say in her hands. I'll be careful, Chenglan replied very politely. Because she had said that she would let Leng Ruoxue make 3 moves, she could only defend. With that, Chenglan immediately set up a transparent defensive barrier for herself. The defensive barrier was earthen yellow and looked like it was only a thin layer, as if it would break at a touch. However, after Leng Ruoxue's fire dragon collided with the defensive barrier, not only did the transparent membrane not move, it even bounced her fire dragon back. Leng Ruoxue looked at the fire dragon that was flying towards her and smiled faintly. Then, she released a fire dragon as thick as a bucket to stop the fire dragon that bounced back and absorbed the divine power on the fire dragon. After that, she split into 2 fire dragons and flew towards Chenglan. This divine skill was called the Dance of the Two Dragons. She had once seen her cheapsake old ancestor use it. However, at that time, the ancestor used mystic energy to activate it, and she was using divine power now, so its power was doubled. People who had ascended to the god realm or the natives of the god realm could only use divine power normally after undergoing energy conversion. Moreover, from then on, the spiritual energy they absorbed in the world would automatically transform into divine power. The level of divine power was definitely higher than mystic energy. Therefore, only those who could use divine power could become gods. Is this the Dance of the Two Dragons? Chenglan could not help but ask as she watched the fire dragons approaching her. These 2 dragons seemed to be different from the Dance of the Two Dragons she knew. When she fought others, she had seen others use this divine skill. However, the power that those people used was definitely not comparable to the 2 fire dragons flying towards her now. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Among the divine skills, the fire dragon dance and the Dance of the Two Dragons were not the best, so she was not surprised that Chenglan would have such a reaction. You're not lying to me, are you? The Dance of the Two Dragons doesn't make people feel so pressured, Chenglan said with a look of disbelief. It's true. There's no such thing as a bad divine skill in this world. There are only people who can't use it well. Leng Ruoxue was very sure that she wasn't wrong and couldn't help but defend her divine skill. The 2 fire dragons seemed to have sensed Leng Ruoxue's words and danced even more happily. In an instant, the 2 fire dragons had already approached Chenglan's defensive barrier. However, before attacking, the 2 dragons exchanged glances and then attacked in one direction. Previous chapter. With a crisp sound, Chenglan's defensive barrier shattered with a huge explosion. In an instant, fire and dust flew everywhere. The 2 dragons had completed their mission and returned to the world. Chenglan was injured by the aftershock of the explosion because she underestimated Leng Ruoxue's strength. A trace of blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Lanner. Lu Xian, who was standing below the arena, looked at Chenglan worriedly and couldn't help but shout. I'm fine. Chenglan wiped the blood off her lips and forced a smile. Lanner. Lu Xian knew that Lanner was injured, but at this moment, he knew that he could not stop her unless she admitted defeat or gave up. Chenglan looked at Lu Xian comfortingly, then turned to Leng Ruoxue with mixed feelings. She had promised to let Leng Ruoxue make 3 moves, but she was already unable to withstand the second move. Even though Chenglan knew that she would definitely lose if they continued fighting, she was really unwilling to admit defeat just like that. She'd always been proud, and she'd rarely had an opponent among women her own age. Even when it came to a lot of good men, she'd had no fear of any of them, except for the particularly top ones. But today, a small, insignificant mystic god made her feel intensely powerless. Something she'd never felt before. Leng Ruoxue saw Chenglan looking at her thoughtfully but not saying anything, so she could only let her look. After a while, Chenglan finally couldn't help but speak. Why aren't you continuing? Chenglan asked in confusion. Logically speaking, shouldn't Leng Ruoxue chase after her and beat her down? Aren't you thinking? It's not fair to attack when the other party is distracted, Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. In fact, if it were someone else, she definitely wouldn't have stopped. However, she could tell that Chenglan wasn't an unreasonable person, so she was willing to give Chenglan a chance to think it through herself because this was the only way to settle this once and for all. Otherwise, Chenglan would probably not be convinced and there would be no end to this trouble. I want to know your true strength, Chenglan said after some thought. It's what you see, mystic god. Leng Ruoxue said gloomily. Boo-hoo. She was sad when she thought about how she didn't even advance 1 level during the energy conversion. You didn't hide your strength? Chenglan's eyes widened in disbelief. If Leng Ruoxue was really at the mystic god level, she was definitely the most abnormal mystic god she had ever seen. One had to know that in the god realm, the difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. If others knew that a little mystic god had actually broken through her defensive barrier, no one would believe it. No, I just completed the energy conversion more than half a month ago. I didn't have time to learn many divine skills. Leng Ruoxue said honestly. Yesterday, Leng Qinya had just bought all the divine skills sold by the Mystic God Association, and last night, they had been discussing becoming martial artists, so they didn't have the time to learn divine skills. Cheng Lan was speechless. Boo-hoo. How did she meet such a pervert? Brother Cheng, can't we really be together? I admit defeat, Cheng Lan said reluctantly after a long while. Leng Ruoxue had broken her defense and she was also injured. It wouldn't do her any good to continue fighting. Even though she was sometimes very stubborn, she still knew what to do in big matters. She admitted defeat because she didn't want to lose too badly. However, this also strengthened her determination to cultivate hard. Sooner or later, she would definitely wash away this stain. Then Cheng Wu. Leng Ruoxue reminded, but she didn't finish her sentence. She knew that Cheng Lan understood. I'll let them go with you. However, what I want to say is that I really didn't capture him or lock him up. I just want him to stay here. Besides, there are people serving them every day, Cheng Lan explained. Even though she was filled with reluctance, she had given her word previously so she could only bear the pain and part with him. Boo-hoo. Brother Cheng, I really can't bear to part with you. Miss Cheng, I've also said that for the sake of others, they have to be able to accept your kindness. Otherwise, it will be a burden to others, Leng Ruoxue said bluntly. She believed that Cheng Lan had no ill intentions towards Cheng Wu and the others. However, Cheng Lan did not know that the kind of kindness she thought was unacceptable to others. I understand. I'll listen to your advice, Cheng Lan said humbly. Then, she brought Leng Ruoxue and the others back to the main hall. Not long after, Cheng Wu and the others were brought over. Miss. Cheng Wu and the others were very happy to see Leng Ruoxue. However, they knew that this was not a place for small talk, so they could only endure it. They also wanted to leave here quickly, especially Cheng Wu. They wished they could grow wings and fly away. We can leave now, Leng Ruoxue said in amusement when she saw Cheng Wu's anxious look. Yes, yes. Everyone nodded. However, just as they were about to leave, Cheng Lan stopped them. Wait. Cheng Lan looked at Cheng Wu, who was eager to leave her house, and felt very upset. Miss Cheng, is there anything else? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows and asked calmly. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart, would she go back on her word? When Cheng Wu heard Cheng Lan's words, his heart skipped a beat. To be honest, he was really afraid that Cheng Lan would cause trouble again. He was really afraid. Brother Cheng, I can let you leave this time, but... Cheng Lan looked at Cheng Wu's nervous expression and was furious. She didn't know how to say what she wanted to say. But what? What do you want? Cheng Wu asked warily, his heart wailing. Wu, spare him. I will continue to pursue you. I will show you my sincerity. I won't give up so easily. Cheng Lan blushed and said in one breath. Cheng Wu was completely depressed after hearing Cheng Lan's words. However, they were in someone else's territory now, so he didn't dare to say anything he shouldn't. Otherwise, if he angered the eldest daughter of the Cheng family, none of them would be able to leave. That would be a tragedy. Yes, that's right. Miss Cheng, please remember. You can lead a horse to water but you can't make him drink. If Cheng Wu is willing to be with you, I won't stop him. Leng Ruoxue looked at Cheng Wu's pitiful gaze and could only say helplessly. She said this to remind Cheng Lan not to force Cheng Wu. I know. I won't force him. I'll try my best to woo him and move him, Cheng Lan said as bravely as a female warrior born for love. In fact, she had never said such things to anyone in her life, so she was nervous and shy. Then work hard. Goodbye. Leng Ruoxue said and left the Cheng family mansion with everyone. On the way back to the restaurant, Cheng Wu looked at Leng Ruoxue bitterly and wanted to say something but hesitated. Cheng Wu, why are you looking at me with a resentful expression? You caused this yourself, Leng Ruoxue teased Cheng Wu after returning to the guest room. Miss, you won't even help me. Cheng Wu said with a depressed expression. Why won't I help you? If I didn't help you, would you be standing here now? Leng Ruoxue asked helplessly. Alas. How could she make decisions for Cheng Wu when it came to relationships? That's right. Brother Cheng, if Miss hadn't thought of a way to get you out, you would only be able to wait as a groom in the Cheng family now, Fengde said, wishing for the world to be in chaos. I meant just now, Takashi reminded him. Oh, what if she changes her mind if I didn't say that just now? Leng Ruoxue looked at Cheng Wu and chuckled. Hee hee. That's true. Miss, let's leave this place quickly. The further we go, the better. Cheng Wu smiled foolishly and quickly said. He was now once bitten, twice shy. Therefore, he only wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and stay far away from Cheng Lan. Brother Cheng, it seems like you're really afraid. Actually, I think that Miss Cheng is not bad. You can really consider her, Fengde suggested with a smile. Go to hell. If you like it, consider it yourself. Cheng Wu roared angrily. I can't. I already have someone, Fengde said regretfully. Lu Tao, you have to be careful. Cheng Wu looked at Fengde provocatively and reminded him. Doesn't matter, said Peachy, unimpressed. My lady said that new things will only come if I discard the old. Cheng Wu was depressed. He didn't seem to have succeeded in sowing discord. Alright, stop fooling around. Since the matter has been resolved, let's leave tomorrow. Leng Ruoxue said after watching them laugh for a while. Miss, let's go now. Cheng Wu was very eager. Cheng Wu, you're a man. How can you be so frightened by a woman? Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. She didn't think Cheng Lan was someone who would force himself on others. Why was Cheng Wu so frightened? Sigh. Miss. Cheng Wu looked at Leng Ruoxue with a bitter expression, feeling extremely aggrieved. Boo-hoo. He didn't want this to happen either. He had never met such a proactive woman in his life. It doesn't matter. Didn't Miss Cheng say that she won't force you? What are you afraid of? Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. It doesn't feel good to be pestered. Cheng Wu whispered. Cheng Wu, I can't help you. Sigh. I can only say that you're too attractive to Miss Cheng. Leng Ruoxue sighed and said sympathetically. Miss, don't leave me alone. Cheng Wu was so anxious that he was about to cry. I'm not ignoring you. Didn't Miss Cheng promise not to force you? Besides, she wants to pursue you. If I forcefully stop her, won't Miss Cheng fly into a rage out of humiliation? That won't do you any good, right? Leng Ruoxue explained. But I don't want her chasing me, Takeshi said quietly. That's not my decision. There's nothing wrong with loving someone. So, unless you kill her, you can't stop her from liking you, Leng Ruoxue comforted. Is there no way to make her give up on me? Cheng Wu couldn't help but ask. Cheng Wu, we can't help you with relationships. If you want her to give up, you can only work hard yourself. Running away won't solve the problem, Leng Ruoxue said. I know, but I'm really scared of her, Cheng Wu said fearfully. What are you afraid of her for? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. She wanted him just now, but it wasn't a good time. I don't know. I haven't been around many women, Takeshi said grudgingly. Cheng Wu, if you're afraid that she doesn't know anything, then I really can't help you. The only thing I can help you with now is to make her not force you to get married, Leng Ruoxue said. Miss, actually, I don't understand either. Why did Miss Cheng target me? I'm not especially handsome, Cheng Wu said in distress. Not all women like handsome men. Look, that Lu Xian isn't especially handsome either. Leng Ruoxue said with understanding. Cheng Lan was probably a woman who didn't like beautiful men. However, there were still quite a lot of fangirls in this world. Cheng Wu was speechless, because the more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Cheng Wu, running away won't solve the problem. As for Cheng Lan, you don't have to be afraid of her. Anyway, we're leaving tomorrow. Can she still follow us? Leng Ruoxue comforted. Well, my lady has a point. Cheng Wu nodded and relented. In fact, it seemed that no one wanted to leave in too much of a hurry, so he was alone and no one would take up his suggestion, boo-hoo. Then let's enter the space and cultivate the divine skills. We'll leave here tomorrow morning, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. The reason why she decided to leave tomorrow was because she wanted to finish cultivating the divine skill. Yes. Everyone nodded. Then, Leng Ruoxue thought of something and brought everyone into the bracelet. Then, everyone returned to their residences to cultivate their divine skills. Leng Ruoxue and the others went to cultivate their divine skills, while Empty and Leng Qianye sat on the stone chairs in front of the purple bamboo house to drink tea and chat. This is really a good place. Leng Qianye looked at the dense spiritual energy in the space and sighed. He still remembered the shock he felt when he first entered this place. At that time, he was like Grandma Lu who had entered a grand park. He was curious about everything. After a few days, his mood gradually calmed down. That's right. With such a space, their cultivation speed in the God realm will probably be far superior even to the disciples of the 8 great clans. Empty chuckled, but then he was depressed again. Alas. Unfortunately, his injuries had yet to recover. Otherwise, if he could cultivate here, he would be able to become a high-level god soon. Don't worry. When we find herbs that can treat your injuries and refine them into medicinal pills, you will be able to cultivate normally. Leng Qianye saw that Empty's expression had suddenly become downcast and guessed what he was thinking, so he comforted him. Yes, I'm not worried, Empty said with a light laugh. With Schwer, his injuries could be healed as long as he could find the herbs. The two of them continued to chat until dawn. Leng Ruoxue and the freak cultivated for a night. When she came out of the purple bamboo house, she saw that the two of them were still chatting. She couldn't help but say in surprise, "Did you guys talk all night?" "That's right," Leng Qianye said with a smile. "What are you talking about?" Leng Ruoxue was very curious. These two guys were quite talkative. "We were talking about you. About your achievements," Leng Qianye said jokingly. I didn't do anything great," Leng Ruoxue said embarrassedly with a few drops of cold sweat on her forehead. "Why not? Even though you've only been in the Boundless Heaven continent for a few years, you've done a lot of things." Leng Qianye teased in a good mood. Then continue chatting." Leng Ruoxue was extremely embarrassed. With a thought, she fled with the freak. Leng Qianye and Wu's laughter echoed in Leng Ruoxue's mind. "Schwer, why are you running away?" After leaving the bracelet, the freak said speechlessly. "I'm a little embarrassed," Leng Ruoxue said in embarrassment. Hee hee. The freak chuckled happily. Such a Schwer was really rare. "Don't laugh," Leng Ruoxue said, pretending to be unhappy. "Okay, I won't. Freak coaxed, then stole a kiss from Schwer. But before he could make his next move, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Freak snapped, annoyed at being interrupted when he wanted to do something. I'm Lu Xian, the man outside the door said helplessly. In fact, he knew that he was a little early and that he had probably interrupted someone else's fun. Can I help you? Freak asked, opening the door to the room. I have something to discuss with Miss Leng, Lu Xian said bluntly, seeing that she had no intention of letting him into the house. What is it? Freak asked. Can we talk inside? Lu Xian was a little embarrassed. Freak, let him in. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. She knew that this petty man, Freak, was vengeful towards Lu Xian. Who asked Lu Xian to disturb what he wanted to do? Come in. The Freak glared at Lu Xian. Thank you. Lu Xian felt helpless. However, he was the one who needed a favor, so he could only behave. Lu Xian walked into the room and greeted Leng Ruoxue politely when he saw her. Good morning, Miss Leng. Yes, hello. Why are you looking for me? Leng Ruoxue asked directly. It's like this, Miss Leng. Lan'er and Cheng Wu's wedding is in 3 days, so I want to beg you to let Cheng Wu and Lan'er have their wedding before leaving? Lu Xian asked with some difficulty. Do you know what you're saying? Miss Cheng has already promised not to force Cheng Wu to do anything he doesn't like, Leng Ruoxue reminded. I know. Lan'er doesn't know that I came here on my own. Lu Xian was afraid that Leng Ruoxue would misunderstand Cheng Lan, so he quickly explained. Miss Leng, due to Cheng Wu's departure, the wedding was supposed to be cancelled. However, because of this matter, not only was Lan'er blamed by the family, but she was also humiliated by the daughters of the Ning family and the Yao family. Therefore, I shamelessly came to ask you to fulfill my wish. Of course, the wedding would be fake. This is only for Lan'er's reputation, Lu Xian added. After saying that, he looked at Leng Ruoxue nervously. After all, he had never done such an annoying thing, so he was a little uneasy and nervous. Previous chapter. Next chapter. I can understand your feelings, but I can't help you with this. Leng Ruoxue refused. Even though Cheng Wu was her subordinate, she couldn't make the decision for Cheng Wu. Of course, if Cheng Wu was willing, she wouldn't object. Miss Leng, I know that my request is a little unreasonable, but I really have no choice. The two people from the Ning and Yao families have always been at odds with Lan'er. After Lan'er was humiliated by them yesterday, she actually cried in grievance. I've known Lan'er for more than 10 years, but I've never seen her cry. Actually, other than her liking Cheng Wu, some people in the family have also been pushing for this matter. After all, Cheng Wu and the others are too talented, so. Lu Xian continued, but he didn't finish his sentence. He believed that Leng Ruoxue would understand what he meant. If it weren't for some people's enthusiasm, Lan'er wouldn't have wanted to marry Cheng Wu so quickly. Please believe me. Moreover, because of this matter, Lan'er's other 2 husbands were so angry that they ran away from home, Lu Xian continued. I'm sorry, I really can't help you, Leng Ruoxue said apologetically. Then I'm sorry to disturb you, Lu Xian said in disappointment. He turned to leave. Wait, Leng Ruoxue suddenly called out to Lu Xian. Miss Leng, you. Lu Xian turned around and looked at Leng Ruoxue, the surprise in his eyes flashing. If you want the wedding to continue, you can actually find anyone. You don't have to find Cheng Wu, Leng Ruoxue suggested. I understand, he said, and turned to leave. I've never seen such a man, the Freak said after Lu Xian left. He lives for Cheng Lan, Leng Ruoxue said knowingly. In fact, she didn't think that Lu Xian wouldn't think of finding a random man to fake a marriage. He probably found Cheng Wu to try to make Cheng Lan happy. Schwer, I live for you too, the Freak said with infinite affection as he wrapped his arms around her waist. Yes, I know, Leng Ruoxue coaxed. The two of them were mushy when Cheng Wu and the others' voices suddenly sounded in Leng Ruoxue's heart. With a thought, she moved everyone out of the bracelet. Looking at the light bulbs that had suddenly appeared beside him, the Freak was very unhappy. He looked at Schwer with some resentment, and his dark eyes were still flickering with tears. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. Why did you release these light bulbs? Cheng Wu, Lu Xian came just now and wants your help, the Freak said before Schwer could speak. Yes, I heard that. Miss, let's leave quickly. Cheng Wu said fearfully. What he meant was that he couldn't help her. If he really helped her, he would probably never be able to get along with Cheng Lan. Besides, he didn't want Cheng Lan to like him, so he could only turn a blind eye. After all, he had never been a good person. Don't be afraid, I've already refused, Leng Ruoxue comforted. I have to be afraid. It's safest to leave this place. Okay, then let's leave after breakfast. Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment and said. Everyone nodded and left the room together for breakfast. When Leng Ruoxue and the others walked into the restaurant, there was almost no one inside. After they entered, there were few empty tables in the restaurant. As they were finishing their meal, they suddenly heard voices from the next table. I think Cheng Lan has nothing to be proud of now, a young woman said loudly. Yes. Now she's a laughing stock, echoed the woman across from her. Humph. That be asterisk tch should be like this. This is all her retribution. Who asked her to marry so many men? Now she's finally kicked an iron plate. The woman who spoke first gloated, but the jealousy in her eyes was red and could not be concealed. That's right. How many women in the god realm would dare to be like her? Humph. Those men spoiled her too much. However, now that she's finally been dumped, it's really satisfying. Another woman added, her face also filled with jealousy. The two women who spoke were very young and beautiful. However, the words coming out of their mouths were not so pleasant. Moreover, their voices were very loud, so Leng Ruoxue and the others had no choice but to listen. Not only that, the two women became happier as they chatted and gossiped about Chenglan as if no one else was around. Damn it, are you done talking? Shut up. Chengwu couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up and shouted. Even though he didn't like Chenglan, he couldn't help but feel indignant for her because these two women's mouths were filled with filth. It was simply unbearable. How dare you talk to us like that? Do you know who we are? The two women immediately shouted when they heard Chengwu's roar. I don't care who you are. Damn it, your mouths are too filthy, you've polluted my ears, Chengwu said in disdain. Sigh. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Even though he didn't like Chenglan, he now felt that Chenglan was 100 times better than these two women. How dare you call our mouths filthy? Do you want to die? The two women glared and shouted at the top of their lungs. That's the case, Chengwu said with disgust, not even looking at them. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. You. A woman roared and attacked. Several blue lights flew towards Chengwu. Chengwu gently blocked the woman's attack with his hand and immediately counterattacked. Seeing Chengwu and the two women fighting, Fengde and the others quickly hid in a safe place to avoid being implicated in watching the battle. You disloyal people. Chengwu was furious when he saw that Fengde and the others had actually avoided him. None of them had any intention of helping. Even though he did not take these two women seriously, they had to at least share his burden. Previous chapter. Hehe, Brother Cheng, all the best. Song Di cheered. Brother Cheng, we've given you the chance to perform. Don't disappoint us. Fengde teased. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't want to show off. Chengwu quickly retorted, but he muttered in his heart. It was obvious that these two women attacked first. He was just defending himself. Hehe, it's all the same. Anyway, just deal with this matter, Fengde said with a smile, as if it had nothing to do with him. Chengwu was so angry that he was speechless. He could only vent his anger on these two unlucky women. Immediately, the attack in his hand increased. Countless divine skills smashed towards the two women like water. In an instant, the two beautiful women were stunned. Their faces were bruised and their clothes were tattered. Just you wait. Our Ning family won't let you off. Just you wait. Our Yao family will not let you off. The two women spoke in unison and fainted. The Nings? The Yao family? Fengde and Song Di looked at each other. Then, at the same time, they looked at Chengwu. Their faces clearly said, you're finished. What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to leave and wait for someone to catch you? Leng Ruoxue spoke before Chengwu could say anything. Oh. Let's escape while no one is around. Fengde hurriedly said. However, just as everyone was about to leave the crime scene, the shopkeeper of the inn walked in with the waiter. Oh my god. What happened? The shopkeeper looked at the mess in the restaurant and wanted to cry. Most of the tables and chairs in the dining room were broken. Not only that, but the two women he didn't even want to mess with were lying on the floor, bruised and battered, as if they had just been beaten up. Boo-hoo, what was going on? If he had known this was going to happen, he wouldn't have left the dining room. But it was too late now. After Leng Ruoxue and the others heard the shopkeeper's words, they ignored him and continued to walk out. However, how could the shopkeeper let go of these people who might be the murderer? He took a step forward and stood in front of everyone, saying as if he was facing death, can any of you tell me what exactly is going on? We don't know. Leng Ruoxue played dumb. Oh. Sorry, they already had a lot of enemies, so they could only pretend to know nothing. How can you not know? Aren't you always here? The shopkeeper was a little angry. He composed himself before saying anything. We were too busy eating to notice anything else, Leng Ruoxue said innocently. How can you eat when these tables and chairs are shattered? The shopkeeper asked, his chest heaving with anger. It broke when we were almost done eating, Leng Ruoxue explained. Then what's going on with Miss Ning and Miss Yao? The shopkeeper kept telling himself to be calm and ask calmly, but he almost vomited blood when he saw Leng Ruoxue and the others in different expressions. Shopkeeper, we don't know them, so I'm afraid we can't answer your question. Why don't you ask them when they wake up? Leng Ruoxue reminded with a smile, her beautiful face full of innocence. We'll take our leave. This is the room fee for the past few days, Leng Ruoxue said again. With that, she took out several crystals and then patted her butt before leading everyone past the shopkeeper and leaving the inn. Go and inform the family head that something has happened to the guest shop. The shopkeeper did not dare to stop Leng Ruoxue and the others, so he could only order the waiter to look for the family head. After all, this guest shop was owned by the Cheng family. If something happened to the daughters of the Ning and Yao families here, he could not bear the responsibility alone. Yes, the waiter said quickly. Then he turned and left. The shopkeeper also left the restaurant, but no one was willing to care about the two daughters of the aristocratic families lying on the ground. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue and the others had long sat on the back of the little peacock and flew out of the Cheng family's divine realm. On the way, Cheng Wu kept stealing glances at Leng Ruoxue anxiously, blaming himself. Boo-hoo. He had caused trouble for Miss again. He really didn't do it on purpose. Cheng Wu, my man will be angry if you peek at me. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help teasing Cheng Wu when she saw that he wanted to say but didn't dare to. Miss, I'm sorry. I caused trouble again, Cheng Wu said guiltily. Their current strength was still inferior to the 8 great clans, but now, they had even provoked the Ning family, the head of the 8 great clans. Boo-hoo. What's the point of thinking about this now? Leng Ruoxue comforted. Cheng Wu, I just realized today that your ability to cause trouble is above Little Shuer's. Little Shuer only provoked the 1 family, but you provoked 3 families. Oh. Even the top 3 families of the 8 great families were provoked by you, hee. Leng Qianya couldn't help but tease. I didn't mean to do it. I don't know, Cheng Wu said without much conviction. You've already provoked them. Don't think about it anymore. I'll still say the same thing. Since we're here, we'll take things as they come. We'll deal with whatever comes, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Will there be any trouble at the inn if we leave like this, my lady? Lu Tao asked. She couldn't bear the thought. After all, they were the ones who had started this. Previous chapter. Next chapter. That guest shop belongs to the Cheng family. Even if it's a little troublesome, I believe the Cheng family can handle it, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. After all, Cheng Lan had forced Cheng Wu and the others to stay for a period of time, so this was considered compensation. Even though she had a good impression of Cheng Lan, it didn't mean that she wouldn't blame Cheng Lan for her actions. Sigh. Who asked her to be protective? That's right. Who is our brother Cheng doing this for? He just wants to seek justice for Miss Cheng. It's only right for the Cheng family to clean up after us. Fengde said disapprovingly. The Cheng family was the cause of this matter. Therefore, not to mention that he had no sympathy, he felt that Cheng Lan deserved to be humiliated by those 2 women. To put it bluntly, he also blamed Cheng Lan for forcing Cheng Wu and the others to stay. I wonder if Miss Cheng will be even more determined after knowing about Brother Cheng's protection? Song Di guessed curiously. After all, women were easily touched. Of course. Cheng Gu is the man he loves, and he offended the Ning family and the Yao family to protect her. If she's not touched, even I will despise her, Lin Yuan interrupted. Ah. Then what should I do? I don't want her to be touched. Boo-hoo. After hearing what Lin Yuan and the others said, Cheng Wu regretted it. What if Cheng Lan became more interested in him because of this? He really wasn't interested in Cheng Lan. It's too late to be afraid now. What were you doing just now? Sigh. Just wait for Miss Cheng to chase after her husband for thousands of miles. Leng Qianya interrupted, wishing for the world to be in chaos. However, he couldn't help but secretly laugh in his heart. Even though what they said was not impossible, Cheng Wu didn't have to be so afraid, right? Moreover, the more they saw him afraid, the more they couldn't help but want to tease him. Miss, you have to help me. Cheng Wu said with tears in his eyes. How do you want me to help you? Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Sigh. It was really indescribable to see a rough man like Cheng Wu acting cute in front of her. Don't let her know I did this, okay? Cheng Wu pleaded quietly. Even if we don't say it, do you think Miss Cheng won't think of you? Besides, the 2 women from the Ning family and the Yao family might not keep their mouths shut, Leng Ruoxue analyzed. They were together with Cheng Wu, so even if this matter had nothing to do with Cheng Wu, they would probably think that it was because of Cheng Wu that they would help her. Otherwise, who would help a stranger for no reason? It was not easy to be a savior, especially in the god realm. If they were not careful, they would get themselves killed. Then what should we do? Miss. Cheng Wu looked at Leng Ruoxue bitterly, at a loss. Alright, stop acting cute. I'm afraid of you. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. Why did the people and beasts around her like to use this move? Sigh. She couldn't help but think to herself. Miss, you will help me. Cheng Wu immediately said with a smile. I definitely won't reveal that you did what happened in the guest shop, but I can't guarantee anyone else. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly. Yes, thank you, Mississippi. Naratake was very happy. With Miss's assurance, he was relieved. Brother Cheng, don't be happy too early. Miss said that she won't leak this matter. Have you forgotten about us? Well. If you don't coax us, I might say that we're showing off when Miss Cheng finds us one day. Fengde said with a smile. You. How dare you disobey Miss? Miss said that she would keep it a secret. Aren't you her subordinate? Cheng Wu was furious. He couldn't help but roar. Miss didn't say that we have to keep it a secret, right? Fengde turned to ask Lin Yuan. Yes, yes. Lin Yuan nodded cooperatively. Miss. Cheng Wu was angered by the 2 of them and turned to Leng Ruoxue for support. However, Leng Ruoxue deliberately turned her head to the side, as if she didn't see his pitiful gaze. Miss. Cheng Wu called out, unwilling to give up. Boo-hoo. If Miss did not help him, he would definitely be teased by these ruthless fellows. Brother Cheng, how do you plan to please us? Fengde asked with a chuckle. It was quite boring flying in the sky. Now, with Brother Cheng to relieve their boredom, hee. Can I be your slave? Cheng Wu said helplessly. His resentful gaze kept drifting towards Leng Ruoxue, but she ignored him. No. Feng De refused without thinking. Sigh. Why did he need cows and horses? He did not farm. Then what do you want? Cheng Wu gritted his teeth. He was going all out. Brother Cheng, don't look at me with gritted teeth. I'm so afraid. Even though Feng De said he was afraid, there was no fear on his face. What do you want? Tell me. Cheng Wu said hatefully. If looks could kill, Feng De would have died tens of millions of times. I don't want to do anything. I'm just a little bored now. Feng De smiled evilly. I've already been bullied by you to this extent, and you're still bored? Cheng Wu looked at Feng De as if he was looking at a monster and said in disbelief. Boo-hoo. Is there any justice in this world? How can you bully me like this? I was bored at first, but after bullying you, I'm not so bored anymore, Feng De said honestly. Then if I let you bully me, and I don't fight back or scold you, can you keep it a secret for me? Cheng Wu asked resolutely. If you perform well, there's no problem keeping it a secret. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Feng De knew when to stop. Well. They were all partners, so he couldn't joke too much. Then come and bully me. Cheng Wu said impatiently. The sooner he finished bullying them, the sooner he would be free. Then he wouldn't have to be on tenterhooks. Brother Cheng, why are you so anxious? Besides, it feels strange to hear this from a man like you, Feng De said with goosebumps all over his body. He couldn't help but wonder if Brother Cheng was agitated by them. Previous chapter. Of course I'm anxious. Hurry up. Cheng Wu wanted to be bullied by them quickly, so he didn't have to worry. Brother Cheng, Feng De was joking with you. How could we betray you? Song Di couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but say. I know. I've caused trouble for everyone. If you don't let me do something, I'll feel guilty, Cheng Wu said in embarrassment. In fact, he knew that Feng De was just teasing him. However, if he didn't cooperate, he would feel guilty. Hee. His acting skills were not bad. Brother Cheng, I'm very satisfied with your cooperation. Hee. Don't worry, we're all good brothers. I won't really push you into a fire pit. Feng De said seriously and stopped joking. Yes, we can joke around when there are no outsiders, but you can't say that in front of outsiders. Otherwise, it won't be good if others misunderstand, Cheng Wu reminded worriedly. The outsider he was referring to was naturally Cheng Lan. Brother Cheng, we're not ignorant people. Don't worry. Feng De comforted him. I know. Takeshi nodded, reassured. They all smiled at each other. Shuer, where are we going? Leng Qianye couldn't help but ask curiously after watching the show. Ascender Alliance, Leng Ruoxue said softly, but Leng Qianye was shocked. Why are we going there? Grandpa told us not to go. How dare you be disobedient? Leng Qianye glared and said angrily. Before coming to the Cheng family's divine realm, he received a voice transmission from his grandfather and told him that he was fine. It was just that someone wanted his grandfather to help refine weapons, so his grandfather stayed there. Later, he finally found out his grandfather's location. However, his grandfather reminded him very carefully that he didn't have to come over and could go do whatever he wanted. Grandpa was presently in the Ascender Alliance, but he did not know which alliance it was. In addition, he knew that his grandfather did not want him to go because he was afraid that the alliance would make things difficult for him. After all, they were traitors who had withdrawn from the alliance. However, his grandfather's status as an artificer was useful to them. In addition, his grandfather had a master who was the vice president of the Artificer Association headquarters. Therefore, the alliance did not dare to do anything to his grandfather. However, he did not care so much about him. After all, people died every day in the God realm. Even if he died, Grandpa would be helpless if he did not know who his enemy was. Can you really be at ease if I don't go and take a look? Leng Ruoxue asked. Even though Leng Qianye had never shown his worry, she could tell that he was very worried about that cheap sake old ancestor. Even though he said that his ancestor was fine, he probably wouldn't be at ease until he saw him. Humph. Fine, I'll go. Who's afraid of who? Leng Qianye made up his mind. In fact, his heart was still trembling. After all, he did not dare to disobey his grandfather's words. Therefore, he did not dare to go even if he wanted to. However, this little girl was not as timid as him. In fact, little Shuer was not afraid of his grandfather at all. Therefore, he thought about it and went with the flow. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, if the ancestor blames you, I'll put in a good word for you, Leng Ruoxue promised with a smile. You said it yourself. Don't push the blame to me when the time comes. Grandpa is very scary when he gets angry, Leng Qianye said with a face full of fear. Am I that kind of person? Don't worry, I'm very loyal. If our ancestor blames us, we can just say that we came to the wrong place and don't know that it's the territory of Ascenders. Leng Ruoxue said with a wicked smile. Are you lying to a 3-year-old child? Or do you think Grandpa will believe you? Leng Qianye said speechlessly. He really had to hand it to this girl. If Grandpa really believed her nonsense, then Grandpa must have been switched. How do you know he won't believe you if you haven't tried? Leng Ruoxue asked. Leng Qianye was at a loss for words. Then give it a try. After a pause, Leng Qinya said helplessly. Yes, try it when you have the chance. Leng Ruoxue chuckled, then leaned against the freak and closed her eyes to sleep. After flying for nearly 10 days, the little peacock finally arrived at the territory of the Ascender. Master, we're here, the little peacock reminded everyone after stopping above the Ascender's sphere of influence. Okay, land. Leng Ruoxue instructed. According to the rules of the God realm, flying into the city was not allowed. That would be regarded as an enemy, so they could only walk into the city. In fact, when they were in the Boundless Heaven continent, they also walked into the city. Even though the rules on the Boundless Heaven continent were not as strict as in the God realm, walking into the city was a manifestation of respect for a certain city. In addition, they had to pay an entrance fee to enter the city. This was the most important thing. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the little peacock landed closest to the city gate. Leng Ruoxue and the others walked straight in after paying the entrance fee. Apart from the main alliance, the Divine Realms Ascender Alliance was divided into 5 sub-leagues. Each alliance had a leader, and their sphere of influence on the Divine Continent was southwest of the continent. Even though their position there was not as good as the place occupied by the 8 great clans, it was still quite good on the Divine Continent. The people in charge of the Ascender Alliance in the Divine Continent basically belonged to the 5 alliances. They were also considered the representatives of the 5 alliances here and were in charge of recruiting talents for the 5 alliances. After all, the competition between the 5 alliances was very intense. Which alliance does this place belong to? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but ask curiously as she walked on the streets of the city. Oh. This place felt very desolate. Logically speaking, one of the places where organizations that could compete with the natives shouldn't be like this, right? This is the territory of the 5 alliances. The 5 alliances in the Ascender Alliance are the weakest, so the city they live in is also the smallest. However, the alliance undergoes an evaluation every 100 years, so their positions will probably change at that time. Therefore, no matter who temporarily holds the 5th position, no one here is willing to manage it well. Seeing Leng Ruoxue frown, Leng Qinya guessed what this girl was thinking and explained. Previous chapter. Next chapter. You don't even develop the place you live in well. It can be seen how chaotic the Ascender Alliance is, Leng Ruoxue said with slight disdain. It seemed that those people in the Ascender Alliance were more selfish than she thought. She did not have a good impression of the Ascender Alliance because of Leng Qinya. Now that she saw such a city, her impression of the Ascender Alliance became even worse. That can't be helped. The Ascender Alliance isn't united. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been suppressed by the natives all this time, Leng Qinya said in understanding. When he and his grandfather first joined the Ascender Alliance, they were full of enthusiasm. However, they were gradually worn down by the lifeless atmosphere in the alliance. Later, he was bullied again, so he and his grandfather left the alliance in a fit of anger. This also caused some people in the alliance to be dissatisfied. Do you have any close acquaintances in the alliance? Leng Ruoxue asked after some thought. 1 or 2. I just don't know if they're still around, Leng Qinya said with uncertainty. Which alliance are they in? Leng Ruoxue asked again. Right now, I don't know which alliance they're in. Wait for me to contact them, Leng Qinya said uncertainly. 100 years was nothing to the people of the God realm. Furthermore, both his grandfather and him had returned to the Boundless Heaven continent for a long time. Therefore, the alliance they had originally joined was now in an unknown position. After saying that, Leng Qinya took out his voice transmission jade token and contacted. Little Shuer, they're in the 2nd alliance now, Leng Qinya said after contacting her. Just ask them about the cheap sake old ancestor. Leng Ruoxue reminded. The voice transmission jade token communicated with one's mind, so outsiders couldn't hear the voice transmission at all. Okay, Leng Qinya replied before continuing the connection. Not long after, Leng Qinya stopped transmitting his voice and had a solemn expression. What's wrong? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. They don't know where Grandpa is either. However, someone told me that the alliance master of the 1st alliance seems to want to refine an equipment, so I guess Grandpa should be in the 1st alliance, Leng Qinya explained. Oh, then let's go to the 1st alliance. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Little Shuer, you can't go to the 1st alliance, Leng Qinya stopped her. Why? Leng Ruoxue asked with a faint smile. The people of the 1st alliance are very bad. They always like to bully others. I was bullied by them back then, Leng Qinya said awkwardly. Even though the 5th alliance of the Divine Continent was only a branch of the Divine Realms Ascender Alliance, its power was still the strongest among all the branches. Bullied? Who? I'll help you bully them back. Leng Ruoxue looked at Leng Qinya with her beautiful eyes and said disapprovingly. Even though she never took the initiative to bully others, those who bullied her would not have it easy either. Well. Those who bullied her family and subordinates would not have it easy either. He's the son of the alliance master here, Leng Qinya said helplessly. Sigh. Little Shuer's gaze made him feel like crying. It's okay, I'll find a chance to let you vent your anger. Oh. Eat this. Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment and handed Leng Qinya a disguise pill. What is this? Leng Qinya looked at the small pill and asked curiously. Appearance-changing pill. If you want to bully others, of course you can't be recognized. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly, her beautiful eyes filled with schemes. Hehe, since her cheap sake old ancestor might be in the 1st alliance, and Leng Qinya had been bullied by the 1st alliance, she naturally wouldn't let them off too easily. Shuer, the First Alliance under the Alliance headquarters is very strong. They have been in the position of the First Alliance for many years, and the Alliance Master here is said to be the relative of the Alliance Master at the headquarters, Leng Qinya quickly said. Even though he was very touched that little Shuer wanted to stand up for him, he could not let her take the risk for him. So what if they have nepotism? I won't let them know who did it. Don't worry. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. There were many tricks up their sleeves. Who would be stupid enough to expose themselves? Alright then. However, we have to be careful, Leng Qinya reminded. They had already provoked enough people. If they provoked the Ascender Alliance again, they would not be able to survive on the God's continent. They would probably be hunted down by countless people wherever they went. Yes, bring us to the First Alliance quickly. Leng Ruoxue urged. This way. There's a teleportation array there. Leng Qinya pointed at a fork in the road. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Then, everyone followed Leng Qinya towards the fork road. Not long after, with a flash of white light, Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived at the First Alliance. The Ascender Alliance here was composed of a total of 5 cities. Each alliance occupied one city, and the city where the First Alliance was the largest and most luxurious. However, what amused Leng Ruoxue was that the Ascender Alliance was too lazy, right? The city they were in didn't even have a name. There was only a So-and-So Alliance written outside the city gate. However, it was quite convenient to go from the Fifth Alliance to the First Alliance. With just a few crystals, they could use the teleportation array to reach the alliance he wanted to go to. Looking at the luxurious scene in First Alliance, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but praise. This place really looked like a prosperous city. Even though she didn't have a good impression of the Ascender Alliance, she had to admit that First Alliance's base was very good. Shuer, let's find a guest shop to stay temporarily before asking about the cheap sake old ancestor. The freak suggested. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. They really had to find a place to settle down first. After all, they didn't know when they could find that cheap ancestor. Then, Leng Ruoxue and the others found a home-style restaurant in the city to stay temporarily. Little Shuer, I'm going out to inquire about the situation. Wait for me in the guest shop, Leng Qinya said to everyone in the room. Let's go with you. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. No need. I'll be back soon, Leng Qinya said. He just wanted to see if he could find someone he knew and ask about the situation here. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. Then, Leng Qinya left the room. Previous chapter. Next. Miss, what are we doing? Fengde couldn't help but ask after Leng Qinya left. Follow him from behind. Unless someone provokes him, don't let him discover you, Leng Ruoxue instructed. She was a little worried about Leng Qinya going out alone. After all, he had an unpleasant experience here. It would be terrible if he met the person who had bullied him before. In fact, it was just as Leng Ruoxue thought. Not long after Leng Qinya left the inn, he bumped into someone on the street. Alright, don't worry, Mississippi. We won't let him find out, Fengde and the others promised. After saying that, they immediately left the guest shop. On the street. Leng Qinya was asking passers-by about the whereabouts of a friend he once knew. However, just as he asked a few questions, he saw a greasy-haired man swaggering towards him from the corner of his eye. The man was none other than the person who had bullied him back then. Leng Qinya had already eaten the appearance-changing pill that little Shuer had given him, so he was not afraid that that person would recognize him. Moreover, he did not want to get into a conflict with that person before he found his grandfather's whereabouts. Therefore, he took the initiative to give way. Unfortunately, someone did not appreciate his kindness and insisted on going past where he was standing. Where did this ugly freak come from? How dare you block my path? Do you want to die? The man said unhappily. For some reason, he didn't like this ugly freak, so he deliberately came over to find trouble. Sir, you were the one who chose to walk this way instead of such a spacious path. Leng Qinya looked at the smug man standing in front of him and couldn't help but roll his eyes. He said with slight disdain, sigh. It's been so many years since we last met, but this Yuan Ho still hasn't improved. I really can't understand how I was bullied by this thing back then. How dare you talk back to me? I think you really don't want to live anymore. Yuan Ho was furious. He had been in the First Alliance for many years, but no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Except for that brat from a long time ago. However, wasn't that fellow afraid of him after being beaten up by him? Who said I don't want to live? I haven't lived enough. Leng Qinya sneered. Humph. He really wanted to beat Yuan Ho up if it weren't for his identity. Then how dare you talk back to me? Do you know my identity? Yuan Ho glared and questioned. Who doesn't know you on the divine continent? Leng Qinya said with a faint smile, but his eyes flickered with mockery. You still dare to go against me? Humph. Ugly freak, you must have done it on purpose, Yuan Ho said with certainty. Since you're already certain that I did it on purpose, why waste your breath on me? Leng Qinya said impatiently. The way he looked at the original owner was as annoying as looking at a buzzing fly. You're right. Guards, capture him. I want to teach this ugly monster a lesson myself, Yuan Ho ordered with an imposing manner. You want to gang up on me? Leng Qinya asked curiously. Even though he was a little wary of this monkey's identity, he was no longer a rookie who had just entered the divine continent many years ago. Moreover, this monkey's subordinates were not very strong, so he was not afraid of dealing with these little monkeys. Well, since he could not touch that big ape, he would deal with these little monkeys first. Huh. You guessed it. Yuan Ho laughed wildly in triumph. A group fight? We love it. Suddenly, Feng Da's voice sounded in everyone's ears. At the same time, the original marquis and his subordinates were surrounded by a group of equally ugly and aggressive men. When Leng Qianye heard Feng Da's voice, his heart warmed. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was good to be on his side. However, when Yuan Ho saw Feng Da and the others, his expression did not look so good. This was because Feng Da and the others were at least twice as many as him. Moreover, all of them were tall and burly. Just from their auras, they were not something his subordinates could compare to. Sigh. What should he do? At this moment, even if he was stupid, he could tell that they were in cahoots. To think that he had thought that the ugly freak was alone. However, he thought about it again. This was his territory, so why should he be afraid? Therefore, after thinking about it, his aura returned. How dare you? Do you have any idea who you're talking to? Yuan Ho roared. We're not talking to you. We're just asking if it's a gang fight. Feng Da asked with a smile. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Damn, don't this pretty boy understand human language? So what if we are? If we want to fight, we're not fighting with you. The person we're looking for is him. Yuan Ho pointed at Leng Qianye. We're together. If you are fighting him, you're fighting us. Feng Da reminded him. How can that be? Yuan Ho was even angrier when he heard that. What's the difference? I've already said that he's looking for us. Since you like to fight in groups, we'll fulfill your wish. Feng Da smiled evilly. Then, he gave Lin Yuan and the others a look. Everyone understood and attacked together to beat up Yuan Ho's subordinates. Bang! 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 As the punches hit flesh, Yuan Ho's subordinates quickly couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears. They had always been used to using their power to intimidate others. They had never thought that they would be beaten up so badly. After all, they were in the territory of the First Alliance. Not many people would dare to beat them up. However, what was even more infuriating was that these people actually beat them with their fists. Boo-hoo. No one in the God realm would use their fists in a fight. They were really too careless. Many of Yuan Ho's subordinates couldn't help but feel uneasy. Spare me. Spare me. Don't hit me anymore. It was unknown who took the lead to beg for mercy. Then, Yuan Ho's subordinates begged for mercy one after another. Unfortunately, Feng Da and the others turned a deaf ear to their words and beat them up even more happily. Well. The people of the Divine Continent were really different. It had been a long time since they had such a good beating. Moreover, they would not stop until their opponents were beaten down alive. Leng Qianye could not bear to watch the end. Leng Qianye was very clear about the combat strength of Feng Da and the others. However, it still felt different to see it with his own eyes. Moreover, seeing Feng Da and the others beating them up so happily, he wanted to make a move. Unfortunately, just Feng Da and the others alone were not enough for Yuan Ho's subordinates. Therefore, he could only watch with envy. After Feng Da and the others beat the last person unconscious, they turned their gazes to the original owner. Your name is Yuan Ho, one. The pronunciation sounds like ape, right? Feng Da raised his head high and deliberately asked condescendingly. So what if I am? This is the territory of the First Alliance. The Alliance Master of the First Alliance is my father. Don't mess around. When Yuan Ho saw Feng Da and the others' cold gazes, he was so frightened that his entire body trembled and he stuttered. In fact, he really wanted to run, but after seeing their fierce looks, his legs went weak and he couldn't run at all. Therefore, he could only stand there foolishly and let the other party look at him. The fear in his heart almost suffocated him. When Leng Qianye saw the gazes of Feng Da and the others, he was also shocked. They didn't want to beat up Yuan Ho, right? Even though he wanted to, now wasn't the time to beat him up. However, Feng Da and the others didn't give him a chance to stop them and directly got him. Thud. 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 After a few loud bangs, the sound of the original owner screaming like a pig being slaughtered filled the street. Help. Yuan Ho cried loudly. Unfortunately, other than Feng Da and the others, there was no one else on the street. The reason why there was no one else here was because Yuan Ho and the others had scared everyone away. Therefore, he had brought this upon himself. Now, not only was there no one to help him, but there was no one to return to the First Alliance to inform his father. F***ck, you can't even take a little beating, and you're still screaming so miserably. You're really a disgrace to men. Are you still a man? Feng Da had just beaten him up when Yuan Ho started wailing like a ghost. This made him very unhappy. I'm not a man. I'm not a man. Please spare me. Boo-hoo. Yuan Ho cried and begged. He was scared to death. After all, it was always others who begged him like this. This was the first time he had begged someone so humbly. Spare you? Dream on. Feng Da threw a left hook, followed by a right hook. In 2 moves, he knocked out the teeth in Yuan Ho's mouth. The others did not stay idle either. They punched each other in an orderly manner. After a few punches, Yuan Ho was no longer recognizable. Don't hit me. Yuan Ho slurred. Don't kill him. At this moment, Leng Qinya couldn't help but remind him. Then, he punched him again. Yes, yes. Don't worry, we know our limits. Feng De nodded and promised. My father won't let you off. After hearing that the other party wouldn't kill him, Yuan Ho naively thought that they were afraid of his father's identity and status, so he didn't forget to threaten them. Your father? F***ck, I hate being threatened the most. I'll beat you up until your father can't recognize you today, Feng De said fiercely. Then, his punches became even more ruthless and fierce. In fact, the reason why they didn't dare to use the divine skill was not only because it felt more realistic to use their fists to hit people, but also because they were afraid that the divine skill would cause too much commotion and attract some people over. Your father? F***ck, I hate being threatened the most. I'll beat you up until your father can't recognize you today, Everyone punched him a few more times. A moment later, Yuan Ho fainted as they had hoped. This guy doesn't have his subordinates to take the beating. Feng De said with dissatisfaction and disdain after Yuan Ho fainted. Yes. He's used to being pampered, Leng Qinya said speechlessly. However, he was very cooperative. Thank you, Leng Qinya said again, feeling warm inside. There's no need to be polite. We're all on the same side. How can we watch outsiders bully our people? Besides, even if we don't attack these people, I believe you can deal with them yourself, Feng De said understandingly. He knew that if they didn't appear, Leng Qinya would have attacked himself. However, their appearance was also to let Leng Qinya know that he wasn't fighting alone. This is different, Leng Qinya said, touched. Actually, he was quite envious of Shuer for having such a group of subordinates. Sigh. There were fewer and fewer loyal and united people in the Leng family. Can we leave this place now? Feng De changed the topic. There was no need to be too polite with each other, so he really didn't like to see Leng Qinya being so emotional. Hee. Yes. Leng Qinya nodded. It was time to leave this place. Otherwise, if he was discovered, he would cause trouble. He knew that the Alliance Master doted on this good-for-nothing son. Then let's go. Feng De took out Yao from his arms and asked Yao to cast an invisibility spell on them. Then, everyone walked back to the inn. Isn't this Shuer's beast? Leng Qinya asked curiously on the way back to the guest shop. That's right. Miss lent it to me, Feng De said. Before they came out, Miss had lent Dazzle to them in case of emergencies. They didn't expect that she would really use it now. Hee. Miss was still the first to see it. Everyone chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the inn. However, Feng De pulled them to a corner first. Then, he handed each of them a pill and let them eat it. This pill was the antidote to the appearance-changing pill. They had also eaten the appearance-changing pill before they wanted to beat someone up. Moreover, they were not invisible when they came out, so they naturally had to go back the way they came out. What's this? Leng Qinya looked at the pill in his hand and asked in confusion. This is the antidote for the appearance-changing pill. We can return to the inn openly after taking it, Feng De whispered. I'd better not eat it. Leng Qinya thought for a moment and said. He was in a difficult position. After eating the antidote and returning to his original appearance, he was afraid that others would recognize him. However, he should not eat it. He was also afraid that Yuan Ho would come looking for him. Sigh. He was in a dilemma. If you don't eat it, we'll be exposed if Yuan Ho comes looking for us. After all, we still have to stay here for a few more days. Feng De reminded him. But if I take the antidote, Yuan Ho will still find trouble if he recognizes me, Leng Qinya said helplessly. What are you afraid of? Are you planning to leave alone? Feng De glared at him. Humph. Don't think that he didn't know what Leng Qinya was thinking. If he really thought that he wouldn't cause them trouble if he left, then he was wrong. There were some troubles that couldn't be avoided. Besides, Miss wouldn't agree with him doing this. Therefore, Feng De believed that his decision was right. Leng Qinya was speechless. In fact, he really had the idea of leaving them temporarily. However, was this Feng De a worm in his stomach? Why did he know everything? Hee. I advise you not to think about it. If you're afraid that it'll be inconvenient for you to show your true face, you can just hide in the space. Anyway, with us around, we'll definitely find your grandfather. Don't worry. Feng De said very understandingly. However, he couldn't show himself casually after entering the space. Thank you. Leng Qinya was a little embarrassed. It seemed that bystanders could see things clearly. How could he have forgotten about Shuer's space? Thinking of this, he swallowed the pill. Alright, we can return to the inn, Feng De said. Then, he asked Yao to undo their invisibility spell. Everyone swaggered back. After returning to the room, everyone immediately went to Leng Ruoxue's room. You're back. Did you find out anything useful? Leng Ruoxue asked Leng Qinya. In fact, Qing Ju had already reported everything that happened on the street to her, but she still had to pretend to ask. Sigh. One of the two people I'm looking for is missing, and the other is dead. Leng Qinya sighed softly and said helplessly. Little Shuer, just now on the street, I met the son of the Alliance Master and had a conflict with him, so I had no choice but to return to my original appearance. I'd better enter the space. Leng Qinya took the initiative to say. Why did you enter the space? Didn't you change your appearance? He won't recognize you, Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. The original Leng Qianye was quite carefree on the boundless heaven continent, but he was so careful and restrained on the divine continent. She was really not used to it. I've recovered my appearance. If he sees me, he'll also find trouble with me. It's not appropriate for us to have a conflict with him now, Leng Qianye said honestly. Don't worry. His injuries won't heal so quickly. Feng De gloated. How can that be? One pill can heal that injury. Leng Qianye's handsome face was filled with question marks. Who said that? We have to let him lie down for at least 10 days or half a month for the injuries we caused. Hee hee. Feng De smiled proudly. In fact, they had not only used brute force. When they were beating him up, they had already thought of the consequences. Therefore, they had already tampered with it at that time. However, everyone knew about this matter and there was no need to say it. However, he did not expect Leng Qianye to not know. You guys are really impressive, Leng Qianye said in admiration. He knew that Feng De and the others had always been ruthless, accurate, and fast. He did not expect them to still have some tricks up their sleeves. However, if the original owner could really lie in bed for half a month, he would not be worried. Hee hee. Miss, you taught me well. Feng De scratched his head in embarrassment. He did not dare to take credit for this. I taught them well. Hearing Feng De's words, Leng Ruoxue narrowed her beautiful eyes and said in an unfriendly tone. Boo-hoo. She wouldn't admit that Feng De and the others were led astray by her. Don't accuse her like this. No. We were born with it, Feng De quickly corrected himself and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. You're the one who was born with it. We all learned it from you, Songdi said seriously. Her expression was extremely serious. Feng De was depressed. How did it become learning from him? Boo-hoo. He had been wronged. Looking at Feng De's aggrieved expression, everyone couldn't help but laugh. You can laugh all you want. Feng De said calmly. He was very proud of being able to entertain everyone, and he liked the happy atmosphere between them, so he didn't mind being teased occasionally. When everyone was done laughing, Leng Ruoxue said, let's go out in batches starting tomorrow. Maybe we can find useful clues. Right. They nodded and divided into groups. The next day, everyone left the inn in batches. However, Leng Ruoxue and the freak did not go out. The two of them stayed in the purple bamboo house in the bracelet. Freak, when do you think that damn ape will be discovered? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but ask curiously as she leaned in the freak's arms. I thought someone had already spotted him, Freak said with a wicked grin. But no one seems to have informed that alliance master. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. Hee hee. Then you can only blame the ape for being unpopular. The freak laughed happily. So far, that ape was still lying on the street. Anyone who passed by and found him injured, not to mention that no one planned to save him, no one even went to the First League to inform them. He did not believe that no one recognized the ape. From this, it could be seen how unpopular the monkey was. The First Alliance didn't notice that their alliance master's precious son didn't return overnight? Leng Ruoxue said in disbelief. This matter was really too bizarre. Hee hee. I guess that ape often stays out late at night. The people of the First Alliance are already used to it, so naturally, no one wants to look for him. The freak thought for a moment and guessed. Hee hee. He really got what he deserved. Leng Ruoxue gloated. When she heard this from Qing Ju, she almost laughed out loud. Swear, let's not worry about what will happen to that ape. Let's worry about ourselves while no one is around. The freak said expectantly. Worried about ourselves? All right. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Swear, then let me. Before the freak could finish, he saw that the scenery they were in had changed. Why were they back in the room? He looked at Swear bitterly. Feng De and the others are back. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly. Swear, you did it on purpose, the freak said unhappily, tears rolling in his eyes. Unfortunately, Leng Ruoxue ignored his pitiful appearance. Freak, don't accuse me. Leng Ruoxue also looked at the freak aggrievedly and even imitated him to act pitiful. Snow. Freak began, but was interrupted by a knock on the door. Go and open the door. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Feng De and the others were really back. She didn't lie to the freak. Yes. The freak nodded. Then, he reluctantly went to open the door. When he saw Feng De and the others standing outside, he did not give them a good look, making Feng De and the others feel puzzled. Mississippi. After Feng De and the others entered the room, they greeted Leng Ruoxue. Then, they secretly glanced at Commander Yi, whose expression was very ugly. Their hearts were in a mess. Some people even thought to themselves, I didn't provoke Commander Yi. What's wrong with him? Yes, did you find anything? Leng Ruoxue asked. Even though she had asked Qing Ju to monitor the movements in the city, there were still some things that she had to find out personally. Miss, the Ascender Alliance is very cautious. We asked many people indirectly, but they didn't dare to tell us too much. Some even suspected that we were sent by the natives, Vonda explained helplessly. That's normal. After all, we're outsiders and want to ask them about the alliance. It's normal for them to suspect something. In the future, be careful when you go out. Don't attract the attention of the people in the First Alliance. Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment and reminded them. Feng De and the others were divided into 6 teams and went in different directions. However, so far, only Feng Da's team had returned. Moreover, they did not seem to have made any major discoveries. He wondered if the other teams would gain anything. Leng Ruoxue thought to herself. Not long after, the others returned to the guest room. Miss, we didn't find anything. We were almost arrested, Lin Yuan said gloomily. So are we, my lady, Cheng Wu said, looking crestfallen. The people of the city were too wary of them to speak to them. Neither did we, Song Di agreed. Neither did I. But when I passed the street, I saw a bunch of beat-up guys still lying on the ground. You did it, didn't you? Empty chuckled. He's still lying on the ground? Feng Da said in surprise. It had been a night, but no one from the First League had brought them back. It was really abnormal. Yes. They're all unconscious. Besides, everyone who saw them chose to take a detour. Empty said with some amusement. This was probably the funniest thing that had happened to him since he arrived. The people from this alliance are really amazing. Feng Da was in disbelief. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing in his life. I think they're afraid of getting into trouble, so it's better to mind their own business in the God realm. Otherwise, they'll easily get into trouble, Leng Qinya said understandingly. Sometimes, even if we don't take the initiative to cause trouble, trouble will come to us. So, it's useless to be afraid. The best way is to solve the trouble, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Yes, yes. Feng Da and the others agreed with Leng Ruoxue. Even though they hated trouble, they were not afraid of it. Otherwise, he would not have dared to beat up the ape. Shuer, why aren't you surprised at all? Empty asked curiously when he saw Leng Ruoxue's calm reaction after hearing his words. I got it. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Miss, why didn't you tell us when you found out? Let us be happy too. Feng Da complained. I didn't know for long. I didn't have time to tell you guys, Leng Ruoxue said innocently. Miss, when do you think the First Alliance will realize that something has happened to the ape? Feng Da asked curiously. I don't know. That depends on the ape's usual performance. If he's not at home often, I don't think anyone will look for him, Leng Ruoxue teased with a smile. At least 3 days, Leng Qinya said with certainty. Hee. Won't the ape be in trouble? Feng Da said happily. It has nothing to do with us if he's not unlucky. The most important thing now is to find the whereabouts of our cheap ancestor, Leng Ruoxue said gloomily. She didn't like this place, so she only wanted to see her cheap sake old ancestor so that she could leave quickly. Little Shuer, Grandpa won't tell me if I contact him. Why don't you try asking him? Leng Qinya suggested. Then I'll try. Leng Ruoxue nodded. In fact, she had contacted the ancestor before, but the ancestor didn't reply to her, so she didn't try again. With that, Leng Ruoxue sent a voice transmission to her ancestor through the voice transmission jade token. However, there was still no reply this time. He didn't reply to me, Leng Ruoxue said in disappointment a moment later. If her ancestor didn't reply to her and Qing Ju couldn't monitor his whereabouts, they could only continue searching. Grandpa is probably refining, so he doesn't have time to reply. Don't worry. Leng Qinya comforted himself. After all, he was also worried. I hope so. Since I didn't find any useful information today, I don't have to go out today to avoid arousing suspicion. Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment. Okay. Everyone nodded and then asked to return to the space to cultivate. Leng Ruoxue sent them into the bracelet. For 3 days in a row, Feng Da and the others would go out to the streets every day. This time, they changed their strategy and only strolled on the streets. They did not ask anything and first got to know each other so that they would not be suspected. After 3 days of hard work, their strategy was beginning to bear fruit. At least someone was willing to talk to them. They also openly and secretly asked about the internal gossip of the First Alliance. After some people opened up, they could not shut up. They would tell them all the good and bad things, making Feng Da and the others not know whether to laugh or cry. As for the unlucky ape and his subordinates, they were still lying on the ground and ignored. Feng Da and the others would pass by them every day, either intentionally or unintentionally. Then, after returning to the guest room, they would start discussing. Feng Da and the others even made a bet out of boredom, guessing how many days it would take for the ape to be brought back by the First Alliance. After another 3 days, Feng Da and the others finally got some information. Leng Xiaoyu was indeed in the First Alliance, but he was not invited by the First Alliance master. Instead, he was imprisoned as a hostage. When Leng Ruoxue heard this news, she was completely furious. However, the person who told them this like a thief did not know the exact situation. He only knew that it was related to refining weapons. It had something to do with refining weapons? Leng Ruoxue thought for a long time but couldn't think of anything. If he wanted to refine weapons, so be it. Why did he have to imprison him? Could it be that his ancestor was unwilling to refine weapons for the Alliance Master, so the Alliance Master locked him up in a fit of anger? Thinking of this, Leng Ruoxue felt that it was possible. However, Leng Qinya rejected her idea. Leng Qinya knew his grandfather very well. He was a person who did as he pleased. However, he took refining very seriously and treated refining as important as his own life. Therefore, even if it was someone or an enemy he didn't like, as long as you could pay or take out the materials he was interested in, he would still refine equipment for you. Therefore, he did not think that his grandfather was locked up because he was unwilling to refine weapons for the Alliance Master. After all, other than the matter with the ape, they did not have any blood feud with the Alliance Master. Therefore, if the Alliance Master really looked for his grandfather should not refuse to refine weapons for him. At most, he would make him bankrupt. Grandpa often said that enemies did not have to kill him to vent their anger. There were many ways to torture people, and killing the other party directly was the least painful. Therefore, his grandfather would never make a loss. Leng Ruoxue knew very well that although his grandfather looked cold on the outside, he was actually black-hearted. In the guest room, Leng Ruoxue and the others gathered. "Miss, why don't I turn invisible and search the First Alliance?" Feng De suggested. "You might not be able to find it if you go. The only way now is to go straight to the First League." Leng Ruoxue frowned and pondered, then said. "Shuer, do you want to go straight to the door and ask for her?" "The Alliance Master will probably pretend not to know," Empty reminded her. This matter seemed to be a secret in the Alliance, and not many people knew about it. "Miss, can we enter directly?" Cheng Wu frowned. "Little Shuer, I'm afraid we won't even be able to enter the First Alliance," Leng Ruoxue said. "Who said we can't enter? We're the saviors of his precious son." Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly and turned her attention to the ape that no one cared about. It had been a few days and no one had claimed the ape yet. Now, it just happened to be useful to them. Miss, you're too ruthless," Feng De said with admiration. They were the ones who beat him up. Now, they had become his saviors again. Hee. If that ape knew the truth, he would be furious. "I have no choice. Feng De, bring a few people to save the ape. We can come as his savior," Leng Ruoxue instructed. Hee. Okay. Don't worry, miss. I know what to do, Feng De promised and left with a few people. Not long after, Feng De and the others returned with the unconscious ape. They were just short of beating the gongs and drums to make everyone know about it. Their ostentatious actions also caused a commotion in the inn. "Sigh, my lord, why did you bring the beggar back?" The shopkeeper frowned when he saw the person Feng De and the others were carrying. His eyelids twitched and his expression was very ugly. "Shopkeeper, he's not a beggar. We picked him up on the road and he's injured. We can't just leave him in the lurch," Feng De said loudly, afraid that the people in the inn could not hear him. Glancing at the ape again, Feng De was already laughing in his heart. He thought to himself, oh. If the ape woke up and knew that he had been treated as a beggar, would it break down? The current ape really looked like a beggar no matter how one looked at it. Not only was it covered in injuries, but its clothes were also covered in a thick layer of dust. After all, it had been exposed to the wind and sun for a few days. How could it look good? However, this was not his concern now. The only thing he had to do was become this ape's savior. "In any case, you must not bring such a filthy person into the inn," the innkeeper said with an air of refusal to bend the rules. In the last few days, he had heard of beggars lying in a street, but many seemed to have chosen to ignore them. Why did these people have to meddle? The innkeeper could not understand. "Shopkeeper, don't be so heartless. Haven't you heard that saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda? As long as you show mercy, you will definitely be rewarded," Feng De coaxed. "That won't do. With him around, it will affect my business." The shopkeeper still refused to give in, and he was even more unwilling to let Feng De bring this trouble to his shop. When Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived downstairs, they happened to see Feng De arguing with the shopkeeper, so they pretended to be puzzled and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" "Miss, we saved someone on the street. The shopkeeper refused to let us bring him to the guest shop," Feng De quickly complained, looking aggrieved. "The shopkeeper is afraid that you will affect his business." "Well, it's not wrong for him to think that way." Leng Ruoxue smiled and explained on behalf of the shopkeeper. When the shopkeeper heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he was so touched that he almost cried. Finally, someone understood him. It hadn't been easy. "Then what should we do? We can't just leave him in the lurch. He's very pitiful," Feng De said awkwardly. He looked at the thing in his hand. It didn't seem appropriate to put it anywhere. "Shopkeeper, since my subordinates discovered him and brought him back, you can't let us throw this person out, right? I believe that you're not such a heartless person, so how about this? Please be magnanimous and let us keep this person. I'll pay double the room fee." Leng Ruoxue praised the shopkeeper simply and then suggested. "All right then. I'll let him stay for the sake of Miss. However, don't let him run around. He'll scare the other customers in the shop with his current appearance." Such a peerless beauty's soft request was really impossible for the shopkeeper to refuse. Therefore, he agreed after some thought. After all, she was willing to pay double the room fee. "Thank you, shopkeeper. Please help him get a room," Leng Ruoxue said with a faint smile. "All right," the shopkeeper agreed readily. Then he arranged a room for the beggar and kept muttering, "You've met a good person." After returning to her room, Leng Ruoxue asked Feng De to send medicine to the ape. However, she did not intend to cure all the apes, so the pill could only guarantee that the ape would wake up. "Miss, the ape is awake," Feng De said when he returned. "Okay, let's go see him." Leng Ruoxue chuckled and left the room. When they arrived at the door of the ape room, Leng Ruoxue and the others pushed open the door and walked straight in. The ape, who was lying on the bed, immediately turned his head when he heard the sound. When he saw the peerless beauty in the room, he revealed an extremely stunned gaze. If it weren't for the fact that his body was inconvenient, he would have pounced on her long ago. Where did such a beauty come from? She was really too beautiful. Ape couldn't help but praise in his heart. His heart had long flown to Leng Ruoxue's side, and his lecherous eyes were firmly glued to her body. You're awake? Leng Ruoxue asked knowingly and resisted the urge to punch him because this man's gaze was really annoying. Well, you are, the ape asked politely, pretending to be a gentleman, but his eyes were already betraying the filthy thoughts that ran through his mind. My surname is Ning, Leng Ruoxue said casually. So it's Miss Ning. Thank you for saving me. I will definitely repay you well, the ape said gratefully. He was even more pleasantly surprised because he did not expect his savior to be the famous Miss Ning. Miss Ning's beauty was second to none in the divine continent. However, he had never had the chance to see her. He did not expect that he would be saved by Miss Ning, whom he had admired for a long time. He could not help but feel a little lightheaded looking at the peerless beauty in front of him. Miss Ning, why did you come to the Ascender Alliance and not stay in the Ning family's divine realm? The ape asked curiously. Even though there were often conflicts between Ascenders and natives, the opposition between any faction was not absolute. There would be conflict between them, but there would also be benefits. He was ignorant and incompetent, but his many years of experience in the Ascender Alliance made him very clear about the interests of the various forces. Therefore, he naturally did not treat this devastatingly beautiful woman as an enemy. Leng Ruoxue was stunned when she heard the ape's words. She didn't expect the ape to treat her as the young lady of the Ning family. Even though she had just casually said her surname, this accident gave her a better inspiration. Thinking of this, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but say with a worried expression, I want to refine an equipment for my father as a gift, but I haven't been able to find the best weapon artificer in the divine continent. I've been looking for him for a long time. Recently, I heard that he once appeared in the Ascender Alliance, so I came to try my luck. A craftsman? Miss Ning, our Ascender Alliance has several artificers who are very good. Why don't I get them to help you refine equipment? The ape said fawningly. Our Ning family has an artificer, but my father only likes the equipment refined by His Excellency Leng Xiaoyu, so I've been looking for him. I want to make father happy because father has been worried about my marriage recently. Leng Ruoxue deliberately pretended to be guilty of her daughter. Miss Ning's marriage? The ape probed. Yes. I'm not young anymore. Father is looking for a husband for me. Leng Ruoxue said shyly, but she was sweating in her heart. It was really not easy to act like a young girl in love. If someone can help me find Leng Xiaoyu's whereabouts and have his help on refining weapons, father will definitely be very happy. He might even marry me to him. Leng Ruoxue continued to throw out a huge bait. Miss Ning, does it have to be Leng Xiaoyu? The ape said with some difficulty. He was also very regretful in his heart. Sigh. That Leng Xiaoyu had a grudge against him. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to order her around. He knew this very well. Yes, my father wants only him, Leng Ruoxue said with certainty. However, I also know that it's not easy to hire Leng Xiaoyu, so if someone knows Leng Xiaoyu's whereabouts and informs me, father will be very happy to know, Leng Ruoxue added. Hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Ape fell silent. He was even more conflicted because he knew Leng Xiaoyu's whereabouts, but his father had repeatedly ordered him not to tell anyone, so he was very hesitant. Leng Ruoxue saw that the ape was silent and did not disturb him because she knew that the ape needed time to think. It was probably not a glorious thing for the old ancestor to be imprisoned by the Alliance Master. After thinking for a long time, the ape made up his mind and finally made a final decision. Sigh. He would risk everything for his future happiness. Miss Ning, I know where Leng Xiaoyu is, but he has angered my father because of something, so he is being punished. I don't know if my father will let him help you refine weapons. The ape deliberately pretended to be troubled. Even though he liked to bully the weak, he was not stupid at all. He knew very well what to say and what not to say. The real reason why Leng Xiaoyu was locked up could not be said. Oh, I wonder who is your father? Leng Ruoxue's face was full of question marks. My father is the Alliance Master of the Ascender Alliance of the Divine Continent, the ape said proudly. So you're the Alliance Master's young master. Sorry for being disrespectful, Leng Ruoxue said in realization. Hehe, Miss Ning, you're too polite. You're my savior. The ape said shyly. Young Master Yuan, you don't have to be too polite. Anyone who passed by would have helped you. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. I wonder if you can introduce me to the next Alliance Master. I believe I can convince the Alliance Master to order Lord Leng Xiaoyu to refine weapons for my father, Leng Ruoxue said with certainty. Of course there's no problem with introducing you, but I'm not sure if my father will agree to let Leng Xiaoyu help you refine weapons. The ape did not dare to be too confident because he was not confident in convincing his father. It's okay, as long as young Master Yuan can introduce me to the next Alliance Master. I'll do the rest myself. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Her smile was like 100 flowers blooming, making the ape dizzy. Miss Ning, don't worry. I'll help you, the ape said seriously. Then I'll thank young Master Yuan first, Leng Ruoxue said politely. Hehe, Miss Ning, you're too polite. You're my savior. I said that I would repay you properly, the ape said very seriously. Young Master Yuan, saving you is also fate. Why are you still talking about repaying us? You've just woken up, so I won't disturb you anymore. Have a good rest. Leng Ruoxue suppressed her disgust and left with everyone. Miss Ning. The ape muttered to himself as he looked at Leng Ruoxue's back. He made up his mind to find a way for Leng Xiaoyu to refine weapons for Miss Ning. How could he bear to disappoint such a peerless beauty? Moreover, this was also for his future happiness, so he believed that it was all worth it. After leaving the ape's room, Leng Ruoxue felt a pair of resentful eyes locked on her. She couldn't help but sigh softly. Sigh. She knew who it was without even looking. Freak. Leng Ruoxue called out softly, but she didn't say anything. I'm jealous, Schwer, Freak said, pouting unhappily. Be good. This is just a temporary measure. Leng Ruoxue coaxed as if no one was around, ignoring the gazes of Fengde and the others. Humph. That damn monkey actually dared to have designs on you. When this matter is over, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. The Freak clenched his fists and said fiercely. Yes, yes. When we find who we need, you can do whatever you want with him, Leng Ruoxue said quickly. Schwer, I'm a little hurt. You have to comfort me. The Freak took the opportunity to wheedle. All right. Leng Ruoxue was helpless. After returning to her room, she could only bring the Freak into the bracelet and comfort him. Sigh. Miss is really pitiful. Commander Yi will definitely eat her up. After Leng Ruoxue and the Freak entered the bracelet, Fengde, who stayed in the room, couldn't help but sigh. What do you know? Miss, this is all because of love. Hearing Fengde's words, Lu Tao was unhappy and couldn't help but defend her Mississippi. If she didn't love someone, who would accommodate them unconditionally? Yes, yes. Lu Tao is right. It's all because of love. I will do the same. Fengde quickly said fawningly. At least you're sensible, Lu Tao said smugly, rolling her eyes at Fengde. Hee hee. Lu Tao. My heart is also injured. Can you comfort me too? Fengde smiled evilly and looked at Lu Tao expectantly. Yes, sure. Let's go. Let's find an empty room. I'll comfort you. Lu Tao smiled. Well. Since Fengde had this wish, how could she bear to disappoint him? Let's go. Fengde was very happy. Hee hee. He finally had a chance to get close to her. It was really not easy. Just like that, Lu Tao and Fengde found an empty room and closed the door tightly, cutting off everyone's curious gazes. How do you think Lu Tao will comfort the captain? Someone asked curiously. I don't know. Song Di shook his head, his face full of anticipation. Well. They didn't dare to discuss Mrs. matter, but they could still discuss Fengde's matter. Tisk, is there a need to say that? The captain must be in trouble. There's no one around Miss who isn't violent, especially women, Lin Yuan said understandingly. Actually, he didn't think highly of Fengde. What did you say? If you have the guts, why don't you repeat what you just said? Hearing this, Cui Zhu narrowed her eyes and said with a faint smile. Humph. After following Miss for so many years, she had also gained a lot of knowledge. She was no longer the innocent and cute little girl from before. Therefore, she was determined to defend the rights and interests of women. I didn't say anything, really. Lin Yuan corrected himself shamelessly and wailed in his heart. Boo-hoo. He was right. The women beside Miss were indeed violent. However, he had forgotten that there was a woman standing beside him. He was doomed. He stole a glance at Cui Zhu, who was glaring at him with her hands on her waist. Lin Yuan's heart was beating non-stop. Not long after, there was the sound of thunder from the room Fengde and Lu Tao had just entered. Then, Fengde's wail. Lu Tao. Calm down. Calm down. Fengde's voice came from the room from time to time. When everyone heard this, their foreheads could not help but drip with cold sweat. However, they could not help but secretly laugh in their hearts. Hee hee. This time, they had gone for wool and come home shorn. How could tofu be so delicious? However, when Fengde walked out of the room with Lu Tao as if nothing had happened, everyone saw the 2 bruises on Fengde's eyes. Even though they suppressed their laughter, their flushed faces revealed their thoughts. I fell down accidentally, Fengde explained awkwardly. He was clearly trying to hide something. In fact, it would have been better if he hadn't explained. Everyone could have resisted pretending that nothing had happened, but now that he had, they couldn't help but laugh. Seeing everyone laughing wildly, Fengde looked at Lu Tao with resentment and felt extremely aggrieved. Boo-hoo. It was really too embarrassing. It was alright if she wanted to beat him, but why did she have to beat his face? How could he face anyone now? Fengde, how did you fall down? Why are the injuries so neat? Even the size is the same. Oh. You look a little like the panda that Miss mentioned. Even though Cheng Wu was laughing and out of breath, he could not help but tease him. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Do you want to try too? Fengde narrowed his eyes and said dangerously. No. I want to live a few more years. Cheng Wu said with a look of fear. Women were tigers. He was afraid. Humph. Sooner or later, you'll have a chance too, Fengde said fiercely. No. My heart is not that fragile. Cheng Wu said with a naughty smile. Definitely. Just you wait, Fengde said with certainty. Captain, does it hurt? Quite a bump, Captain, isn't it? Fengde's subordinates also asked with concern. However, their eyes were filled with anticipation. You'll know if it hurts when you get it, Feng De growled. Then, he looked at Lin Yuan and asked, what are we eating later? Tofu. Lin Yuan said with a smile. What? Feng De glared and roared. I said tofu. We all want to have tofu today, Lin Yuan said fearlessly. Well. There were not many such opportunities, so they had to seize them. Yes, yes. Everyone nodded cooperatively. It's good to eat tofu. Healthy. Song Di suddenly said with a serious expression. Instantly, everyone laughed again. However, Feng Da's expression was not so good. Just you wait. This day will come sooner or later. I curse you to be even more miserable than me. Feng Da's face darkened as he said angrily. Boo-hoo. He had really lost face today. He didn't get to take advantage of her and even became the target of ridicule. Lu Tao. You have to compensate me when you have the chance. Feng Da muttered to himself. Captain, you can't do that, they all said in unison, and then burst out laughing. In the bracelet. When Leng Ruoxue and the freak walked out of the purple bamboo house and saw the dishes on the dining table, they said in confusion, why is it all tofu today? Even though this tofu was very nutritious, she couldn't make all the dishes on the table. Leng Ruoxue's head hurt when she saw these dishes. Feng Da, what's wrong with your eyes? Leng Ruoxue inadvertently turned her head and saw Feng Da hiding in the crowd with two panda eyes. She couldn't help but ask curiously, oh. Did something happen that she didn't know about? Nothing. I accidentally bumped into it. Feng Da felt that he was too ashamed to face anyone. Boo-hoo. It was too embarrassing. He decided that he wanted to stay in the space. He would go out when the bruises on his eyes disappeared. It was Lu Tao's fault for not allowing him to take pills. Then you're really too careless. Leng Ruoxue suppressed her laughter and did not expose him. Sigh. She was not stupid. How could she not tell that Feng Da was beaten up? However, even if Feng Da did not say it, she could guess who beat him up. After all, there were not many people in this world who could make Feng Da willingly be beaten up. Miss, I'll stay in the space for the time being, Feng Da said aggrievedly. Why? Leng Ruoxue's face was full of question marks. I'm injured. I'll go out after I recover. Feng Da found a dignified excuse for himself. Then, he stole a glance at Leng Ruoxue, his heart in turmoil. It's just a small injury. Just take a pill. Don't think about slacking off. We still have to go to the First Alliance. Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. If Feng Da stayed in the space, he wouldn't be able to come out easily in the First Alliance. I can't take pills, Feng Da whispered weakly and lowered his head, not daring to look at Leng Ruoxue. What's the reason? Leng Ruoxue couldn't understand. Why couldn't he take pills? He would only recover quickly after taking pills, even though he didn't think the two bruises on Feng Da's eyes were considered injuries. Lu Tao don't allow me to eat it. She said that eating the pill wouldn't be good for my injuries, Feng Da said aggrievedly. In that case, stay in the space. Leng Ruoxue held back her laughter and said helplessly. Alas. This was clearly someone punishing Feng Da. However, it was not convenient for her to ask about her subordinate's family matters. Yes, yes. Feng Da was overjoyed to hear his lady agree. Let's eat. Leng Ruoxue looked at the tofu on the table and said speechlessly. However, since she had made it, she had to eat it. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful. However, after this meal, no one had any intention of eating tofu for the time being. 2 days later. The ape was able to stand up. Even though his injuries were still acting up, he was much better than when he had first woken up. In the ape's room. Leng Ruoxue pretended to be worried as she looked at the ape sitting on the bed and said helplessly, Young Master Yuan, I've tried my best to heal your injuries. I know. Thank you, Miss Ning, the ape said gratefully. His injury was very strange. He looked healed, but it hurt terribly when it acted up, so he had suffered a lot in the past 2 days. Young Master Yuan, why don't I send someone to inform Alliance Master Yuan and ask him to pick you up? The Ascender Alliance is filled with talents. Perhaps they will have a way to treat your injuries. Leng Ruoxue frowned and thought for a moment before asking. But. I really don't want father to see me like this. The ape said hesitantly. He deliberately only said half of what he wanted to say. Actually, he wasn't afraid that his father would see his current situation. He was clearly afraid that he wouldn't be able to see the Miss Ning he liked. However, if Miss Ning could live with him in the First Alliance, that would be a different story. He couldn't help but think to himself. Then what should we do? If your injury is delayed, I'm afraid it will affect your health, Leng Ruoxue said as if she understood him very well. There was still worry on her beautiful face. Miss Ning, actually, I haven't returned to the First Alliance for so many days. I'm also afraid that father will be worried, but I'm even more afraid that father will see me like this. Sigh. What do you think I should do? The ape said helplessly. You still have to go back. Like you said, you haven't been home for a few days. Your father must have been worried to death, Leng Ruoxue reminded. Yes, you have a point. Miss Ning, send someone to deliver a letter for me. This is a token. With this, no one will dare to stop you. The ape handed Leng Ruoxue a golden token. Previous chapter. Okay, I'll send someone over in a while. Leng Ruoxue took the token handed over by the ape and casually glanced at it. Her heart kept thumping. This Ascender alliance was really showy. Even the token was made of gold. However, the gold in this world didn't seem to be anything precious. Miss Ning, didn't you want to find Leng Xiaoyu? He's in the first league. Why don't you come with me to stay in the first league? This way, you can find a chance to persuade my father. Of course, I'll help you too. The ape finally revealed his plan. That's not too good. With my identity, it doesn't seem appropriate for me to live in the first league. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will cause some Ascenders to be dissatisfied, Leng Ruoxue said as if she was in a difficult position. In fact, she was already overjoyed because she was waiting for the ape to take the bait. It's okay. They don't dare to be disrespectful to Miss Ning. Otherwise, I won't let them off, the ape promised. Young Master Yuan, my visit to the Ascender Alliance is confidential, so. Leng Ruoxue deliberately didn't finish her sentence because she was waiting for the ape to continue. I understand, Miss Ning. Don't worry, I won't leak your identity, the ape hurriedly said. He knew Miss Ning's concerns very well, and he also knew that there were indeed some people in the Ascender Alliance who were very repulsed by the natives. However, in his opinion, this was not a big deal. After all, his father was the person in charge of the Ascender Alliance in the Divine Continent. I feel so much more relieved with young Master Yuan's guarantee, Leng Ruoxue said with a look of relief. Then Miss Ning means. The ape was a little uncertain. Didn't young Master Yuan want to invite me to the first league as a guest? I agree to do it, Leng Ruoxue said with a faint smile. That faint toothy smile was like a warm spring breeze that blew into the ape's heart again, making him feel a little smug. Yes, yes. The ape nodded repeatedly, feeling extremely intoxicated in the depths of its heart. Those lifeless eyes were filled with countless hearts. Young Master Yuan, have a good rest. I'll send someone to inform Alliance Master Yuan later. Seeing that her goal had been achieved, Leng Ruoxue didn't want to see the ape that had started to become infatuated, so she quickly bade farewell. The ape sat on the bed with a silly smile, thinking about something. After Leng Ruoxue returned to her room, she instructed Cheng Wu and Song Di to go to the first league with the token. After a long time, the two of them returned, followed by a few people sent by the Alliance Master. Then, Leng Ruoxue and the others followed the ape into the first alliance. Because Leng Ruoxue and the others had the dual identities of Miss Ning and the Alliance Master Savior, they were arranged to stay in the best guest room in the first alliance. Looking at the decorations in the room, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder. This alliance was really extravagant. They actually decorated the guest room so luxuriously. Were they afraid that others wouldn't know that they were rich? The walls of the room were inlaid with many crystals. Moreover, most of them were top grade, and the worst was high grade. As for the furnishings, they were all carved from secret gold and mithril. This mystic gold and mithril were both materials for refining weapons. Moreover, they were expensive, but they were used to carve them into decorations. This made Leng Ruoxue very speechless. Lass, when we leave this place, let's bring the crystals on the wall and the decorations in the room with us. The disheveled old man said with some envy. We'll do that. Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. Hee hee. Girl, we can't forget the flowers in the garden. The little old man also reminded her. Alas. What a waste. Those flowers were actually used as ornamental plants to decorate the garden. One had to know that there were a few rare medicinal herbs inside. Yes. Leng Ruoxue also felt that it was a waste to leave such a good thing in the First Alliance. However, she didn't understand. Logically speaking, the First Alliance raised many alchemists and blacksmiths. How could they not know that some things were difficult to obtain even with money? Leng Ruoxue and the others toured casually. After the tour, they quietly waited in the room. At this moment, in Yuan Biao's study. Yuan Biao was sitting in a chair, listening to his trusted subordinate's report. Alliance Master, according to you, I've already arranged for Miss Ning and the others to stay at the Falling Swallow residence, the subordinate said very respectfully. Oh, is there anything unusual about them? Yuan Biao asked very cautiously. Even though he had never seen his son's savior, he heard from Howard that the woman who saved him was the young lady of the Ning family. However, he did not believe that woman's identity. If she was really the young lady of the Ning family, why would she come to the Ascender Alliance? It had to be known that the forces of the Ascender Alliance and the natives were incompatible on the surface. Even though there were no absolute friends or enemies in this world, he just couldn't believe that woman's identity and was even more afraid that his son would be used by others. After all, although he had many women, he only had this one son. Therefore, he usually treasured him very much. Unfortunately, before Howard could finish speaking, his injuries acted up again. Not yet, the subordinate replied. He did not dare to be too sure. Do you think that woman is Miss Ning? Yuan Biao asked indifferently, but his gloomy face was expressionless. I'm not very sure either. However, that Miss Ning is as beautiful as a flower and has an extraordinary temperament. She definitely doesn't look like the daughter of an ordinary family, the subordinate said honestly. When he first saw that woman, he was also stunned and couldn't help but sigh. How could there be such a beautiful woman in the world? Oh. Yuan Biao listened to his subordinate's words and replied indifferently before falling silent. Alliance Master, the young master has recovered. Suddenly, the guard's report sounded outside the door. Hearing the guard's report, Yuan Biao stood up from his chair, opened the door, and walked towards the original residence. After walking into Yuan Ho's room, Yuan Biao looked at his son with some heartache and said with concern, "Ho, are you feeling better now?" "Father, I'm fine," Yuan Ho said weakly. His face was very pale after the pain. "That's good." Yuan Biao was relieved. He only had one son, and he usually doted on him. This time, he didn't know who he had provoked to cause trouble. Sigh. He really didn't let him worry. Previous chapter. "Father, where's Miss Ning? She saved my life." "You can't neglect her," Yuan Ho said worriedly. "Don't worry, father will treat them well," Yuan Biao said helplessly. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sigh. A grown son really couldn't be kept at home. "Ho, is she really Miss Ning?" Yuan Biao asked suspiciously. "Father, how could there be someone who dares to pretend to be Miss Ning?" "You'll know when you see her," Yuan Ho said with a smitten expression. Miss Ning's beauty was famous in the divine continent. If that woman wasn't Miss Ning, then who else was worthy of being called Miss Ning? "Oh. According to my son, I really have to find time to meet Miss Ning." Yuan Biao chuckled and teased. He could tell that the Miss Ning his son mentioned had long taken his soul away. "However, I don't understand why Miss Ning came to our Ascender alliance." Yuan Biao still couldn't completely believe his son's words, so he asked again. "Father, she's here to look for Leng Xiaoyu," Yuan Ho said after some thought. He had yet to tell his father about this, but he had to say it sooner or later. "Why is she looking for Leng Xiaoyu?" Yuan Biao immediately became vigilant after hearing Yuan Ho's words. After all, not many people knew that Leng Xiaoyu was in his hands. How could a woman know? "She asked Leng Xiaoyu to refine weapons for her father," Yuan Ho said. "How did she know that Leng Xiaoyu is in our Ascender alliance?" Yuan Biao narrowed his eyes and asked dangerously. "She doesn't know." "I told her," the original owner said quickly. "You said that? Didn't I warn you not to let anyone know about this? Why did you still tell her?" Yuan Biao said resentfully. Why didn't he know that his useless son had actually become a Casanova? Everyone said that girls looked good on the outside. Why was it the other way around when it came to him? "Father, Miss Ning is my savior. Moreover, if I can get Leng Xiaoyu to refine weapons for her, she will definitely be very happy," Yuan Biao said shyly. "You betrayed your father just for a woman?" Yuan Biao regretted letting him know so much about him. Now, he had raised an ingrate. He and Miss Ning had yet to do anything, but he already knew how to betray his father to please a woman. Sigh. He was really sad. "Father, how can this be considered betraying you? Don't you want to build a relationship with the Ning family? If I can marry the Ning family's young miss, you'll also be proud," the original marquis said with a hint of flattery. He knew that only by coaxing his father would his father possibly let Miss Ning see Leng Xiaoyu. "Humph. If you can marry the young lady of the Ning family, perhaps I will be happier," Yuan Biao said very realistically. The young lady of the Ning family was naturally referring to the direct line. Even though the Ning family's head's line on the god's mainland was also considered a direct line, it was still a little inferior to the main family. "I only like the young miss of the Ning family on the divine continent. As for the main family's Miss Ning, who knows what she looks like? What if she's an ugly freak?" Yuan Ho said disapprovingly. In any case, he had his eyes on Miss Ning. You useless brat." Yuan Biao stomped his feet in anger hearing Yuan Ho's words. "Father, you'll help me, right?" Yuan Ho didn't care how his father scolded him. Anyway, he knew that his father would definitely agree in the end. "No, I can promise you anything else, but not this." Yuan Biao refused, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sigh. It seemed that this son of his had really been spoiled. How could he continue like this? "Father, don't you love me anymore?" "Boo-hoo. Mother. Father doesn't love me anymore. Take me with you," Yuan Ho said with tears in his eyes. As for the mother he mentioned, she died not long after giving birth to him. Therefore, every time his father was unwilling to satisfy his request, he would very unfilially mention his mother who had already passed away. The result of doing this could be said to be tried and tested. You unfilial son." Yuan Biao roared in exasperation. Then, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave in anger. "Father." Yuan Ho lay on the bed and called out softly. He did not expect his father to not agree to him this time. Boo-hoo. He could not accept this fact. Yuan Biao was so angry that he turned around and left the original husband's room before returning to his study. Sitting on a chair in the study, Yuan Biao looked at his very respectful subordinate standing in front of him and said angrily, "How's the investigation going?" "Alliance Master, we didn't find any clues about the person who injured the young master. However, I did find out that Miss Ning's subordinate has been looking for someone recently," the subordinate reported. "Looking for someone? Is it Leng Xiaoyu?" Yuan Biao asked with a frown. "As for who? I haven't found out yet," the subordinate said uneasily. "You haven't found out? Why are you so useless? Can't you even handle such a small matter?" Yuan Biao roared angrily, venting all the anger he had provoked from his son on this unlucky subordinate. Humph. He couldn't bear to hit or scold his only son. Would he care about a subordinate? "Alliance Master, I've already done my best," the unlucky subordinate said helplessly. The young master had been injured for a few days, and now he only remembered to ask him to find someone. Wasn't this like finding a needle in a haystack? Where could he find someone like this? Moreover, the murderer had probably left the Ascender Alliance a long time ago. After all, which fool would stay here and wait to be caught after injuring someone? He couldn't help but secretly grumble. Try your best. You can't find the murderer who injured my son, but you don't know who that Miss Ning is looking for. Tell me, what else can you do? Humph. I know that the person Miss Ning is looking for is Leng Xiaoyu. Yuan Biao roared. Alliance Master, that Miss Ning has been staying in the guest shop since she came to the Ascender Alliance. Even though her subordinates often go out to look for people, who have they contacted? We can't find out in such a short time. Alliance Master, please give me some time, the unlucky subordinate pleaded. No need. I already know who she's looking for, Yuan Biao snapped. Previous chapter. Next, I'm giving you a mission now. Go and find out for me if she's really Miss Ning, Yuan Biao instructed. After all, his doubts had not really been dispelled. Moreover, he had also thought about it just now. If she was really Miss Ning, it was not impossible for Leng Xiaoyu to refine weapons for her. Alas. Who asked him to only have such a precious son? Please rest assured, Patriarch. I will definitely investigate it thoroughly, the subordinate hurriedly promised and secretly decided that he would definitely atone for his crimes this time. After saying that, the subordinate left the study. However, Yuan Biao did not believe the guarantee of that unlucky subordinate. Not long after, he arranged for another person to investigate Miss Ning's identity. After giving the instructions, he was finally relieved. Well. This should be foolproof. Time passed, and soon, 3 days passed. In the middle of the falling swallow dwelling, Leng Ruoxue and the others sat in the courtyard in boredom. It had been 3 days. Apart from delivering food to them on time, no one from the First League had actually come looking for them, and they couldn't move around too openly. However, they had sneaked around a few times in stealth, but they hadn't found any clues. Miss, the Yuan father and son wouldn't have forgotten about us, right? Feng De said listlessly. Did you forget to arrange for someone to send us food? Leng Ruoxue rolled her eyes at Feng De and asked speechlessly. But no one is paying attention to us. Feng De was very depressed. He was so free that his hair was about to grow out. He really wanted to create trouble like before. However, it was not possible here. Yuan Biao won't see me before confirming my identity, Leng Ruoxue said knowingly. In the past 3 days, Yuan Biao had never shown his face. Apart from the fact that the ape often had an attack, it was also because he hadn't confirmed his identity. Then how will he confirm your identity, miss? Feng De was very curious. I don't know, but they should send someone to the Ning family's divine realm. Leng Ruoxue guessed after thinking for a while. Ah. Miss, if he really sends someone to the Ning family's divine realm, won't his identity as the young miss be exposed? Feng De whispered worriedly. Even though Miss had never admitted that she was the young miss of the Ning family, this was still very disadvantageous to them. After all, the ape was certain. What are you afraid of? Since you're here, take it easy. Leng Ruoxue wasn't worried because she had never clearly told the ape that she was from the Ning family in the Ning family's divine realm. The ape had misunderstood. Hee hee. How could the people of this world play word games with her, a person from another world? Miss, are you really not worried? If our identities are exposed, it will be very disadvantageous for us to search for your ancestor, Feng De reminded. However, he admired his Mrs. calmness. Alas. He could not compare to her. What's there to worry about? This is a misunderstanding. Who can they blame? Leng Ruoxue said irresponsibly. Feng De understood. Miss had already thought of a countermeasure. No wonder she looked so calm. Stay here in peace. He will let us see our cheap ancestor, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Yes. Feng De and the others nodded. If Miss said she would definitely do it. At the same time, Yuan Biao was like an ant on a hot pan. He kept pacing outside the original Marquis's room, his heart burning with anxiety. Damn it, he didn't know how many times Hoer's illness had acted up. Previously, he had clearly said that Hoer was fine, but for the past 3 days, his son's injuries had repeatedly acted up 2 or 3 times a day. Moreover, every time the illness acted up, Hoer's body would be extremely weak. This couldn't help but make his heart ache and feel helpless. Not only that, he even found all the alchemists in the alliance, but they were all helpless. Sigh. This made him so anxious that his hair was about to turn white. Listening to the wails coming from the room, he really didn't feel good. After a while, the room finally fell silent. As the door of the room opened, several people dressed as alchemists walked out. There were men and women among them. From their appearance, they looked to be in their early 30s. However, people from the god realm could not just look at their appearance. How are Hoer's injuries? Is there a way to treat them? Yuan Biao asked anxiously. Alliance Master, there's nothing we can do. The young master hasn't been poisoned and his injuries are almost healed, but he still relapses from time to time. As for the reason, we haven't found it yet, a rather calm man said helplessly. Logically speaking, he had treated many strange and complicated illnesses, but he couldn't do anything about the young master's illness. Sigh. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that he wasn't skilled enough. One had to know that there was always someone better. There was no end to learning. Alliance Master, we've tried all kinds of medicinal pills to treat internal and external injuries. However, they don't seem to be able to treat young master's illness. Sigh. We're really helpless. Alliance Master, you should go to the Alchemist Association and invite a few seniors with high expectations to take a look at young Master, an alchemist suggested. Alright, I'll immediately send someone to the Alchemist Association to invite someone. When Yuan Biao heard the words of the alchemists, he knew that they really had no choice. Therefore, the only thing he could rely on now was the Alchemist Guild. Alliance Master, we'll take our leave first. First. The alchemists bowed slightly to Yuan Biao and left the waiting garden where the original host lived. Okay. Yuan Biao nodded. After watching the alchemists leave, he sighed heavily in his heart and pushed open Yuan Ho's door. Father, you're here. Yuan Ho was a little exhausted from the torture. He lay on the bed and greeted him. Sigh. He was so tired that he didn't even want to speak. He didn't know what had happened, but the past few days, when his illness acted up, it was even more unbearable. Hoer, how are you feeling? Yuan Biao asked with concern, his eyes filled with concern. Father, hasn't my injury already healed? Why is it still like this? Yuan Ho didn't understand how this could happen. Even though he would have an attack during the few days he stayed in the guest shop, it was only pain. However, when his illness acted up these few days, it wasn't just pain, it was also very itchy. He could endure the pain, but he really couldn't do anything about the itch. Hoer, don't worry. Father will immediately send someone to the Alchemist Association to invite someone. They will definitely cure you, Yuan Biao promised. Yes. Yuan Ho nodded. He knew that his father would not leave him alone. Father, have you seen Miss Ning? Did you agree to her request? Yuan Ho couldn't help but ask again. Hoer, didn't we agree to let's not talk about this first? Let's treat your injuries first. Yuan Biao said helplessly. Sigh. Hoer already looked weak, but he was still worried about that Miss Ning. He really didn't know what charm that Miss Ning had to make his good-for-nothing son so concerned. It seemed that he had to meet that Miss Ning early to prevent this damn child from falling deeper and deeper. Father, just promise me that you'll help her. Yuan Ho pleaded. Let me think about it. Yuan Biao said perfunctorily. Father, this concerns my future happiness. Yuan Ho reminded him. I know. Father knows his limits, Yuan Biao said helplessly. Hoer, rest. Father will leave first, Yuan Biao said again. After saying that, he turned around and left Yuan Ho's room. After returning to the study, Yuan Biao thought for a long time. In the end, he decided to meet Miss Ning, who lived in the Falling Swallow dwelling, first. Then, he instructed the guards to invite her over. Not long after, the guard who went to inform them returned. Leng Ruoxue was naturally with him. Miss Ning? Please take a seat. Yuan Biao looked at Leng Ruoxue in amazement, but he was secretly surprised. What a beautiful woman. He had lived for so many years and thought that he had seen many women, but those women were worlds apart from Miss Ning in front of him. One was a phoenix, and the other was a chicken. There was no way to compare. Sigh. It was no wonder that his good-for-nothing son would be infatuated with this Miss Ning. There were probably not many people who could reject such a beauty. Even he was a little restless looking at her face to face, let alone that impetuous brat. However, this Miss Ning was beautiful, but her strength was a little low. She was only a spiritual deity. Yuan Biao carefully sized up Leng Ruoxue and pondered. Previous chapter. Leng Ruoxue found a chair and sat down after hearing Yuan Biao's words. Then, she openly let Yuan Biao size her up while she observed the Alliance Master. Yuan Biao was tall, burly, and very rough and strong. Even though he wasn't particularly handsome, his manly aura was very strong. Moreover, he gave off a very shrewd feeling. His strength was at the intermediate level of an advanced god. However, what she couldn't understand was how such a shrewd man could educate such a second-generation heir. Could it be that the ape wasn't his biological child? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but guess wildly in her heart. Fortunately, Yuan Biao did not know what she was thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely vomit blood from anger. However, Leng Ruoxue saw that Yuan Biao seemed to be very satisfied one moment and frowned the next. She couldn't help but find it funny. Was Yuan Biao giving her marks? Otherwise, why did he look so conflicted? I've heard a lot about Alliance Master Yuan, Leng Ruoxue said indifferently after a while. Hehe, Miss Ning, I wonder how you came to our Ascender Alliance. Yuan Biao pretended to be puzzled. I've been looking for Leng Xiaoyu's whereabouts, so I came to this place, Leng Ruoxue said very sincerely. Miss Ning, why are you looking for Leng Xiaoyu? Yuan Biao knew what the consultant was saying and looked at Leng Ruoxue very seriously, as if he planned to find some clues from her words. I'm naturally looking for Lord Leng Xiaoyu to refine weapons. I heard from young Master Yuan that Lord Leng Xiaoyu is in the First Alliance. I wonder if Lord Leng Xiaoyu can let me see him? Leng Ruoxue asked casually. Miss Ning, to be honest, Leng Xiaoyu is indeed with me. However, I can't let you see him yet. After all, he was temporarily locked up by me because he made a mistake. Yuan Biao thought for a while and observed Leng Ruoxue's reaction. In that case, when will Alliance Master Yuan allow me to see him? Leng Ruoxue chuckled and asked disapprovingly. This. I can't say for sure, Yuan Biao said after a pause. After all, even though he had already seen Miss Ning in person, he was still not completely sure of her identity. Alliance Master Yuan, my father likes the equipment refined by Sir Leng Xiaoyu the most. Therefore, as his daughter, I naturally have to do my best to satisfy him, so I hope that you can make an exception, Leng Ruoxue said very sincerely. Miss Ning, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but Leng Xiaoyu made a mistake and it's not appropriate for her to see outsiders, Yuan Biao said with a troubled expression. I wonder what mistake Leng Xiaoyu made? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be curious. He violated the rules of our Ascender alliance. That's why I locked him up as punishment, Yuan Biao said helplessly. I don't know if Sir Leng Xiaoyu has violated that rule. If it's not serious, I want to plead with the former alliance master on his behalf. I hope that alliance master Yuan can spare him on my account. Leng Ruoxue said very cautiously, but she couldn't help but feel uneasy in her heart. This Yuan Biao really had the cheek to say that. The ancestor was not a member of the Ascender alliance now. No matter which rule he violated, Yuan Biao didn't have the right to lock him up. This. Miss Ning, it's really not convenient to talk about Leng Xiaoyu. However, since Miss Ning is pleading on his behalf, I can't not give you face. However, I can't make the decision alone. I still have to discuss with the elders in the alliance before I can finally decide if I can spare him. Yuan Biao played a delaying tactic even though he had already decided that if he could prove Miss Ning's true identity, it was not impossible for Leng Xiaoyu to refine weapons for her. However, he couldn't let her get her way easily now. Only then could he show the identity and status of their Ascender alliance. What Alliance Master Yuan said makes sense. Then I'll wait for the former Alliance Master's good news, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Then, she stopped mentioning this matter and started chatting with Yuan Biao. Alliance Master Yuan, how are your son's injuries? Leng Ruoxue asked with concern. Sigh. Don't mention it. Hoer's injuries make all the alchemists in our alliance helpless. Yuan Biao sighed heavily and said gloomily. How can this be? Isn't young Master Yuan's injuries almost healed? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be in disbelief. It looks like he's recovered, but his injuries still recur occasionally, Yuan Biao said helplessly. This is too strange. However, young Master Yuan's injuries shouldn't be delayed for too long. He has to be treated as soon as possible. Leng Ruoxue said with concern, but she couldn't help but secretly laugh in her heart. In fact, the ape's injuries had long recovered. The occasional relapse was only a side effect. It would dissipate automatically in half a month at most, so there was no need to treat it at all. Well. Torture was inevitable. I want to too. But I really can't think of any good solution. Sigh. Yuan Biao said with a headache. At the mention of his son, he couldn't help but reveal a true emotion. You don't have to worry, your son is blessed by the heavens. He will definitely recover. Alliance Master, this is my token. Take this token and go to the Alchemist Association to find someone to help. It can be considered as me doing my best for your son. Who asked us to have ape feces? Leng Ruoxue took out a token from her storage ring after saying that. The token was silver white with the word Ning engraved on it. Hee. Actually, she had taken this token from Miss Ning. She didn't expect it to be useful today. Yuan Biao took the token and took a look. His thoughts spun. Could it be that she was really Miss Ning? Otherwise, how could this token be explained? He had seen the Ning family's token once, and it was indeed like this. Moreover, the silver token also represented that this Miss Ning in front of him had a high status in the family. Thank you, Miss Ning. I appreciate your kindness, Yuan Biao said calmly. The former alliance master doesn't have to be so polite. Leng Ruoxue smiled indifferently. Miss Ning, how is your father's health recently? Even though he had this token that was enough to prove the identity of the woman in front of him, he still didn't dare to confirm it easily, so he probed again. Previous chapter. Very good. My father has been worried about my marriage recently, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. I think Miss Ning has too many suitors. I wonder which one your father chose to be his son-in-law. Yuan Biao teased. Alliance Master Yuan. Leng Ruoxue blushed and was a little embarrassed. It's normal to get married when you grow up. If I had a daughter as beautiful as you, I would also be worried. Yuan Biao seemed to be deeply touched and his eyes were filled with envy. Doesn't Alliance Master Yuan have many daughters? I'm afraid you won't be able to not worry, right? Leng Ruoxue teased. I don't have a daughter as beautiful as you. However, that son of mine has me worried sick. Sigh. Yuan Biao was very helpless. Now, whenever he mentioned his useless son, he could not help but sigh. Alliance Master Yuan, don't worry about your son's injuries. He will definitely recover, Leng Ruoxue comforted. I hope so. Yuan Biao had a headache over this matter. After that, Leng Ruoxue and Yuan Biao chatted aimlessly until it was late. Before Leng Ruoxue left Yuan Biao's study, Yuan Biao said reluctantly, I'm really sorry. I had too much fun chatting with Miss Ning and actually forgot the time. Miss Ning must be hungry. I'll immediately get the kitchen to prepare food and send it to Miss Ning. Thank you, Alliance Master Yuan. I'll take my leave first. Leng Ruoxue stood up and bowed slightly before leaving Yuan Biao's study. After returning to the falling swallow dwelling, Leng Ruoxue saw the freak sitting in the courtyard looking at her with a bitter expression, and the others also looked worried. Why? Are you afraid that I'll be eaten by Yuan Biao? Leng Ruoxue teased with a light smile. Miss, why were you gone for so long? We were all worried to death. Feng De was the first to complain. Because Yuan Biao had only invited Miss alone, they stayed in the Falling Swallow house. They did not expect their Miss to be gone for so long before returning, so they were on tenterhooks. Yuan Biao kept asking me questions, so I came back late, Leng Ruoxue said embarrassedly. Swear, you have to compensate me, the freak said aggrievedly. You want compensation again? Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. This freak clearly wanted to take advantage of her. However, he actually referred it as wanting compensation every time. Yes, you made me worry. In the future, if you make me worry again, you have to make it up to me. The freak smiled evilly and said with a hint of smugness. He had thought of this method, all right. Sigh. All right then. Leng Ruoxue was very helpless, so she pulled the freak back to her room and then entered the purple bamboo house in the bracelet to compensate. After Leng Ruoxue and the freak returned to their room, Feng De couldn't help but say with envy, Commander Yi is really too powerful. He can succeed every time. Well. I wonder how he did it. Boo-hoo. Why couldn't he do it? Feng De felt very upset at the thought that he could never get the compensation he wanted. Are you very envious? Do you want to learn? Lu Tao narrowed her eyes and said with a faint smile. No, I don't want to. I'm just lamenting, really. I promise. Feng De said shamelessly, and his words immediately attracted several disdainful gazes. I say, Feng De. You're too embarrassing for a man. Cheng Wu smiled evilly and provoked. There's food to eat if you listen to your woman, Feng De said shamelessly. In any case, this was not the first time he had lost face. Ever since he was teased by them last time, his tolerance had soared. At least you're obedient. Lu Tao said with a smile. Then, she pulled Feng De back to her room. Captain isn't going to be abused again, right? Someone couldn't help but say worriedly when he saw Feng De being pulled into the room by Lu Tao again. We'll know in a while. Lin Yuan said curiously. However, they waited in the courtyard for a long time. Feng De's wail did not come from the room, which surprised them. It shouldn't be like this. Lin Yuan was very puzzled. Could it be that the captain held back this time? It's getting late. Let's not wait foolishly. We'll find out tomorrow anyway, Cheng Wu said after thinking for a while. Although he was also curious, he was sleepy. Yes. Everyone nodded and went back to their rooms. The next day. Everyone who was waiting to watch the show got up early in unison and gathered in the courtyard, intending to see the results of last night's battle first thing. However, when they saw Feng De come out of the room refreshed and intact, they were all surprised. Feng De, are you alright? Cheng Wu asked with concern. However, he was more curious. Well. Could it be that the injuries this time weren't on his face? I'm doing very well. Feng De smiled in satisfaction. Captain, are you feeling unwell? Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask. No, I feel very good now. Feng De smiled proudly, feeling even more pleased. That shouldn't be. How could this be? Lin Yuan muttered to himself. Rascal, what do you mean? Do you want to die? Feng De couldn't help but scold with a smile. These guys felt uncomfortable if they didn't see him being tortured. Sigh. Their thoughts really made him sad. Nothing. Lin Yuan hurriedly said in fear. Boo-hoo. Why did he accidentally say what was on his mind? What do you mean nothing? At this moment, Leng Ruoxue and the freak walked out of the room and asked curiously. Lin Yuan was a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. He couldn't tell Miss that they wanted to see a good show for the captain. Did you do something bad again? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but guess. Miss, we don't, Lin Yuan quickly promised. Sigh. Bear with it for the time being. Leng Ruoxue thought for a while and said. She knew the uneasiness in her subordinates' hearts very well, so she didn't want to restrain them too much. Well, miss, breakfast is ready, Song Di interrupted. Okay, let's have breakfast. Leng Ruoxue nodded. After breakfast, Leng Ruoxue brought everyone to see the ape. The ape's residence was called the Waiting Garden. When Leng Ruoxue saw the two words written outside the courtyard, she almost laughed out loud in her heart. This name was really vivid and appropriate. Didn't the ape have to live in the monkey garden? After entering the monkey garden, Leng Ruoxue and the others walked into the ape's room unimpeded. No one stopped them along the way. Leng Ruoxue guessed that Yuan Biao had already greeted them, so their entry went so smoothly. In the ape's room. The ape looked at Leng Ruoxue, who was not far away, with a face full of surprise and joy. He was extremely excited in the depths of his heart. In the past few days, he had been tortured by his illness, so he did not take the time to see the Miss Ning he liked. However, what he did not expect was that Miss Ning actually took the initiative to see him. Then, was Miss Ning interested in him? He could not help but let his imagination run wild. How are young Master Yuan's injuries? Leng Ruoxue asked despite knowing the consultant's concern. It's alright, Miss Ning. I'm really sorry for inviting you to the First Alliance. However, as your master, I can't treat you well, the ape said apologetically. I should be the one saying that I'm sorry. In the past few days when we came to the first alliance, the former alliance master has been worried about your illness and didn't have time to see us, so we didn't dare to walk around casually and could only stay in the falling swallow dwelling obediently. Well. Young Master Yuan won't blame me for not visiting you, right? Leng Ruoxue asked in embarrassment. No, my father has seen you. The ape heard the meaning in Leng Ruoxue's words and probed. Yes, we just met yesterday and we chatted until very late, so I can come over to see young Master Yuan today, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Did my father promise you? The ape asked nervously. Not yet. He said he wants to discuss it with the elders. After all, Leng Xiaoyu violated the rules of your Ascender alliance. He can't make the decision alone, Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. Oh. Miss Ning, don't worry. As long as I see my father, I will put in a good word for you. The ape promised, but he couldn't help complaining in his heart. Alas. He knew that his old fox-like father wouldn't agree to this easily. Then I'll thank young Master Yuan first, Leng Ruoxue said politely. Miss Ning is my savior. It's only right for me to do something for you, the ape said awkwardly. Young Master Yuan, I don't want to be a savior. I've said it before, this is fate, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly, but she couldn't help but feel uneasy in her heart. Even though she was the one who asked Fengde and the others to carry the ape back, it was also Fengde and the others who injured this monkey, so the term savior was actually unworthy of her reputation. Miss Ning, you have saved my life. If you hadn't saved me, I'm afraid I would still be lying on the streets. The ape said with self-awareness. He knew that his previous record was not good, so even if he disappeared for 10 days or half a month, his father would not be worried. After all, no one dared to harm him in the territory of the First Alliance. However, he had suffered a huge loss this time. Now, as long as he thought of the people who injured him, he gritted his teeth in hatred. However, those people were missing now, so he had nowhere to vent his anger. Young Master Yuan, don't think too much now. It's more important to treat your injuries as soon as possible. Leng Ruoxue saw the ape's anger and comforted him. Yes, I know. However, if I find the person who injured me, they won't have an easy time. Humph. I won't let them off, the ape said fiercely. Young Master Yuan, even if you want to take revenge, you have to recover from your injuries first. The most taboo thing for patients is to be angry, so you have to endure it. Leng Ruoxue advised very cautiously and muttered to herself, do you want to find the person who injured me? I'm afraid I won't be able to find him in this lifetime. Yes, I know. The ape nodded obediently. Young Master Yuan, I won't delay your rest anymore. Otherwise, Alliance Master Yuan will blame me. We'll take our leave first. Leng Ruoxue turned around and left the ape's room with the freak and the others. After Leng Ruoxue left, Yuan Ho lay on the bed thoughtfully. After thinking for a long time, he instructed the guards to invite his father over. After Yuan Biao received the report from the guard, he knew why his son was looking for him. After all, he had already heard that Miss Ning had gone to see Hoer in the morning. However, he did not want to go to the waiting garden now. However, he could not resist Yuan Ho's urging and finally, he could only go. In Yuan Ho's room. Yuan Biao looked at his weak son sitting on the bed and said helplessly, Hoer, why are you looking for father so urgently? Father, are you willing to let Miss Ning see Leng Xiaoyu or not? Give me a straightforward answer, the original owner asked bluntly. Hoer, how can you talk to me like that? I'm so anxious about your illness, but you keep thinking about a woman all day long. Sigh. I'm really disappointed. Yuan Biao sighed and complained. Father, I know you dote on me, but Miss Ning is my savior, so I have to help her fulfill her wish, Yuan Ho said stubbornly. He knew that this was the only thing he could do to please Miss Ning, so how could he not work hard? Hoer, I know very well what you're thinking. However, Miss Ning hasn't fallen for you. Aren't you afraid that everything you've done for her will be for naught? Yuan Biao said cunningly. Even though the person he had sent to investigate Miss Ning's identity had yet to return, after seeing Miss Ning's token yesterday, most of his doubts had dissipated. However, he still wanted to fight for more benefits for his son. Father, I understand what you mean. That's why I want to use this matter to please her. Yuan Ho said honestly. It's not appropriate to use this to please her. That Leng Xiaoyu is also a rare and beautiful man. Aren't you afraid that the two of them will fall in love at first sight? Yuan Biao reminded. Previous chapter. She won't, Yuan Ho said with confidence that came out of nowhere. Humph. You fool, how can you not know that a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea? Yuan Biao said with some disappointment. Why didn't this stupid son learn his shrewdness at all? He really didn't know who he took after. The guards by Miss Ning's side are not inferior to Leng Xiaoyu, so she wouldn't like Leng Xiaoyu even if that's the case. Yuan Ho said disapprovingly. Even though Miss Ning had never introduced the people around her to him, he knew that they were all her subordinates. Guards? Are you sure? Yuan Biao asked curiously. He had never seen what Miss Ning's guards were like. Yes. Yuan Ho nodded. Father, you have to help me, Yuan Ho added worriedly. Father knows his limits. You should rest first. Father is leaving, Yuan Biao said. With that, he left the waiting garden. However, he did not return to his study directly. Instead, he went to the falling swallow dwelling because he was a little curious about the guards beside Miss Ning. When Yuan Biao saw the guards beside Leng Ruoxue, he believed in Leng Ruoxue's identity a little more because in his opinion, only top families could nurture such outstanding guards. After he returned to the study, he met the few trusted subordinates he had sent out. In the study, Yuan Biao looked at his subordinate in front of him and said calmly, "How's the investigation going?" "Alliance Master, we went to the Ning family's divine realm and found out that Miss Ning has not been at home recently." "I heard that she went out," a subordinate reported. "Oh. What else?" Yuan Biao continued. The subordinates looked at each other, but they were speechless. "You guys went there for a few days and only found out about this?" Seeing that his subordinates were silent, Yuan Biao said gloomily. These subordinates were too useless. "Alliance Master, the Ning family's divine realm is heavily guarded. We don't dare to ask too much," another subordinate said with some difficulty. "Have you asked around about Miss Ning's appearance and characteristics?" Yuan Biao asked, unwilling to give up. "Everyone in the Ning family's divine realm says that Miss Ning is a rare beauty. Moreover, I heard that Miss Ning has a token that can prove her identity," the subordinate said, and the others hurriedly echoed. "A token? What kind?" Yuan Biao pretended not to know. "I think it's silver," the subordinate said after a moment. "Is something like this?" Yuan Biao said and took out a silver token from his ring. "That's right, this is it." "Alliance Master, why is this token in your hands?" I heard that the Ning family only recognizes tokens and not people," the subordinate said. "Do you recognize the card but not the person?" Yuan Biao said thoughtfully. Now that the card was in his hands, could he use it? "Yes." The subordinate nodded. "Got it. If there's nothing else to report, you can leave first," Yuan Biao said. "Alliance Master, we'll take our leave then." The subordinates bowed and left the study. After his subordinates left, Yuan Biao sat alone in his chair and looked at the sign in his hand with a myriad of thoughts. The next day, Yuan Biao came to the falling swallow dwelling again. This time, he brought good news to Leng Ruoxue and the others. He said that he had already discussed with the elders and could let her see Leng Xiaoyu. "President Yuan, thank you so much," Leng Ruoxue said happily after hearing Yuan Biao's words. "Miss Ning, you don't have to be polite. You're my son's savior. As long as I can do it, I definitely won't disappoint Miss Ning," Yuan Biao said indifferently. "However, that Leng Xiaoyu has a strange temper. Sometimes, he won't even listen to me. Therefore, I really can't guarantee if he's willing to refine weapons for you. Miss Ning is from an aristocratic family. She will definitely know that those blacksmiths and alchemists are not easy to serve," Yuan Biao added helplessly and did not say it too confidently. "Yes, I know that. The Alliance Master Yuan doesn't have to worry. As long as I see Lord Leng Xiaoyu, I naturally have a way to convince him," Leng Ruoxue said confidently. "Then I'm relieved. Miss Ning, if it's convenient, I can bring you to see Leng Xiaoyu now," Yuan Biao said very proactively. "Okay." Leng Ruoxue nodded calmly. She had been waiting for this sentence. "Then please follow me," Yuan Biao said. Leng Ruoxue and the freak followed Yuan Biao through a few turns and finally arrived outside a sealed room. The room was underground and should belong to the secret chamber of the First Alliance. He didn't expect his ancestor to be locked up here. No wonder Qing Ju couldn't find him. There was a defensive array outside the secret room that could stop anyone from investigating. Yuan Biao quickly formed a few hand seals with both hands. Not long after, the array formation disappeared. "Miss Ning, please follow me in," Yuan Biao said and opened the door of the secret room. "Okay." Leng Ruoxue looked at the freak and followed Yuan Biao in. After entering the secret room, Leng Ruoxue realized that it was bigger than she imagined. However, the decorations inside were very simple. Other than a bed, there was only a table and a chair. A man in black was sitting on a chair and reading a book. Even though the man's back was facing them, Leng Ruoxue knew that it was undoubtedly her ancestor. "Leng Xiaoyu, I brought Miss Ning to see you," Yuan Biao said calmly. "I don't know any Miss Ning," the man with his back facing them said coldly without even turning his head. "Leng Xiaoyu, don't be too arrogant. You're a prisoner now," Yuan Biao roared angrily. It was just that Leng Xiaoyu's indifferent look made him very annoyed. "So what if he's a prisoner?" The man smiled indifferently. In any case, he knew that Yuan Biao wouldn't kill him, so he wasn't worried about angering Yuan Biao at all. I brought Miss Ning here to let you refine weapons for her. You have to perform well. Miss Ning's status is not ordinary." Yuan Biao held back his anger and reminded her. In the God realm, other than the divine masters, no one dared to not give the Ning family face. Therefore, he hoped that Leng Xiaoyu would know her place. One had to know that even if the status of a blacksmith was high, not everyone could provoke him. "I'm just a prisoner. I'm not in the mood to refine weapons. So, no matter what Miss Ning or Miss Zhu, please go back," Leng Xiaoyu said disapprovingly. "Humph. After locking him here, he actually wanted him to curry favor with the Ning family for his Alliance Master Yuan. No way. Miss Ning thinks highly of you for letting you refine weapons for her. Don't be ungrateful." Yuan Biao was so angry that his chest trembled as he threatened. "I don't need anyone to think highly of me," Leng Xiaoyu said without giving him any face. "Alliance Master Yuan, can you let me talk to Lord Leng Xiaoyu?" Leng Ruoxue asked with a light smile. The ancestor's ability to anger people to death was not small. Looking at Yuan Biao's trembling body from anger, she wanted to laugh. Therefore, she only asked after watching enough. "This. Yuan Biao hesitated. To be honest, he was really a little worried if he let them be alone together. However, if he listened to their conversation from the side, it would seem that he was not very honest. Therefore, he was conflicted. Leng Xiaoyu was even more shocked when she heard this voice. Why did this Miss Ning's voice sound so similar to little Shuer? No. Impossible. She must be hallucinating. How could that girl find this place? However, with doubts in his heart, he still turned around curiously. When he saw the familiar figure standing not far away, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Oh. It was still there, but how did little Shuer become Miss Ning? Yuan Biao didn't think so when he looked at Leng Ruoxue attentively. Yuan Biao was a little angry as he looked at Leng Xiaoyu staring at Miss Ning like a love-struck fool. He couldn't help but grumble in his heart. Humph. He didn't expect Leng Xiaoyu to be a mortal. She didn't even blink when she saw a beautiful woman. He originally thought that the extremely cold Leng Xiaoyu wouldn't be charmed by beauty. It seemed that he had overestimated her. You are Miss Ning? Leng Xiaoyu asked in confusion. Yes, Lord Leng Xiaoyu, I've heard a lot about you. I wonder if you can refine weapons for me? We can negotiate on the price, Leng Ruoxue said softly and secretly gave Leng Xiaoyu a look. I wonder what price Miss Ning can offer, Leng Xiaoyu asked calmly, as if he was very greedy. He understood immediately when he saw the secret code little Shuer gave him. Sigh. It seemed that this girl had specially used a fake name to find him. Lord Leng Xiaoyu, name your price. I guarantee that you will be satisfied, Leng Ruoxue said with a faint smile. Name my price? Can Miss Ning accept any price? Leng Xiaoyu asked with a light smile. Of course, Leng Ruoxue nodded and said with certainty. What if? I want Miss Ning to marry me. Leng Xiaoyu said seriously with a faint smile on her face. Leng Xiaoyu, how dare you? Who do you think Miss Ning is? Before Leng Ruoxue could answer Leng Xiaoyu, Yuan Biao jumped out and roared. That damned Leng Xiaoyu actually dared to have designs on Miss Ning. He was really tired of living. In his heart, Miss Ning was reserved for his son. However, he also knew that his son was simply incomparable to Leng Xiaoyu. As long as one was not a fool, anyone would choose Leng Xiaoyu. Therefore, he was very worried that Miss Ning would be abducted by Leng Xiaoyu. Alliance Master Yuan, Miss Ning and I are discussing business. Isn't it too rude for you to interrupt? Leng Xiaoyu asked back without anger. There was still a beautiful smile on his handsome face. Humph. If I hadn't brought Miss Ning over, would you have this business deal? Therefore, you'd better consider your identity and not ask for too much. Don't you think you're worthy of Miss Ning? Yuan Biao said very disdainfully. How am I not worthy of Miss Ning? I'm one of the best blacksmiths in the Divine Continent. I also have a master who is the vice president of the Artificer Association headquarters. Why do you think I'm not worthy of Miss Ning? Leng Xiaoyu asked in confusion. If I say you're not worthy, you're not worthy. There's no other reason. Yuan Biao said angrily. In fact, if Leng Xiaoyu hadn't said that, he might not have been so angry. However, he was very angry now. Moreover, it was because of that stubborn old man that he had captured Leng Xiaoyu. They had thought that with Leng Xiaoyu, their proud disciple, in their hands, that old man would definitely commit a crime. However, who knew that they had miscalculated? That old man did not care about Leng Xiaoyu's life at all. Therefore, they had captured him for nothing. Now, they were even more unable to back down. They could not lock him up, nor could they let him go. Sigh. Has Alliance Master Yuan turned from embarrassment to anger? Leng Xiaoyu smiled happily. Even though he had been locked up here for a period of time, angering the Alliance Master Yuan had already become one of his current joys. Therefore, how could he let go of this opportunity? Humph. Leng Xiaoyu. You'll regret it later, Yuan Biao roared at the top of his lungs. Is that so? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. However, I don't think I'll be able to see it. However, you can definitely see your regret, Leng Xiaoyu said happily. Besides, you're not Miss Ning's father. Can you control Miss Ning's marriage? Leng Xiaoyu added, her face full of curiosity. You. Damn you, Leng Xiaoyu. You're my prisoner now, yet you still dare to speak to me like this. I think you really don't want to live anymore. Yuan Biao was so angry that he didn't know what to say. He held it in for a long time before thinking of using a prisoner to threaten her. Unfortunately, she didn't care at all. Leng Ruoxue and the freak stood at the side and looked at these two men, who were both quite old, actually acting like children. They quarreled and cold sweat trickled down their foreheads because none of them had seen Leng Xiaoyu like this. It could be said that Leng Xiaoyu had always been very serious. Alliance Master Yuan Lord Leng Xiaoyu, what are you arguing about? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be puzzled. As soon as Leng Ruoxue said this, the two people who were arguing were slightly stunned. However, Leng Xiaoyu naturally pretended to be angry, and Yuan Biao, who was already red with anger, realized that he seemed to be even angrier. Why did they quarrel for so long? Couldn't Miss Ning tell what they were arguing about? Yuan Biao was really angry and annoyed, but he couldn't flare up at Leng Ruoxue, so he could only focus all his firepower on Leng Xiaoyu. Miss Ning, of course we're arguing because of you. Alliance Master Yuan said that I'm not worthy of you, Leng Xiaoyu said calmly, his handsome face seemingly aggrieved. This. Lord Leng Xiaoyu, I'm afraid I can't make the decision to marry you. After all, my father has to decide on my marriage, but with your status and my father's love for you, he will definitely agree. However, you have to refine what I want first so that my father knows your sincerity, Leng Ruoxue said very cautiously. When Yuan Biao heard Leng Ruoxue's words, he secretly cheered and praised from the bottom of his heart. As expected of the daughter nurtured by the Ning family. She was indeed scheming, hee. When Leng Xiaoyu refined the equipment Miss Ning needed, wouldn't she let her do whatever she wanted? After thinking about it for a long time, he felt much better. He couldn't help but look at Leng Xiaoyu gloatingly. Miss Ning, if I refine what you want first, won't I suffer a huge loss if you don't admit it? Leng Xiaoyu looked at Yuan Biao provocatively and said indifferently. Lord Leng Xiaoyu, you should believe in the credibility of our Ning family, Leng Ruoxue reminded. Credibility has always been a lie, Leng Xiaoyu said in disbelief. Miss Ning, since this Leng Xiaoyu doesn't know what's good for him, I think we don't have to beg him anymore. Let's go. Yuan Biao interrupted again and urged. If he stayed any longer, he would definitely be angered to death. Therefore, unless necessary, he would never come here. Lord Leng Xiaoyu, I'm very sincere. You have to believe me. Leng Ruoxue didn't respond to Yuan Biao's words but said very sincerely. Unless you promise me first. Leng Xiaoyu refused to let go. The words, no discussion, were written on her face. Miss Ning, it seems that this fellow is stubborn. Let's not waste our breath on him, Yuan Biao hurriedly said. Sigh. All right. Alliance Master Yuan, let's leave for the time being. Lord Leng Xiaoyu, I hope you can consider my suggestion carefully. I'm very sincere, Leng Ruoxue pretended to be unwilling to give up. There's no need to consider it. If you want me to refine weapons for you, that's the only price I'll offer, Leng Xiaoyu said stubbornly. Sigh. It seems that we can't reach an agreement today. Alliance Master Yuan, let's leave first. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Okay. Yuan Biao was happy to hear that Leng Ruoxue was willing to leave. Then, the three of them left the secret room together. After leaving the secret room, on the way back, Leng Ruoxue said gratefully, Alliance Master Yuan, sorry to trouble you today. Miss Ning, you don't have to be so polite. Sigh. I couldn't help much with this matter. I'm really ashamed. Yuan Biao said in embarrassment. How can you blame Alliance Master Yuan for this? It's obvious that Leng Xiaoyu doesn't know what's good for him, Leng Ruoxue pretended to be angry and even called Leng Xiaoyu directly. Yes, that's right. That Leng Xiaoyu is an arrogant fellow. His eyes have always been on top of his head, Yuan Biao echoed. Even though he really wanted to mock Leng Xiaoyu, he still held back in order not to ruin his image in Leng Ruoxue's eyes. In fact, he was overthinking because he had no image in Leng Ruoxue's heart. Alliance Master Yuan, I won't give up so easily. However, I want to leave him hanging for a few days before going to talk to him about this matter, so I'm afraid I'll have to trouble Alliance Master Yuan, Leng Ruoxue said embarrassedly. Miss Ning, do you still want to look for him to refine weapons? Our Ascender Alliance has many good blacksmiths. Why don't you change to another one? Yuan Biao suggested. For the sake of his son, he really didn't want Miss Ning to meet that pervert Leng Xiaoyu. Now, whenever he thought of Leng Xiaoyu looking at Miss Ning like a love-struck fool, he couldn't help but feel angry. My father only likes the equipment refined by Leng Xiaoyu. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to beg him so humbly, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. She even sighed softly and said, I'll have to trouble Alliance Master Yuan then. It's not troublesome. I'm just afraid that Leng Xiaoyu will offend Miss Ning with her words. Yuan Biao deliberately pretended to be worried. It's okay, I'm mentally prepared, Leng Ruoxue said confidently. In that case, Miss Ning, you just have to send someone to tell me when you want to go. Yuan Biao thought for a moment and said. Alright, Alliance Master Yuan, we'll return to the Falling Swallow dwelling first. Leng Ruoxue nodded and returned to the Falling Swallow dwelling with the freak. In the courtyard of the Falling Swallow dwelling, Fengda and the others were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They kept walking around. At the same time, they were a little worried. Miss had been gone for so long. Why hadn't she returned? Could it be that she had been exposed? However, when they saw Leng Ruoxue and the freak appear in the courtyard, they finally relaxed. Miss, you're back. When Fengda and the others saw the two of them, they hurriedly surrounded them. Miss, why were you gone for so long? We were so worried, Lu Tao complained softly. What's there to worry about? Would Yuan Biao eat me? Leng Ruoxue teased with some amusement. Miss, how is it? Have you seen Leng Xiaoyu? Cheng Wu asked softly. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded and didn't elaborate. Moreover, after chatting with them briefly, Leng Ruoxue and the freak entered the bracelet together. In the bracelet. When Leng Qianye saw Leng Ruoxue and the freak, he immediately walked forward and said, Little Shuer, you must think of a way to save Grandpa. Otherwise, I'm afraid Yuan Biao will harm him. Yes, don't worry. We've already confirmed his location. We'll take action late at night. I'll go and study the technique Yuan Biao used first. Leng Ruoxue directly entered the cultivation room in the purple bamboo house after saying that. In the cultivation room, Leng Ruoxue sat on a meditation cushion and looked at the technique Yuan Biao used, memorizing it in her heart. Previously, when Yuan Biao used this cultivation technique to activate the array formation, she had asked Qing Ju to record this cultivation technique so that she could use it when she saved her cheap ancestor. After memorizing the cultivation technique, Leng Ruoxue began to experiment on her own. Her hands kept dancing in the air as she formed several cultivation techniques. After skillfully operating it a few times, she found Qing Ju and asked curiously, "Qing Ju, do you think my technique is similar to Yuan Biao's?" "Sister, the cultivation technique you used is even better than the one Yuan Biao used. However, there's no array formation that can allow you to truly practice it now," Qing Ju said with some regret. Even though he wanted his sister to set up a defensive array formation like that to practice, the array formation set up by his sister might not be suitable for this cultivation technique. After all, even though it looked the same on the surface, the person who set up the array formation would usually add something that belonged to him. Therefore, it was difficult for outsiders to set up the exact same array formation. "Hehe, I'm confident." After hearing Qing Ju's words, Leng Ruoxue said with relief. Her goal was to familiarize herself with this technique. As for practicing it, she really didn't care too much. "Sister, will we leave this place immediately after saving the old ancestor?" Qing Ju asked curiously. "No, after saving the cheap sake old ancestor, we still have to stay here for a few days to avoid arousing Yuan Biao's suspicion," Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. "Yes," Qing Ju nodded in agreement. That was exactly what he meant. "Qing Ju, I'll go out first." Leng Ruoxue left the cultivation room in a flash. At night, in the dead of the night, Leng Ruoxue asked Yao to cast an invisibility spell on her and the freak before leaving the Falling Swallow residence together. Leng Ruoxue and the freak walked along the path they had walked during the day and arrived at the entrance of the underground secret room. The freak nodded at Leng Ruoxue, indicating that they could begin. Leng Ruoxue understood. Then, she stretched out her slender hand and cast several spells that she had long memorized. A moment later, the array formation on the secret room disappeared. Leng Ruoxue and the freak walked straight in. After entering the secret room, Leng Ruoxue asked Dazzle to remove their invisibility and the two of them appeared in front of Leng Xiaoyu. At this moment, Leng Xiaoyu was sitting on a chair in deep thought. However, when he saw Leng Ruoxue and the freak suddenly appear in front of him, his eyes couldn't help but widen in surprise. He thought to himself, did little Shuer and the freak turn invisible just now? Could it be that they have a divine artifact that can turn invisible? Sure. Leng Ruoxue gestured for her to keep quiet, and Leng Xiaoyu could only temporarily put away her doubts and curiosity. At the same time, Leng Ruoxue thought of something and brought Leng Xiaoyu into the bracelet. Where is this? Leng Xiaoyu looked at the place that had changed in surprise, his handsome face full of question marks. Grandpa. Suddenly, Leng Qianye threw himself into Leng Xiaoyu's arms and cried loudly. Leng Qianye, what triggered you? Why are you crying? Leng Xiaoyu couldn't take it anymore. Well. Ever since Qianye became sensible, he hadn't done such a thing for a long time. Therefore, he couldn't help but wonder if Leng Qianye had been replaced. Grandpa. When did I cry? When Leng Qianye heard this, he was so frightened that he hurriedly jumped out of Leng Xiaoyu's arms. There seemed to be something wrong with him. He actually threw himself into his grandfather's arms. Boo-hoo. He was already so old, how could he still do such a childish thing? Could it be that he had been led astray by little Shuer? He couldn't help but think to himself. However, if Leng Ruoxue knew that Leng Qianye blamed his abnormality on her, she would definitely not let him off. Brat, you haven't told me where we are yet. Leng Xiaoyu pretended to be unhappy and reminded him after looking around. This is Shuer's territory, Leng Qianye said simply. Then, he didn't continue. Nothing else? Leng Xiaoyu asked with widened eyes. No. Leng Qianye had an innocent expression on his face. He even blinked his pitch-black eyes adorably and stared at his grandfather. Brat, are you looking for a beating? Leng Xiaoyu said angrily, especially when he saw that Leng Qianye had actually learned how to act cute. The anger in his heart surged. All right. Brat, did you learn how to act pitiful? Grandpa, are you going to hit me? Leng Qianye asked pitifully with tears in his eyes. In fact, every time he saw that demon like this, Shuer would agree to everything he asked for. That was why he wanted to give it a try. Unfortunately, the test subject he found was his grandfather. If he was a girl, Leng Xiaoyu might have doted on him a little. However, he was a very independent man since he was young. Leng Xiaoyu could not help but feel a little uncomfortable. Yes. Brat. Who asked you to pretend to be pitiful? After saying that, Leng Xiaoyu chased after Leng Qianye and started fighting. Grandpa, you're so ruthless. I'm your biological grandson, your biological grandson. Leng Qianye kept muttering as he ran and dodged, his expression abnormally aggrieved. If you hit him, Leng Xiaoyu roared. If he wanted to hit someone else's grandson, what could they do? Therefore, if he wanted to hit someone, he had to hit his own. Little Shuer, help. Grandpa is going to hit me, Leng Qianye begged for help. However, the person he was calling for help had long left the bracelet and was already on the way back to the Falling Swallow dwelling. Leng Ruoxue and the freak hid themselves and swaggered around the headquarters of the First Alliance. When she heard Leng Qianye's cry for help from the depths of her mind, a gorgeous smile hung on her beautiful face. Shuer, what's wrong? Seeing the smile on Shuer's face, the freak asked in confusion. Hehe, Leng Qianye was beaten up by the cheap sake old ancestor for acting cute, Leng Ruoxue said with a wicked smile. Serves him right. Who asked him to want to learn from me, the freak said without any sympathy. That fellow had always pretended to be pitiful and did not have a good impression of him. To put it bluntly, it was Leng Qianye's jealousy that was playing tricks. Hehe. Now, he finally got his retribution. Yes, he has to find the right person even if he wants to act cute. Acting cute to his cheap ancestor is asking for a beating. Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. Just like that, the two of them chatted as they walked and soon returned to the falling swallow dwelling. In the falling swallow dwelling, Fengde and the others were not asleep. At this moment, they were all waiting for them in Leng Ruoxue and the freak's room. After seeing Leng Ruoxue and the freak appear, everyone watched eagerly, but no one spoke first. Why aren't you guys asleep yet? Didn't I say that we don't have to wait? Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. Miss, I don't know how we can fall asleep in the end, Fengde said aggrievedly. They originally wanted to listen to Miss, but they couldn't fall asleep in bed no matter what. Therefore, everyone gathered here in unison. Don't worry, we've already saved her. She's in the space. You can go to sleep now. Leng Ruoxue said bluntly and urged. Miss, let us enter the space and greet that ancestor. Fengde requested. It's too late now. Tomorrow. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Miss, we can't sleep now, Fengde said in embarrassment. Actually, compared to sleeping, they were more curious about why Mrs. Ancestor was imprisoned by Yuan Biao. All right then. Leng Ruoxue was very helpless. Then, she brought them into the bracelet. After entering the bracelet, everyone saw Leng Qianye's extremely sorry state. They wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. They wanted to ask but didn't dare to. Therefore, all of their faces turned red. Swear, why did you let them in? Leng Qianye complained tearfully. It was over. The image he had painstakingly built in front of everyone was completely ruined. He had lost all his face. They all want to greet their cheap ancestor. Otherwise, they won't be able to sleep. Leng Ruoxue suppressed her laughter and explained. Oh. Then I'll go back to my room first. After Leng Qianye finished speaking, he directly entered his bamboo house and refused to come out to see anyone. Hello, old ancestor. Fengde and the others immediately greeted Leng Xiaoyu. When they saw Leng Qianye fleeing, they suppressed their laughter, lest their grandfather beat them up in anger. Little fellows, you all look pretty good. Leng Xiaoyu said with some relief. In the past few days after being locked up, he had been worried about these little fellows who had just arrived in the God's continent. Now that he saw that they were all safe and sound and that little Shuer had escaped from the Wen family, he was relieved. However, he was a little upset that he could not help at all and was even saved by these little fellows. Sigh. He was really too useless. Yes, it's fine. Everyone nodded. Little Shuer, you're really blessed. You can actually have such an opportunity, Leng Xiaoyu said emotionally as he looked at the space with dense spiritual energy. He had just heard about the situation here from Qian Yi and knew the little butler, Qing Ju. Moreover, this space was definitely a good place to cultivate. My luck is indeed very good, but I want to hear more about why I was locked up by Yuan Biao, Leng Ruoxue asked calmly. It's because of my master. Leng Xiaoyu sighed and said helplessly. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. Why do you say that? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. The God Realm will hold an artifact refinement competition every 100 years, and this year happens to be the time of the competition. Therefore, the various large factions pay special attention to it. The rewards for this championship are also very generous. Many of them are very rare refining materials. Even I am very tempted. However, there's an age limit for participating, so even if I want to participate, I can't. Sigh. Leng Xiaoyu said regretfully. Then what does this have to do with your master? Leng Ruoxue didn't understand. Little Shuer, my master is the vice president of the Blacksmith Association headquarters, and he's also in charge of this competition. It's said that there's a genius blacksmith in the Ascender Alliance, so the Ascender Alliance very much hopes that the champion this time can come from their side. However, there's always someone better. They don't want any accidents to happen, so they captured me to threaten my master, Leng Xiaoyu explained. And then? Leng Ruoxue knew the general reason and asked again. My master has always been stubborn and upright. Naturally, he wouldn't be threatened by them, so I was locked up by Yuan Biao, Leng Xiaoyu said helplessly. TSK, what kind of master is this? He didn't even save his disciple when he was captured, Fengde said disdainfully. Hehe. You've misunderstood my master. It's not that my master doesn't want to save me. He's just unwilling to be threatened. However, he has already made a statement to the Ascenders. If the Ascender Alliance dares to make me lose a strand of hair, he will definitely make them disappear from the God Realm. Therefore, Yuan Biao doesn't dare to kill me at all, Leng Xiaoyu said confidently. He never doubted his master's influence. After all, his master was one of the only two weapon gods in the God Realm and was also a divine emperor. Therefore, he really had to consider if he had the right to provoke his master. Oh. Fengde nodded in understanding. I say, little girl's ancestor, are all the competitions in the God Realm calculated in centuries? The disheveled old man asked curiously. Hundreds of years. To the people of the lower realm, they were already considered old men and old women. Therefore, it was really difficult for him to imagine a group of old men and old women participating in the blacksmith competition. More or less. 100 years is just a snap of the fingers for people in the god realm. People your age can only be considered babies here, Leng Xiaoyu said with a happy smile. It's really too scary. I can't imagine a group of old men and women trembling as they participate in the competition, the disheveled old man said speechlessly and said what was on his mind. His words also caused Leng Ruoxue and the others to laugh. Your imagination is really rich. Feng De laughed until tears came out. Hehe, in the god realm, even old men and old women are very young. When you completely transform your bodies into energy bodies, you will have a chance to reconstruct your bodies. Therefore, at that time, everyone can maintain their state at your most perfect state. Leng Xiaoyu chuckled. Really? The disheveled old man's face was filled with surprise. He really didn't expect that there was such a benefit to energy conversion. Hehe. Back then, because his cultivation speed was relatively slow, he was already an old man when he advanced to the spiritual supremacy realm. Only by advancing to the spiritual supremacy realm would his appearance not change again. Therefore, he could only maintain his appearance as a disheveled old man. However, if he could become younger, who wouldn't want to? Yes, if we want to become gods, we have to first transform our bodies into energy bodies. Otherwise, our human bodies won't be able to withstand the violent spiritual energy of the god realm. Otherwise, why do you think we live in the divine continent? Leng Xiaoyu said with a smile. Why? The disheveled old man asked shamelessly. You idiot, didn't the little girl's ancestor say that the human body can't withstand the violent spiritual energy of the god realm? What are you listening to? The old man knocked the old man's head and roared angrily. Isn't this the god realm? I don't feel any violent spiritual energy here. The disheveled old man looked confused. Even though this place belongs to the god realm, it can only be considered a part of the god realm. Moreover, it said that the divine continent is a continent purified by the divine masters with a great divine power. It's specially for us, the natives who haven't completely transformed or were born in the god realm, to live in. Therefore, our bodies can withstand the spiritual energy here, Leng Xiaoyu said patiently. What will happen if we go to the god realm now? The disheveled old man was very curious. We can't go. There's a barrier between the divine continent and the god realm. Only high-level gods can pass through there. Therefore, we can only live here for now, Leng Xiaoyu said. That doesn't seem fair, does it? Why can we only live in the divine continent while the people of the divine continent can come and go as they please? If we accidentally provoke the people of the divine continent, won't we have no way out? The disheveled old man said worriedly. Don't worry. If a god from the divine continent gets into a conflict with someone on the god's continent, he can only unleash the strength of an advanced god at most. Therefore, our safety is still guaranteed, Leng Xiaoyu comforted. However, it's best not to cause trouble in the divine continent. Otherwise, if we encounter an ultimate god, even if we don't die from his pressure, we'll probably be left with half a life, Leng Xiaoyu reminded. He had been in the divine continent for many years and had a master as a weapon god as his backer. He was unwilling to provoke others easily, let alone rookies like them who had just entered the god realm. Of course we don't want to cause trouble, but we're afraid that something will provoke us, Feng De muttered softly. What did you say? Leng Xiaoyu asked in confusion. Nothing. Feng De shook his head repeatedly. Old ancestor, how old is the age limit for the blacksmith competition? Leng Ruoxue changed the topic and asked. As long as one is below 500 years old and is an artificer master, they can participate. Leng Xiaoyu chuckled. Below 500 years old? Oh my god. The disheveled old man was speechless. He really didn't know what to say about the request of the Artificer Association. However, if he only became a revered artificer refinement master at 500 years old, that person's aptitude probably wasn't much. 500 is very young. Leng Xiaoyu said helplessly. But he only became a revered artificer refinement master at 500 years old. His aptitude is too poor. The disheveled old man couldn't help but say. In the god realm, it's much harder to become a revered artificer refinement master than in the lower realm. There are fewer artifact refinement masters in the lower realm and more resources. Therefore, it's relatively easier for a certain family to nurture an artifact refinement master. However, the god realm is different. In the god realm, there are more alchemists and artifact refinement masters than in the lower realm. The consequence of this is that the competition for resources is very intense. Other than some relatively large forces, some small families can't afford to nurture an artifact refinement master or alchemist. Therefore, in the god realm, it's very difficult for artifact refinement masters and alchemists to advance. Leng Xiaoyu sighed helplessly. How are those artificers and alchemists going to live? The disheveled old man said gloomily. The combat power of blacksmiths and alchemists was inferior to others to begin with, so they naturally couldn't compete with others for the good resources. Sigh. In that case, wouldn't there be no way for blacksmiths and alchemists to survive in the god realm? Basically, artifact masters and alchemists will rely on some powerful forces. This way, we can benefit from each other. However, joining a powerful force is equivalent to losing your freedom, Leng Xiaoyu said helplessly. Alas. If there was a way, who would be willing to be controlled by others? Oh. Then can I participate in the artifact refinement competition? The disheveled old man asked curiously. Have you gone to the Artificer Association to verify it? Leng Xiaoyu asked. Even though he had already sensed the rich fire attribute divine power on this old man, he really did not expect this inconspicuous old man to be an artificer. I was certified when I was in the Ling Feng continent. Does this count? The disheveled old man couldn't help but ask. He had been the president of the Artificer Association when he was in the Ling Feng continent. No, regardless of whether you're a native or an ascender, if you want to participate in the competition, you have to go to the Artificer Association to be certified. Otherwise, the Artificer Association won't acknowledge your identity, so you naturally won't be able to participate in the competition. Leng Xiaoyu explained. Oh. Girl, I want to participate in the competition. The disheveled old man looked at Leng Ruoxue and asked pitifully. Then let's participate. Leng Ruoxue agreed. Humph. Didn't they capture the cheap sake old ancestor for this competition champion? In that case, they would win this championship and let the Ascender Alliance cry. Yes, yes. Don't worry, I'll do my best, the disheveled old man promised. We can't just do our best. We have to win the championship, Leng Ruoxue said with a wicked smile. Girl, the opponent's strength is unknown. I really can't guarantee this championship. However, if you participate, the championship definitely won't be able to escape, the disheveled old man suggested. That's right, little Schwer. If you participate, the championship will definitely be yours, Leng Xiaoyu said confidently. Back then, he was accepted as a disciple by his master because he had won the championship in the blacksmith competition. I'm not interested, nor do I want to be in the limelight. After all, I'm still a fugitive of the Wen family. Leng Ruoxue teased herself. Girl, you can disguise yourself and participate. The disheveled old man exposed Leng Ruoxue's excuse. In fact, he knew that this girl was too lazy. Forget it. If little Schwer doesn't want to participate, don't force her, Leng Xiaoyu said helplessly. In fact, he really wanted little Schwer to participate. After all, with this girl's talent, it would be a waste if she didn't participate in the blacksmith competition. Girl, don't blame me if I don't win the championship, the disheveled old man reminded her carefully. I believe you can definitely win the championship, Leng Ruoxue said confidently. Girl, I really don't have much confidence, the disheveled old man said with an aggrieved expression. It's okay. From today onwards, I'll give you special training. I've participated in this competition before, so I'll train you well for the competition, Leng Xiaoyu said with a smile. In fact, not only did Schwer want this old man to win the championship, he also wanted to. He. Who asked Yuan Biao to dare to imprison him? He had also said that he would let Yuan Biao see that he regretted it. Yes, with the cheap ancestor training you, your chances of winning will be greater. Leng Ruoxue nodded. To be honest, she really didn't expect Yuan Biao to imprison the cheap ancestor because of such a small matter. It was really ridiculous. Before leaving, she had to give Yuan Biao a big gift. Thinking of this, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but ask, Cheap sake old ancestor, I heard that Yuan Biao invited you to refine weapons. Why is it related to the competition? Refining weapons. Humph. That's just an excuse he made because he was afraid that the news would be leaked, Leng Xiaoyu said with a face full of disdain. When Yuan Biao found him back then, he had indeed used the excuse of refining weapons. Moreover, he had promised to help him find Sun Tao's whereabouts. That was why he had foolishly fallen into Yuan Biao's trap. Now that he thought about it, he was really stupid. However, this was probably what people often said about being worried. Oh. Leng Ruoxue understood. Alright, it's getting late. We've understood enough. Everyone, rest early. Leng Ruoxue said again. Everyone nodded and returned to their bamboo houses in the space. 3 days later. Leng Ruoxue was sunbathing on a recliner in the courtyard when the original owner suddenly ran over. Miss Ning. The ape's face was filled with excitement when it saw Leng Ruoxue. Young Master Yuan, has your body recovered? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be curious. Well. Calculating the time, the medicinal effect should be about right. Yes, it hasn't acted up for 2 days. Looks like the alchemists of the Alchemist Association are still the best, the ape said happily. After resting in bed for 2 days, he felt that he should be fine. Therefore, he ran to the falling swallow dwelling immediately. He had not seen Miss Ning for a few days and was thinking about her. Yes, that's for sure. Otherwise, why would the Alchemist Association provide for them? Leng Ruoxue echoed with a light smile. The Alchemist Association would also provide for some alchemists, but their requirements for providing for alchemists were very high. After all, if the Alchemist Association wanted fame and fortune, it couldn't do without the pills refined by alchemists. However, the recovery of this ape's injuries had nothing to do with those alchemists at all. Previous chapter. Next. Miss Ning, I heard from father that you haven't been in a good mood these past few days. Yuan Ho knew very well that his father had told him everything that had happened on the day he went to the secret room. Humph. Damn Leng Xiaoyu, how dare he make a dig at him. He couldn't help but think hatefully. Yes. I've been thinking about how to convince Leng Xiaoyu. I can't agree to his request. You know, I can't marry him. At least, I can't make the decision myself. A trace of sadness appeared on Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face, making the ape's heart ache. Miss Ning, that Leng Xiaoyu really doesn't know what's good for her. You don't have to be angry over that kind of person, the ape said indignantly. Yes, I won't be angry, but I have to think of a good solution. Sigh. Who asked my father to like the equipment he refined the most? Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. By the way, why is young Master Yuan looking for me? Leng Ruoxue suddenly thought of something and asked. I know that Miss Ning is not in a good mood, so I wanted to look for you to take a walk on the streets, the ape said in embarrassment, his face slightly red. Is there anything better on this street? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. I'm just going out to relax, said, but he was thinking about which places in the city he could go for a stroll. Hee. As long as he thought about going shopping alone with Miss Ning, he would be excited. Alright. Then let's go out and relax. Leng Ruoxue said cooperatively. On the street, Ape walked in front with a dark expression. His heart was bleeding. Boo-hoo. What was going on? He had really become a guide. Moreover, he had originally thought that he could go shopping alone with Miss Ning. Who knew that there would be so many light bulbs following him? Leng Ruoxue, the freak, and the others walked side by side. Looking at the unlucky fellow who was bullied by the freak and the others, they couldn't help but snicker in their hearts. Hee. If this ape explained while walking, he would really become a tour guide. Leng Ruoxue could imagine how depressed Yuan Ho was, so she was in a good mood. Miss Ning, there's really nothing much on the streets. Why don't we go back? After walking for a while, Yuan Ho couldn't help but suggest. Young Master Yuan, we just came out. Why are you going back so soon? You can't play with our miss like this. Feng De glared and roared when he heard Yuan Ho's words. I didn't. I really didn't. Miss Ning, you have to believe me. Yuan Ho was so aggrieved that he was about to cry. He had always been a tyrant, but in front of these people, he was not even a grandson. Sigh. How could this be? However, he selfishly attributed this to love. I believe you, but we just came out. If we go back now, wouldn't we have made a wasted trip? Leng Ruoxue didn't want to go back so quickly. But there's really nothing to turn around on this street, the ape said reluctantly. He really wanted to go back. In all his life, he had never been so humiliated. Feeling the strange stares of the people on the street, he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Really? Let me look. Feng De took out a map and searched it. Seeing that Feng De actually took out the map, the corners of Yuan Ho's mouth couldn't help but twitch. These people were too well prepared. They actually brought the map with them. Miss, there's a Phoenix Cry Mountain not far from here. Let's go there and play. Feng De suggested after looking at the map. Phoenix Cry Mountain? It's very far from here. It's better not to go there, Yuan Ho said in a daze. It would take at least a day to get to Phoenix Cry Mountain from here. Did these people really want to go there? Alright, let's go to Phoenix Cry Mountain. Leng Ruoxue said decisively. Miss Ning, that place is really not nearby, Yuan Ho reminded her without much confidence. It doesn't matter. There's nothing to do now anyway, Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. She knew that there were still about 2 months before the annual competition of the Artificer Association, so she was not in a hurry to rush over. Yuan Ho was a little dumbfounded. What should he do since Miss Ning wanted to go to Phoenix Cry Mountain? If young Master Yuan doesn't want to go, don't force yourself. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. She almost laughed out loud when she saw the ape's conflicted expression. I'll go. However, I heard that many people were robbed in the Phoenix Cry Mountain, so we have to bring more people. The ape thought for a moment and suggested. Even though he had never been to the Phoenix Cry Mountain before, he heard from his father that it was not very peaceful there. Therefore, for the sake of his life, he naturally would not go to any dangerous places. However, now that Miss Ning wanted to go, if he did not dare to go, wouldn't he be looked down upon by Miss Ning? There's no need to bring anyone. We're enough, Feng De said confidently. Yes, young Master Yuan, do you want to return to the First Alliance and report to Alliance Master Yuan first? Leng Ruoxue reminded. No need. I'm not a child anymore. Yuan Ho hurriedly said. Boo-hoo. If he really went back and told his father would definitely send many people to protect him. At that time, he would be looked down upon by Miss Ning. It's better to tell him. Otherwise, if you don't go back for a few days, Alliance Master Yuan might think that we kidnapped you. The freak smiled evilly. There's really no need, Miss Ning. Since you want to go to Phoenix Cry Mountain, let's go quickly. Yuan Ho urged. Then let's go. Leng Ruoxue took out the little peacock and everyone sat on it. However, when the ape wanted to sit on it, there was no place for him. Young Master Yuan, I'm really sorry. It seems that my flying beast is too small, Leng Ruoxue said apologetically. However, she didn't look sorry at all. Actually, she deliberately made the little peacock the size of one of their own, hee. It doesn't matter. I have my own. Yuan Ho summoned his flying beast. His flying beast was a black eagle. It was huge and the feathers on its body were as sharp as steel blades. Moreover, as the saying went, there was always a master. As soon as the black eagle was summoned from the beast's space, its black eyes looked around. Previous chapter. Its eyes lit up when it saw the beautiful and dazzling little peacock. Beauty. Let Big Brother here hug you. It teased. As soon as it said this, the little peacock's face darkened and the feathers on its body stood up in anger. Leng Ruoxue and the others were speechless. They thought to themselves, can't this eagle even differentiate between male and female? Or will it not even let a male go? That was because they were of the same gender. F***ck, whose big brother are you? the little peacock roared angrily. It hated being treated as a female the most. Very good, this dead eagle happened to touch its bottom line, so it would definitely not let it off. Even though this eagle was as strong as it had many helpers. If it really could not defeat the eagle, it would let its master release the other beasts to help it. Humph. Of course it's yours, beauty. Brother likes you. The black eagle continued to show its love to the little peacock. In its opinion, it was so handsome and mighty that this incomparably beautiful peacock had no reason not to like it. Master. I can't take it anymore, the little peacock roared. Hee hee. Calm down. Let's go. Leng Ruoxue comforted in amusement. Alright, humph. Dead bird, just you wait. The little peacock said fiercely. It had already decided that it would deal with that dead bird when they reached Phoenix Cry Mountain. With that, the little peacock spread its wings. In the blink of an eye, there was only a small black dot in the sky. Beauty, I'll be waiting for you forever, the black eagle replied loudly with an affectionate expression. Then, it urged its master, Master, let's go. I say, Black Egg. Can you not embarrass me like this? Yuan Ho roared impatiently. If he had known this would happen, he would never have let this black and ugly thing out. Now, it was actually teasing Miss Ning's beast. Boo-hoo. This time, Miss Ning would definitely blame him. Actually, he was thinking too much because Leng Ruoxue did not take him seriously at all. Moreover, her beast was not so easy to bully. It would take revenge on its own without her needing to do anything. Master, a fair lady is a good match for a gentleman. You like the master of that beauty too, don't you? Said the big eagle named Black Egg disapprovingly. How can that be the same? The ape was a little angry. It actually couldn't communicate with this dead bird. What a headache. The same. Master, the beauty is already out of sight. If you don't come up, I won't be able to catch up with her, the Black Egg reminded him. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go. The ape hurriedly sat on Black Egg's back. Hee hee. Master, sit tight. Black Egg reminded him. Then, it spread its huge wings and flew straight into the clouds. Whoosh. 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 Black Egg accelerated and flew. Before long, it caught up with the little peacock and flew alongside it. Beauty, you must be tired after sitting with so many people on your back. Why don't you let me share your burden? Black Egg said fawningly. Get lost, the little peacock roared, unable to vent its anger. Beauty told me to get lost, so I'll get lost. With that, Black Egg really pulled away from the little peacock and away from it. However, a moment later, it flew back and said with slight grievance, Beauty, I've finished rolling. However, I can't bear to leave you, so I came back. You. The little peacock's beautiful eyes spewed fire. It would not hesitate if this flame could roast this dead bird. However, it was so angry that it could not speak. Sensing that the little peacock's body was swaying a little, Leng Ruoxue and the others understood that the little peacock couldn't stay calm anymore. Alas. This black eagle was really a top-grade creature. In comparison, its master was nothing. Leng Ruoxue patted the little peacock's back helplessly. Only then did the little peacock resist the urge to pounce on the black eagle and beat it up. It decided to ignore any words from the dead bird. Otherwise, it would probably want to deal with the bird before it reached Phoenix Cry Mountain. What's wrong, Beauty? Black Egg asked expectantly. Unfortunately, the enraged peacock didn't bother to respond. Beauty, why are you ignoring me? Beauty, I'm sad. Beauty, say something to me. Along the way, the black eagle muttered to itself plaintively, making Leng Ruoxue and the others speechless. As evening approached, Leng Ruoxue and the others finally arrived at the foot of Phoenix Cry Mountain. Along the way, they had been enduring the demonic voice of the black eagle and were already a little impatient. Therefore, as soon as the little peacock arrived at Phoenix Cry Mountain, they impatiently dragged the black eagle to a remote and hidden corner and chose to ignore it. Fengda, let's camp here today. We'll enter the mountain tomorrow. Leng Ruoxue looked at the empty terrain at the foot of the mountain and instructed. Alright, Fengda replied. Then, he led his subordinates to set up the tent. Young Master Yuan, did you bring a tent? Leng Ruoxue looked at the motionless ape and asked with a light smile. No, why do we need to bring that? The ape asked foolishly. Of course it's for sleeping. Don't tell me you plan to sleep in the wilderness. Leng Ruoxue knew that this rich second-generation heir would definitely not bring these camping things, so she deliberately asked. I didn't bring anything, the ape said with a sad face. He rarely left the First Alliance, so he had no use for these things at all. Moreover, no matter where he went, his subordinates had already arranged everything for him. There was no need for him to do anything. Then what should we do? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be speechless and sighed softly. I'll keep watch at night, the ape said after thinking for a while. He knew that these subordinates of Miss Ning did not like him, so he could not expect any of them to be kind enough to give up their tent for him to stay in. He knew his limits. How can I do that? You're the son of the former Alliance Master, Leng Ruoxue said in embarrassment. It's all right. It's my honor to keep watch for Miss Ning. All of you can go to sleep tonight. Black Egg and I will keep watch, Yuan Ho said fawningly. All right. Then I'll accept it. Leng Ruoxue pretended to decline and no longer refused. Beauty. Come. Suddenly, the Black Eagle's painful and happy voice entered Leng Ruoxue and the others' ears. Everyone's foreheads were filled with black lines, and their stomachs were all heaving in unison. What was going on? Even though they were all very curious, no one went over to take a look. It was mainly because they were afraid that they would see something they shouldn't see. Ow! Ow! This was followed by several more suppressed howls. The Black Eagle seemed to be enduring something. Hearing this voice, Leng Ruoxue and the others were even more puzzled, and their curiosity was completely aroused. Young Master Yuan, your beast is screaming so miserably. Aren't you going to take a look? Feng De asked with a strange expression. There's no need, the ape said fearfully. Hearing this scream, he didn't dare to go over. The ape's words were immediately met with disdain from Feng De and the others. Their faces and eyes clearly said, what kind of master is this? The beast is enduring inhuman abuse, but the master is not responsible at all. Humph. Whoever becomes his beast is really unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Howl. The howling not far away lasted for more than half an hour, and Leng Ruoxue and the others' curiosity lasted for half an hour. As the wails became weaker and weaker, Leng Ruoxue and the others couldn't help but let their imagination run wild. Could it be that a beast's life had appeared? Even though the little peacock usually looked extremely obedient, it still wanted the beast's life when it was ruthless. It was really too terrifying. Just as everyone was letting their imagination run wild, the little peacock walked out from the corner, satisfied and refreshed. Master. The little peacock ran to Leng Ruoxue's side and rubbed against her fawningly. Are you satisfied? Leng Ruoxue stroked the soft feathers on the little peacock's head and smiled helplessly. It's all right. It's mainly because that dead bird is quite cooperative. Don't worry, master. It's still alive. The little peacock said with a wicked smile. Beauty, I will live well for you. At this moment, the Black Eagle's weak voice sounded from the corner. This time, when the little peacock heard the Black Eagle call it a beauty, it miraculously didn't get angry. When everyone saw this scene, they felt that it was unbelievable. Well, could it be that the two birds had reached some kind of agreement that they didn't know about? However, when they saw the Black Eagle walking out of the corner shyly, they were relieved. At the same time, they couldn't help but laugh wildly. Everyone laughed until they cried when they saw the Black Eagle's current appearance. At the same time, they sighed in their hearts. This little peacock was really ruthless. It actually plucked all the feathers off the Black Eagle's body. Sigh. No wonder it took so long. At this moment, the Black Eagle's entire body was bare, and not a single hair could be found. It could be seen how neat the little peacock's technique was. Black Egg, how did you become like this? The ape was shocked when it saw its beast's bald appearance. At the same time, it couldn't help but wonder if Black Egg could still fly in this state. The answer was naturally no. The beauty said that I was too dark and it didn't like it, so it helped me to amp over, the Black Egg said shyly. Its skin was slightly red. You. The ape was about to be angered to death by this stupid bird. Even though he wanted to beat it up, it did not dare to be too violent in front of Miss Ning, lest Miss Ning despised him. The beauty said that I look much better now, the Black Eagle said as if he was in love. As if. Can you still fly now? The Yuan Ho growled in disappointment. He didn't dare to roar too loudly, afraid that his beloved Miss Ning would hear him. Hee. Of course not now, but after some time, my feathers will grow back and I will be able to fly again, the Black Egg said disapprovingly. As long as it could please a beauty, what was a body of feathers? Yuan Ho was so angry that its entire body was trembling and it could not speak. Calm down. Since things have come to this, please accept my condolences. Feng De walked forward and comforted him. Then, the others followed suit and patted the ape's shoulder to comfort it. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine, Yuan Ho said, touched. Boo-hoo. He had finally been accepted by them. He thought happily. But if the others knew what he was thinking, they would tell him that he was overthinking it. Let's go hunting with us. Feng De received the freak's gaze and hugged Yuan Ho's shoulder, forcefully dragging the reluctant Yuan Ho away. Hunting. I didn't say I was going hunting with you. Yuan Ho's voice entered Leng Ruoxue's ears. Leng Ruoxue chuckled and looked at the freak coquettishly. Her beautiful eyes clearly said, you're so bad. Little peacock, take this bald eagle somewhere else for a while. I have something to say to your master. The freak looked at the Black Eagle, who was sizing them up with wide eyes, and instructed softly. Yes, the little peacock replied. Then, he pulled the Black Eagle's wings and left. Schwer, it's great that all the light bulbs have left. The freak pulled Leng Ruoxue into his arms and said proudly. You're really. Leng Ruoxue smiled helplessly. I want to be alone with Schwer. The freak chuckled. Yes, I know. Leng Ruoxue nodded and hugged the freak's waist. Just like that, the two of them kept their arms around each other. There were no additional words, but they felt warm and welcoming. The intimate atmosphere between them was one that no one could ever get into. It wasn't until they heard footsteps that they reluctantly released each other. We're back, miss, Feng De deliberately announced loudly. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded as she looked at Fengde and the others who appeared in front of them. Looks like your gains are not bad. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but sigh when she saw the rabbit in their hands. That's right. Hee hee. There are many low-level spirit beasts in this mountain. There's a nest of them. Fengde looked at the fat rabbit in his hand and said happily. What happened to young Master Yuan? Leng Ruoxue suddenly glanced at Yuan Ho, who was hiding in the middle of the crowd in a sorry state. His clothes were actually torn, and his face was bruised. This couldn't help but surprise her. Well. Fengde and the others shouldn't have beaten him up again, right? He was beaten up by a rabbit. Fengde suppressed his laughter. To be honest, he had never seen such a stupid person in his life. Not only could he not even catch a rabbit, but he was also played by those stupid rabbits. Those rabbits were too cunning. I didn't catch any of them, Yuan Ho said in embarrassment. Boo-hoo. He didn't want to hunt at first, but then he heard from Miss Ning's subordinates that their miss liked rabbit meat the most, so he wanted to show off in front of Miss Ning. Who knew that he would end up embarrassing himself? It's okay, just catch him a few more times. Leng Ruoxue smiled and comforted him, but she couldn't help but feel anxious in her heart. It was normal not to catch such a rich second-generation heir. If he caught the rabbit, how stupid would the rabbit be? Young Master Ape, originally. If you didn't catch any rabbits, you shouldn't have any food to eat at night. However, our miss is kind-hearted and naturally won't watch you starve. So, go find a small river and clean up all these rabbits. If there's anything unclean, don't even think about eating at night. Fengde instructed with a naughty smile. I don't know how to catch rabbits, Yuan Ho said fearfully. Boo-hoo. After flying for nearly a day, he was already hungry. If he was not allowed to eat at night, he would starve to death. Lin Yuan, give him a sample. Fengde turned to look at Lin Yuan. Alright. Lin Yuan took out a dagger as thin as a cicada's wing from his ring. Then, he picked up a dead rabbit and skillfully skinned it and removed its internal organs. In less than a minute, a huge rabbit weighing more than 10 kilograms was cleaned up by him. Here, follow this standard. Lin Yuan stuffed the packed rabbit into Yuan Ho's hand and reminded it. The ape was a little dumbfounded. Could he still be considered a human? Wasn't his speed a little too fast? Even though his subordinates would occasionally roast something for him to eat, their speed couldn't compare to this person's. What? Hurry up and clean up. Remember to wash it clean. Lin Yuan said impatiently. I don't know where there's a river, Yuan Ho whispered. Didn't we encounter a river on the way back? It's not very far from here. You can just wash there, Lin Yuan said speechlessly. Oh. But how can I take so many rabbits? Yuan Ho asked again. F***ck, you're asking too many questions. Why do you have so many questions? These rabbits didn't let you hold them with your hands. Is your storage ring a toy? Lin Yuan's patience was exhausted and he couldn't help but roar. Why are you so fierce? Yuan Ho muttered softly, his face filled with grievance. Go. Lin Yuan roared, glaring. I'll go now. Yuan Ho hurriedly put the rabbits in the hands of the others into the ring and then went to clean up. But he was back before long. Don't tell me you're done packing so quickly. Lin Yuan said in disbelief. Damn, wasn't this strange? Can you lend me your dagger? Yuan Ho whispered, ducking his head in fear. Here, don't lose it. Lin Yuan kept telling himself to calm down. Then, after taking a few deep breaths, he handed the dagger that had been retracted from his ring to Yuan Ho. Yes. Yuan Ho nodded, then turned and left again. Fengde, can he get the rabbits? Leng Ruoxue asked with a headache as she watched Yuan Ho leave as if it was going to the execution ground. Miss, we don't know anything either. Humans have to go through more adversity. Therefore, we're giving him a chance now. He has to thank us. Fengde said disapprovingly. Looks like I won't be able to eat rabbit tonight. Leng Ruoxue didn't have any hope in the speed at which Yuan Ho cleaned up the rabbit meat. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Hee hee. Who said we can't eat it? We still have more. Fengde took out more than 10 fat rabbits from his ring and said proudly. Sigh. You guys are getting worse. Leng Ruoxue sighed. Hee hee. If we count on eating the rabbits prepared that second-generation heir, we probably won't be able to eat them tomorrow morning. Therefore, we naturally have to be prepared beforehand. Fengde said disapprovingly. With that, Fengde and the others worked together. Not long after, the rabbit meat was placed on the fire to roast. However, Yuan Ho still hadn't returned when Leng Ruoxue and the others finished dinner and the sky was getting darker. This made Leng Ruoxue curious. Fengde, get some people to find that Yuan Ho. We haven't left the first alliance yet. If anything happens to him, won't the original alliance master eat us? Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Alas. This Yuan Ho was really troublesome. Even though she really wanted to throw this ape here to feed the wolves, it was not the time to fall out with them. Otherwise, she would have left long ago. Okay. Fengde nodded and led his men into Phoenix Cry Mountain to look for the ape. A moment later, Fengde and the others carried the dying Yuan Ho back to the camp. What happened? Leng Ruoxue looked at Yuan Ho that was covered in blood and breathing weakly and asked in confusion. I don't know. He was like this when we went to the river, Fengde explained. Let him eat this. Leng Ruoxue took out a pill and handed it to Feng Desai. Yuan Ho couldn't die yet. Her show wasn't over yet. Okay. Feng De took the pill, pried open Yuan Ho's mouth, and threw the pill in. After a while, the unconscious Yuan Ho woke up, and his injuries were almost healed. Miss Ning. Boo-hoo. I thought I wouldn't be able to see you again. The first thing Yuan Ho did when it opened its eyes was to cry bitterly to Leng Ruoxue to express its feelings. Stop. Young Master Yuan, don't just cry. Tell us what happened first. Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. I was cleaning up the rabbit meat by the river when a group of people came and snatched all our rabbits away. They even injured me, Yuan Ho explained softly. Oh. Then why didn't you shout for help? Leng Ruoxue didn't understand. Wasn't this second-generation heir quite arrogant? Why had he been beaten up repeatedly recently? Sigh. What an unlucky child. There were too many enemies, and they were all very fierce. I was injured and fainted before I could say anything, Yuan Ho said in embarrassment. Boo-hoo. Now he knew that his father had not lied to him. This Phoenix Cry Mountain was really dangerous. He had only been here for a short time, but he had almost lost his life here. They took your dagger, too, Yuan Ho added in a voice smaller than a mosquito, not daring to look at Lin Yuan. Who snatched it? Lin Yuan glared at him and questioned fiercely. That dagger was refined for them by their Mississippi. They each had one. One had to know that it was not easy for their miss to refine a weapon once. Therefore, that dagger was definitely difficult to obtain even with money. Moreover, they usually cherished it and could not bear to use it to kill people. Well. They often used it to cut meat. I don't know. Yuan Ho was frightened by Lin Yuan's fierce expression and stuttered. Then do you remember what those people looked like? Leng Ruoxue asked calmly. Yes, I'll recognize them even if they turn to dust, Yuan Ho said fiercely. This was the second time. In his entire life, he had only been beaten twice. He couldn't find them the first time round, so he would find them even if he had to search the entire Phoenix Cry Mountain. That's good. Let's go into the mountains tomorrow and look for them. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Miss Ning, this is the second time you've saved me. Boo-hoo. I've decided. I must. He was interrupted by the freak before he could finish his sentence. It's time for you to rest, my lady, the freak reminded her with a wicked grin. In front of the Yuan father and son, he was not Shuer fiancé, but a guard. Oh. Okay. Leng Ruoxue was very helpless. She knew that this jealous lover was most likely jealous again. Then, Leng Ruoxue and the freak went into a tent. Why did he go in too? Yuan Ho was a little dumbfounded when it saw that the handsome man had actually followed Miss Ning into the tent. He was a little uneasy. He's my lady's personal guard. Of course he has the right to enter, Feng De said indifferently without even batting his eyelids. Even a personal guard doesn't have to be so personal. Yuan Ho said with jealousy. Boo-hoo. Why wasn't he the one who could protect Miss Ning by her side? Oh God. You're so unfair. TSK, don't you also have a girl to warm your bed? With my lady's status, what's so strange about having such a personal guard? Feng De said disapprovingly. How did you know? Yuan Ho was a little shocked. He had warned the people around him not to tell anyone about this. Do you think your trivial matters are really some incredible secret? Feng De said speechlessly. In fact, he was really not interested in his gossip. However, the Black Eagle had revealed these things to please the little peacock, and the little peacock had told them. Does Miss Ning know? Yuan Ho asked nervously. Even we know about it. What do you think? Feng De asked instead of answering. It's over. It's over. What should we do? Yuan Ho was depressed. How would he live if Miss Ning had a bad impression of him because of this? Boo-hoo. Even though that was all in the past, what if Miss Ning minded? Don't think too much. Keep watch. Feng De patted the ape's shoulder and reminded him. Hee. Even though he couldn't read minds, he could guess what that ape was thinking about just by looking at its expression. In fact, he wanted to shout, Ape. You're thinking too much. With that, Feng De went into his tent, and the others returned to their tents. In the blink of an eye, there was only a dazed man and a bald eagle sitting by the fire for warmth. Ah. It's too cold for a featherless eagle, Black Egg thought to itself. However, it had coaxed the beauty out of her anger at the very least. It considered itself much luckier than its master, who still had a long way to go. After letting its imagination run wild, Black Egg sat by the fire and stared at its master. It wasn't until Yuan Ho's soul returned to his body and he felt a gaze on him that he reluctantly looked up. Black Egg, why are you staring at me? Master, there's a fire here. Aren't you cold? The Black Egg reminded him. Alas. Master was a little foolish. Oh. After being reminded by the Black Egg, Yuan Ho realized that it was indeed quite cold now. He got up, moved a few feet, and joined it by the fire. But as he sat down, he felt his stomach growl in protest again. Boo-hoo. He hadn't eaten in almost a day, and he was hungry. Black Egg, is there anything to eat? Yuan Ho helplessly asked his beast for food. No, master. You have rations in your storage ring, don't you? Black Egg reminded him. Oh, really? Yuan Ho looked into the ring doubtfully. Sure enough, he found a few pieces of hard and dry rations inside. Yuan Ho accepted his fate and took them out to eat, his heart aching. Boo-hoo. When had he ever been treated like this? The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. However, he still had to finish the hard and dry rations with tears in his eyes. By the second half of the night, it was getting colder. Yuan Ho and the bald black egg were shivering. Even being near the fire couldn't dispel the chill of the night, so the master and the beast had to snuggle up to each other for warmth. The next day, when Leng Ruoxue and the others came out of the tent, they saw this scene. Is it very cold at night? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. This wasn't the mountains, so it shouldn't be cold. Besides, didn't they have a fire beside them? Yes, it was very cold. Yuan Ho could feel himself freezing. You're really a rich second-generation heir. You can't even take this little hardship. If we were in the deep mountains, would we only be able to see 2 ice sculptures the next day? Feng De mocked with slight disdain. Yuan Ho pouted, but there was nothing he could say. Make breakfast. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Yes. A moment later, Feng De and the others quickly prepared breakfast. The ape was dumbfounded when it saw their agile movements. During breakfast, Yuan Ho wolfed down the food as if he had never seen food before. Feng De and the others were speechless. How hungry was this person? Sorry, I'm too hungry, Yuan Ho said in embarrassment when he saw that most of the food had entered his stomach. He felt that he had never eaten anything so delicious in his life. It's okay. We'll keep a tab for you. You have to pay for everything you eat, Feng De said with a smile. Yes, money is not a problem, Yuan Ho said quickly as long as he was not hungry. Hungry. After breakfast, everyone packed up and walked towards Phoenix Cry Mountain. Of course, there was no real phoenix in Phoenix Cry Mountain. It was mainly named after its shape. From afar, the entire Phoenix Cry Mountain looked like a phoenix that was chirping and spreading its wings. The scenery of Phoenix Cry Mountain was famous for being beautiful on the divine continent. In addition, the beasts in the mountain were not very strong. The number of level 9 transcendent divine beasts were so few that it was pathetic, and there were no traces of divine beasts. Therefore, many families and forces liked to bring their juniors here to train. Therefore, Leng Ruoxue and the others encountered several groups of people not long after entering the mountain. One of the teams happened to be the one they were looking for. Miss Ning, it was those people in blue who injured me, Yuan Ho whispered to Leng Ruoxue and the others. Oh. Leng Ruoxue heard Yuan Ho's words and looked at the team mainly dressed in blue. There were about 30 people in that team, and most of them were elementary gods. However, the few people leading the team had the strength of advanced gods. Their clothes were basically blue, and there were totems embroidered on their clothes. There was a small, Yao, character in the bottom left corner of their clothes. Among them was only a woman in a dazzling red dress, which made her stand out in the team. That woman was extremely beautiful. Her figure was enchanting and sexy. Even though her appearance might not be as good as Miss Ning, who she had met once, her temperament was much better than Miss Ning. Oh. Could it be that Yuan Ho was robbed because of his appearance? Looking at the beautiful woman not far away, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but think to herself. The other party clearly noticed the existence of Leng Ruoxue and the others just as Leng Ruoxue was sizing them up. The two teams continued for a while until the woman in red suddenly walked in front of Leng Ruoxue and said with a charming smile, "Hello, little sister. My name is Yao Qianqian. Let's be friends." After saying that, she reached out to shake Leng Ruoxue's hand. Leng Ruoxue only chuckled, neither agreeing nor deliberately refusing. When Yao Qianqian saw that Leng Ruoxue was actually so calm, the anger in her heart could not help but surge. The jealousy in her beautiful eyes flashed. How could there be such a beautiful and outstanding woman in the world? She was really angry. Since she was young, she knew very well that she was definitely not as beautiful as Ning Ruoxue. Therefore, she had always paid a lot of attention to her temperament. And it turned out that she had succeeded because almost everyone would say both openly and secretly that Ning Ruoxue's temperament was not as good as hers. This was also the proudest thing she had ever done in her life. However, Leng Ruoxue's appearance completely shattered her beautiful dream. Today, she specially chose red dress because she wanted to attract attention and attract everyone's attention. However, even the simple and plain clothes of the woman in front of her completely covered her brilliance. How could she not be envious and jealous? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but increase the strength of her hand and release her pressure. Her goal was to make Leng Ruoxue embarrass herself. Who asked the woman in front of her to be weaker than her? She couldn't help but think proudly, humph. No one could steal her limelight. She was the one who attracted the most attention and attracted the most attention. The person who was the center of attention could only be her. Feng De and the others watched coldly from the sidelines. They only looked at Yao Qianqian as if they were watching a good show. Sigh. What a reckless woman. Of all people, why did she have to be jealous of their young miss? Even though the woman thought she had hidden her jealousy well with her enthusiasm, they had seen enough of such women that it was impossible to fool them. Sigh. It seemed that their miss really didn't have much luck with women. Why did they always meet such jealous women wherever they went? They couldn't figure it out. Miss Yao, are you done holding my hand? Leng Ruoxue looked at Yao Qianqian indifferently with her beautiful eyes and revealed a gorgeous smile. Everyone around them except for Feng De and Gang fell into a daze immediately and only came back to their senses after a long time. Little sister, just call me elder sister. Yao Qianqian was 100% enthusiastic. Her beautiful face was full of smiles, but her eyes burned with the flames of jealousy. I'm sorry. My grandpa said not to casually acknowledge random sisters, Leng Ruoxue said with a faint smile. Then, she secretly flicked Yao Qianqian's hand away. As soon as Yao Qianqian's hand was repelled, 5 purplish-red fingerprints appeared on the back of Leng Ruoxue's fair hand. Those who had just regained their senses understood at a glance. At the same time, their impression of Yao Qianqian worsened. Miss Yao's grip is really strong. Leng Ruoxue sneered. Little sister, I. Yao Qianqian was about to explain, but the freak interrupted her. Miss, does it hurt? The freak held Shuer's hand with heartache. His handsome face was filled with worry. Moreover, in his heart, Yao Qianqian was already dead. Miss, is it very painful? Fengde and the others asked cooperatively. Miss Yao? You're too much, Leng Ruoxue said with a cold expression even though he knew that Shuer had deliberately let Yao Qianqian leave evidence on her hands. One could imagine how much force Yao Qianqian had used looking at the 5 handprints that had already turned dark purple. Thinking of this, the anger in his heart burned. How could his precious little sister be bullied? Miss Yao, what are your intentions? You have to give us a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, we will definitely not let you off. Leng Qingtian also said coldly, the flames in his eyes burning. That's right. What a vicious woman. Aya, if anyone marries you, their family will definitely be doomed, the disheveled old man said bluntly. Hearing the accusations of Leng Ruoxue and the others, Yao Qianqian felt a little embarrassed. The Yao family members who came with her also felt a little embarrassed. After all, many people in the Yao family understood Yao Qianqian's nature. You. How dare you? I'm the young miss from the Yao family. When Yao Qianqian saw the other party's aggressive attitude, she used her identity as the daughter of the Yao family to scare them away. Unfortunately, Leng Ruoxue and the others did not care at all. It did not matter if she was from the Yao family or the Ning family. No one could not bully their Shuer. Is your identity very impressive? You ugly freak. At this moment, Yuan Ho jumped 3 times and cursed. Well. Everyone was fighting to perform, so he couldn't fall behind. What did you say? Didn't I beat you enough previously? I really didn't expect you to be so lively after being injured like that. You're really an unkillable cockroach. Yao Qianqian roared with disdain. I said that you're an ugly freak. You're ugly, but you don't allow others to say it. Go home and hide. Don't wander around outside. It won't be good if you scare people to death. With someone backing him up, the ape became more confident and mocked him bluntly. You're really courting death. I should have killed you last time. Yao Qianqian roared angrily. Kill me. If you have the ability, kill me now. If you can't kill me, take my surname, Yuan Ho provoked. You wait. I will do as you wish. Yao Qianqian was so angry that she went crazy. She even forgot to maintain her ladylike appearance. Her tigress appearance shocked everyone. Then come and kill me now. If you can't kill me, you can take my surname, Yuan Ho said proudly. Hee. With Miss Ning's subordinates around, he didn't believe that this woman could really kill him. Alright, I'll take your surname if I can't kill you. Yao Qianqian roared angrily. She wanted to attack, but was stopped by a slightly dignified voice. Previous chapter. Qianqian, don't mess around. A middle-aged man who looked righteous growled unhappily. Uncle. Yao Qianqian stomped her feet and called out unhappily. This isn't our house. It's not your place to fool around, Uncle Yao reprimanded. Everyone, I'm sorry. My niece has been spoiled by her parents from a young age. Please forgive her for offending you, Uncle Yao said apologetically. You bullied my lady. Is an apology enough? Feng Da's cold voice floated over. Yes, and me. They even injured me, Yuan Ho interrupted, as if he was afraid that Feng Da would forget him. Tell me, how are you going to compensate us? Feng Da smiled kindly, but his dark and bright eyes were cold. What requests do you have? As long as it's something I can do, there's no harm in saying it. Uncle Yao was very understanding. Even though the Yao family was big and there was no need for him to lower his head to these strangers, they were outnumbered and they were in Phoenix Cry Mountain. If the two sides really fought, they would definitely not have an advantage. He was afraid that others would benefit in the end. This was the last thing he wanted. Leng Ruoxue and the others had similar thoughts as the other party. Therefore, since the other party was willing to let them offer compensation, they would keep Yao Qianqian alive for the time being. In any case, they would only let her live for a while. Requests. There are, but I'm afraid you can't do it. Feng Da smiled evilly, his eyes filled with schemes. What request? You can tell me. Uncle Yao took a deep breath and kept warning himself to calm down. He could not be as impulsive as Qianqian. You robbed us yesterday, and we're going to rob you today. So, take out all the valuable things on you. Feng Da said with a smile. This. Uncle Yao hesitated. At this moment, he even felt that the other party was a little ruthless. It was known that many of the cultivators carried their precious items with them. Their items would naturally no longer exist if they were dead. However, this person asked them to hand over all their belongings. Wasn't that too much? After all, they had only robbed some rabbit meat yesterday. What? You won't? Feng Da sneered. We only robbed some rabbit meat yesterday. Isn't it a little too much for you to want to take all our belongings because of that rabbit meat? Uncle Yao asked softly. Not to mention just rabbit meat, even if you robbed a rabbit fur, if we encounter it today, we have to compensate with all our belongings. Otherwise, we'll settle it with force, Fengde said disapprovingly. I'm afraid this matter will have to be decided by your miss, right? Uncle Yao said implicitly. In other words, could he make the decision? However, Leng Ruoxue, who was enjoying the attention from the freak, had no time to care about Uncle Yao. She couldn't even be bothered to raise her head. If I can't make the decision, would I waste my breath on you? Fengde said speechlessly. Well. It seemed that this old man looked down on his status. Hee. So? Are you going to give it to us voluntarily? Or do you want us to use force? Fengde asked impatiently. Uncle, don't give it to them. I don't believe they dare to do anything to our Yao family. Yao Qianqian interrupted again. Qianqian, shut up. Uncle Yao said with a headache. Uncle. Yao Qianqian wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words under the threat of her uncle's gaze. Miss Yao, didn't your parents teach you not to always talk about your family when you're out? This is very annoying. If someone really wanted to kill you, who would care about your family? Fengde said with a faint smile. They had already offended one of the ladies of the Yao family. They were not afraid of one sheep. Everyone, Qinyan is young and insensible. I hope you won't hold it against her, Uncle Yao said helplessly. I refuse. I'm a petty person who holds grudges. So, Uncle Yao, what do you think we should do? Fengde said as if he was listening to him. Everyone, actually, Qianqian is not to blame for what happened last night. Uncle Yao did not answer Fengde's question. Instead, he mentioned what happened last night. Oh. Then who is to blame? Fengde's gaze wandered across the faces of Uncle Yao and Yuan Ho, making the two of them shudder. Of course it's his fault. Yao Qianqian pointed at Yuan Ho and said fiercely. Little monkey, tell me the truth. What exactly is going on? Fengde glared and roared. Boo-hoo, it's really not my fault. Yuan Ho said fearfully. Then explain everything clearly. If you hide anything, you know the consequences, Fengde threatened. I was cleaning up the rabbit meat yesterday. This ugly monster came over and wanted to try 2 of them, but I didn't give them to her, so she called some people to beat me up and snatch those rabbits. That's it, Yuan Ho confessed. You're still addressing me as an ugly monster. Yao Qianqian interrupted. You're an ugly freak to begin with. You're an arrogant ugly monster, yet you still dream of seducing me. Humph. I'm already taken. Who would fancy you? Yuan Ho said disdainfully. You're courting death. Yao Qianqian was so angry that her cheeks turned red. She reached out to teach Yuan Ho a lesson. Not only is she an ugly monster, but she's also an unwanted tigress. The man who marries you will definitely be unlucky for the rest of his life. Yuan Ho said very viciously. Then, it hid behind Fengde in fear, only revealing its head. Fengde and the others watched this farce and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Sigh. No wonder Yuan Ho did not dare to tell the truth. So there was such a thing. However, what did Yuan Ho mean by he was taken? Uncle Yao, everyone should know the truth now. How do you think this matter should be handled? Fengde said with a faint smile. Even though he did not like that monkey, in the eyes of outsiders, the monkey was on their side, so he naturally could not stand by and do nothing. This. Uncle Yao was sweating profusely and did not know how to answer. Could he say that his niece was in the wrong? However, this matter was obvious. The people present were neither deaf nor blind, so he really could not lie through his teeth. Moreover, if he really said it, he was afraid that the other party would not let it go. Everyone, I feel that both sides are at fault in this matter. Let's punish both parties equally without considering guilt. It's wrong for Qianqian to bring people to snatch the meat and injure others, but a man shouldn't be calling a young girl is ugly. Uncle Yao hesitated for a moment and avoided the main point. At the same time, he was secretly pleased. Hee. The other party had nothing to say now. She's ugly to begin with. Yuan Ho said indignantly. Boo-hoo. These people outside were really bad. He was the victim, but now he had to suffer injustice. It was really unfair. He couldn't help but curse silently. Little monkey, don't be like Miss Yao. You're so uncultured. How can you children interrupt when adults are talking? Fengde scolded. Oh. Yuan Ho obeyed and shut its mouth, not daring to speak again. Uncle Yao, according to you, your niece brought people to snatch meat and beat them until they were on their last breath. It's equivalent to being called ugly, right? Fengde asked with a faint smile. What do you mean, sir? Uncle Yao asked carefully, afraid that he would fall into the other party's trap. Why don't you call me ugly too? Then, I'll beat you up until you're half dead. What do you think of my suggestion? Fengde asked innocently. You. When Uncle Yao heard Fengde's words, he almost fainted. What's wrong? Calm down, be agitated. It's not good for your health. Sigh. You have to be careful in all aspects when you're old. Fengde said angrily. However, I say, your Yao family's upbringing is too poor. The dignified Miss Yao actually seduced a man for a few pieces of rabbit meat. If she can't seduce him, she'll snatch him away. Sigh. The morals of the world are degenerating day by day. Feng De added. However, the little monkey is right. Your niece is really ugly. Her ugly heart is even uglier, Feng De said to himself, not looking at Uncle Yao's darkening expression. Yes, yes. That's great. Yuan Ho, who was hiding behind Feng De, agreed with him. He was so happy that he wanted to curse in his heart. Damn. How did he train his eloquence to anger the living and the dead? He was an idol. Behave yourself. Children are not allowed to interrupt when adults are talking. Don't be like Miss Yao and be ill-mannered. Feng De patted the ape's head and reprimanded. Yes, yes. Feng De obediently shut his mouth. Now that he had already treated Feng De as his idol, he naturally listened to him. Uncle Yao, do you think you can agree to my conditions? Tell me. It's already afternoon, and we haven't eaten lunch. Feng De urged. I. Uncle Yao couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. It was obvious that he was agitated. Sir, we were in the wrong yesterday. I apologize on behalf of the Yao family. However, it's a little too much for you to ask us to hand over all our assets, another middle-aged man said calmly. Too much? Why don't I think so? It's too late to admit that it's your fault. I'll add an additional condition. Of course, you can also choose to say that I'm an ugly monster and then be beaten almost to death by my brothers and me. That way, you won't have anything to lose in terms of assets. Choose one of the two. Choose for yourself. Feng De said with a smile. As the saying went, humans died for money and birds died for food. He just didn't know how the Yao family would choose. May we discuss this? The middle-aged man asked politely. Of course, but my patience is limited, Feng De reminded him. Alright, I'll give you an answer as soon as possible, the middle-aged man said helplessly. With that, he returned to the Yao family's team and discussed with everyone. However, after discussing for a while, everyone's opinions were not unanimous. Both Uncle Yao and him were in favor of spending money to avoid disaster, but the younger generation of the Yao family, led by Yao Qianqian, were very disapproving of this. They even felt that Uncle Yao and that middle-aged man were too cowardly. How could the descendants of the Yao family be threatened by others? In the end, Uncle Yao forcefully unified the opinions as an elder. However, he was quite disappointed with the performance of these juniors of the Yao family because they did not understand his heart. Alas. He was not afraid of trouble. Wasn't he compromising so much for their lives? Who asked the other party to have nearly 3 times the number of people? He was really not confident that he could protect everyone. Unfortunately, the juniors of the Yao family, led by Yao Qianqian, did not understand. We've discussed it. We're willing to give up all our assets. The middle-aged man announced on behalf of the Yao family's uncle, who was trembling with anger. At the same time, he secretly noted down the faces of these people. Humph. The person who dared to rob the Yao family and embarrass them had yet to be born in this world. Therefore, the Yao family would remember this debt today. We've discussed it. We're willing to give up all our assets. The middle-aged man announced on behalf of the Yao family's uncle, who was trembling with anger. At the same time, he secretly noted down the faces of these people. Humph. Sure, but as I said, I have an additional condition. Feng De smiled evilly. What condition? The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat. A bad feeling welled up. Let that Miss Yao Qianqian be a bed warmer for the little monkey. After all, the little monkey was injured by her and her men. She has to be responsible, Feng De said calmly. What? 2 voices sounded at the same time in disbelief. One belonged to Yao Qianqian and the other to Yao Qianqian. Look at how united the two of you are. What a perfect match, Feng De teased with a smile. To be honest, he had thought of this idea by accident. Sigh. He had no choice. Who asked this Yuan Ho to always have designs on his miss? Idol, I'm taken. I don't want this ugly woman. Yuan Ho said in fear. He was afraid that his idol would force this ugly woman on him. Then he would cry to death. I don't want you either. Yao Qianqian roared angrily. She hated Feng De to death. This is not up to you. I told you, you are just the additional condition. Feng De ignored the burning anger in Yao Qianqian's eyes and said calmly. I say, little monkey, even though this Yao Qianqian doesn't have a good temper and is an ugly freak, she's still a woman. Her family background is passable. Just use her. Feng De pulled Yuan Ho in front of him and advised. No. I don't want to. You. If you dare to force this annoying woman on me, I'll commit suicide. Yuan Ho thought for a long time before coming up with this method to threaten Feng De. When Feng De heard this threat, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He thought to himself, if you want to die, then die. It's not like you're anyone to me. It's none of my business. However, under such circumstances, of course, I can't say that. Little monkey, don't take things too hard. If you don't want it, then forget it. I won't force you, Feng De said helplessly. Then, he said to the middle-aged man, since the little monkey is unwilling, forget about the additional conditions. However, you have to remember that your Yao family still owes me a condition. What the hell? What kind of person was this? They had already agreed to hand over all their assets, but in the end, they still owed him an additional condition. What was going on? The middle-aged man, who had always been calm, trembled in anger when he heard Feng De's words. However, he quickly calmed down. Then, he took a few deep breaths and gritted his teeth. I understand. Damn it. You. At this moment, Yao Qianqian, who was ignored, was about to shout without caring about her image, but her mouth was covered by the middle-aged man. Sigh. He was really afraid that this little ancestor would say something she shouldn't. At that time, they would probably owe her even more. He hated her in his heart.